Chapter 81. Tier 3 and 4 contestants are not uncommon in the superpowered individuals competition. However, in a team with an average age of only 16, Tier 3 and 4 contestants are practically non-existent. Even in the highly anticipated Mechanical Technology Military Academy team, Jiuzhiyu, whose highest mental strength level is only at the peak of Tier 2, The 3 members of the Dragon Slayer team opposite the arena swallowed hard, their expressions becoming even more tense. At this moment, Li Xiang, riding a hovering ball, flew above the arena, holding a microphone and announcing, "Next up is the 3v3 team battle. Will the masked squad press their advantage and win the match directly, or will the Dragon Slayer team turn the tide and even the score? Let's wait and see." The 3v3 team battle begins now. Su Jintang immediately assumed a fighting stance, crouching low and swiftly attacking the opponent. Yin Yuding drew his wind shadow whip from his waist, flicked it into the air, and then also charged towards the opponent. Shui Zhengqi remained calm, leisurely drawing his wolf-tooth grappling hook gun and gently pulling the trigger. In a mere second, he instantly darted to the other side of the arena. The 3 opponents simultaneously summoned their supernatural abilities to defend themselves. Instantly, the various energy fluctuations of the battle spread outwards from the arena. Su Jintang grabbed the arm of one of the opponents and pulled him backward forcefully, causing him to stumble. Taking advantage of his momentary lapse in attention, she immediately activated the ruby sleeve dart in her right arm. A volley of dark arrows made of life-giving alloy shot out swiftly. The male member of the Dragon Slayer team immediately ducked to dodge, but the arrows veered off course and continued towards him. The male member, his face filled with panic, rolled on the ground, desperately trying to avoid the arrows. Whoosh, whoosh. Several arrows struck the arena in quick succession, their arrowheads embedding themselves deep within, making the male team member's heart pound with fear. After dodging all the arrows, the male team member quickly sprang to his feet. But just as he stood up, Su Jintang kicked him again, the force so great that he couldn't resist, and the male team member fell to the ground with a thud. His eyes were glazed over, and seeing Su Jintang about to kick him again, he hurriedly raised his hands. Wait, I surrender." Su Jintang's leg, which was about to kick out, stopped in midair, then slowly retracted. At the same time, Yin Yuding and Shui Zhengqi swiftly subdued the other 2. The other 2 also raised their hands in surrender. The entire match was so fast that it seemed to have just begun and then immediately ended. Li Xiang was also stunned for a moment, then slowly stopped on the arena on his hovering ball. "Are you 3 sure you surrender?" We surrender. The boy who had been knocked down by Su Jintang first dusted himself off and stood up, raising his hands as he spoke. The viewers in the live stream, who had been anticipating a thrilling match, were stunned. Huh? That was too easy a win. Did the Dragon Slayer team deliberately throw the game? I didn't even see Ganfaron make a move, and they already conceded? Normal, they lost the last round against Silver Light Military Academy in a flash. The masked squad's members are all at least Tier 2. Just in terms of mental strength alone, the Dragon Slayer team was completely outmatched and had no chance of winning. The live stream chat was flooded with comments, and the audience in the arena was buzzing with discussion. Sit in the stands, Songwoo's gaze fell on Su Jintang on the stage, a hint of suspicion on her face. She remembered where that familiarity came from. That domineering physical strength. Among everyone I know, only Su Jintang could possess it, right? Alright, I declare the masked squad the winner of this round. This is the masked squad's second victory since the start of the competition. They maintain their high level of fighting spirit, remaining undefeated so far. Let's look forward to seeing how the 5 members of the masked squad perform in future matches. Su Jintang and her 2 companions stood side by side, bowing to the surrounding stands in gratitude. After the match, Su Jintang and her group of 5 shook hands with the members of the Dragon Slayer team as a gesture of respect. "Sister," the captain of the Dragon Slayer team suddenly whispered, looking at Su Jintang, "You guys should be from one of the 5 major military academies, right?" Su Jintang withdrew her hand, glanced at him, and replied decisively, "No." The Dragon Slayer team captain chuckled twice. "It's alright, I understand." Actually, by this point in the competition, everyone could more or less guess the masked squad's background. After all, there aren't many students this young and talented. It was obvious they came from one of the 5 major military academies. As for which military academy they were from, that was unclear. After all, they hadn't even used their superpowers, so guessing was impossible. This wasn't enough. It was over in less than 2 minutes, Song Tianqi muttered as he walked out with the group. Shui Zhengqi tossed his hair and chuckled, After the semifinals, you have your turn. Yin Yuting sighed. We were lucky this time, placed in the upper bracket with no particularly strong opponents. But after the semifinals, it's hard to say. Su Jintang, hands in his pockets, remained silent, maintaining his aloof persona. As they exited the player tunnel, the fans lining both sides immediately shouted, "Masked Mask! Born fearless! Masked Squad will win!" Amidst cheers, Su Jintang and his group of 5 slowly disappeared at the end of the corridor. Song Duo, who had just come down from the stands, stared at their retreating figures lost in thought. After the second round of the points competition, the Masked Squad's reputation soared even higher. Their strength was one reason, but the main reason was that each of their 5 members had a rather unique codename. The captain, Ganfanren, had a very simple and unpretentious name, but she was the true core of the Masked Squad, making her a force to be reckoned with. Secondly, the strongest, the 4th-tier ability user, Cold-Blooded Assassin, barely spoke, focusing entirely on combat. Her demeanor and behavior perfectly matched her codename. Then, there was Big Watermelon, whose fighting style and behavior were unpredictable and erratic, often pulling off unexpected and unpredictable maneuvers, making her impossible to defend against. Jade Fox and Hot Air Balloon had the least information available, but given their inclusion in the Masked Squad, their strength was probably extraordinary. I'm really looking forward to seeing the 5 members of the Masked Squad remove their masks. After watching the match, I'm completely obsessed with the cold-blooded killer. He's so cold-blooded, I love him. Next round, let's have a strong team and smash the masks of the 5 members of the Masked Squad to pieces. I just want to see what those 5 people actually look like. Ha ha ha. Inside the villa's conference room, Wu Jinghong leaned against the table, looking up at the replay of Su Jintang's team's battle in the second round of the points competition. Your opponents in this match were indeed too weak, and you weren't able to unleash your true strength. But it's a good thing. It saved you a lot of trouble. Su Jintang immediately raised his hand. Teacher, today the captain of the Dragon Slayer team asked me if we were students of the 5 major military academies, and I answered very firmly no. They probably won't guess our true identities, right? Wu Jinghong smiled meaningfully. Your mental strength levels are very advanced among your peers, so it's normal for them to guess you come from one of the 5 major military academies. But, let them guess which military academy it is. Yin Yuting asked curiously, won't they guess it's Recta's? Wu Jinghong crossed her arms and explained, the competition among the 5 major military academies is the fiercest. We know that if we're going to create this experimental class, the other 4 military academies will naturally think of it too, so as long as you don't say anything, and the other 4 military academies don't say anything either, no one can be sure of your specific situation. Meanwhile, inside Clifford Military Academy, Shirlakong and several other military academy teachers were gathered together, watching a replay of the Masked Squad's 5-person battle video. Shirlakong stroked his chin and guessed, could it be from Jingwen Military Academy? I heard they specially recruited a student this year whose mental strength level is already at level 4. Jingwen Military Academy ranked 3rd in the last league, placing it among the top 5 military academies. The surrounding teachers nodded. Possibly. However, it's also highly likely to be Recta's. Another teacher offered a different opinion. Why do I feel it's a bit like Shiha Alliance Military Academy? Am I the only one who thinks it's the Imperial Military Academy? Various speculations arose in the meeting room, giving Shirlakong a headache. He quickly raised his hand to quiet everyone down. Don't argue. Anyway, the other 4 military academies could be it. But our focus isn't on guessing which academy it is, but rather on their overall strength. Anyway, we have to meet sooner or later in the league. Making a prediction now will help us prepare. The military academy teachers stopped arguing and nodded in agreement. Yes, that's true. Besides Clifford, the other 3 military academies were also secretly discussing the matter. Not only that, but online viewers following the competition were also spreading various speculations. Meanwhile, Su Jintang was leaning against the sofa in the living room, arguing with the green membrane Archaeopteryx. Idiot! 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 The Archaeopteryx, transformed into a green feathered parrot, shouted angrily. Su Jintang held a handful of green peas, a snack the green membrane Archaeopteryx had recently been enjoying. Call me master, and I give you some. She teased him, hefting the green peas in her palm. The green membrane Archaeopteryx cursed even more fiercely. Idiot! 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 Call me master. Su Jintang closed her palm, continuing to coerce him. Song Tianqi heard the commotion and ran downstairs. Squad leader, you're playing with the parrot again. Let me play with it too. With that, he rushed over like a whirlwind, sat down next to Su Jintang, and curiously examined the green-feathered parrot. Su Jintang handed him a handful of green peas. Make him call you master, then give him some more. The enraged Archaeopteryx glared at Song Tianqi. If he couldn't handle Su Jintang, could he not handle a stranger? The Archaeopteryx immediately transferred its hatred, flapping its wings and flying towards Song Tianqi, pecking wildly. Damn it! Why are you pecking me? Song Tianqi immediately reached out to catch the parrot, but the parrot reacted quickly, spreading its wings and flying away. A chase ensued between the man and the bird in the living room. When Yin Yuding came downstairs, he saw the chaotic scene and was a little dumbfounded. What's going on here? Su Jintang casually tossed a green pea out, playing with the bird. Yin Yuding looked away, walked over to Su Jintang, sat down, and smiled as he leaned closer. Squad leader, our team now has its own fan group. I just registered a new account and managed to sneak in. Chapter 82. The communicator's light screen immediately appeared before his eyes. Chat messages from the fan group popped up one after another. Brothers and sisters, the third round of the points match is scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. Those who are free can come to the venue to cheer. New members, please remember to check the group announcement. If you are free to watch the match in person, you can buy tickets for the following stands. Although the fan group hasn't been established for long, it is clearly organized and disciplined. Su Jintang and Yin Yuding spent quite a while enthusiastically watching the chat in the group. Until the green membrane Archaeopteryx and Song Tianqi got tired of playing around, they each collapsed on the sofa, silent. Su Jintang turned to the green membrane Archaeopteryx, showing the green pea in his palm, and suddenly generously said, Here. The green membrane Archaeopteryx glanced in their direction, then sullenly turned its head away, as if it hadn't heard them. But it only lasted 2 seconds before it spread its wings and flew over, sweeping away the green peas from her palm. Su Jintang brushed the pea residue off her hand, and got up to go upstairs. Just as she returned to her room, her communicator vibrated twice. It was a message from Song Duo. Su Jintang cleared her throat, sat down on the sofa, and opened the message. It was a repost about the masked squad trending on social media. Song Duo, this masked squad is really popular lately. Su Jintang replied, not familiar with them. Song Duo replied instantly, got it. Su Jintang, ? Song Duo, don't worry, I keep your secret. Having spent so much time with Su Jintang, she could basically guess some clues in the blink of an eye. This eagerness to deny responsibility clearly indicated guilt. Su Jintang touched his nose, didn't reply, and pretended nothing had happened, closing the communicator's light screen. The next day, during the opponent draw for the third round of the points competition, the masked squad's luck struck again, drawing a team with an average strength not exceeding the second tier, and winning without much effort. From then on, the superpowered individuals competition officially entered the elimination stage. The 3 rounds of points competition have now concluded, and this stage of the points competition is about to end. Below, we will uniformly announce the team rankings based on official data. According to the rankings, teams ranked outside the top 64 will be eliminated from the next stage of the elimination rounds. As soon as the words fell, the semi-transparent light screen floating behind Li Xiang immediately lit up. The names of all the teams that participated in the points competition appeared above. Among them, the masked squad ranked first in the point standings, the only team in the upper bracket with no losses in 3 matches. The masked squad really is number 1. I told you, they were really lucky. Aside from drawing the Tianyao team in the first match, whose strength was fairly even, their opponents in the next 2 matches were too weak, making their wins easy. But they only sent 1 player against the Tianyao team, and still won decisively. Various whispers and discussions filled the air. Su Jintang and his group of 5 maintained their aloof demeanor, silently crossing their arms and remaining silent. Members of the other teams that failed to make it into the top 64 lowered their heads and sighed. They could only accept their fate of not advancing to the next stage. In the waiting area, after the eliminated teams left one by one, the entire area immediately became empty. A vacuum layer was created around the position where the masked squad stood. Enough with the chit-chat, let's get straight to the random opponent matching for the elimination rounds. As soon as he finished speaking, the light screen behind Li Xiang flickered again. Su Jintang looked up, scanning the floating light screen in front of her. A few seconds later, the match results for each team appeared on the screen. The masked squad's match was scheduled for the 8th game, masked squad versus prosperous women's team. As soon as the match result was announced, exclamations and discussions erupted around them. They actually matched them with the prosperous women's team. This is going to be interesting. These 2 godlike teams have actually met up. that's something else, ha ha ha. I seriously suspect the tournament organizers wanted some excitement too, so they pulled some strings and matched these two teams together, ha ha ha. Su Jintang glanced at the name of the prosperous women's team, then looked around. Another team next door, currently in the spotlight, was also looking in her direction. The Grandeur women's team was an all-female team, and all the members were stunningly beautiful women with gorgeous figures. The team leader, tall and with long, straight legs, raised her slender hand, gently brushed aside the wavy hair framing her collarbone, and gave Su Jintang a flirtatious wink. Su Jintang, unaccustomed to such a sight, froze on the spot and quickly looked away. Fortunately, her mask concealed her embarrassment, so no one around could see her awkwardness. Shui Zhongqi, also observing the Grandeur women's team next door, had probably also fallen for the woman's seductive charm. He quickly coughed, lowered his head, and muttered in a low voice, "This Grandeur women's team looks a little intimidating." Seeing their reactions, Song Tianqi and Yan Yuding also glanced curiously in that direction. A few seconds later, both of them blushed and lowered their heads, agreeing, truly terrifying. Of the five, only Jiang Shi remained completely unaffected. She merely glanced coldly at the captain of the Shengshi women's team, then withdrew her gaze without a trace of emotion, as if nothing had happened. After the matchmaking ended, Li Xiang smiled and announced that everyone could disband. Su Jintang immediately turned around and continued walking out of the passage with her arms crossed. "Please wait a moment." A clear and gentle female voice sounded from behind. It was Jiang Yingying, the captain of the Shengshi women's team. Su Jintang turned around. "Is there something you need?" Jiang Yingying played with a strand of her hair as she walked up to Su Jintang and stopped. A faint fruity fragrance wafted from her, pleasant without being cloying. Su Jintang cleared her throat and took a small step back. Jiang Yingying smiled and finally spoke. "Let's get acquainted. I'm Jiang Yingying, the captain of the Shengshi women's team. What's your name?" Su Jintang maintained her aloof persona, just a nobody. Jiang Yingying smiled and raised her hand to her lips. "You know, I'm more interested in your real name." As she spoke, she suddenly leaned closer, closing the distance between them. Su Jintang had barely reacted when Jiang Yingying suddenly reached out to touch her mask. Su Jintang quickly stepped back, blocking her hand, and said coldly, "Captain Jiang, so you like to use sneak attacks?" Jiang Yingying wasn't annoyed by being stopped, only chuckled lightly, and withdrew her hand to continue playing with her hair. "Little sister, you're quite wary. I won't test you then. We see what you're made of on the stage." After speaking, she turned around, bypassed the 5 members of the masked squad, and headed towards the exit. Su Jintang's gaze followed Jiang Yingying and her group until their figures completely disappeared at the end of the passage. "Squad leader, what is this?" Yan Yuding swallowed hard. Su Jintang had already composed herself and calmly turned around. "Don't worry about it. They're just deliberately messing with our mentality." Back at the villa dormitory, Wu Jinghong immediately called the 5 members to the conference room for a meeting. Wu Jinghong stood in front of the conference table, pointed to the floating light screen, and said, "The entire Shengshi women's team is female, and all of them are 18-year-old third-year military academy students, 2 years older than you. In terms of mental strength level, their team has 1 4th-tier member, 3 3rd-tier members, and 1 peak 2nd-tier member, completely overwhelming you." Song Tianqi's mouth gaped slightly. Didn't they say there weren't many strong teams in the upper half of the bracket? Yan Yuding and Shui Zhongqi were also shocked by this data, and both looked up in astonishment. Wu Jinghong crossed her arms, her face calm. "That's right, the upper bracket you drew doesn't have any particularly strong teams. Because the Shengshi women's team isn't actually the strongest in the entire superpowered individual competition. When you registered, I reminded you that the age limit for the superpowered individual competition is 18. Many older students are eligible to participate. For them, reaching level 4 or 3 at 18 is quite normal." Su Jintang rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. That's true. The main reason their team had level 4 and level 3 members that shocked the audience was that they were all under 16. But for ability users, who are already 18 years old, 4th and 3rd tiers are quite normal. We only made it to the top 32, and we're already facing teams like this. Won't it get even more terrifying from here on out? Yan Yuding's expression revealed a hint of worry. In the elimination rounds, a single loss means the entire team is eliminated. There's no room for error. So the pressure increases as the competition progresses. Wu Jinghong continued, "That's why the use of magic items and inscriptions becomes even more effective. The main purpose of having you participate this time is to train your mentality and the use of magic items. No matter how far you end up, as long as you improve, that's good. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Despite this, Yin Yuding and the others were still quite nervous. Since we already participated, who wouldn't want to take home a championship? Wu Jinghong quickly changed the subject, pointing to the floating light screen behind her. Next, I'm going to talk about the specific abilities of the 5 members of the prosperous women's team. Take good care of them. The first one, team leader Jiang Yingying, has a 4th level mental strength. Her ability is soul control, and her main attack method is mental attacks. Her attacks can directly enter your mental sea of consciousness. This kind of attack is difficult to defend against unless your mental strength level can overwhelm her, or you possess a similar mental attack ability. Otherwise, you're easily caught off guard. Hearing this, Shui Zhongqi couldn't help but ask, isn't there any other way to defend against it? Yes. Wu Jinghong continued, for her mental attacks to take effect, it takes time. The only solution is to interrupt her use of her ability as quickly as possible or eliminate her directly before her attack takes effect. Of the 5 of you, only Su Jitang and Jiang Shi possess this kind of burst damage, so whether it's a 1v1 or a team fight, Jiang Yingying can only be dealt with by the 2 of you. Su Jitang nodded, understood. Wu Jinghong continued analyzing the remaining 4 team members. For you, the biggest threat to the Shengshi women's team is actually those 3 tier 3 members. Jiang Yingying can be dealt with by Jiang Shi or Su Jitang, but these 3 tier 3 members, when their strength is fully unleashed, are no weaker than Jiang Yingying. Yin Yuding, Shui Zhongqi, and Song Tianqi, the 3 of you will have a hard time completely stopping them. Su Jitang stroked his chin. Then the most advantageous battle mode for us should be 1v1? Wu Jinghong nodded with satisfaction, yes. If we draw 1v1, we can use certain tactics to wear down the opponent. But if it's a team battle, once the opponents team up, it will be difficult for you to deal with them. Yin Yuding sighed softly, it all depends on luck. So we can't rely too much on fate. Without knowing what the battle mode will be, we need to develop different tactical strategies for each mode. Even if we're really unlucky and draw a team battle, we must go all out, Su Jitang said. Wu Jinghong gave her an approving look. Good, if you want to win, you have to fight for it yourself. Su Jitang and the others spent the entire afternoon strategizing. It didn't end until sunset. Su Jitang rubbed her aching shoulders and returned to her room. As soon as she sat down, her communicator vibrated. It was a private message from Shui Zhongqi on the Inscription Master's internal network. Miss Qian, don't forget the Inscription Master elimination round tomorrow morning at 9. Su Jitang, I remember. After shutting down the communicator's light screen, Su Jitang leaned back on the sofa and closed her eyes to rest. This is exhausting. If it weren't for saving you and wasting so much of my energy, I wouldn't have to go into seclusion again. The familiar child's voice rang out again. The green membrane Archaeopteryx, which was resting in its pet space, immediately bristled and flew out. Of course, it could sense that this was the aura that had subdued it with a single move that day and forced it to become Su Jintang's contracted beast. The Ice Soul Dragon, which had been sleeping in its spiritual sea, was also awakened, slowly raising its head, its aged eyes revealing a hint of wariness. Su Jintang slowly opened her eyes, calmly shifting to a more comfortable sitting position. Who are you? She was already quite familiar with the matter of the mysterious creature residing within her. One more wouldn't make a big difference. The child's voice immediately launched into a rapid-fire monologue. I'm a weapon spirit. Do you know what a weapon spirit is? It's the spirit that an exceptionally powerful weapon-type ability carries within it. Su Jintang hesitated for a moment. So I'm very powerful. For example, I know all the secrets about the tilted scales, how to use it, and how to summon it for battle. This piqued Su Jintang's interest, and she sat up slightly. Tell me about it. Don't try to trick me into revealing anything now. The tilted scales can't be summoned until you reach the 5th rank. Su Jintang frowned. 5th rank? Anyway, you should focus on your cultivation. Once you reach the 5th rank, I naturally appear. With a cold snort, the child's voice disappeared again. Su Jintang stroked her chin and muttered softly, so my ability is called the tilted scales. After the child's voice disappeared, the green membrane Archaeopteryx dared to speak. That child just now. Was he the one who forced me to become your contracted beast? Probably, Su Jintang replied. The Ice Soul Dragon within her spiritual sea also suddenly spoke. His energy is very strong, even comparable to my peak state. Su Jintang fell into deep thought. Brother Dragon's peak state was a 10th tier divine beast. That child was actually that strong. After thinking for a while, Su Jintang got up and went into the cultivation room, sat cross-legged, and calmed her mind to slowly enter a meditative state. The next morning, Su Jintang woke up on time. After getting up, the official delivery drone from Zhuanlim arrived at her door. Su Jintang went to the window, opened it, and received the drone's delivery. She unpacked it and took out the upgraded disguise mask inside, which she had bought at a high price on a second-hand website. The upgraded disguise mask's camouflage effect can fool ability users below the peak of the 8th tier. It's extremely rare, practically unavailable in official stores and online. You can only buy it at a premium on the second-hand market. That's why it only arrived today. After verifying the mask was working properly, Su Jintang put it on, switched her voice and appearance, locked the door, jumped out the window into the yard, and then silently left. When she arrived at the Inscription Master competition venue, it was still early. Many contestants were resting and chatting in the waiting area. Jiang Xiangyang, as the previous champion, was still famous, surrounded by many people chatting with him. Su Jintang silently walked to a corner and sat down. The moment she sat down, many people heard the commotion and looked over. Then, the contestants closest to her immediately surrounded her enthusiastically. "This must be Miss Qian? I heard how amazing you were during the preliminaries. I heard you're from the Federal Inscription Masters Association? I never seen you there before." At this moment, Jiang Xiangyang also turned to look this way. Seeing Su Jintang, he smiled and stood up, taking the initiative to greet her. "Miss Qian, how have you been?" Su Jintang had no choice but to stand up and return the greeting. "Yes, it's nice to see you again." Just then, a staff member from the competition walked in. "Dear contestants, the rules for today's elimination rounds will be announced and presided over by Sun Yuantian, the president of the Federal Inscription Masters Association. Please wait a moment." "Miss Qian." A familiar voice sounded from behind. Su Jintang turned around and, sure enough, saw Shui Zhongqi wearing a ghost mask. This kid has two different attitudes in public and in private. In public, he acts all refined and elegant, but in private with the experimental class, he's all smiles and jokes, never serious. Su Jintang replied, "Yes. But why is Chairman Sun hosting the competition today?" Shui Zhongqi stopped beside her and explained politely, "Our Inscription Master competition isn't very competitive, so the subsequent elimination rounds will be conducted through exams. The main competition will be about who can answer the questions better. Only the presidents of various associations are qualified to set exam questions for such a major competition. Today, it's probably Chairman Sun's turn to be the question setter." Just then, Sun Yuantian, accompanied by two staff members, entered the venue. The noise in the venue immediately subsided. Sun Yuantian smiled warmly, his gaze sweeping across the entire room. "Hello everyone, I am Sun Yuantian, the president of the Federal Inscription Master Association. Today, I will be the question setter for the elimination rounds, and will be responsible for all matters." Su Jintang looked up. It was indeed so. After the preliminary rounds, only 32 inscription masters remained. Under the guidance of the staff, the contestants quickly took their seats. Each person had a long table, on which lay all the materials for crafting inscriptions, and a box containing discarded inscriptions. Su Jintang opened the box and glanced at it. Inside were discarded inscriptions that had been stored for too long, causing their internal energy to leak out, rendering them unusable. You should all have seen the discarded inscriptions on the table. These 10 discarded inscriptions are the test for this elimination round. You have 2 hours to do your best to repair these discarded inscriptions. The final score will be related to the number of inscriptions repaired and the quality achieved after repair. The higher the score, the higher the ranking. Only the top 16 will advance to the next round. Please continue your efforts." Sun Yuantian smiled slightly, his gaze sweeping across the entire room. "The competition begins." As soon as he finished speaking, the proctoring system beeped, starting the timer. All the inscription masters in the arena lowered their heads solemnly, concentrating on repairing the inscriptions. Su Jintang was completely stunned. Inscription repair was part of the competition? She had never encountered this before. The other contestants around her quickly got into the zone, clearly having practiced beforehand. Su Jintang's gaze fell on the discarded inscription on the table. Not a big problem. She learned how to create inscriptions in no time, so repairing them should be about the same. Su Jintang cleared her throat, took out her yellow sand fire cloud brush, and began attempting to condense threads of spiritual energy. Because inscription masters rely on their own abilities to inscribe, cheating is difficult, and the staff hadn't set up any special barriers during the competition. Su Jintang could easily glimpse the actions of the contestant at the next table with a turn of his head. The contestant at the next table first condensed threads of spiritual energy, then slowly infused them into the discarded inscription. As the threads of spiritual energy were injected into the formation, the discarded inscription gradually glowed faintly. It seemed to be slowly restoring its energy. Su Jintang suddenly understood. It was no different from creating inscriptions. It was simply a matter of redrawing and engraving the discarded formation. Having grasped the repair technique, Su Jintang lowered his head and began to try it out. When the first thread of spiritual energy was embedded into the discarded formation, the discarded inscription in his hand indeed began to glow. But less than 2 seconds later, the inscription in his hand suddenly exploded, then became completely unusable. Previously, it was destroyed because the inscription had lost its energy, but it could still be repaired. But this time, it exploded directly. At the same time, the proctoring system beeped and displayed a notification: repair failed. Number of inscriptions: 1. Su Jintang froze. She failed? She clearly followed the instructions of the player at the next table, so how could it suddenly fail? The commotion caught Sun Yuantian's attention. He put his hands behind his back, walked over, and was stunned to see that it was Qian Duo who had failed to repair it. He quickly realized what was happening. Miss Qian had never received any systematic training from the association before, and it was very likely that she hadn't learned how to repair abandoned inscriptions. Chapter 83. Su Jintang stared at the completely destroyed inscription on the table, lost in thought. The reason the formation exploded was basically for only one reason: the injected spiritual energy exceeded the formation's maximum capacity. Su Jintang quickly understood. She pursed her lips, took out a new discarded inscription, and this time, instead of immediately injecting spiritual energy threads into it, she first examined the original formation for a moment. After clarifying the detailed changes in the formation's patterns, Su Jintang reconstituted spiritual energy threads. Every inscription master has their own habits, so the size and thickness of the spiritual energy threads they condense will vary. The explosion that just occurred was because the spiritual energy she injected was incompatible with the original formation. Su Jintang took a deep breath and began a new attempt. Sun Yuantian, not far away, silently watched the situation. Seeing that Su Jintang hadn't given up after one failure, he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Time passed slowly, and the atmosphere in the examination hall was exceptionally quiet. Occasionally, an explosion would ring out, announcing that a contestant had failed to repair the inscription again. Su Jintang's second attempt to repair the inscription took even longer. But this time, halfway through, the inscription still didn't explode. Su Jintang slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, focusing his mind on the discarded inscription in his hand, continuing to concentrate on the repair. Half an hour passed, and the discarded inscription in his hand regained its luster. Su Jintang's eyes lit up. He had succeeded. At the same time, the proctoring system next to him popped up a notification: number of successfully repaired discarded inscriptions: 1. Su Jintang breathed a sigh of relief and quickly continued to try to repair the second one. With the experience of success, the rest became much easier. The repair time for the second discarded inscription was halved, completed smoothly in just 15 minutes. Su Jintang became increasingly skilled, repairing one inscription after another. Sun Yuantian surveyed the area, then glanced at the remaining time in the competition: 10 minutes left. Jiang Xiangyang, who had been performing most consistently, had already completed the repair of his 10th inscription. He smiled, stood up, and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect to Sun Yuantian. Sun Yuantian returned the smile and gestured for him to leave. Before leaving, Jiang Xiangyang glanced back at Su Jintang's position, saw that she was still repairing her 10th inscription, silently withdrew his gaze, and turned to leave the competition venue. More and more inscription masters completed their repairs and gradually left. Only a few contestants remained, rushing to finish their work in the final moments. Su Jintang didn't dare to delay either, focusing intently on the task at hand. 10 minutes remaining until the end of the competition. The emotionless electronic voice announced. The sound of the explosion shattered the composure of the remaining contestants, causing the inscriptions they were repairing to explode and fail. Su Jintang remained focused on the inscription in his hand, each breath becoming extremely cautious. Threads of spiritual energy were continuously channeled into the formation. In the final minute of the countdown, the discarded inscription in Su Jintang's hand regained its luster. The proctoring system displayed a notification: number of successfully repaired discarded inscriptions: 9. This elimination round has ended. Please leave the venue immediately. Su Jintang slowly stood up, stretching his arms. A staff member approached and reminded them, Please wait in the public hall on the left for the results and rankings to be announced. Su Jintang turned and walked towards the public hall. At this moment, a small group of viewers poured into the live broadcast room of the competition. Is it over already? I just came in, and haven't seen anything interesting yet. I remember that Qian Duo player was quite impressive last time, wasn't he? How come he was so lackluster today? He failed on his first restoration, and the rest of the competition was completed just before the deadline. He's still young. I saw in the player's profile that Qian Duo is only in his early 16s. Compared to veteran players like Jiang Xiangyang, who have already participated in major competitions, he still lacks experience. The outside world usually pays little attention to the inscription master competition. Seeing that the competition was over, and there was nothing interesting to watch, the viewers in the live broadcast room gradually left. At this moment, in the public hall of the inscription master competition, Sun Yuantian stood in front of all the inscription master players, and announced the competition rankings. This round of elimination matches will be scored based on a combination of completion time, and the number and quality of successful inscription restorations. As soon as he finished speaking, the screen behind him immediately displayed the player and scoring data. Su Jintang looked up and glanced at it. First place, Jiang Xianyang, overall score 100. 7th place, De Shiguo, overall score 96. 16th place, Qian Duo, overall score 92. Su Jintang was practically teetering on the brink of elimination this round, but thankfully managed to reach 16th place. Seeing the results, she breathed a sigh of relief. This round is the round of 16 elimination. Those who fail to make it into the final rankings are eliminated. Thank you for your participation, and we look forward to seeing you in the next competition. The competition ended, and the players left the stage one by one. Su Jintang was still a little dazed. This inscription master competition was indeed different from the one next door. Over next door, after the competition, fans and spectators cheered and shouted, creating a very lively atmosphere. But here, the atmosphere was consistently calm. Miss Qian, did you not perform well today? Shui Zhongqi, wearing a ghost mask, approached and asked hesitantly. Su Jintang snapped out of her thoughts and replied, well, not exactly did I not perform well, I'm just not very good at this. After leaving the public hall, the two ran into Jiang Xianyang, who was surrounded by other contestants. After this round, Jiang Xianyang's reputation and status were clearly solidified, and the flattery and fawning from others towards him were even more undisguised. Su Jintang and Shui Zhongqi exchanged a glance, said nothing, and silently walked away. Having learned from her previous experience, after leaving the competition venue, Su Jintang immediately made an excuse to separate from Shui Zhongqi. Seeing her firm attitude, he didn't say anything more, only politely saying goodbye. Su Jintang turned and quickly walked towards the hover train across the street. It was midday, the sun at its zenith. Su Jintang, drenched in sweat, jumped through the window into the room, removed her disguise mask, and sat on the sofa to rest for a while. Knock knock. A knock sounded at the door. Class monitor, lunch is ready. Yin Yuding's voice came from inside. Su Jintang rubbed her temples and replied, coming. After a short while, Su Jintang got up and went downstairs. As soon as she entered the dining room, she smelled the aroma of food wafting in the air. A young woman in a chef's uniform came out of the kitchen carrying trays. She smiled, revealing round dimples, and spoke softly, Jintang's here. This week, I specially customized different meal sets based on the nutritional needs of each of you 5. Try them first. Su Jintang took the plate from her hands, sat down at the table, and scooped up a spoonful of food, putting it in her mouth. After chewing for a moment, the rich and mellow flavor filled her mouth. She nodded involuntarily. Sister, your cooking is getting better and better. Ruan Tao smiled slightly, her lips curving upwards. Call me sister. Su Jintang swallowed the food in her mouth and smiled sweetly at her sister. So good, my little Jintang. Ruan Tao gently patted Su Jintang's head, her eyes crinkling, her smile widening. A moment later, Yin Yuding and Song Tianqi also came downstairs. Without being invited, they immediately rushed into the dining room. Yin Yuding, speaking in a high-pitched voice, said, Sister Taozi, you come up with a new recipe again. Ruan Tao smiled and handed over another set meal. Yes, this is for you, try it. Song Tianqi followed suit, rushing over and calling out in a high-pitched voice, Sister Taozi. Ruan Tao smiled and handed him another set meal. The three of them, having received their food, immediately quieted down and obediently ate around the table. Su Jintang stuffed large mouthfuls of rice into her mouth, and in no time, Her plate was empty. She picked up the soup that Yuan Tao had prepared beforehand and took a big gulp. After swallowing the warm soup, a feeling of warmth spread throughout her body, and even her mental energy seemed to become more active. Su Jintang looked up curiously. Sister Peach, is this new nutritional meal designed to improve the speed of mental energy circulation? Yes, I noticed your mental energy cultivation speed seems a bit slower than others, so I specially modified the nutritional meal for you. Thank you, Sister Peach. Su Jintang got up and hugged Yuan Tao. Without wasting any time, she quickly rushed upstairs and, while the enhancement effect was still active, swiftly entered the cultivation room to begin circulating her mental energy. There was only 1 day left until the elimination rounds. To sell tickets, the competition organizers began to create hype and promote the event. Masked Squad vs. Grand Women's Team. Want to see exciting and thrilling battles? Come to the Superpowered Individuals competition. This Masked Squad is really popular lately, constantly trending on social media. This team became famous purely through their outrageous antics, but in terms of strength, compared to other teams in the Superpowered Individuals competition, they're at best below average. But they're really handsome. Don't be silly, they're handsome because you can't see their faces. The day their masks are shattered and their true faces are revealed, you'd be completely disillusioned. Hilarious, the legendary online romance that dies in person. That day, the Superpowered Individuals competition's popularity soared to the top of today's headlines, and all the tickets for the elimination round sold out instantly. Su Jintang and his friends didn't go out causing trouble, they stayed in the villa's training grounds, practicing team tactics. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The day of the highly anticipated first round of eliminations finally arrived. Su Jintang and his 5 friends arrived at the competition venue in perfect unison, each wearing the same ghost face mask as usual. The fans waiting outside the venue immediately cheered, Masked Squad! Masked Squad! Chapter 84. Today will be a tough battle for Su Jintang and his team of 5. Wu Jinghong and Zhuang Silin, worried, specifically bought tickets for today's event. After entering, the two sat near the front and chatted. Do you have confidence in them? Zhuang Silin asked Wu Jinghong with interest. Wu Jinghong smiled slightly. We still have confidence. At that moment, a cheer erupted from inside the venue. The 5 members of the Masked Squad entered the arena in perfect unison through the player entrance. Su Jintang, leading the way, even greeted the nearby fans. The player waiting area was an open-air space, allowing spectators in the nearby stands to clearly see the actions of each player. After Su Jintang and his team took their positions, they maintained a cool and immobile posture. Soon afterward, players from other teams arrived one after another. Today, only the elimination matches for the upper bracket teams were held, and only all players from the upper bracket teams were present, totaling 64 teams. After verifying the attendance of each team, the tournament staff announced the match schedule. The match between the Masked Squad and the Prosperous Women's team was scheduled for the 8th match. Both teams needed to wait for a while. Su Jintang and his 5 teammates, without any hesitation, sat down on the floor in a row to watch the first few matches. The other teams around them also sat down. Some closed their eyes to rest, while others watched the first few matches with great interest, learning from the experience. The 2 teams in the first elimination match were evenly matched, and the team battle was extremely intense, ending in a close contest. The following matches were similar, and the surrounding audience began to experience visual fatigue, their interest waning. At this moment, Li Xiang, the host, appeared on the stage. Smiling, he held up the microphone and announced, "Next up is a match many viewers have been eagerly anticipating. The Masked Squad versus the Prosperous Women's team." These words instantly energized the crowd, and many fans who had come for the Masked Squad immediately looked up and cheered. The Prosperous Women's team also had a considerable number of fans, who joined in with their own enthusiastic shouts of support. Both teams' fans gave their all, and the atmosphere instantly became lively. "Class monitor, it's our turn." Song Tianqi chuckled, eagerly approaching. Su Jintang stood up, brushing the dust off his palms, his gaze falling on the floating light screen on the stage. "Now let's see how lucky we are this time." Teacher Wu had previously analyzed for them that drawing a 1v1 match in this elimination round was most advantageous for them. Other team battle modes would make them vulnerable to being targeted by the opposing 5-person team. Yin Yuding and Shui Zhongqi also stood up, their expressions grave as they looked towards the arena. At the same time, the entire Shengshi women's team also stood up. Compared to the solemn expressions of the 5 members of the Masked Squad, the 5 members of this team looked much more relaxed. Team leader Jiang Ying stretched, her arms outstretched, her sexy curves even more alluring. Next, we will begin the random selection phase for the two teams match, Li Xiang announced in a clear voice. As soon as he finished speaking, the light screen behind him immediately flickered. All eyes in the arena focused on this. A few seconds later, the words 1v1 Gauntlet Battle appeared in the center of the light screen. It really is 1v1. Song Tianqi was the first to shout excitedly, "Our luck is incredible." Yin Yuting, who had been on edge the whole time, breathed a sigh of relief. She patted her chest. "Great, we don't have to be so anxious today." Jiangxi remained composed throughout, showing little emotion even in the face of tension. Shui Zhongqi calmly took out his wolf-tooth hook spear from his waist. "In that case, I'd be the first one to go today, right?" According to Teacher Wu's tactical plan, in a 1v1 situation, Shui Zhongqi would go first. His weapons attack methods were flexible, allowing him to probe his opponent's strength and trump cards first. Su Jintang nodded. "Okay, you go first." Song Tianqi excitedly leaned closer. "What about me? What about me? What about me?" "Wait a minute." With that, Su Jintang shoved him aside and continued to instruct Shui Zhongqi. "The first one they send out will most likely be a tier 3, so be careful." Shui Zhongqi made a cool gesture. "Don't worry, with me here, nothing will go wrong." Li Xiang continued standing on the stage and announced, "Next, please welcome the first members of each team to the stage." Shui Zhongqi turned around, casually took the grappling hook from his waist, and stepped onto the steps of the same direction arena. Masked Squad. Masked Squad. The Flourishing Women's Team is the best. The Flourishing Women's Team is invincible. The fans on both sides were shouting at the top of their lungs. Upon seeing Shui Zhongqi step onto the stage first, the Masked Squad's fans immediately changed their chant. "Watermelon, watermelon, a path strewn with flowers." This chant caused Shui Zhongqi, who had just stepped onto the stage, to stumble slightly. He awkwardly lowered his head and coughed lightly, covering his mouth. The woman on the opposite stage also frowned upon hearing the chant, glancing hesitantly at Shui Zhongqi. "Big watermelon?" Shui Zhongqi cleared his throat, calming himself, and looked up again. "Big watermelon is just my code name. Actually, I'm quite handsome." The woman opposite him chuckled twice. "Really? Then take off your mask and let me see." Shui Zhongqi straightened his back and immediately shook his finger. "That won't do." Seeing that the two had become familiar, Li Xiang slowly retreated to the edge of the ring, smiling as he announced, "Now, the match begins." At the command, Shui Zhongqi and the woman opposite him immediately changed their expressions. The two, who had just been smiling, quickly attacked each other. The grappling hook of his spear grabbed the woman's ankle, and Shui Zhongqi forcefully pulled her towards him. But the woman had clearly anticipated this. She didn't resist, but instead used the force to fly towards him. At the same time, she raised her hand, and a miniature purple lotus flower slowly appeared above her palm, spinning rapidly like a small top. Shui Zhongqi immediately became alert. Teacher Wu had introduced this female team member's special ability, the Purple Lotus, a plant-based ability that could create illusions for enemies. The female team member from the prosperous women's team leaped into the air, the Purple Lotus hovering above her palm rapidly expanding. Shui Zhongqi immediately released the grappling hook and turned to dodge the lotus. But the female team member was already upon him. She raised her sexy red lips and, as she approached Shui Zhongqi, softly said, "Little brother, your sister isn't as easy to bully as you think." Her gentle voice traveled through the air to Shui Zhongqi's ears. He inhaled the lotus's exotic fragrance and was instantly pulled into the purple lotus's illusion. With a bang, the female team member easily tossed the affected Shui Zhongqi off the stage. She stood at the edge of the ring, clapped her hands, turned and glanced at Su Jintang below, a smile playing on her lips. Next. Receiving a signal from the other side, Su Jintang slowly spoke, "Next, Yuting." Their order of appearance was carefully arranged by Teacher Wu. She couldn't afford to lose her composure because of a provocative glance from the other side. According to the plan, she was to save herself for last. Jiangxi also had to wait until Jiang Yingying entered the ring before making her move. Therefore, in the first few rounds, others had to defend. Yin Yuting took a deep breath and clenched her fists. "Yes!" Shui Zhongqi, who had been thrown off the stage, recovered his senses. He awkwardly touched his nose and admitted his mistake. "I wasn't paying attention and accidentally got hit by their mental attack." Su Jintang glanced at him. "Who said that? With me here, there won't be any surprises." Shui Zhongqi was even more embarrassed. I was wrong. I definitely pay attention next time." "See? What did I tell you? This masked squad is no good when they encounter strong opponents." The opponent only used a tier 3 fighter, and they instantly killed this big watermelon. Sigh. Don't worry, the masked squad also has a tier 4 fighter. They haven't even panicked yet. Why are you jumping up and down? I feel like the masked squad is in a bit of trouble this time. The prosperous women's team has 3 tier 3 fighters, and a tier 4 fighter, Jiang Yingying, who's eyeing them covetously. How are they going to fight? Yin Yuting slowly walked onto the stage. This was her first time on stage alone, and she was a little nervous. The female team member opposite her flexed her wrists and looked over with a smile. Little sister, you're probably only at level 2, right? Are you sure you want to fight me? Because the 5 members of the masked squad haven't used any special abilities yet, outsiders don't know that Yin Yuting and Shui Zhongqi are actually just support characters. Yin Yuting smiled and looked up at the opposite side. Sister, nobody said a second-tier fighter can't beat a third-tier fighter, right? The female teammate was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. Alright, let's give it a try. Li Xiang retreated to the edge of the arena, gesturing downwards. The second 1v1 duel begins. As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Yuting's face instantly turned cold. She drew her wind shadow whip from her waist, and swiftly wrapped it around the female teammate's waist. The whip was agile and firm. The female teammate didn't have time to react before being quickly entangled. She frowned slightly, but didn't panic. She simply smiled faintly, raised her hands, and summoned the purple radiance lotus again. The rapidly spinning lotus quickly flashed several afterimages, splitting into 5 miniature lotus-shaped hidden weapons. Besides its illusionary attacks, the purple radiance lotus could also transform into hidden weapons to launch physical attacks on enemies. As Yin Yuting's whip entangled the female teammate, her lotus hidden weapons also flew in from the next area. The rapidly spinning lotus hidden weapons flashed with a cold light in the air. Yin Yuting swiftly dodged to the side, using her long whip to pull the female teammate towards her. The female teammate didn't resist, instead leaping into the air to attack. 5 lotus-shaped hidden weapons, under her control, veered off course and flew towards Yin Yuting again. Su Jintang, watching from below the stage, pursed her lips slightly. Oh no! I feel like the masked squad is going to lose again. If they lose again, won't the masked squad have suffered 2 consecutive defeats? Can they even fight anymore? No way. I quite like the masked squad. Can't we let them last 2 more rounds? Chapter 85. A dark purple lotus-shaped hidden weapon swept towards them with incredible speed, leaving afterimages in the air. Yin Yuting's brows furrowed, but he didn't loosen his grip, continuing to pull the wind shadow whip, dragging the female teammate towards him. Just as the lotus weapon's attack was about to strike her arm, Yin Yuting's eyes darkened, and he gritted his teeth, meeting the attack head-on. Sizzle. The sleeve of her right arm was instantly torn open by the lotus weapon, making a slight scraping sound. Immediately afterward, the sharp blade of the weapon cut 5 fine gashes into her right arm, and drops of blood splattered instantly. The female teammate froze, completely unexpected that Yin Yuting hadn't dodged. She could have easily avoided the attack by simply retracting her whip and shifting to the side. The next second, Yin Yuting's lips curled into a grin. She forcefully pulled on the wind shadow whip, a stubborn glint in her eyes. Sister, let's go down together. As soon as she finished speaking, she swiftly channeled all her spiritual energy into the wind shadow whip, binding the female teammate opposite her even tighter. She then turned and leaped off the stage. The runes she had added to the wind shadow whip were fortitude and speed. At full power, the wind shadow whip could forcibly entangle a third-tier enemy within 3 seconds. The change came suddenly. When the female teammate regained her senses and tried to struggle, she found the wind shadow whip at her waist seemed welded to her body, impossible to break free from. Her expression changed slightly, and she hurriedly summoned the purple radiance lotus to attack Yin Yuting. But it was too late. Before she could even make a move, she had already been pulled off the stage. Li Xiang stood on the ring, glanced at Yin Yuting with surprise, and then announced, the second 1v1 duel ended in a draw as both fighters fell off the ring simultaneously. At this moment, Yin Yuting's right arm was still bleeding profusely. The wound inflicted by the lotus-shaped hidden weapon was deep, cutting into the flesh. Su Jintang walked over with a furrowed brow, reaching out to lift her right arm. Does it hurt? Yin Yuting nodded quickly, beginning to cry out, it hurts so much. So pretending to be cool comes at a price. I never do it again. The female team member, who had been pulled off the stage, was also deeply shocked. She had never imagined that her opponent would risk injury to deliberately take the hit of her hidden weapon in order to win. That hidden weapon, if it cut someone, could have severed nerves. Soon afterward, the competition's medical team arrived. This cut is quite deep. My ability can only temporarily stop the bleeding and relieve the pain. To fully recover, you probably need to go to the medical center, the medical team leader said, activating his healing ability. Yan Yuding's bleeding arm quickly stopped, and the intense pain disappeared. But the entire cut wound was still there. Song Tianqi and the others gathered around. Shui Zhongqi frowned. How is she? Is it serious? Su Jintang handed Yan Yuding to him. You just finished your competition. Take her to the medical center for a checkup. Don't waste time. Shui Zhongqi immediately took Yan Yuding's left hand and let her rest it on his shoulder. I'm leaving now. Good luck to you three. Yan Yuding raised her intact left hand and gave a thumbs up. I definitely win. Song Tianqi watched Yan Yuding and the other person leave with a complicated expression. I didn't expect that among us, Yuding was the most determined. It would be a lie to say he wasn't ashamed. Given the situation just now, facing a third-tier ability user's hidden weapon attack, he most likely wouldn't have the guts to take it head-on. Jiang Shi's usually calm eyes seemed to have a flicker of emotion. She turned to Su Jintang and, for the first time, volunteered, I go in the next match. Su Jintang met her gaze, and noticing her emotions, smiled slightly. Okay, then I leave the next few matches to you, Sister Shi. In the live broadcast room, tens of millions of viewers were also shocked by Yan Yuding's actions. That cut on her right arm must have almost severed a meridian, right? If something had gone wrong, her entire arm could have been severed. Holy crap! Who said a second-tier ability user can't defeat a third-tier one? This is a perfect example. Jade Fox is too powerful. Oh no, I'm becoming a fan. Who's Big Watermelon? From today onwards, I'm only a fan of Jade Fox. Many spectators in the stands were also shocked. Shuang Silin and Wu Jinghong, however, looked rather grim. You keep watching, I go check on Yan Yuding. With that, Wu Jinghong bent down, stood up, and hurriedly left. Shuang Silin's brows furrowed, her stern gaze falling on Su Jintang and the others in the audience. She took a deep breath to control her emotions and continued watching the match. Jiang Yingying and the other members of the Shengshi women's team watched their opponents with grave expressions. Captain, the female team member who had just been pulled off the stage by Yan Yuding hesitated, her emotions seemingly complicated. Jiang Yingying withdrew her gaze, regaining her composure. This match is a draw, but we still have the advantage. No matter how the other side performs, we only have one goal, to win. Next match, just play normally. Yes, the team members answered in unison. After a 10-minute break, Li Xiang reappeared on the stage. Now, please welcome the third-round contestants from both sides to the stage. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Shi took out a rocket launcher, slung it over her shoulder, and stepped onto the stairs leading to the stage. She walked steadily onto the stage, stood firm, and looked at her opponent. As usual, she began her self-introduction. The masked squad, the cold-blooded assassin. Her opponent was a third-tier ability user. She had pink hair and a striking figure over 1.7 meters tall. She smiled slightly. The magnificent women's team, when Ryue? Li Xiang sized them up, and seeing that they were ready, he stepped back to clear the arena and announced, the third 1v1 duel begins now. In an instant, Jiang Shi's eyes turned cold. Beneath her long, jet-black hair lay a gaunt face hidden behind a ghostly mask, her icy gaze revealing a calm inner world. Bang! Bang! Two loud explosions echoed across the arena. Jiang Shi, rocket launcher slung over her shoulder, charged towards the opposite side without hesitation. When Ryue froze for a moment, then quickly dodged. Her special ability was the Hunyuan lamp, an ancient lamp that could be lit with mental power. It could manipulate a person's consciousness through its light, instantly creating an invisible mental attack. The Hunyuan lamp appeared before her, rapidly expanding in size, its dim yellow light refracting outwards from within. Jiang Shi sensed the energy within the Hunyuan lamp, her expression unchanged, and fired a barrage of rockets at the lamp. Several more booms followed. The thick smoke from the explosions obscured most of the arena. To avoid being affected by the battle's energy blast, Li Xiang had to turn and jump off the arena. When he reappeared, he was riding the hovering ball he had been riding before, automatically circling the arena and observing the battle between the two fighters. Jiang Shi, after all, was a fourth-tier ability user, possessing a natural mental strength level advantage. Even without using her abilities, her mental strength alone was enough to suppress when Ryue. The 5-minute battle ended, and the defenseless when Ryue was thrown off the arena. Jiang Shi, holding a rocket launcher in one hand, used it to prop when Ryue against the arena, calmly scanning the area below, and said indifferently next. This time, The members of the Shengshi women's team looked serious. Wow, it really is the cold-blooded killer. I had a feeling she was very strong when I saw her appear last time. After all, she's a 4th-tier user, with a level advantage. I just wonder what the chances are of this cold-blooded killer against Jiang Yingying. Want to see the ultimate showdown between the ruthless killer and Jiang Yingying? Let Jiang Yingying go next. The audience in the stands shared the same thought, chanting in unison, Jiang Yingying. Jiang Yingying. Their voices grew louder and louder. But Jiang Yingying clearly still had her rational side. After a moment's thought, she ultimately decided to let her 3rd-tier teammate take the stage. Seeing the last 3rd-tier member of the Graceful Woman team enter the arena, Jiang Shi slowly hoisted her rocket launcher, glancing at Li Xiang riding a hovercraft beside her. Can we begin? Li Xiang snapped out of his daze, and quickly raised the microphone to announce, the 4th 1v1 duel begins now. The fierce battle erupted once more. Wherever Jiang Shi passed, thick smoke from the explosions enveloped everything. The audience had to crane their necks, scrutinizing the large screen for details. A few minutes later, the 3rd-tier member of the Shengshi women's team flew out of the ring in a parabolic arc. As the smoke cleared, Jiang Shi, carrying a rocket launcher in one hand, slowly appeared in everyone's view. Li Xiang smiled and announced, the masked team wins this 1v1 duel. Su Jintang smiled from below the ring. Song Tianqi, standing nearby, remarked, with Sister Shi on the field, the situation was immediately evened out. Su Jintang glanced at the other team. The match had now reached its 4th round. They had eliminated 2 members, while the other team had eliminated 3, completely turning the tide. At this moment, Jiang Yingying was also observing the masked team. Her brows were furrowed, her gaze fixed on Su Jintang, lost in thought. The 10-minute intermission quickly ended. After much deliberation, Jiang Yingying stepped onto the ring. A burst of enthusiastic cheers erupted from the crowd. The woman of the world will prevail. The woman of the world will prevail. Jiang Shi's gaze shifted to Jiang Yingying opposite her, and she spoke first. Cold-blooded assassin from the masked squad, please enlighten me. Jiang Yingying raised her red lips. Mind if I ask a question? Jiang Shi nodded. What is it? Why hasn't any of your 5 team members used their special abilities yet? Jiang Yingying's deep gaze fell on Jiang Shi's face, seemingly trying to discern something from her expression. Jiang Shi was silent for a moment, then replied, because it's the team rule. Chapter 86. A cool, clear voice amplified throughout the arena. This question wasn't just on Jiang Yingying's mind. The audience present, and in the live stream all wanted to know what was going on. But Jiang Shi shut her down again, with a remark about team rules. Jiang Yingying chuckled lightly. What kind of team has such a rule? Could it be, you're from one of the 5 major military academies? Her tone held a hint of probing. Jiang Shi glanced at her, then silently changed the subject. Referee, can the match begin? Li Xiang, who had also been curiously observing her, snapped out of his reverie upon hearing this, chuckled awkwardly, and quickly announced, the 5th match, a 1v1 duel, begins now. Jiang Yingying's smile vanished. She raised her hands, and shards of sharp, pointed mirror instantly materialized in her palms, linked together to form a chain, reflecting a cold light. This was her special ability, the mirror blade, a free blade formed from shards of mirror. Its edge shape could change at will, sometimes resembling a long chain whip, sometimes a cold sword. Jiang Shi and Jiang Yingying were clearly aggressive. After the battle began, neither retreated, charging directly to the center of the arena for a full-force clash. The crisp sound of shattered mirrors echoed throughout the arena. Su Jintang, resting his chin on his hand, stared intently at the situation on the stage. The first 2 matches had already depleted Shi's mental energy, and now, facing Jiang Yingying at her peak, she was clearly at a disadvantage. The main reason was that she couldn't use her special ability, which greatly limited Shi's abilities. Song Tianqi also sensed the unfavorable situation and leaned closer, whispering, Class monitor, if there's another round, should I go, or should you? Su Jintang pondered for a moment. I go. The other team has a peak 2nd-tier player. If I can take down Jiang Yingying, you can finish them off, and deal with that peak 2nd-tier player. Song Tianqi's eyes lit up, and he immediately patted his chest. Don't worry, I finished them off, no surprises. You better not cause any surprises. Su Jintang glanced at him silently. While the two were chatting, 2 waves of critical hits erupted on the arena. Jiang Shi's rocket launcher was equipped with critical hit and explosive runes. Each attack would trigger an explosion, dealing massive damage over a wide area. Jiang Yingying's mirror blade focused on cutting, sharpness, and speed, each attack aimed directly at Jiang Shi herself. Little sister, for your age, Having this kind of strength already makes you a peerless genius among your peers. But I'm 2 years older than you, so if you want to beat me, you better not hold back. Jiang Ying effortlessly intercepted the incoming projectiles, and said with a smile. Jiang Shi's mental energy was already more than half depleted. Her breathing became erratic. She stopped moving and stood still, slowly adjusting her breathing. She could sense that Jiang Ying had deliberately held back, probably trying to force her to use her ability. Jiang Shi pursed her lips and looked up, replying, "Okay." These words immediately caused Jiang Ying's expression to change for a moment. Many audience members also showed excited expressions, holding their breath in anticipation of Jiang Shi using her ability. Only Su Jintang, sitting in the audience, stroked his chin, a sly glint in his eyes. 2 seconds later, Jiang Shi gathered all her mental energy, the powerful fluctuations distorting the air around her. She still didn't use her special abilities. Instead, she channeled all her powerful mental energy into her magical rocket launcher, which flashed a bright red light. Destructive power erupted from it, striking Jiang Ying. A massive energy shockwave formed. Jiang Ying bit her lower lip, frantically mobilizing her mental energy to resist. A gust of wind ruffled her clothes. A few seconds later, the battle ended. Exhausted of mental energy, Jiang Shi jumped off the stage, ending the duel. Jiang Ying's clothes were somewhat disheveled on the stage. Although she had withstood Jiang Shi's full-force attack, most of her mental energy had been depleted. Li Xiang raised an eyebrow and stepped forward to announce, "The Women's Glory team wins this 1v1 duel." Jiang Shi put away her rocket launcher, walked toward Su Jintang, and quietly said, "Her mental energy is almost depleted. You should be able to handle her." Su Jintang smiled and patted her shoulder. "Thanks." She naturally knew that Jiang Shi had just unleashed her full power to help her wear down Jiang Ying. That way, dealing with Jiang Ying would be easier for her. I finally waited for the captain of the Eat Rice Man team to enter the arena. Ah, I can't wait. By the way, do you know why the captain of the masked squad is called that? It doesn't sound very cool. Maybe because their captain likes to eat? Man is iron, food is steel. Eating is indeed quite important. Su Jintang stretched her wrists and slowly walked onto the arena. Jiang Ying sat cross-legged on the arena next to her, seizing the time to recover her mental energy, and had no time to pay attention to Su Jintang. Seeing that no one paid attention to her, Su Jintang turned around and greeted everyone in the stands. "Hello everyone, I am the captain of the masked squad, codenamed Dry Rice Man. Thank you for your support and liking." The audience rarely saw such a friendly competitor, even greeting them during the match. In the stands closest to her, the crowd immediately rose to their feet, cheering excitedly. A deafening roar of encouragement filled the entire arena. "Good job. Good job." Feeling the enthusiasm of the audience, Su Jintang raised her hand and continued waving to the other side of the stands. Because it was uncommon for competitors to greet the audience like this, Su Jintang's sudden gesture caused the crowd to erupt in cheers. Li Xiang, listening to wave after wave of cheers, felt his eardrums go numb. Soon, the intermission ended, and he quickly picked up the microphone and cleared his throat. The sixth match, a 1v1 duel, is now beginning. Jiang Ying on the stage had already stood up. Her expression was cold, her gaze cautiously scrutinizing Su Jintang. Compared to the ruthless fourth-tier assassin from before, she was actually more wary of this captain. To be the captain of such a team, her strength was definitely more than what appeared on the surface. "A pleasure to meet you." Su Jintang greeted her with a fist and palm salute. Jiang Ying smiled slightly. "Let's skip the pleasantries and get started." With that, she charged towards Su Jintang with lightning speed. Su Jintang's smile vanished, and she immediately activated her spiritual power. Under the influence of the dragon blood and various rare and precious herbs, her physical strength was terrifying. The two exchanged only one blow before Jiang Ying was sent flying backward. An expression of disbelief appeared on her face. This power. Could this useless person's ability be melee type? Just as she was about to fly off the stage, a mirror blade chain extended from Jiang Ying's palm, hooking onto the edge of the stage and pulling herself back onto it. She raised her eyes solemnly, slowly opening her hands, countless shards of mirror blades rising from her sides. Su Jintang flexed her wrists, smiled, and then lunged forward. Reaching the other side, she pushed off the ground, leaping into the air and clenching her fist, slamming it down towards Jiang Ying below. A terrifying radiance of power descended. Jiang Ying gritted her teeth, her eyes calmly manipulating the mirror blades to form a circular shield, forcefully blocking the attack. Clang! Her fist struck the hard mirror blades, producing a loud thud. Then, A crack appeared on the circular shield of mirror blades, slowly spreading outwards. Jiang Yingying was once again shocked by Su Jintang's power. Good heavens, no wonder she's the captain, this power is terrifying. I know why she's called a freeloader. She must be strong, so she eats a lot. Her physical strength must be at least 4th tier. It's estimated that this dry rice person possesses a melee-type superpower that enhances physical strength. In the blink of an eye, Su Jintang and Jiang Yingying had exchanged over a dozen blows. Judging from the situation, Jiang Yingying was actually at a disadvantage. She mostly focused on blocking and defending, constantly being led around by the attacking Su Jintang. After being pushed back again, Jiang Yingying took a deep breath, deciding not to continue the fight. Mirror Blade Domain. As soon as the voice fell, a halo of light appeared around Jiang Yingying, and the entire domain centered on her instantly transformed into a mirror world. Su Jintang was also pulled into the domain, surrounded by mirrors reflecting her image. Admit defeat. You at the same level can break my mirror blade domain, let alone you, who is only at the peak of the 3rd rank. Jiang Yingying's voice came from all directions, making it impossible to pinpoint her location. Su Jintang surveyed her surroundings, her reflection shimmering in every mirror. Jiang Yingying had vanished, clearly hiding somewhere within this mirror blade domain. Damn! It's a domain-type ability. Domain-type abilities are indeed powerful, activating one directly grants control of an entire domain. No wonder Jiang Yingying seemed so calm, she had a trump card up her sleeve. Below the arena, Song Tianqi crossed his arms and muttered, "Is this the same domain-type ability as the class monitor?" Jiang Shi silently replied, "Not really. Su Jintang's domain ice is a pure domain-type ability. Jiang Yingying's mirror blade is likely a later developed domain-type skill. The two are very different." Song Tianqi suddenly understood, "I see." The arena was now completely surrounded by mirrors. Su Jintang flexed her wrists while examining the surrounding mirrors, searching for a breakthrough for a long time without success. Jiang Yingying's voice echoed again from all directions. "Still not admitting defeat?" Su Jintang smiled. "Admitting defeat doesn't exist in my dictionary." As soon as she finished speaking, she swiftly activated her mental power, instantly covering the entire arena with her domain power. 2 seconds later, the layers of mirror blades that had enveloped the arena were suddenly shattered from within, cracks rapidly spreading to the other mirrors before collapsing. Wearing a ghost face mask, Su Jintang clenched her fists, her body shooting out of the mirror blade domain like a cannonball. Chapter 87. Countless mirrors collapsed and shattered, emitting a crisp sound. After the mirror blade domain was broken, Jiang Yingying, who had been hiding within it, instantly revealed her true form. Her face was filled with disbelief as she stared intently at Su Jintang. "How could you break the mirror blade domain with just your physical strength?" Su Jintang shook her numb hand. "Maybe it's because I'm strong." As soon as she finished speaking, she clenched her fist again, unleashing a burst of power from her feet, and charged towards Jiang Yingying once more. Jiang Yingying's expression changed instantly. She raised her hands, summoning a mirror blade shield, and gripped it tightly in front of her. Su Jintang's fist struck the shield. The terrifying impact forced Jiang Yingying back several steps, directly to the edge of the arena. The audience in the stands held their breath, their eyes tensely fixed on Su Jintang and Su Yingying. Sensing the stalemate, Su Jintang retreated, raising her right arm to activate her ruby-embellished sleeve dart. Several hidden arrows, imbued with explosive runes, shot towards Jiang Yingying. Jiang Yingying's expression changed, and she quickly pulled back, rolling to the side. Even faster, Su Jintang leaped into the air, raising her leg and precisely kicking the mirror-bladed shield in Jiang Yingying's hand. Unable to gather her strength to resist, Jiang Yingying couldn't withstand the force, and was sent flying through the air in a parabolic arc, leaving the ring. The outcome was decided. Su Jintang retracted her leg, steadied herself on the ring, put her hands in her coat pockets, and surveyed the entire arena. At the same time, Li Xiang announced, "In this 1v1 duel, the masked squad wins." A unified cheer erupted from the surrounding stands. Grumble. Grumble. After this match, the tide completely turned in favor of the masked squad. At this moment, the prosperous women's team only had one last member at the peak of the 2nd tier remaining. But could that peak 2nd tier member defeat such a ferocious but useless opponent? This question simultaneously crossed the minds of the audience. "We concede," Jiang Yingying said on behalf of the team. Hearing this, Li Xiang smiled, raised the microphone again, and announced, "Then the duel between the masked squad and the prosperous women's team is over. Congratulations to the masked squad for winning this 1v1 elimination match and successfully advancing to the top 32 of the tournament." After the points-based competition, each match is an elimination system, the winner advances, and the loser is eliminated. Su Jintang easily jumped off the stage and returned to the waiting area. Class monitor, you all went up, but I didn't. Song Tianqi complained with resentment in his eyes. Su Jintang patted his shoulder lightly. I was originally planning to let you play, but the other side just conceded. Song Tianqi's gaze became even more aggrieved. Fine. At this moment, several members of the Shengshi women's team approached. The female team member who had accidentally injured Yan Yuding earlier spoke apologetically. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hurt your teammate. Which medical center is she in now? May I go see her? No need, injuries are common in competitions. It's none of your business, Su Jintang refused. The identities of the 5 of them had to be kept secret. If outsiders followed them to the medical center, it would inevitably cause unnecessary trouble. Hearing this, the other side didn't insist further. The elimination round ended, and Su Jintang and the other 2, along with the entire Shengshi women's team, walked out of the player tunnel together. The stands were filled with cheers from fans. Masked squad. Masked squad. After the contestants left, Zhuang Silin in the stands breathed a sigh of relief. She stood up, straightened her coat, and discreetly left through the exit. Inside the Federal Medical Center's emergency room, Yan Yuding's entire arm was mangled and bloody from being cut by a sharp blade. The medical staff glanced at it, calmly raised their hand, and activated their healing abilities. A healing white light emanated from her palm, gently covering Yan Yuding's injured arm. Yan Yuding looked at the slowly healing wound with astonishment. In just a few seconds, the severely cut wound rapidly healed, and the skin on her entire arm returned to its smooth, white state. Shui Zhongqi asked curiously, how does it feel? Yan Yuding raised her arm, examined it carefully, and replied, it doesn't hurt at all. The medical staff advised, you're lucky this time, you didn't cut any meridians in your arm. If the meridians were damaged, the wound would be difficult to treat. Yan Yuding looked up and asked, will this injury have any after effects? The medical staff replied, no. But if you come back with a more serious injury next time, there might be after effects. Don't take your body lightly at such a young age. After giving this advice, the medical staff turned and left the ward. At this moment, Su Jintang, who had just arrived, walked in from outside. How are you? Yan Yuding and Shui Zhongqi turned around simultaneously. Shui Zhongqi quickly replied, the doctor said it's nothing serious. Yan Yuding held up her arm. Look, there's not a trace of the wound. Song Tianqi walked to Yan Yuding's side in surprise, and examined her carefully. The recovery is quite impressive. Yan Yuding nodded. I heard the medical staff, who treated me just now, is a peak 7th tier ability user. They say that if she cultivates her ability to a higher level in the future, she could even bring the dead back to life. Su Jintang leaned against the wall. Anyway, we should do less of this kind of thing in the future. Song Tianqi nodded seriously. Right. Losing a match isn't a big deal, but getting injured is a big deal. As they were chatting, Wu Jinghong, who had just finished paying the fees, returned. With a stern face, she saw Su Jintang and the others approach and said harshly, I made you participate in the competition to develop your abilities, not to have you risk your lives just to win a match. Su Jintang quickly took the lead in admitting his mistake. Teacher, we were wrong. Yan Yuding and Song Tianqi also quickly admitted their mistakes. We definitely won't do it again next time. Wu Jinghong shook her head helplessly. You guys. After a long sigh, she continued, anyway, I can't do anything with you, but your teacher Zhuang isn't as easy to talk to as I am. Just as she finished speaking, Zhuang Silin, who had just arrived, walked in from outside. Her expression wasn't good. You lot, none of you take your health seriously, do you? Su Jintang cleared her throat, and lowered her head even further. Yan Yuding and the others all did the same. Seeing that they didn't speak, Zhuang Silin snorted coldly. Before the next elimination round, each of you 5 will submit a self-criticism to me. Yes. Su Jintang replied immediately. Writing self-criticisms was something she excelled at. Song Tianqi stood ramrod straight, his hands neatly placed at his sides. Yes. The remaining 3, including Yan Yuding, quickly echoed yes. After leaving the medical center, Yan Yuding had already regained her usual lively demeanor. Teacher Zhuang didn't seem to require us to write a specific number of words for our self-criticisms. How many are you planning to write? Song Tianqi held up one finger. Based on my experience, at least 1,000 words is needed. Writing too little will easily get us sent back to rewrite. Su Jintang nodded in agreement. Indeed. Shui Zhongqi hesitated, glancing at the 2 of them. You 2 seem quite experienced. At this, Song Tianqi immediately smiled nonchalantly. flicking a stray strand of hair from his forehead. Well, writing self-criticisms is something the class monitor and I are experts at. Jiangxi looked up. Then would it be convenient for you to write another one? No problem. Song Tianqi immediately patted his chest to assure her. Upon hearing this, Shui Zhongqi and Yan Yuding immediately looked over, but before they could speak, Song Tianqi interrupted them. I can't write that much. One more copy is my limit. Shui Zhongqi snorted heavily, took out his fan and shook it. I write it myself. Yan Yuding also pouted, crossing her arms in front of her. I write it myself too. After the top 32 qualifying rounds of the superpowered individuals competition, the hype surged again on the Starnet. The elimination match video between the masked squad and the prosperous women's team also went viral online. Wow! Jade Fox is too fierce. She actually blocked the superpowered attack with her bare hands. The cold-blooded assassin is also amazing. He single-handedly took down 2 third-tier opponents, and before leaving the stage, he even exhausted most of Jiang Yingying's mental energy, all without using any superpowers from beginning to end. This masked squad is really something. Their captain actually broke the mirror blade domain with his bare hands. That's incredible. The video replay of Su Jintang rushing out of the mirror blade domain has been edited into a highlight reel and uploaded to the Starnet. In less than half a day, the video views exceeded 1 million, becoming the most popular video of the day. The comment section was filled with casual viewers praising her awesomeness. The sun gradually set, and night fell. Yan Yuding, who had suddenly discovered something fun, excitedly ran downstairs. Class monitor. Sister Shi, do you two want to go shopping? Su Jintang and Jiang Shi were training on the second floor. The two stopped simultaneously, turned to look at Yan Yuding, and said in unison, shopping? What shopping? Yan Yuding walked over, brought up the communicator screen, and smiled. The underground black market is holding a large market event these 2 days. They say there will be many strange and unusual things for sale there. Do you want to go and have a look? Su Jintang fell into thought. She had heard about the underground black market in the Federation Star region. This underground black market was like a large second-hand market, but the variety of things that could be traded was much wider than in a second-hand market. Moreover, it's said that the organizers arranged some small games during each market event, with different levels of prizes available for playing. Sure, the next elimination round isn't for several days anyway, Su Jintang readily agreed. Jiangxi thought for a moment, and also nodded in agreement. Yeah, I'd like to go check it out too. Chapter 88. Originally, 3 girls planned to go to the underground black market. However, the news eventually reached Shui Zhongqi and Song Tianqi. Song Tianqi, his face darkening, emphasized, I want to go to the underground black market too. Shui Zhongqi sat on the sofa, looking indignant. What do you mean? You 3 are going shopping, while we 2 are left at home writing self-criticisms? No way, absolutely not. That's right. I still have 2 self-criticisms to write, and you're not even taking me shopping. Song Tianqi protested loudly. Seeing their insistence, Su Jintang had no choice but to relent. Fine, I take you too. Song Tianqi calmed down, immediately scratching his head with a smile. That's good, I go back to writing my self-criticisms. Remember to call me when you go out tomorrow. Yan Yuding gave him an okay sign. The next morning, Su Jintang's alarm clock rang precisely on time. She got up sleepily, turned off the alarm, and sat downstairs. After a while, she went downstairs. Usually, hardly anyone was up at this time. But today, as soon as she went downstairs, Song Tianqi and Shui Zhongqi, the 2 night owls who usually stayed up the latest, were both sitting obediently at the dining table eating breakfast. Su Jintang looked at them with surprise. Up so early? Yeah. Song Tianqi nodded repeatedly. I was afraid you'd forget to wake us. At this moment, Yan Yuding and Jiang Shi also came out of their rooms right on time. The 5 of them sat around the long dining table, eating breakfast quietly. Buzz? A vibration sounded. Su Jintang put down her soup bowl and turned on the communicator screen. It was a message suddenly sent to the 10-person group chat with Yuan Yao and the others. Yuan Yao had forwarded a post related to the masked squad. You 5 are famous this much already? Su Jintang clicked on the post. A page for the most popular team in the public vote immediately popped up, with the masked squad firmly in first place with 530,000 votes. Su Jintang was stunned. She remembered that this election was conducted under real names, and each person could only vote once. Their team getting 530,000 votes was indeed quite exaggerated. Soon, the others also saw the message in the group chat, and Yan Yuding exclaimed in surprise. Are all 5 of us this popular? Song Tianqi proudly tossed his hair, and that's without even showing off my handsome face. Shui Zhongqi, who was drinking soup, choked and glanced at Song Tianqi teasingly. You really have the nerve to say that. Su Jintang silently glanced at Song Tianqi. Since Song Tianqi started diligently cultivating, he had indeed lost a lot of weight and grown taller, looking quite presentable and clean-cut. But compared to Shui Zhongqi's dashing and handsome appearance, they paled in comparison. Yin Yuding stroked her chin, sizing up Song Tianqi and Shui Zhongqi, a subtle expression on her face. You two. Don't talk about each other. Perhaps because she's seen them for so long, she felt Song Tianqi and Shui Zhongqi were no different, equally annoying. The group continued their noisy chatter until almost noon. Seeing that time was running out, Yin Yuding urged, Hurry up, stop dawdling. We need to head to the underground black market. There's a gate. Once the number of people exceeds the limit, they won't let us in. Su Jintang and the others quickly packed up and left. Half an hour later, a hover train slowly pulled into the central square of the Federal Starfield. The doors opened, and Su Jintang and the other four disembarked. This is the underground black market? Song Tianqi looked around in surprise, seeing only an empty plaza, not a soul in sight. Yin Yuding gave a mysterious smile. Of course not. It's an underground black market, of course it's underground. They waited about 2 minutes before a man in black trousers and a shirt walked towards them. He wore a mask and hat and asked in a low voice, 765, 4321? Yin Yuding immediately replied, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The man sized up Yin Yuding, nodded, and beckoned, follow me. This code is too simple, Song Tianqi remarked in astonishment. Su Jintang didn't speak, following the man in black to behind the stone statue in the plaza. The man crossed his arms, making a mysterious gesture, and then the stone statue slowly moved outward, revealing an entrance leading underground. Come in. The man withdrew his gesture and stepped down the stairs first. Su Jintang pursed her lips and followed the man into the passageway. It was dark inside, but after walking a short distance, the dazzling streetlights appeared ahead. Emerging from the passageway, a bustling, neon-lit underground city unfolded before her eyes. High-tech, automated vehicles, brightly colored metal buildings, and crowds of people moving through the streets. As far as the eye could see, the entire underground city seemed endless. It was like another parallel world. Tonight, the Black Market boss is hosting a small game event. If you're interested, you can participate at the Neon Street entrance. That's all. Have fun here. After giving his instructions, the man in black turned and left through the passage he had just entered, presumably to pick up others. Yin Yuding took a deep breath and excitedly spread her arms wide. So this is the underground black market. Just like the online review said. Song Tianqi and the others also curiously looked around, unable to resist the urge to explore. Su Jintang didn't stop them. Go wherever you want, just be mindful of the time. We have to be back before midnight. Understood. Song Tianqi and Shui Zhongqi immediately ran off after replying in unison. Yin Yuding also excitedly rushed into the market ahead. Only Jiangxi remained where she was, glancing at Su Jintang. Shall we go together? Su Jintang nodded. Let's go! They soon arrived at the second-hand goods stalls. The stalls on both sides displayed all sorts of strange and unusual items, even including baby monsters. Su Jintang squatted down in front of a cage containing a fire spirit rabbit. Is this rabbit for sale too? The stall owner glanced at her casually. This is a first-tier fire spirit rabbit cub. It hasn't been bound to an owner yet. 150,000 star coins, no bargaining. Jiangxi also squatted down, reached through the cage, and touched the rabbit. The rabbit hanging in the cage was clearly still very timid, trembling all over at the sight of a stranger. It's so small, it has no attack power at all. Jiangxi pursed her lips, looked up at the stall owner. Sell me this fire spirit rabbit. The stall owner, who had been absent-minded, immediately stood up, as if he had seen a wealthy customer. 150,000 star coins, no bargaining. Are you sure you want to buy it? Jiangxi nodded. Yes. Su Jintang glanced at Jiangxi. You want to keep it? After Jiangxi paid the stall owner, she replied, yes, it looks quite pitiful. Su Jintang sighed inwardly. It's good to be rich. After finishing their shopping, the two strolled around for a while longer. Su Jintang's attention was drawn to a black stone in a stall. She bent down, picked up the black stone, and weighed it in her hand. How much is this stone? The stall owner enthusiastically introduced it. This stone was found in the lair of a 6th-tier demon beast. It's very precious. Fixed price, 10,000 star coins. Su Jintang stroked the surface of the black stone. For some reason, she could sense the aura of a life alloy within the stone. She pursed her lips and activated her domain detection effect. The interior of the black stone immediately appeared clearly in her mind. Beneath a thick, charcoal-like outer shell, the stone actually contained a fist-sized mass of life alloy, which would cost at least by weight. Last time, she only bought 5 grams and spent 20,000 5-star coins. Such a large mass of life alloy was only selling for 10,000 star coins. Su Jintang pondered for a moment. She guessed the stall owner probably didn't even know what the stone was, which was why he was selling it for 10,000 star coins as a gamble. 5,000 star coins. I think this stone has a special connection to me. I buy it to keep as a collectible. Su Jintang directly offered half the price. The stall owner hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. All right, seeing as your sincerity, 5,000 it is. Su Jintang's lips curled slightly, and when she looked up, only an innocent and carefree smile remained. Okay, thank you, boss. After saying that, she quickly got up to pay, and put the black stone into her bracelet space. 5,000 star coins for it. This was a huge profit. After each of them had made their purchase, Su Jintang and Jiangxi continued walking into the market. A short while later, a crossroads with a neon sign came into view. By then, a crowd had gathered, completely blocking the intersection. Jiangxi spoke up. The man who brought us and said there seems to be an event here. Want to take a look? Su Jintang tiptoed to peek inside. Sure, let's join in the fun. Everyone, stand still. Don't push. I'm the host for this event. Let me briefly explain the rules. A man in a long black trench coat stood on a platform, holding a round bamboo tube and several arrows. Everyone's played the pitchpot game, right? You throw arrows into the bamboo tube. The more times you hit the target, the more points you score. Someone immediately asked, is it that simple? What's the reward? The man in the black trench coat revealed a mysterious smile. The reward this time is a special magic item, the soul-capturing bell. This magic item doesn't have a level because it's a growth-type magic item. It will continuously grow as its owner's strength increases. Upon hearing this, the breathing of everyone present became rapid. A growth-type magic item, that's a priceless treasure. If the master were to reach the 9th rank in the future, this magic weapon would also upgrade, its value immeasurable. Su Jintang exchanged a surprised glance with Jiangxi. A simple game of pitchpot in the black market, and the rewards are this big? Su Jintang's tone was somewhat astonished. Jiangxi nodded. I looked it up online yesterday. Apparently, the owner of this black market is very wealthy and organizes these kinds of games every now and then, offering rare items that can't be found outside. Su Jintang stroked his chin, beginning to wonder about the identity of the black market owner. To build such a large underground city beneath the Federation starfield, money alone couldn't have sufficed. This black market owner is probably no ordinary person. Come on, everyone who wants to participate in the pitchpot game, line up here. Also, one more thing, the use of special abilities is not restricted in this game. How to get more points is up to everyone's skill. The man in the black trench coat gave the crowd a subtle smile. Chapter 89. As soon as the words fell, the people gathered at the intersection immediately lined up orderly in front of the man in the black trench coat. Su Jintang and Jiangxi also joined the line. Class monitor, you're here too. Yin Yuding ran over from a short distance away, followed by Song Tianqi and Shui Zhengqi. Taking advantage of a moment when no one was around, Yin Yuding quickly joined the line behind Su Jintang, smiling and greeting Jiangxi, Sister Shi. Su Jintang turned around and looked at the three of them. How was your shopping? Yin Yuding immediately nodded. I found quite a few trinkets, cheap and good value. Song Tianqi and Shui Zhengqi were also in good spirits, seemingly having made a good purchase. I overheard those two saying the prize for the pitchpot game is a growth-type magic item. Yin Yuding asked expectantly. Su Jintang nodded. Yes, the soul-capturing bell. Yin Yuding's eyes immediately widened in surprise. This black market owner is certainly not short of money. He can even use something like this as a game prize. Shui Zhengqi also raised an eyebrow. I remember a soul-capturing bell was auctioned at the Wanbage auction last time, and the final price was 12 million star coins. Su Jintang was surprised. That valuable? Do you think it's possible that this soul-capturing bell is the one that Wanbage auctioned? Song Tianqi stroked his chin and speculated. Jiangxi quietly spoke up. It was auctioned by our Wanbage. I remember that auction. When the staff registered the auctioneer's information, they only recorded the black market owner's name, without even revealing his real name. Now, the expressions of the 5 people became subtle. Su Jintang was the first to look away, crossed his arms, and joined the end of the line. Let me make it clear beforehand. Even close brothers keep clear accounts. For valuable treasures like this, everyone should take what they can. Yan Yuding nodded. Yeah, whoever gets it first gets it. No going easy on each other. Song Tianqi and Shui Zhongqi exchanged a glance, then quickly lined up. Jiangxi wasn't particularly interested in the soul-capturing bell, but seeing the 4 of them so enthusiastic, she stayed. The line was long. The pitchpot game was played in groups of 10, with a 1-minute time limit. Scores were calculated based on the number of successful throws, and the group with the highest score at the end won. Su Jintang and her group of 5 were quite far back in the line, so they figured they have to wait a while. Make way. Can't you see we're being pushed so hard we can barely move? A familiar voice came from nearby. Su Jintang glanced up casually. She saw Huai Yangxia and her group from the Silver Light Military Academy striding arrogantly towards them. Huai Yangxia's arrogant personality hadn't changed at all. She reached the back of the line and immediately took her place. The people following behind him weren't as conspicuous, silently joining the queue. Huai Yangxia's casual gaze swept across the entire area until he saw Su Jintang's familiar face. His expression immediately darkened. It's you again. Su Jintang didn't really want to see him again. She fanned herself with her hand, sighing, yeah, it's rare to go out to the black market, and I still run into such unlucky people. It's really speechless. Huai Yangxia gritted his teeth, clenched his fist, and strode up to Su Jintang. Enough nonsense. Let's go to the ring and settle this. Fight me. Su Jintang looked him over mockingly. You're not qualified. You? Seeing that Huai Yangxia's temper was about to explode. His teammates immediately surrounded him, shaking their heads and reminding him, we still have elimination rounds ahead, don't mess things up now. Huai Yangxia took a deep breath, managing not to lose his temper on the spot. He was pulled back to the back of the line by his teammates and calmed down. This little incident didn't affect the progress of the pitching game. The first few groups of passers-by quickly completed their pitching, with the best score being 6 hits. The game didn't restrict the use of mental energy, so besides assisting their own pitching, they would also interfere with others' pitching, resulting in many people having a low hit rate. Soon it was Su Jintang's turn. The 5 of them were paired with 5 from the Silver Light Military Academy for pitching. The man in the black trench coat smiled slightly and distributed bamboo arrows to them. Pitching game, 1-minute time limit, let's begin. Su Jintang weighed the bamboo arrow in his hand, keeping his body still, and raised his hand to aim at the center of the bamboo tube opposite him. After staring for a few seconds, a surge of mental energy flowed from his palm, covering the bamboo arrow. The force propelled the bamboo arrow swiftly towards the bamboo tube 10 meters away, landing precisely in a parabolic arc with a crisp sound. At this moment, Huai Yangxia, standing in the corner, sneered, glancing out of the corner of his eye at Yan Yuding, who hadn't yet thrown her arrow. He clenched his fingers, subtly channeling his mental energy. A wave of energy slowly formed and swiftly struck the bamboo arrow in Yan Yuding's hand. Yan Yuding didn't notice this. She took a deep breath and confidently released her bamboo arrow. Originally, the arrow was flying straight forward, but the energy wave from the side struck it precisely, causing the once straight arrow to veer to the side, perfectly missing the bullseye. Yan Yuding frowned and turned to look to the side. She saw Huai Yangxia smile provocatively at her, then easily toss a bamboo arrow. He probably thought it was a sure thing. However, when the arrow was about a meter from the bullseye, another energy wave struck. The arrow, which had been flying steadily towards the bullseye, was deflected. Huai Yangxia's face darkened, and he turned to look in the direction from which the energy wave had come. Su Jintang smiled at him. Sorry, I missed. Huai Yangxia knew, of course, that it couldn't have been a miss. It was clearly Su Jintang deliberately targeting him. His eyes turned cold, and he calmly took out the next bamboo arrow, preparing to throw it. Yan Yuding's anger flared up after her arrow was interrupted. She crossed her arms in front of her, stopped throwing the arrow, and stared at Huai Yangxia with a sullen face. Whoosh whoosh. Su Jintang threw 2 more bamboo arrows in quick succession. Song Tianqi and Shui Zhongqi were initially throwing arrows quite smoothly, but then the students from the Silver Light Military Academy started sabotaging them, using their special abilities to interfere. After missing another arrow, Song Tianqi's temper flared. He threw down his bamboo arrow, glancing speechlessly at the other side. Come on, let's see who's messing with my arrows. Upon hearing this, the students from the Silver Light Military Academy, who were causing trouble, immediately quieted down, pretending nothing had happened. Su Jintang, probably because of her arrogant attitude, received no interference and smoothly hit the target 6 times. The highest score on the leaderboard was currently 6 hits. Just one more hit, and she would be in first place. Su Jintang picked up a new bamboo arrow, and was aiming when several energy fluctuations shot towards her from both sides. One of the mental energies originated from Huai Yongxia. He had been constantly harassed by Yan Yuding, and had only managed to hit 3 arrows so far. Clearly, he couldn't catch up with Su Jintang, so he simply gave up and focused solely on disrupting Su Jintang and his group. The Silver Light Military Academy team was also annoyed by Song Tianqi's interference, and they all stopped their arrow-throwing actions and began to focus solely on distraction. Shui Zhongqi, who had been throwing arrows well, missed 2 in a row. His face darkened instantly, and he immediately turned to look at the opposite side. The Silver Light Military Academy and Yan Yuding's 4 began a fierce exchange, their mental energy fluctuations, mixed with various supernatural lights, clashing in the air. On the surface, it seemed calm, but in reality, everyone was glaring angrily, wishing they could strangle each other. Su Jintang was positioned right between Song Tianqi and Yan Yuding. With these 2 there, the interference from outside was intercepted before it even reached them, and then counterattacked. Time ticked by. The man in the black trench coat, who was keeping track of the time, glanced at the clock and reminded him, 5 seconds left. The atmosphere became even more tense. Huai Yongxia glanced at the bamboo tubes in front of Su Jintang. The number had already exceeded 6. He clenched his fist, furious, and summoned the 5-poison toad, intending to smash Su Jintang's bamboo tubes. Noticing this, Song Tianqi immediately pointed and shouted, "Boss, there's a shameless guy here, deliberately destroying other people's bamboo tubes." Shui Zhongqi immediately unleashed 2 attack runes at the 5-poison toad. The toad's head was hit, and its movements stopped. The man in the black trench coat turned his gaze, noticed Huai Yongxia's actions, and smiled slightly. "Sir, our game only allows interfering with other people's pitchpot game, but destroying bamboo tubes is prohibited." Huai Yongxia, furious, cursed under his breath, "You think I care about playing this stupid game?" With that, he retracted his 5-poison golden toad, turned, and left. The 4 members of the Silver Light Military Academy, seeing him leave, didn't linger. They clasped their hands in greeting, and then departed together. At that moment, the 5-second timer expired. Su Jintang slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, and looked at the man in the black trench coat beside him. "Shall we tally the scores now?" The man nodded with a gentle smile. "Yes." Song Tianqi then remembered the important matter. He glanced at the bamboo tube in front of him, his vision blurred, and he slapped his forehead. "I'm so ashamed of myself. I was so focused on interfering with him. There were only 3 bamboo arrows in his tube. He had spent most of the time interfering with the other side." Yan Yuding snorted coldly. From the moment she targeted Huai Yongxia, she had no intention of winning the game. So, as long as Huai Yongxia didn't get the prize, she didn't care about the rest. Shui Zhongqi stood indifferently to the side. Jiangxi wasn't bothered much, but she hadn't been interested in the prizes to begin with, so she just threw a few arrows randomly, hitting 5 in total. After tallying the results, Su Jintang came in first place with 12 bamboo arrows. "Well then, congratulations to this lady for winning this round of pitchpot. To the other friends, who didn't win, thank you all very much for participating. Our black market holds similar games every month, so please come again next time." Everyone sighed regretfully, but no one dared to break the rules of the black market. They only glanced at Su Jintang with envy before turning and dispersing. The man in the black trench coat bowed and gestured for Su Jintang to enter. "This way, please. The prize for this game is still with our master. He will personally deliver it to you later." Su Jintang caught the key phrase. "Master? The black market owner?" A flicker of interest rose in Su Jintang's eyes, and she readily agreed, "Okay." She turned and briefly spoke to Yan Yuding and the others before following the man in the black trench coat towards the intersection. They hadn't gone far when a silver building with a triangular sign came into view. Su Jintang's gaze swept over the triangular sign, and she casually asked, "Why is your black market symbol a triangle?" The triangular sign was a silver triangular symbol with a hollow center. The design was very simple. The man smiled and replied, "This symbol was set up by our master. You better ask him about that." Su Jintang looked away and followed him further inside. After entering the escalator, Su Jintang crossed her arms and leaned against the wall. Ding! The elevator doors slowly opened to both sides. A cold, icy atmosphere filled the room. The entire lobby was constructed from various high-tech devices, automated lights, furniture, and numerous floating spheres hovering and scanning the space. As soon as Su Jintang and his companion stepped out of the elevator, a scanning light shone down from above, followed by a beep. Welcome. A person sat on the sofa at the front of the lobby, his back to the elevator. He had pressed some mechanism, and the sofa automatically rotated around. His silver-black hair was striking under the light, revealing half of his fair and handsome face, while the other half was covered by a silver mask. Su Jintang's first reaction to this man, a devilishly handsome man. Master, this is the winner of today's pitchpot game. The man in the black trench coat bowed deeply, his body low, showing great respect for the silver-haired man. Gu Xiuwen looked up, his gaze falling on Su Jintang. Congratulations. His gentle voice was like the soft tapping of jade, gentle yet firm. Su Jintang smiled slightly. You're too kind. Gu Xiuwen raised his hand and gestured to the man in the trench coat. The man in the trench coat immediately stepped back and left the room. Then, a black market worker approached Su Jintang, carrying a treasure box in both hands. Miss, this is the prize for today's pitchpot game, the soul-capturing bell. The worker explained. Su Jintang didn't stand on ceremony, opened the treasure box, and glanced at its contents. The soul-capturing bell was very old, its exterior bronze-colored, looking quite antique. She picked up the soul-capturing bell and shook it. A clear ding-dong sound emanated from it. An invisible mental force surged from within the bell, directly impacting Su Jintang's mind. She closed her eyes, frowning slightly as she tried to dispel the attack. At that moment, a gentle force enveloped her entire body, softly neutralizing the attack. With the crisis averted, Su Jintang reopened her eyes, realizing that the gentle force had come from Gu Xiuwen. Gu Xiuwen explained, before this soul-capturing bell recognizes its owner, it will attack everyone indiscriminately. Su Jintang smiled, clasping her hands in a fist salute. Thank you. My friend is waiting for me outside. If there's nothing else, I'd be going now. Gu Xiuwen didn't try to stop her, only offering a faint smile. Su Jintang stored the soul-capturing bell in her bracelet storage space, then turned and walked straight into the elevator. As the elevator doors closed, her gaze met Gu Xiuwen's. Her intuition told her that this man was dangerous. The elevator doors closed, cutting off their line of sight. After Su Jintang left, the man in the black trench coat returned to the room, clasped his hands in a respectful gesture to Gu Xiuwen. Master, we invested so much effort in organizing this game, and you just wanted to see this Miss Su? Gu Xiuwen looked away. It's not that I wanted to see her, it's that fate brought us together. The man in the trench coat paused, realizing something. Could it be your special ability? Yes. Gu Xiuwen responded, saying nothing more, and waved his hand. Seeing his gesture, the man in the trench coat quickly acknowledged and then turned to leave. Su Jintang returned to the market, where Yan Yuding and the others who were waiting for her immediately surrounded her. Yan Yuding looked at her expectantly. You got it? Su Jintang nodded. I show it to you when we get back. The five of them didn't separate, and went together to the casino area. Although underground, the entire black market was brightly lit, making it difficult to distinguish between day and night. Especially in the casino area, a seemingly real sun hung directly overhead. How long have we been here? Su Jintang realized the time issue. Yan Yuding glanced at the time on his communicator, his eyes slightly dazed. It's been almost 2 hours. I thought we only just arrived. Su Jintang looked up at the artificial sun in the sky. There's no night here, so people easily lose track of time, always thinking they only been here a short while. Xue Zhongqi surveyed the tourists in the casino area. They were huddled around the gambling tables, their eyes red with excitement, seemingly all hoping for a sudden windfall, completely oblivious to the passage of time. The new round of the Superpowered Individuals Tournament is now open for betting. The masked squad has very high odds right now. If you want to try your luck, feel free to come and inquire. Besides the usual slot machines and lottery games, there are also betting tables run by the house. The Superpowered Individuals Tournament is a hot topic of national interest recently, and casinos naturally wouldn't miss out on this wave of popularity. Since the start of the tournament, several betting tables have been opened. There's a betting table for us? Let's go check it out. Yan Yuding urged everyone to walk towards the betting table. A crowd of onlookers gathered around the table, and someone curiously asked, how high are the odds for the masked squad? Su Jintang looked up. The house quickly replied, the odds for the masked squad to win are 100 to 1, advancing to the semifinals is 50 to 1, and advancing to the quarterfinals is 20 to 1. That high? The person who asked the question was clearly surprised. The dealer nodded with a smile. Yes, the masked squad is really hot lately. How about a bet? 1 to 100 odds. We never had that in our casino before. Hearing this, Su Jintang turned and exchanged a glance with Yan Yuding. Then, the two of them walked to the betting table in perfect unison, and each placed a star card on it. Yan Yuding, bet on the masked squad advancing to the top 8, 10,000 star coins. Su Jintang, bet on the masked squad winning the championship, 10,000 star coins. Not making money when you can is just plain stupid. Chapter 90. Yan Yuding looked at Su Jintang with surprise. You're betting on winning the championship? She thought that with their combined strength, advancing to the quarterfinals was a sure thing, which was why she dared to bet so much. But she still had reservations about winning the championship. The bookmaker looked over enthusiastically. Are you too sure? Su Jintang continued, masked squad advancing to the quarterfinals, bet 50,000, advancing to the semifinals, bet 20,000. She certainly wouldn't put all her eggs in one basket. Yan Yuding reacted quickly and added, I had 5,000 for advancing to the semifinals. Their actions were so fast that Song Tianqi and the others didn't even have time to react. Only after Su Jintang and Yan Yuding had completed the betting procedures did Song Tianqi rush over. Boss, I'm betting too. Shui Zhongqi remained relatively calm and made the same betting choice as Yan Yuding. Seeing that all four had placed bets, Jiang Shi followed suit and placed one as well. The bookmaker was beaming. Alright, I get it done for you. Those who had been observing were also swayed by the large bets of Su Jintang and his group, and began placing their own bets. Boss, I'm betting on the masked squad to win 5,000 star coins. I'm betting on the masked squad to advance to the semifinals, 5,000 star coins. The bookmaker's smile grew even wider. He dared to offer such odds because he had done professional calculations. The masked squad's overall strength was far inferior to the real favorites for the championship, making their chances of winning extremely low. However, the team had been very popular recently, so with the casino offering such high odds, fans and viewers were bound to join in the fun and place bets, allowing him to profit handsomely. Before leaving, Su Jintang checked the odds offered by the casino for the other teams. Silver Light Military Academy had the highest odds of winning, at 1 to 50. Next was Technological Mechanical Military Academy, with odds of 1 to 30. Su Jintang stroked her chin deep in thought. It seemed the casino owner wasn't very optimistic about these two military academies winning. Her gaze continued upwards, quickly landing on the top team name, Purple Cloud Pond Flower Team. Their odds of winning were 1 to 0.5. It was the lowest odds among all the teams available for betting. Yan Yuding leaned closer. The odds for the Purple Cloud Pond Flower Team are so low. Shui Zhongqi glanced at the odds for each team and said, that's normal. This team was last year's runner-up. The captain is at level 5. 2 members are at level 4, and there are 2 at the peak of level 3. With this level of strength, their chances of winning are definitely high. Song Tianqi scratched his head, so strong, and they only got runner-up last year? Shui Zhongqi, last year's champion team had all 5 members, who were 18 years old, and their overall strength was stronger than theirs. This year's champion team is over the age limit, so the Purple Cloud Pond Flower Team has the highest chance of winning. Yan Yuding began to think, what do you think our chances of winning are if we face the Purple Cloud Pond Flower Team? It's hard to say. We need to analyze their overall strength first, Shui Zhongqi said thoughtfully. Just then, another group of new tourists arrived. Boss, bet 10,000 star coins on the Purple Cloud Pool Flower Team to win. This group was clearly all there for the Purple Cloud Pool Flower Team. Some even bet 100,000 star coins directly. Su Jintang and his group of 5 exchanged glances and quietly left the casino. When they emerged from the black market, it was already pitch black outside. Su Jintang stretched and yawned as he walked towards the villa area, going back to sleep. While in the black market, none of them felt particularly tired, but once they came out and saw the darkness, drowsiness immediately overwhelmed them. Yan Yuding also yawned. Yeah, going back to sleep. Back at the villa, it was already late at night. Su Jintang, who was about to go straight upstairs, suddenly remembered something and called out to everyone, I haven't shown you the soul-capturing bell yet. Yan Yuding, who was about to go upstairs, immediately pulled back, quickly turned around, and surrounded them, his eyes filled with anticipation. Shui Zhongqi and Song Tianqi also quickly came over. Jiang Shi also turned her gaze over. Su Jintang took out the soul-capturing bell from his spatial storage. The clinking sound echoed around. The weak mental attack caused Yin Yuding and the other three to momentarily lose their senses. This bell. It's a bit eerie. Song Tianqi quickly shook his head. Yin Yuding snapped out of her daze, slapping her forehead as well. Once fully conscious, her gaze towards the soul-capturing bell became wary. No wonder it's called the soul-capturing bell. Such a soft ring almost made me lose consciousness. Shui Zhongqi and Jiangxi also recovered from their shock. Jiangxi frowned slightly. The attack from the soul-capturing bell is indeed difficult to detect. Even with her 4th-level mental strength, she couldn't defend against the attack just now, and was almost controlled by the bell's sound. Su Jintang put the soul-capturing bell back into his spatial storage. I study this bell when I get up tomorrow. It's getting late. Everyone should go to bed early. The group then dispersed and returned to their rooms to rest. Back in his room, Su Jintang took out the soul-capturing bell again. The green membrane Archaeopteryx, nearly driven mad by its confinement in the pet space all day, finally came out for some fresh air. What the heck is this bell? How can it have such strong spiritual consciousness? The green membrane Archaeopteryx flapped its wings, circled in the air, and flew to the opposite side, staring suspiciously at the soul-capturing bell. Su Jintang raised an eyebrow. What spiritual consciousness? The green membrane Archaeopteryx paused, then spread its wings, transforming into its original form, its humanoid bird silhouette projected onto the floor. It spread its arms, conjuring a vortex of energy, and struck the soul-capturing bell directly. A crack sounded, as if something had broken. Su Jintang frowned, his gaze shifting to the soul-capturing bell. The bell was still intact, so the cracking sound must have been the spiritual consciousness the green membrane Archaeopteryx had mentioned. After dealing with the items, the green membrane Archaeopteryx clapped its hands smugly. It had to be me, otherwise this spiritual consciousness would have been following you all along. Su Jintang frowned. What spiritual consciousness? It's a wisp of spiritual consciousness separated from a high-level ability user, attached to this soul-capturing bell. It can act as a fixation device, and in crucial moments, this wisp of consciousness can even transmit sound. It's like a small clone of that high-level ability user. The image of Gu Xiaowen immediately flashed into Su Jintang's mind, her eyes gradually becoming serious. The green membrane Archaeopteryx added, the owner of this wisp of spiritual consciousness should already be at the 9th level. If I encountered his true form, I probably wouldn't be able to defeat him. You better be careful. Understood. After calming down, Su Jintang got up and went into the cultivation room, quickly entering a meditative state. The next morning, the notification for the superpowered individuals competition arrived, requiring all teams to arrive at the competition venue that afternoon to draw their opponents for the next round of elimination matches. Su Jintang was still toying with the soul-capturing bell. After recognizing its master, the soul-capturing bell no longer attacked indiscriminately. Moreover, because Su Jintang possessed double the spiritual sea of consciousness, although her apparent spiritual power level was only at the peak of the 3rd tier, her actual spiritual sea of consciousness reserves had already reached the 4th tier. At this moment, the soul-capturing bell's level had also grown to the 4th tier. Ding-dong. The bell sound, carrying a sonic attack, reverberated in all directions. Just then, Wu Jinghong, who had just entered, heard the bell. She raised an eyebrow and looked at the soul-capturing bell. This is the soul-capturing bell? Su Jintang quickly stood up and replied with a smile, yes, I got it yesterday at the black market. Wu Jinghong examined the soul-capturing bell. This soul-capturing bell isn't cheap. Keep it safe. She looked away and called upstairs, everyone, assemble in the conference room immediately. 10 minutes later, Su Jintang and his 4 companions sat around the conference table. Next up is the knockout stage for the top 16. To be honest, every match from now on will be tougher than before. I hope you 5 can stay focused and fight your way to the end. Su Jintang and his 5 companions answered in unison yes. After speaking, Wu Jinghong activated the floating light screen. Today, I introduce you to the teams that haven't been eliminated yet in the upper bracket. Su Jintang and his 5 companions listened for a full hour and a half, learning in detail about each team that could potentially become their future opponents. Among them, the strongest is the Chihuan team, a terrifying team whose overall average strength exceeds that of a 4-tier team. Other teams weren't as strong, but they were generally all at least tier 3. In general, their elimination rounds would only get harder. In the afternoon, it was time for the teams to be matched with their opponents. Outside the competition venue, fans of each team occupied a designated area to show their support, holding banners and signs, chanting slogans in unison. When the 5 members of the masked squad appeared outside the venue, The fans immediately screamed excitedly. Su Jintang casually raised his hand to greet the fans on both sides. Song Tianqi followed suit, waving warmly to the fans around him. Shui Zhongqi was even more prepared, having apparently bought several boxes of throat lozenges at some point. He gentlemanly began handing out treats to the fans on both sides, saying, "Everyone, please don't shout so loudly. Take care of your throats. Ah, Big Watermelon Man is so thoughtful. Thank you. But could you please get an autograph for me and your captain?" What should have been a 2-minute walk took 10 minutes thanks to the 5 members of the masked squad. Once inside the passage, the fan shouts were shut out. In the team rest area, many teams had already arrived. As the masked squad entered, they were met with a barrage of gazes. Su Jintang and his group of 5 resumed their aloof demeanor, silently walking to the team rest area. With many teams already eliminated, the number of people waiting had decreased, and the organizers had made the rest area more elegantly decorated. Each team had their own sofa rest area, with snacks and refreshments laid out on the coffee table. Su Jintang and his group sat down on the sofas. Before long, Li Xiang walked into the team's rest area. "It's great to see you all again. Today we be matching opponents for the knockout stage, the round of 16. As usual, let's get straight to the random draw." Li Xiang pointed to the floating light screen behind him. The text on the screen began flashing and bouncing wildly. The members of each team looked up at the screen. A few seconds later, the flashing stopped, and the opponents matched for each team were displayed above. Su Jintang glanced at it. Masked team versus Wood Spirit team. This morning, Teacher Wu had told them about this team. Their overall strength was considered above average among the remaining teams. Captain Wang Yuexin possessed Wood-type abilities and a 4th level mental strength, while the other members were all above the 3rd level. They were even stronger than the Shengshi women's team they had faced in the last round. Yin Yuding and the others beside him became serious. The team matchmaking process was also being broadcast live. Upon seeing the match results for the masked squad, many viewers in the live stream began making sarcastic remarks. The masked squad has met their match again. They'd probably use their superpowers eventually, right? Who knows? My only hope is that the Wood Spirit squad can knock their masks off and let me see just how handsome the masked squad really is. The masked squad will win. Li Xiang, who was also watching the masked squad, raised an eyebrow upon seeing the match results, smiled, and surveyed the audience. This matchmaking phase is now complete. We look forward to everyone's performance. As the competition progressed, the organizers gave each team more preparation time. After this matchmaking, the organizers specifically allocated 3 days for everyone to prepare. After returning to the villa, Su Jintang and the others removed their ghost masks, their expressions all somewhat somber. A moment of silence followed, then Yin Yuding spoke first. "Our opponents this time are even stronger than the 5 members of the prosperous women's team." Shui Zhongqi's expression was also grave. "If we continue to draw 1v1 matches, we should be fine. But I'm afraid." Su Jintang rubbed his hands together and sat down on the sofa. "Don't think too much, just do it." Song Tianqi was also very enthusiastic. "Yes, just do it. And I have a feeling these past 2 days that I should be breaking through to the 3rd tier." This made Yin Yuding and Shui Zhongqi immediately turn to look at him. "You're about to break through to the 3rd tier?" Their tone was full of surprise. Song Tianqi proudly puffed out his chest. "Yes, I've given up all games these past few days, and have been practicing every day." Yin Yuding and Shui Zhongqi immediately felt the pressure. After lunch, Su Jintang and the other 3 returned to their rooms, and began to bury themselves in their cultivation. It wasn't until the afternoon that Wu Jinghong and Zhuang Silin arrived together. In the meeting room, the group sat in a circle. Zhuang Silin stood at the front, a replay of the Silver Light Military Academy team's previous elimination round match playing on a floating screen behind her. "You all saw it, right? After advancing to the top 32, the Silver Light Military Academy team's strength is somewhat lacking. And then, there's the Mechanical Technology Military Academy team." As she spoke, Zhuang Silin brought up the Mechanical Technology Military Academy team's match replay and pressed play. Su Jintang leaned back in his chair and continued watching. After nearly half an hour of replaying, Zhuang Silin said, "Although they have magical artifacts that enhance their abilities, allowing them to unleash power far exceeding their own limits, at this stage of the competition, winning won't be as easy for them as before." Su Jintang looked up at Zhuang Silin and said with a smile, "So, Teacher Zhuang, you're here to comfort us and tell us not to be afraid of losing?" Zhuang Silin smiled subtly and replied, "Of course not. I'm here to tell you some good news. In the upcoming competition, The military academy will allow the 5 of you to use some special abilities. Yin Yuding and the others, who had been feeling quite heavy-hearted, immediately looked up. Yin Yuding's face lit up with surprise. Really? Song Tianqi's eyes also gleamed with excitement. We can really use our abilities? Su Jintang was also taken aback. Aren't you worried about our identities being exposed? Zhuang Silin crossed her arms and continued. The premise for allowing you to use your abilities is that you must first ensure your identities are not revealed. Jiang Shi and Song Tianqi were secretly recruited by the military academy. The outside world doesn't know what your abilities are. Secondly, Su Jintang, your ability evolution has also been kept secret. Even if the 3 of you use your abilities to the fullest, no one will associate you with Rectus. Shui Zhongqi quickly interjected. What about my ability? Zhuang Silin nodded. You and Yan Yuding both participated in the joint entrance exam. Especially you performed quite conspicuously in the exam, and many military academies know about your ability. As soon as you use it, others will immediately discover your identity. Shui Zhongqi and Yan Yuding sighed regretfully and remained silent, heads bowed. Su Jintang, somewhat curious, asked, why did the military academy suddenly agree to let us use our abilities? Zhuang Silin smiled slightly. Because your elimination match against the Shengshi women's team in the last round showed the military academy leaders your team's cohesion, and made them believe that no matter the circumstances, you would do your utmost to uphold the honor of Rectus. Therefore, rather than having you continue to suppress your strength, the leaders would rather see your team win the championship. The audience of the competition didn't know that Yan Yuding was actually just a support player. Even if they cheered for her desperate victory that day, they wouldn't feel much emotion. But when the military academy leaders saw Yan Yuding rush forward to take the opponent's attack head-on, they were deeply moved. There are many people called geniuses, but a soul that can fight back against fate with a weak body is rare. Rectus is lucky to have such a student. They naturally wouldn't mind relaxing the rules a little for such a team. Su Jintang sat up straight and cracked his knuckles. It seems we absolutely have to win the next match. Of course. Zhuang Silin raised her hand to pause the battle video playing on the screen. For every match from now on, Teacher Wu and I will be there to guide and advise you on tactics and strategies. Therefore, the masked squad's goal for this tournament is officially changed to winning the championship. Zhuang Silin's lips curled into a smile as she rested her hands on the edge of the conference table, her gaze sweeping over everyone. Chapter 91. Immediately afterward, Zhuang Silin began her analysis of the Wood Spirit Squad. She turned around and raised her hand to switch the image on the floating light screen. The Wood Spirit Squad are third-year students at the Wood Spirit Military Academy. Their captain, Wang Yuexin, has the highest mental strength level. He's a 4th-tier ability user, and his ability is the Wood-type Tree of Life. As she finished speaking, a robust silver tree appeared on the light screen. The leaves were outlined in silver flakes, shimmering with tiny points of light, possessing a magnificent and grand beauty. Su Jintang's gaze was drawn to it. This is his ability, the Tree of Life? The others also looked up. Yin Yuding was stunned by the brilliance of the Tree of Life. This tree looks incredibly expensive. Zhuang Silin nodded. That's right, this is their captain Wang Yuexin's Tree of Life. It's one of the top-tier support abilities in the wood element, and its amplification effect on teammates is terrifying. A 3rd-tier ability user, under the amplification of the Tree of Life, can directly reach the peak of the 3rd tier. And since the Tree of Life is a group support ability, it means that Wang Yuexin's support will benefit all 4 of his teammates. Su Jintang calculated in his mind, therefore, under Wang Yuexin's amplification, the strength of his 4 teammates will all skyrocket to the peak of the 3rd tier. Shui Zhongqi frowned. For peak 3rd tier opponents, plus 1 4th tier opponent, this won't be easy. Zhuang Silin replied, considering all these factors, the most disadvantageous battle mode for you in this round of elimination matches against the Wood Spirit is a large-scale team battle. If you could draw 1v1, 2v2, or 3v3, that would be much better. As long as they can be separated, Wang Yuexin's support effect won't be particularly terrifying. Teacher, now that you mention it, it feels like we're about to be drawn into a major team battle, Song Tianqi said, clearing his throat. Pa, don't jinx it. Yin Yuding quickly spat several times. Su Jintang continued, besides his support abilities, how strong is Wang Yuexin himself? Zhuang Silin withdrew her gaze, and switched the screen again. Of course, Wang Yuexin is the captain of this team not only because of his strong support abilities, but also because of his strong combat power. Su Jintang looked up at the screen. Wang Yuexin, nearly 1.9 meters tall, stood on the arena, a dazzling silver tree floating behind him, silver light descending from the sky, landing on his strong and upright body. A cold light flashed in Wang Yuexin's deep eyes, and his power began to surge. As his opponent charged towards him from the opposite side of the arena, Wang Yuexin clenched his fists and slammed them down, unleashing a terrifying power so powerful it could distort space itself, which rapidly spread outwards. Jiangxi rationally analyzed, this power is comparable to a normal 4th-tier melee ability user. Zhuang Silin nodded. Not only that, the 5 members of the Wood Spirit team are also very skilled in the combined use of magical artifacts and inscriptions, so their overall strength is actually 1 or 2 times stronger than the previous round's Grandeur Women's team. Su Jintang rested his chin on his hands, finally understanding why the military academy had suddenly allowed them to use their abilities. Otherwise, with the Wood Spirit team's current strength, they would have been guaranteed to lose this round. That afternoon, Zhuang Silin and Wu Jinghong each devised different strategies and tactics for Su Jintang and his team, tailored to different combat modes. The most time spent researching was on tactics for large-scale team battles. For this, Yuanya's team of 5 was invited to serve as sparring partners. An hour passed, and 3 consecutive high-output combat battles concluded. Yuanya waved her hand, deactivated her protective shield, and stepped off the stage. Take a break. Su Jintang smiled and handed her a bottle of water. Thank you for your hard work. Wei Zixuan and Shui Zhongqi also jumped off the stage and found seats to rest. I heard that the opponents drawn by those from Silver Light Military Academy this round are quite strong, Wei Zixuan mentioned. Shui Zhongqi pursed his lips. I hope they get eliminated soon. After taking a couple of sips of water, Su Jintang went down the stairs to the first floor. Just then, Jiangxi also came down to feed the rabbit she had bought from the black market. Su Jintang and Jiangxi squatted down together in front of the cage containing the fire spirit rabbit. Are you going to release this rabbit? Jiangxi poured hay into her palm, then reached into the cage to feed the fire spirit rabbit. After this rabbit was caught, its inner core was destroyed. It can no longer cultivate. Releasing it into the wild will only make it die faster. Su Jintang was a little surprised. All monsters captured as pets have their inner cores destroyed? Yes. Jiangxi reached out and patted the rabbit's head. Many people do this to prevent pet monsters from harming their owners. The green membrane Archaeopteryx, which was frolicking freely in the living room, heard this, spread its wings, circled in the air, and landed on the cage containing the fire spirit rabbit. Although it didn't say anything, Su Jintang could feel the anger emanating from it. Alright, go back to training. Jiangxi brushed the hay crumbs off her hands, stood up, and turned to walk upstairs. Su Jintang stood up as well, glancing at the green membrane Archaeopteryx. Behave yourself, your inner core isn't destroyed. Until dinner, Su Jintang and his 5 teammates, along with Yuanya's team, practiced various tactics. As night fell, the rich aroma of food wafted out of the villa's windows. Exhausted, Su Jintang and his teammates collapsed onto the living room sofa, motionless. Quick, quick! I made you some creamy mushroom soup to replenish your energy today. It tastes really good. Ruan Tao, her eyes crinkling, carried a plate out of the kitchen. Su Jintang straightened up slightly, using his hands to support himself on the sofa, and walked to the dining table to sit down. Ruan Tao placed the mushroom soup on the table. The steaming aroma of mushrooms mixed with the scent of cream filled the air. Su Jintang took a deep breath, and his previously weary body instantly felt light. She looked at the mushroom soup in surprise. So amazing? Ruan Tao smiled. The main ingredients for this mushroom soup were all bought from Wanbage, and this recipe is unique. You definitely won't find such delicious mushroom soup with such strong stimulating effects anywhere else. Smelling the aroma, Song Tianqi and the others quickly got up and came over. Ruan Tao served each of them a bowl of mushroom soup. Drink some soup to refresh yourself. There's more delicious food to come. Song Tianqi took a big gulp, the warm liquid flowing down his esophagus, instantly making him feel warm and comfortable. Sister Tao, it's so delicious. Su Jintang also picked up her bowl and took a sip. The sweet mushroom flavor mixed with the creamy sweetness exploded in her mouth, and then a gentle yet powerful energy began to spread throughout her body. This fatigue-relieving effect was somewhat similar to Yan Yuding's toast. The restaurant became exceptionally quiet, with only the sounds of a few people slurping their soup audible. Half an hour later, the sumptuous dinner ended. Su Jintang returned to her room, entered the cultivation room, and sat cross-legged. After dinner, her entire dantian was filled with energy. The warm feeling was very comfortable. Su Jintang closed her eyes and entered a cultivation state. Miraculously, her previously bottlenecked mental strength level suddenly improved. Su Jintang was delighted and continued to calm her mind and focus, activating the circulation of her mental strength. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room. Su Jintang slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, opened her eyes, raised her hands together, and ended her cultivation state. She internally examined her spiritual sea, and found that it had indeed improved significantly compared to yesterday. It seemed that Sister Peach's mushroom soup really had some effect. Beep beep. The communicator's message notification sounded. Su Jintang got up, left the cultivation room, went to the living room, and accessed the communicator's light screen. It was a notification from the Inscription Master competition. The Inscription Master Top 8 qualifying rounds would begin at 2 p.m. today. All participants were advised to pay attention to the time and arrive early to prepare for the competition. Su Jintang glanced at the time, 9 a.m. There was still some time before the competition started, so there was no rush. She turned and walked out of her room downstairs. On the second floor, she ran into Jiangxi, who was training on the arena. Good morning, Su Jintang greeted her. Jiangxi put away her rocket launcher, turned around, and replied, Good morning. There's breakfast downstairs that Sister Peach prepared for us yesterday. I just heated it up. Su Jintang paused. Sister Peach isn't here today? Jiangxi nodded. She said she's going to meet a star this morning, and asked us to join her. Merchandise? Su Jintang's eyes lit up with interest. Who does she like? Jiangxi paused before replying, the Mechanical Technology Military Academy team. Su Jintang? ? She leaned on the stair railing, expressing her incomprehension. She's been with us for so long, shouldn't she like us? Jiangxi shook her head. She said maybe it's because we're too close that she's indifferent to us. Yuan Tao, as the nutritionist specially hired by the military academy, naturally knew the identities of Su Jintang and her group of 5. Perhaps it's because they're usually so close, and she knows the true nature of the masked squad, that they aren't as enthusiastic as the fans outside. Su Jintang sighed, shook her head, and continued down the stairs. Then Sister Taozi might be disappointed. After all, we're aiming for the championship. Disappointed? What? Song Tianqi happened to come out of the room, overheard half of their conversation, and rushed downstairs to ask. It's nothing. Su Jintang sat down at the table, picked up a piece of bread, and started eating. Song Tianqi scoffed, wolfed down a mouthful of bread, and then immediately rushed back to his room to cultivate. He was only one step away from advancing to the 3rd rank. He had to hurry. Time flew by, and it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Su Jintang made an excuse to return to her room alone. After locking the door, she put on her disguise mask and skillfully climbed out of the window into the courtyard. She then quickly walked out of the courtyard and headed towards the competition venue. Half an hour later, Su Jintang arrived at the Inscription Master contestants' rest area on time. After the last round, only 16 Inscription Master players remained. Su Jintang calmly walked to the sofa and sat down. Miss Qian, long time no see. Jiang Xiangyang greeted her with a smile. Su Jintang had to stand up, forcing a smile as she replied, Yes, long time no see. Miss Qian didn't seem to perform very well in the last round of the elimination matches. Is it because you haven't taken any inscription repair courses? Jiang Xiangyang sat down next to her, seemingly casually asking. Su Jintang nodded yes. Actually, after joining the association, President Sun had asked her if she wanted to take classes. She genuinely didn't have time, which was why she had put it off until now. Jiang Xiangyang's smiling eyes deepened. I see. I was saying that based on Miss Qian's previous performance, her result in the last round shouldn't have been that low. At this moment, Shui Zhongqi, who had just arrived, walked in from outside the venue. Upon seeing Jiang Xiangyang and Su Jintang, he immediately walked over. Miss Qian, why are you here so early today? I didn't see you on the way. Su Jintang forced a smile and replied, I left a little early today. Seeing the two start chatting, Jiang Xiangyang proactively stood up to offer his seat. Please sit here. I'm going to catch up with 2 other friends. With that, he smiled and turned to leave. Shui Zhongqi watched his figure gradually disappear into the distance, lowering his voice. What did he say to you just now? Su Jintang, he just asked me why my ranking was so low in the last round. Shui Zhongqi's brows immediately furrowed. The person who set the questions for today's elimination round must be Jiang Xiangyang's teacher, the president of their association. I'm afraid he might specifically target you with questions. Su Jintang looked surprised. Targeted questions? Generally speaking, the contestants who have advanced to this round aren't so easy to target. But because you haven't participated in any of the association's systematic courses, you're an exception. Shui Zhongqi's brows furrowed with seriousness. Su Jintang pursed her lips and glanced at Jiang Xiangyang not far away. No wonder he suddenly came over to ask those questions. Was he really going to target her? Time flew by, and only half an hour remained until the quarterfinals. President Wang, who was in charge of setting today's questions, walked in with a friendly smile. This elimination round is about to begin. Please take your seats in the order listed. A staff member reminded her. At this moment, the live broadcast room of the competition had already started on time, and many viewers were pouring in. The Inscription Master competition has already reached the top 8? So much faster than the competition next door? Sigh, a bunch of Inscription Master competitions aren't very interesting to watch, and tickets aren't selling well either, so naturally the competition is faster. I came here specifically to support the Masked Squad's Big Watermelon. Go Big Watermelon! Su Jintang found her seat, and sat down according to the instructions of the proctoring system. She placed her hands on the edge of the table, her gaze falling on President Wang in front of her. She wasn't sure if it was just her imagination, but she felt like President Wang had glanced in her direction just now. Hello everyone, I am President Wang of the KU-011 Star Domain Inscription Master Association. As the question setter for today's competition, before the competition officially begins, I sincerely wish everyone can achieve satisfactory results. Next, I will announce the question-setting tasks for this round of elimination matches. As soon as the words were spoken, the monitoring systems on each table activated immediately, their scanners flashing red lights, as they began monitoring the movements of each participant in real time. Su Jintang rested his chin on his hand, waiting for the questions. At that moment, 2 staff members together carried in a super-powered cannon over 3 meters long. After some strenuous adjustments, the super-powered cannon was firmly positioned at the front of the venue. President Wang smiled slightly and pointed to the super-powered turret. This is a high-precision super-powered turret that the Federal Army has just deployed. Its projectiles are comparable in power to a full-force attack from a Peak 6 tier ability user. This round's challenge is related to this super-powered turret. We Inscription Masters not only need to know how to create inscriptions, but also how to combine them to create the most suitable inscriptions for different magical artifacts. Therefore, this round of elimination is a practical challenge. Create a set of inscriptions for this high-precision super-powered turret to improve its current lack of flexibility. 2 hours are allotted, and the number of inscription combinations cannot exceed 3. After successful creation, you must personally attach the inscriptions to the turret for practical operation. This round's scoring will be based on the actual effects produced by the inscriptions. Su Jintang frowned immediately upon hearing the challenge. The challenge itself wasn't difficult. The difficulty lay in the fact that the answers weren't fixed, making it impossible to directly find the highest scoring method. At this moment, Shui Zhongqi on the other side looked grave. Anyone who has taken the Inscription Master Association's internal courses should know how to solve this problem, but Miss Qian definitely doesn't. This problem was indeed designed specifically for her. After announcing the test question, Chairman Wang put his hands behind his back, his gaze casually sweeping towards Su Jintang's location, pretending nothing had happened, and then turned to survey the area. Su Jintang remained silent for a few seconds, his mind racing. The question mentioned that the turret's weakness was its lack of maneuverability. The turret itself couldn't move freely, which would inevitably limit its ability to fire at targets. Wouldn't adding a tracking inscription solve this problem? Besides a tracking inscription, he could also add a speed inscription to increase the rate of fire, thus completely resolving the lack of maneuverability. With this idea in mind, Su Jintang quickly immersed himself in inscription. Shui Zhongqi worried for a moment, but in this kind of competition, he couldn't openly remind Miss Qian. After thinking for a while, he could only focus on working on his own inscriptions. The association's internal classes had covered how to improve the turret's inability to move freely using only 2 inscriptions, a speed inscription and a lock-on inscription. The speed inscription primarily increased the rate of fire. The lock-on inscription allowed the turret to lock onto enemy targets while firing. However, this locking technique can only select a fixed location, and once the location is determined, it cannot be changed. It's naturally incomparable to the tracking inscription's ability to track any target. But compared to the tracking inscription, the locking inscription's creation process is simpler, and the requirements for the inscription artist are not very high. Shui Zhongqi also began to lower his head and enter the inscription state. The atmosphere in the entire competition venue was incredibly quiet. Only the live stream chat was buzzing. This test question is interesting. Will every contestant use their own created inscription to operate the turret later? Probably. I just checked. So the correct answer for this round of elimination is locking inscription plus acceleration inscription? Actually, there's an even more suitable answer. Replace the locking inscription with the tracking inscription. This would better improve the turret's flexibility. But the tracking inscription is very difficult to create, so the association decided on the locking inscription as the correct answer during internal training. Chapter 92. Time ticked by. Su Jintang's gaze was fixed on the attribute-less raw stone in her hand. With each stroke of her mental energy, a small and exquisite tracking inscription array gradually took shape. The proctoring system beside her announced, 1 hour and 30 minutes remaining. The breathing of the surrounding examinees quieted down as they became even more focused on inscription. Another half-hour passed, and a fine layer of sweat appeared on Su Jintang's forehead, her gaze focused and serious. At this moment, President Wang happened to walk around to Su Jintang's side. He casually glanced at the array on the raw stone in her hand. Because it was only a casual glance, he couldn't see the specific details of the array, but he could tell that Su Jintang was definitely not inscribing a locking inscription. He smiled, shook his head in relief, and turned to walk to the other side. As the competition dragged on, the viewership drop-off rate in the live broadcast room increased. That's it. It's pointless. No wonder they don't sell tickets for the Inscription Master competition. There's nothing to see here. I came for the masked squad's watermelon, but I fell asleep watching it. Just as the audience was complaining about the boredom, a dazzling white light rose from the competition venue. The light source came from Jiang Xiangyang's direction. The hovering sphere responsible for filming the competition automatically turned towards Jiang Xiangyang. He was holding a freshly created inscription in his palm. Intricate array patterns were engraved on the rhomboid stone. This was a perfect locking inscription. Jiang Xiangyang breathed a sigh of relief. Creating a locking inscription is much more difficult than a speed inscription. With this one successful, the pressure on him for the rest of the competition would be greatly reduced. After resting for a while, Jiang Xiangyang took out the second attribute-less raw stone and began attempting to create the next speed inscription. Meanwhile, Su Jintang had also entered the final step of creating the tracking inscription. Holding the yellow sand fire cloud brush, she outlined the final thread of spiritual energy. The thread slowly flowed into the raw stone along the array, emitting a faint white light. A strange power quickly gathered on the raw stone, transforming into a rhombus shape for the tracking inscription. Su Jintang took a deep breath, her body relaxing. She glanced at the time. 40 minutes remained, enough time to create another speed inscription. She paused for a moment, then quickly began working on the next inscription. An hour and a half passed, and the number of viewers remaining in the competition's live stream was dwindling. Only the loyal fans of the masked squad remained, posting supportive comments one after another. A few minutes later, a burst of bright light erupted from the inscription in Jiang Xiangyang's hand. The second speed inscription was successfully completed. His tense nerves relaxed, a gentle smile spreading across his face as he stood up, holding the two inscription runes. Contestants, who have completed their inscription combinations and creations, please line up here and wait. After the time is up, we will conduct a unified turret firing experiment, a staff member kindly reminded him. Jiang Xiangyang smiled and nodded. Okay. The other contestants were still making the most of their remaining time to continue inscribing. Su Jintang had spent a considerable amount of time creating the tracking inscription, so he had to speed up his work when creating the second speed inscription. 20 minutes remaining, the proctoring system announced again. By this time, many contestants had completed the final step of inscription. They lined up behind Jiang Xiangyang in order to wait for the cannon test. Unbeknownst to them, only a few people, including Su Jintang, remained on the field. Shui Zhongqi, holding his newly completed inscription talisman, stood up. As he passed by her table, he glanced at it, and the familiar array diagram made him pause in surprise. This is a tracking inscription? He had recently spent a great deal of time studying the array diagram of tracking inscriptions, even shamelessly asking Miss Qian for advice. He couldn't possibly be mistaken. This contestant, please line up over here. A staff member approached with a smile, gesturing for them to join. Shui Zhongqi didn't want to linger any longer, so he cleared his throat and turned to stand at the back of the line. Soon afterward the others, except for Su Jintang, also finished their inscriptions and lined up in the waiting area. Now, only Su Jintang remained on the field. Because she was so conspicuous, almost everyone's eyes were on her. Su Jintang kept her head down, slowly connecting the last two threads of spiritual energy. With 10 minutes remaining, the proctoring system beeped. The other contestants, who had already finished inscribing, gathered together, whispering among themselves. This Miss Jian was quite impressive in the first 2 rounds. How come she's getting worse and worse? She's taking this long to inscribe a lock-on inscription and a speed inscription. Her performance is a bit inconsistent. Stop being so sarcastic. Maybe she's just being meticulous and deliberately slowing down the details. Shui Zhongqi's mind was still replaying the inscription formation he had accidentally glimpsed earlier. He was absolutely certain that it was a formation diagram for tracking inscriptions. Therefore, what Miss Jian had inscribed must be tracking and speed inscriptions. He pursed his lips, a hint of seriousness creeping into his gaze as he looked at Su Jintang. The competition time entered its final 5-minute countdown. Phew. Su Jintang relaxed, finally completing the speed inscription. She wiped the sweat from her brow, created 2 inscriptions, and stood up, raising her hand to signal the staff. The monitoring system detected her standing up and immediately stopped the countdown reminder. The last contestant finished inscribing, and an electronic voice announced, "This round of elimination matches is now over. All contestants, please wait for the turret test." This round's scoring would be based on a comprehensive calculation of the turret's firing effect. The main event was yet to come. Su Jintang took her 2 inscription runes and lined up at the back of the queue. She looked up at the high-precision superpowered turret ahead, a hint of curiosity rising in her eyes. This high-level, large-scale destructive magical artifact is so powerful that its private use is strictly prohibited. This was also her first time encountering such artifact. Soon, Jiang Xiangyang, the first to complete the inscription, was led to the cannon platform. The staff indicated, contestants can attach the inscription to the artifact and begin the firing experiment. This firing experiment will be scored and evaluated by a professional monitoring system throughout. Finally, the experiment has begun. I watched for a while, and immediately fell asleep. Big watermelon. Big watermelon. Big watermelon will definitely succeed. Wait, I'm wondering what all these big watermelon comments mean? Dude, you're a bit outdated. You don't even know who Big Watermelon is? You don't know the masked squad either, do you? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Jiang Xiangyang approached the turret and bent down to place 2 inscriptions into the inscription slots. Su Jintang crossed her arms, her gaze sweeping over the turret. After the inscriptions were added, the previously silent turret slowly emitted a faint white light. All eyes were fixed on the turret. Jiang Xiangyang bent down and pressed the turret's firing button. The previously quiet environment immediately erupted with a thunderous roar as the turret automatically activated, locking onto the enemy target positioned opposite. Jiang Xiangyang took a step back, creating distance between himself and the turret. After a few seconds of countdown, the turret precisely locked onto the enemy target 10 meters away, and then, with a bang, the shell was launched swiftly. Su Jintang looked up, her gaze fixed on the enemy's hovering sphere 10 meters away. This sphere was somewhat similar to a strength detector, but far more advanced, as it could automatically dodge enemy attacks. As the shell approached, the enemy hovering sphere sensed the threat and immediately changed direction to dodge to the side. Although the shell's firing rate was already high, by the time it reached the hovering sphere, it had already dodged to the edge of the blast radius. Attack damage, 60 points. Evaluation. The turret's maneuverability has been initially improved, but it is still not maneuverable enough against more cunning enemies. You have one more chance to try. Do you wish to continue? Jiang Xiangyang frowned slightly, then quickly raised his hand and pressed the yes option. This turret experiment actually had an element of luck, because the target was locked at the moment the turret fired and could not be changed, but the hovering sphere could still dodge. If luck is on your side, the hovering ball won't have time to travel too far, increasing the probability and area of impact and resulting in a higher damage rating. Su Jintang, chin in hand, had a general idea of what to expect. Soon, Jiang Xiangyang began his second attempt at firing the turret. This time, the hovering ball's dodge angle wasn't ideal, landing directly in the center of the explosion. Attack damage, 85. Evaluation. The turret's agility has improved considerably, but there's still room for improvement. Please keep up the good work. This turret experiment is now complete. Your final score is 85 points. Jiang Xiangyang finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned back to his team. The others, seeing this, began to feel uneasy. Even Jiang Xiangyang's score fluctuated so much, they'd probably be in the same boat. Soon, the second contestant went up. He didn't even make it to the second attempt. During his first turret firing attempt, the locking inscription exploded due to insufficient resistance. Beep beep, inscription detected as invalid. This round of turret firing test failed. A zero score notification then popped up on the floating light screen. Su Jintang looked surprised. It actually failed? The other contestants around him began to discuss. What a pity, even if it could have lasted until the first turret firing, at least there would have been points. It must be because the energy injected when creating the inscription wasn't enough. High-precision superpowered turrets like this have much higher requirements for inscription quality and precision. After listening to everyone, Su Jintang roughly understood. Not just any locking inscription can be used on a turret. If the inscription's energy is insufficient, it will explode directly due to insufficient capacity when the turret is activated. Su Jintang withdrew her gaze and weighed the inscription in her hand. Shouldn't this be fine? Soon, the third and fourth place contestants stepped forward to begin their experiments. One scored 65, the other, also with an inscription failure, received 0. Until Shui Zhongqi, in the middle of the queue, stepped forward to participate in the firing experiment. Attack damage, 70. Evaluation. The turret's flexibility has improved somewhat, but it's still some distance from perfect. Please keep up the good work. The second highest score, besides Jiang Xiangyang, was achieved. It attracted the attention of many contestants present. Shui Zhongqi breathed a slight sigh of relief and turned to walk down. As he passed Su Jintang, he stopped. Miss Qian. Just as he was about to continue, a staff member approached, smiling, and ushered him away. Hello, this way please. Su Jintang gave him a reassuring look, waved, and returned to her queue to wait. Is Jiang Xiangyang probably the highest scorer in today's elimination round? Not necessarily. There are still several contestants behind him. Those ranked lower are the slowest at crafting inscriptions. They probably won't have any outstanding performances. Let's leave. The superpowered individuals competition is much more exciting and interesting. This is pointless. Another group of viewers left the competition livestream out of boredom. By the time it was Su Jintang's turn to experiment, it was already quite late. All the previous contestants had been asked to wait in the adjacent rest area for the final rankings. Su Jintang became the focus again. She walked to the turret, cleared her throat, and bent down to install 2 inscriptions onto it. Her actions were all very ordinary, attracting little attention. The contestants in the adjacent rest area weren't paying attention to her either, chatting idly in small groups. Only Shui Zhongqi's gaze remained fixed on the cannon firing test area, unwavering. Cannon firing program initiated. The electronic notification sounded in her ear. Su Jintang bent over and pressed the cannon's fire button. Instantly, a blindingly bright white light erupted from the cannon. The commotion immediately drew everyone's attention. Even the previously absent-minded Chairman Wang frowned, turning his head with a puzzled expression. The cannon in front of Su Jintang fired a projectile with a bang, but unlike the other contestants' projectiles, hers curved in midair before heading towards the hovering sphere 10 meters away. Sensing the threat, the enemy hovering sphere automatically activated its evasive mode. This time, the hovering sphere's evasive direction and distance were perfect, just avoiding the core of the projectile's explosion. But the shell veered off course as it flew, then continued its precise trajectory towards the enemy's hovering sphere. 2 seconds later, a violent explosion rang out. The monitoring system simultaneously displayed a notification. Attack damage, 100 points. Evaluation, congratulations. You have perfectly improved the turret's lack of maneuverability. You have one more chance to try. Do you wish to continue? Su Jintang snapped out of his daze and pressed no. He already gotten full marks. There was no need to try a second time. This round of elimination matches has concluded all turret firing experiments. Scores and rankings will be automatically generated in 10 seconds. Thank you for your participation and trust. We look forward to seeing you again next time. The monitoring system's electronic notification sounded. Meanwhile, everyone in the contestant rest area stared at Su Jintang in shock, unable to contain their discussion. Was that the effect of a lock-on inscription? 100 points? That would only get you that score if you directly hit the floating sphere. No, that's not a lock-on inscription at all. The few remaining viewers in the live stream also expressed their surprise. Thank goodness we didn't leave, or we would have missed this turret launch. Could this be the tracking inscription that some random person mentioned? It can actually track enemies precisely. This effect is several times stronger than that lock-on inscription. Wow! This year's Inscription Master competition is impressive. Some contestants can actually create tracking inscriptions. Shui Zhongqi breathed a slight sigh of relief. Sure enough, he wasn't mistaken. That was indeed the array diagram for a tracking inscription. Jiang Xiangyang looked up in disbelief, his gaze falling on Su Jintang, unable to think of anything to say for a long time. This kind of firing situation clearly wasn't the effect of a lock-on inscription. Therefore, she had created a tracking inscription. At this moment, the ranking list for this round of elimination matches was released. Xian Duoduo's name stood out prominently, firmly holding the top spot. Following him were Jiang Xiangyang in second place, and Shui Zhongqi in third. Below were the contestants with lower scores. Those whose inscription explosions failed were all ranked at the bottom. Chairman Wang snapped out of his reverie, gave Su Jintang a serious look, then withdrew his gaze, and announced the end of the competition. This round of elimination matches is now over. Congratulations to the top 8 contestants, who have successfully advanced to the next round. To the other contestants, who were unfortunately eliminated, we look forward to seeing you again in the next competition. Su Jintang clapped her hands, a sigh of relief washing over her. Luckily, she knew this skill, otherwise, if she had been forced to create that locking inscription, she would have had to learn it on the spot. Having calmed down, Jiang Xiangyang approached, clasping his hands in a respectful greeting. Miss Qian is truly a hidden talent. This skill in tracking inscriptions is truly admirable. Su Jintang politely replied, Your association's president, Mr. Wang, has also impressed me with this test question. She remembered what Shui Zhongqi had just said, that President Wang might be targeting her with the test. Jiang Xiangyang was President Wang's apprentice. She naturally didn't believe there wasn't collusion between them. Jiang Xiangyang's smile froze, his clasped hands hanging awkwardly in the air. At this moment, Shui Zhongqi walked over and patted Su Jintang on the shoulder. Miss Qian's achievement of advancing with first place is truly admirable. Jiang Xiangyang coughed lightly, feigning ignorance, and asked, What do you two mean by that? Shui Zhongqi smiled slightly. Miss Qian just joined our association this year. Before that, she hadn't attended any of the association's internal courses. So when I saw these exam questions today, I was worried about her for quite a while. Now it seems I was overthinking it. I see. Jiang Xiangyang smiled, continuing to pretend to be unaware. Seeing his unwillingness to admit it, Su Jintang didn't bother to argue further and turned to walk towards the exit. A moment later, Shui Zhongqi caught up from behind. Miss Qian, so you can create tracking runes. No wonder you were so knowledgeable when I consulted you about it before. Su Jintang glanced at the time. It's getting late, I have to head home. Shui Zhongqi understood her intention and could only nod. Okay, see you next time. Su Jintang nodded and left first. Shui Zhongqi watched her figure gradually disappear from sight and sighed. He was still thinking of asking Miss Qian about tracking runes again. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Only 1 day remained until the top 16 qualifying round of the superpowered individuals competition. At noon, the sun was scorching and blinding. Su Jintang leaned back on the living room sofa, closing her eyes to rest. Brothers, I reached level 3. Song Tianqi's roar came from upstairs. Immediately afterward, the sound of hurried footsteps filled the air. Song Tianqi jumped excitedly onto the first floor. Class monitor, I reached level 3. Su Jintang rubbed her temples and replied wearily, Congratulations, congratulations. Song Tianqi had been at the peak of level 2 for some time. A breakthrough was only a matter of time. Quickly, let's go to the arena and have a match, so I can show you the effects of my evolved skills after reaching level 3. Song Tianqi eagerly pulled Su Jintang upstairs. Chapter 93. On the second floor arena, the safety shield slowly rose. Hearing the commotion, Yan Yuding and Shui Zhongqi came out of their room to join the fun. The two squatted in a corner, hugging their knees, looking like spectators. How long do you think Song Tianqi can last against the class monitor after reaching the 3rd tier? Yan Yuding asked curiously. Shui Zhongqi stroked his chin and clicked his tongue, hard to say. Song Tianqi's ability, after all, has the bloodline of a divine beast, so reaching the 3rd tier will definitely be a qualitative leap. But the class monitor's strength is so monstrous, I estimate he can only last 5 minutes at most. Yan Yuding smiled slightly, held up a finger and shook it. You still don't understand the class monitor. I think Song Tianqi can only last 3 minutes at most. On the arena, Su Jintang clasped his hands together and began to loosen his wrists. Song Tianqi, still brimming with excitement after reaching the 3rd rank, stood with one hand on his hip and beckoned to Su Jintang. Come on, I let you have a turn. Su Jintang smiled meaningfully. Are you sure you want to let me have a turn? These words brought Song Tianqi back to reality. With the class monitor's monstrous strength at full power, one move would surely be enough to kill him. Song Tianqi swallowed hard, then said defiantly, I take back what I just said. You go ahead. Su Jintang crossed her arms and gestured with her chin. Song Tianqi took a deep breath and slowly raised his hands. A phantom of a vermilion bird appeared behind him. The vermilion bird's feathers were a vibrant crimson. It spread its wings, its arrogant and disdainful gaze looking down like a god. Fire feathers wither. Song Tianqi's eyes darkened slightly. He clasped his hands together, making a summoning gesture. The next second, countless fiery red feathers rained down from the sky, their white edges tinged with red, creating a gradient of colors, as if they were burning. Su Jintang raised her hand and caught one of the feathers. The feather was as light as a feather, landing peacefully in her palm without making a sound. Yin Yuding and Shui Zhongqi, watching from below the arena, looked over curiously. The next second, the feather in her palm instantly burst into flames. Su Jintang quickly threw it away. The feather floated in the air, releasing energy, burning fiercely, fluttering and withering like a butterfly. Following closely behind, the feathers that had landed at her feet burst into flames layer upon layer. The power of a single feather was insignificant, but the energy released when hundreds or thousands of feathers burned together was clearly astonishing. In an instant, Su Jintang was surrounded by a rain of burning fire. The energy released by the feathers floated in the air, like unlit explosives, inspiring fear. Squad leader, how was my move? Song Tianqi clapped his hands, a hint of smugness on his face. Su Jintang frowned, looking at him. Your move has a follow-up? Song Tianqi grinned. That's right. The energy released by the feathers in the air, ignited by my fire rain, can create a large-scale explosive attack. That's good, that's good. Su Jintang responded, then raised her hand to release ice attribute energy. The surrounding air rapidly cooled, the ice power immediately extinguishing the burning fire rain, emitting plumes of white smoke. But if you want to hit me, you're still a bit short. Having dealt with the fire rain, Su Jintang slightly raised her lips, looking at Song Tianqi opposite her. Song Tianqi's smug smile froze instantly, replaced by disbelief. No way. I already reached level 3, how could you defeat me in one move? Su Jintang glanced at him. Because I'm about to reach level 4 too. Song Tianqi, ? Yin Yuding and Shui Zhongqi, watching from below, ? Su Jintang turned and jumped off the stage, deactivating the safety shield. However, your improvement is very helpful to our team. This move should be quite effective in the next elimination match against the Wood Spirit team. Practice some more. With that, she clapped her hands and turned to leave down the stairs, leaving Yin Yuding and Shui Zhongqi standing there, staring at each other. After a long pause, Yin Yuding cleared his throat. See? I told you so. Less than 3 minutes, wiped out in one move. The class monitor is amazing. Shui Zhongqi's expression was somewhat subtle. There's a serious problem. In this team, it seems we're at the bottom again. Yeah. Yin Yuding stood up, stretched, and yawned. So we have to work harder. Song Tianqi's advancement to the 3rd tier had brought considerable pressure to the experimental class. Aside from meals and rest, Shui Zhongqi and Yin Yuding spent most of their time locked in the training room, diligently studying. Until the opening day of the Superpowered Individuals Competition's top 16 elimination rounds. Su Jintang and the other 4 neatly donned their ghost masks, and set off from the villa area to the competition venue. Before leaving, Zhuang Silin reminded them, if we draw 1v1, 2v2, or 3v3 mixed team battles today, it will be advantageous for us. But if we're really unlucky and draw a large team battle, the 5 of you will have to work hard. Su Jintang nodded, understood. Half an hour later, Su Jintang and his group arrived at the entrance of the competition venue. A deafening roar of cheers immediately erupted from the fans. Masked squad! Masked squad! Entering the team rest area, the surrounding noise subsided, and the atmosphere quieted down. There are still 40 minutes before our elimination rounds officially begin. Please be patient. Next is our official interview time. Teams whose names are called, please follow me. Li Xiang, dressed in a silver sequin suit, wore a friendly smile and gestured for them to proceed. Su Jintang had just sat down on the sofa in the rest area when Li Xiang's gaze fell upon him, a smile spreading across his face. Would the 5 members of Masked Squad please come with me for an interview? As a team that had recently gained a lot of attention, the competition organizers certainly wouldn't let Masked Squad's popularity slip by. Su Jintang had no choice but to stand up, maintaining her cool demeanor as she replied, yes, as soon as possible. The other 4 also stood up, following Su Jintang in unison towards the interview area. Li Xiang smiled and led the way. Shortly after entering the interview area, they saw reporters from various media outlets on StarNet crowding below the stands, microphones from their respective websites. Su Jintang was led to the stands, and as soon as she stood still, a bunch of microphones were handed to her. Ms. Ganfarin, what are your team's thoughts on today's elimination round? Su Jintang pondered for a moment. Nothing much, just got it done. The reporter was taken aback, probably not expecting such a straightforward answer. After recovering, he continued, microphone in hand, many people online are saying that your team is very likely to lose to the Wood Spirit team in today's elimination round. What's your response to that? Su Jintang glanced at the camera opposite him. Those who said we lose, you're probably going to be proven wrong today. The reporter became interested. So, you mean you're very confident in yourselves? Su Jintang glanced at him. What else? The reporter clearly wanted to press further, but then the interview time was up. Su Jintang stepped back, giving the interviewing table to Jiang Shi behind him. Jiang Shi was even more aloof. Faced with the reporter's enthusiastic interview, her answers were limited to a huh, oh, and ah, offering no substantial information. When it was Song Tianqi's turn to go on stage, he rolled up his sleeves, his attitude extremely enthusiastic. Of course our team will win. Today I will definitely crush everyone. The masked squad will win. Song Tianqi clenched his fist, his voice loud and powerful. Yin Yuding, on the other hand, was much more humble during his interview. When answering questions, her voice was gentle and humble. We still have a lot to learn from our seniors. Of course, nobody doesn't want to win, and neither do we. We will continue to work hard, thank you. Finally, Shui Zhongqi concluded the interview. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, he bowed with impeccable manners. Thank you all for your support of the masked squad. You must be tired after such a long interview. Remember to have a drink of water before you leave. Su Jintang, who had already stepped off the stage, leaned against the wall and glanced at him sideways. What an actor. Yin Yuding seconded. Who says otherwise? At this moment, the live broadcast of the competition started on time, and within 2 minutes, hundreds of thousands of viewers flooded in. Excitement. The day of the masked squad's competition has finally arrived. Family members, who understands? Life without the masked squad is so boring. I love watching those 5 fight in the ring. Don't get excited, the masked squad is definitely eliminated today. You should all pray to God. The Wood Spirit team is the best. No arguments. A while later, Su Jintang and his group of 5 finished their interview and returned to the team's rest area. They just happened to brush past the Wood Spirit team, who were about to be interviewed. Wang Yuexin of the Wood Spirit team glanced at Su Jintang, then indifferently looked away, and continued walking towards the interview area. Captain, the masked squad sounds pretty strong, a teammate whispered from behind. Wang Yuexin replied calmly, just putting on a show, nothing special. Hearing this, the other team members relaxed. Back in the team's rest area, Su Jintang leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes to rest. Soon, the atmosphere grew lively as more and more spectators entered and began discussing the scene from the stands. Other teams had also heard of the masked squad and curiously turned to look. Is that the masked squad? Their masks look pretty cool. Ugh, I don't know what they're up to. They haven't used their abilities in any of their matches so far, and they never even shown their faces. That's why they're so famous. Today their opponents are Wang Yuexin's team, right? Wang Yuexin's tree of life buffs are no joke. Just then, footsteps sounded from the doorway. It was the 5 members of the Wood Spirit squad returning from their interview. The chatter in the rest area instantly ceased, and all eyes turned to the doorway. Su Jintang noticed the sudden silence in the room, opened her eyes, and glanced across at the opposite side. Wang Yuexin led his team into the rest area. His elegant green brocade robe accentuated his tall, handsome figure. Although his appearance wasn't the most striking, his rugged charisma was what truly drew attention. Su Jintang scrutinized him, stroking her chin thoughtfully. Support-type ability users and teams mostly played supporting roles, but Wang Yuexin had managed to climb to the captain's position single-handedly. The effort he had put in must have been unimaginable to ordinary people. Such a person must possess a certain arrogance and aloofness. This could be used to his advantage. A long silence fell over the team's rest area. 20 minutes later, Li Xiang returned to the scene and announced into the microphone, the first elimination match today will be between the masked squad and the Wood Spirit squad. Members of both teams, please proceed to the waiting area to prepare. Ah, what amazing luck! The first match is between the masked squad and the Wood Spirit. The masked squad will definitely win. I bet on them advancing to the quarterfinals on the black market. Don't let me lose out. Go Wood Spirit. Wood Spirit, make it to the top 16. Su Jintang slowly stood up, clasped his hands together, and rotated his wrists before turning and walking towards the waiting area. Upon entering, the audience from all directions in the stands erupted in expectant cheers. Wang Yuexin next to him glanced over, remaining silent, his thoughts unreadable. His teammates were also mostly silent, appearing even more aloof than the 5 members of the masked squad. Su Jintang crossed his arms, waiting for the match to begin. A moment later, Li Xiang appeared above the arena, seated in his levitation ball. He waved to the surrounding audience. "Hello everyone, it's great to see you all again. I'm Li Xiang, the host for this round of the elimination tournament." A roar of cheers erupted from the stands. The audience members excitedly raised their hands. Li Xiang, seated on a hovering sphere, circled the arena, his face beaming with a bright smile. Since the opening of this year's superpower competition, it has topped 58 trending topics on the StarNet, with related topics exceeding 2.7 billion views. This is an exciting statistic, representing everyone's love and attention for our competition. And today, in 15 minutes, our arena will host the highly anticipated round of 16 elimination match. The 2 teams facing off are the Masked Squad and the Wood Spirit Squad. Since the competition's opening, the Masked Squad has garnered a lot of attention. This team's members are very young, but their strength is extraordinary. To reach the round of 32 at this age is already extremely rare. If they win this round of elimination, they will break our competition's record, becoming the only team with an average age of 16 to reach the round of 16. Whether we can witness history today, please wait patiently with me. At this point, Li Xiang changed the subject, and his camera simultaneously turned to the 5 members of the Wood Spirit Squad. Furthermore, the Wood Spirit Squad is a formidable team not to be underestimated. Many people may not know that their team captain actually has a support type ability. As for why he was chosen as captain, I leave that for later. Li Xiang smiled mysteriously, pointing to the floating light screen behind him. Now, let's invite the 2 teams to come up and draw their match modes for this round of elimination matches. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Jintang and his 4 teammates, along with the Wood Spirit team, walked to the bottom of the arena. The light screen behind Li Xiang began to flash. A few seconds later, the words on the screen froze on Major Team Battle. The expressions of Song Tianqi and the others, who had initially been expectant, immediately fell. Yan Yuding's lips twitched. What we feared most has come to pass. Shui Zhongqi sighed softly, resignedly saying, "We're going to have a big fight today." Jiangxi didn't say anything, only calmly glancing at the opposite side, seemingly already considering which tactics to use. Su Jintang lowered his eyes, straightened his collar, then turned and beckoned everyone to gather around. Jiangxi and the other 3 gathered together, forming a circle. Su Jintang held a brief meeting. Yan Yuding and the others nodded in understanding. The 10-minute preparation time quickly passed. Li Xiang, riding his hovering ball, circled the arena and announced, "Now, members of both teams, please come forward to prepare. This round of 16 elimination matches is about to begin." Cheers erupted again, echoing throughout the arena. Su Jintang and his group of 5 ascended the steps one after another. After taking their positions on the arena, the teams began their self-introductions. Wood Spirit Team Captain, Wang Yuexin, Level 4 Mental Strength Ability User, Wang Yuexin said calmly, his indifferent eyes glancing over. Su Jintang stepped forward, Masked Team Captain, Gan Fanren, Level 3 Peak Mental Strength. Immediately afterward, Song Tianqi strode forward, chest puffed out, Masked Squad Hot Air Balloon, Mental Strength Level 3. The members of the opposing Wood Spirit Squad immediately glanced at Song Tianqi, their eyes showing surprise. According to the data, in the previous round of eliminations, Song Tianqi was only at the peak of Level 2. They hadn't expected him to break through so quickly. Hot Air Balloon has already broken through to Level 3. The 5 members of the Masked Squad are truly talented. At 16, Level 4 and Level 3 are top geniuses even in the 5 major military academies. If they were given another 2 years to grow, their strength would definitely be even more terrifying than it is now. Li Xiang also looked at Song Tianqi with considerable surprise. The Masked Squad has gained another Level 3 member. This team's strength is probably going to be even more terrifying. A flicker of interest rose in his eyes, a slight smile playing on his lips. He raised the microphone and announced, "The first elimination match, Masked Squad versus Wood Spirit Squad, begins now. The rules for the large-scale team battle are a single, decisive 5v5 battle. There's no room for error, the loser is eliminated immediately. This rule forces both sides to give their all, making the battles even more exciting and visually stunning." The audience in the stands looked on with anticipation. Light of Life descend. Wang Yuexin recited the summoning incantation expressionlessly. At that moment, a silver phantom of the Tree of Life slowly appeared behind him. The magnificent Tree of Life swayed slightly, its silver leaves fluttering down. The shimmering light radiated onto his 4 teammates, and an invisible buff appeared out of nowhere. The power of his 4 teammates began to surge dramatically. Chapter 94. Su Jintang frowned slightly, and immediately lunged towards Wang Yuexin. Teacher Zhuang had instructed him that the group buff from the Tree of Life was incredibly powerful. If a large-scale battle was drawn, Wang Yuexin had to be eliminated first. Song Tianqi acted at the same time. Having just advanced to the 3rd tier, he was itching to fight. Now that he didn't have to hide his strength anymore, he was determined to have a good fight. Crimson Flame 9 Heavens. With a loud shout, Song Tianqi spread his arms, and 9 bursts of crimson flames quickly appeared behind him. Having advanced to the 3rd tier, his mental power had surged, naturally amplifying the damage of his special ability. The moment his ability was released, the air temperature on the entire arena became scorching. Wang Yuexin was startled and quickly turned to dodge. At this moment, Jiang Shi also rushed over from another direction. A dark glint flashed in her calm eyes. This time, what she carried on her shoulder wasn't a magical rocket launcher, but her superpowered rocket launcher. A red light flashed from the cannon. Several explosive shells indiscriminately shot towards Wang Yuexin's surroundings. At this moment, the entire audience was astonished. Various surprise discussions arose from the stands. Don't the masked squad never use superpowers? This ticket was worth it. We actually saw the masked squad use their superpowers. Damn, that hot air balloon and the cold-blooded killer's superpowers are pretty cool. Viewers in the live broadcast room were also shocked. Holy crap, I knew the cold-blooded killer was the strongest. He didn't disappoint. That wide-range explosive attack was so cool. This is the power a 4th-tier expert should have. Unbelievable. The masked squad finally used their superpowers. While the audience and fans cheered excitedly, Wang Yuexin on the stage was surrounded by Su Jintang and his 2 companions. Su Jintang smiled, clenched his fist, and leaped up, slamming it down on Wang Yuexin below. Wang Yuexin's expression changed slightly, and he quickly retreated. The silver tree floating behind him was summoned to his front to block and defend. Bang! Su Jintang's fist slammed heavily into the tree trunk, causing the entire tree's silver leaves to shake violently, producing a pleasant, tinkling sound. Wang Yuexin's face paled slightly. Although the punch hit the tree, due to his special superpower, he was always in sync with the Tree of Life and could naturally feel the power. Then, Song Tianqi's 9 balls of crimson flame descended from the sky. The raging fire instantly ignited the silver leaves. Captain, be careful! His teammates behind him shouted a warning. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Wang Yuexin's forehead. He dared not push himself any further, and immediately retracted the Tree of Life. At this moment, his teammates rushed to his aid. When Su Jintang attacked again, she was intercepted by her teammates. A powerful iron rod slammed down. Su Jintang quickly jumped back. The rod slammed onto the arena floor with a loud clang. Your opponent is me, the male teammate said coldly from the opposite side. Su Jintang slightly raised her lips, and suddenly raised her hand, taking out the soul-capturing bell she had just acquired. Is that so? As soon as she finished speaking, she gently shook the soul-capturing bell. A crisp sound traveled through the air towards the opposite side, and at that moment, an invisible mental attack also spread outwards. The male teammate sensed something was wrong, his expression changed, and he raised the iron rod in his hand. Before it could even strike, the soul-capturing bell's mental attack penetrated his mind. His movements faltered, his eyes gradually losing focus. Su Jintang seized the opportunity, rushing over, circling behind him, grabbing his neck, and forcefully flipping him to the ground. The powerless male teammate was completely incapacitated, and was then thrown off the stage by Su Jintang. At the same time, Jiang Shi and Song Tianqi began a combined attack. Wang Yuexin was forced into retreat. His teammates were also entangled by Shui Zhengqi and Yan Yuding, unable to provide timely support. You've been deliberately hiding your strength all along. Wang Yuexin's face turned ashen with anger, clearly feeling he had been tricked. Song Tianqi chuckled. No, we were only allowed to use our abilities this round. As he finished speaking, a cunning glint flashed in his eyes, and he raised his hands, once again channeling his mental power. Let me show you my new skill. Fire feather withering. Countless fiery red feathers fluttered down, like a dazzling cherry blossom rain. While beautiful, the dangerous aura emanating from them was impossible to ignore. Wang Yuexin gritted his teeth and summoned the Tree of Life again. The shimmering silver leaves reflected brilliant colors. His power was so strong not only because of its excellent support effects, but also because the Tree of Life possessed a unique life energy. The attack released when this energy erupted was comparable to a full-force strike from a peak 4-tier expert. "Don't be arrogant, try this move," Wang Yuexin said coldly. He raised his hands, and the Tree of Life behind him rapidly grew, its dense branches extending into the air, instantly becoming an enormous silver tree. Song Tianqi sensed something, and immediately retreated to avoid it. "I handle this." Jiang Shi's calm voice came from the side. Song Tianqi glanced back, and wisely stepped back. Then, he decisively turned and rushed towards Wang Yuexin's other teammates on the other side. Meanwhile, on the other side of the arena, "Class monitor, help me get her out of here." Shui Zhongqi, pulled into the air by the grappling hook, shouted at Su Jintang. Su Jintang glanced at the opposite side. The female teammate opposite was another Tier 3 member of the Wood Spirit team, her ability being the Mirror Moon Bloodthirsty Cat. After her ability mutated and possessed her, a bewitching purple light reflected in her pupils, making her resemble a cat demon. "Understood," Su Jintang replied calmly. The next second, his body shot out, attacking the female teammate opposite him. A cold, gleaming cat claw extended from the female teammate's fingertips, viciously grabbing at Su Jintang's shoulder. She twisted her body, bent low, and barely dodged the grab. Su Jintang braced himself on the ground, quickly rose, and bypassed his female teammate. His palm rose, and ice attribute power quietly condensed beneath her feet. "What is that?" The female teammate tried to turn and continue the pursuit, but her feet were frozen, causing her to trip and fall. Su Jintang smiled slightly, and activated the ruby-embedded hidden arrow in his right arm. Several rows of hidden arrows shot towards the opposite side. The female teammate had no time to dodge, and could only frantically raise her hands to block. At that moment, a soft beam of light descended from the sky. The female teammate's body slowly levitated, pulled off the stage. Li Xiang, sitting above the levitating sphere, simultaneously announced, "This contestant is out." The match continues. 5 minutes had passed since the start of the battle. 2 members of the Wood Spirit team were eliminated in succession, leaving only 3 on the stage. Boom! Explosions rang out continuously, thick smoke obscuring most of the arena. Jiang Shi, carrying a super-powered rocket launcher, relentlessly bombarded the opposing silver tree. Wang Yuexin's initial arrogance had completely vanished. He gritted his teeth, his hands bracing himself against the onslaught. The two were locked in a stalemate. Su Jintang's voice rang out, "Sister Shi, I help you." As soon as she finished speaking, Su Jintang burst out of the smoke, rushing towards Wang Yuexin. The energy of the Tree of Life had been fully released. A silvery glow surrounded Wang Yuexin as he raised his hands, his eyes fixed on the charging Su Jintang. Life's fleeting light, imprisonment. His hands suddenly clenched, and the energy of the Tree of Life surrounding him rapidly condensed into threads, which then formed a sturdy cage, quickly enveloping Su Jintang. Su Jintang was forced to halt her charge. She raised her hand, pointed to the surrounding cage, and snapped her fingers. Extremely cold ice crystals rapidly spread throughout the cage, instantly freezing it into an ice prison. Then, with a bang, the cage exploded, shattering into countless ice crystal fragments. Wang Yuexin looked at Su Jintang in disbelief. How could this be?" Before he could finish speaking, Su Jintang was already in front of him. A cold glint flashed in her eyes, and she raised her right arm, firing a volley of hidden arrows. Immediately afterward, Jiang Shi's explosive shells came from the other side. Li Xiang, acting as the referee, quickly intervened to save Wang Yuexin, simultaneously eliminating the 3rd member of the Wood Spirit team. The match continues. Li Xiang announced quietly after taking Wang Yuexin away. Wang Yuexin was still dazed when he was thrown off the stage, completely unaware that he had been eliminated. Not only was he confused, but the spectators were also dumbfounded. So, after the masked squad gained superpowers, their strength became this terrifying? Holy crap, Ganfanren and the cold-blooded killer are too strong. Another day of loving the masked squad even more. At this moment, only 2 members of the Wood Spirit squad remained on the stage. Su Jintang stopped and turned to glance at the 2 remaining members. Jiang Shi, carrying a super-powered rocket launcher, slowly approached the 2 from the other side. Song Tianqi, Shui Zhongqi, and Yin Yuding also stood smiling on the other side, surrounding the 2. The remaining 2 swallowed hard in unison, then raised their hands. "We concede." Their voices were exceptionally clear on the empty stage. Half a second later, Li Xiang landed on the arena on his hovering sphere and immediately announced, the masked squad wins this round of elimination. The arena fell silent. After a few seconds of quiet, deafening cheers erupted from the stands. The masked squad is awesome. The masked squad. The masked squad. Jiangxi, Song Tianqi, and the others put away their weapons and abilities, standing side by side next to Su Jintang. The five of them formed a line, their ghostly masks becoming the most striking symbol and emblem on the field. Oh no, now I'm even more of a fan of the masked squad. Help, they're so cool. I used to only like the big watermelon, Li Xiang's nickname, but after seeing this today, I think the dry rice man, the hot air balloon, and the cold-blooded killer are also cool. Oh my god, I can't take it all in. The cheers in the arena continued for several minutes. Only after the staff's repeated encouragement did the excited audience return to their seats. Li Xiang quickly announced the next match, a duel between the two teams. After Su Jintang and his group of five stepped off the stage, they were ushered to the adjacent rest area by staff. Please wait a moment, everyone. The organizers will come to greet you personally. Su Jintang relaxed and sat down on the sofa. Being able to use superpowers is so awesome. Song Tianqi, having had a rare good time today, leaned back on the sofa with a satisfied expression. Xue Zhongqi and Yan Yuding simultaneously glanced at him with resentful eyes. Xue Zhongqi snorted coldly. You guys had your fun. Yan Yuding rolled up his sleeves, trying to comfort himself. Anyway, whether I use my superpowers or not doesn't matter much, it's fine. Su Jintang rested his hand on his temple, his mind still replaying the battle. They won relatively easily this match, mainly because Coach Shuang had given them a lot of targeted training before the competition. The biggest threat to the Wood Spirit team was Wang Yuexin's Tree of Life, so as long as they could contain him at the beginning, they could then take down the other teammates one by one. You are the masked squad? A staff member in a competition uniform approached, holding an envelope, and glanced over. Su Jintang opened her eyes, sat up straight, and replied, yes. What's up? The staff member smiled, walked up to Su Jintang, and handed her the envelope. This is an invitation to the official ball of the Superpowered Individuals competition. All the teams that advance today will receive an invitation. Please remember to attend on time. Su Jintang hesitantly opened the envelope, took out the invitation inside, and glanced at it. Welcome to the ball night, everyone, to join us for a grand feast. Invited guests, the masked squad. Time, this Saturday evening at 7 p.m. Location, Mirage Underground Black Market. What ball? They're inviting us to dance? Song Tianqi looked up at the staff member and asked. The staff member smiled slightly. Of course, we're not forcing anyone to dance. This dance is intended to provide a platform for the contestants to communicate and exchange ideas. It's great if you like to come, but if you're not interested, you don't have to. Okay, thank you. Su Jintang handed the invitations to the others. Do you want to go? If so, let's go together this Saturday. Yan Yuding curiously examined the invitation, even flipping it over and holding it up to the light to observe it further. It doesn't seem to have any hidden text. Xue Zhongqi glanced at the envelope. Then let's go. We're free anyway, and it'd be a good opportunity to network with other teams. Jiangxi and Song Tianqi also had no objections. Finally, the five of them agreed to go to the black market together for the dance on the weekend. At this moment, the Topic Mask team advances to the top 16 surge to the top of the StarNet trending search list. Su Jintang snapped his fingers, and the scene of breaking the cage was edited into a highlight reel and uploaded online. In less than half an hour, the number of views had exceeded 1 million. Wow! So cool! This guy is so handsome. I knew my judgment was right. The masked squad really is the best. Ha ha ha! I just checked the odds at the black market casino, and the odds for the masked squad to advance to the quarterfinals have been reduced by 4 times. Luckily, I had already placed my bet. Why didn't you say so sooner? I haven't even had a chance to place my bet yet. Class monitor, how about we go watch the other team's matches? Yan Yuding suddenly suggested. They finished their first match today, and there were still several teams to play. Since they had nothing else to do, watching the other team's performances wouldn't be bad. Su Jintang rubbed his temples. Sure. So the 5 of them rested for a while, then got up and returned to the competition venue. In the team rest area, the other teams that hadn't yet played sat in their respective areas, waiting. The masked squad had just won their match, and upon returning to the rest area, they immediately became the focus of attention. Various curious glances fell upon them. Su Jintang calmly returned to their designated resting spot and sat down. There was a live broadcast screen in the rest area. The two teams currently playing were, one of which was the strongest team in the upper bracket, the Soul Gathering team. Su Jintang crossed his arms in front of him, his gaze fixed on the live broadcast screen. The team that faced Chi-hun was an average team with players at the peak of the 3rd tier or higher. This team was probably a few points stronger than Mu Jiling, but under the all-out attack of the 5 members of Chi-hun, they didn't even last 5 minutes, being eliminated as a whole. Li Xiang announced, Chi-hun wins this round of the elimination tournament. Immediately, cheers erupted from the fans. Yin Yuding leaned closer with a serious expression. Class monitor, this Chi-hun team is quite formidable. To advance to the final semifinals, they had to fight their way through the upper bracket. So, they would likely face Chi-hun again in the later matches. Su Jintang shifted his posture. Yeah, so let's pray for fate. Yin Yuding was taken aback. Pray for what? Pray that we don't run into them before the semifinals, Su Jintang replied. Encountering such strong opponents too early isn't a good thing, and Su Jintang certainly didn't want to waste time fighting the Chi-hun team. Jiang Shi's gaze remained fixed on the screen, a glimmer of light flickering in her usually calm eyes. Their captain is very strong. Su Jintang turned and glanced at her. You want to fight the Chi-hun team? Jiang Shi shook her head. Not really, just want to spar with someone of similar strength. On the other side, Song Tianqi's fighting spirit was barely concealed, a flame igniting in his eyes. Right. Only strong opponents deserve a spar. Shui Zhongqi shook his head speechlessly. You two are really crazy. As they were talking, the Chi-hun team, having just won their match, returned to their team rest area. The team leader, Xiao Lingyi, with his clean black hair and well-defined knuckles, led the team in. As he passed Su Jintang, he stopped and glanced down at her. Are you the captain of the masked squad? His cool voice reached Su Jintang's ears. Su Jintang looked up, glancing at him casually. Something wrong? Xiao Lingyi smiled slightly. Nothing, just wanted to say hello. I look forward to having the opportunity to spar with you guys sometime in the future. Su Jintang looked him up and down. Okay, I understand. Then, she leaned back on the sofa and closed her eyes to rest. This casual dismissal made Xiao Lingyi's thin lips curl into a slight smile. He turned around and led his team forward, muttering with a smile, this masked squad is indeed interesting. Chapter 95. Following the match between the masked squad and the Soul Rising team, the excitement of the matches plummeted. After watching a few matches, Su Jintang and his group of 5 began to feel sleepy. They didn't force themselves to stay awake, unable to watch any longer. They simply told the staff and left early. Back in their villa dormitory, it was lunchtime. The dining table was already laden with a sumptuous feast. Wan Tao sat in the living room, a light screen floating in front of her displaying the elimination rounds of the Mechanical Technology Military Academy team. Sister Tao, you're watching the match too? Yin Yuding smiled and leaned closer. Wan Tao clenched her fists, intently watching the scene on the light screen. Su Jintang glanced over. At that moment, the battle on the light screen had reached its most intense point. Xiao Zhuyu, a member of the Mechanical Technology Military Academy squad, wielded dual pistols. A sharp glint flashed across her cold, resolute face as she charged forward with her long, straight legs, firing continuously at the enemy. The enemy opposite her dodged and attacked, trying to close the distance. Fortunately, Xiao Zhuyu reacted nimbly, sweeping her long leg forward and kicking the charging enemy to the ground. Her teammates arrived in time, surrounding the enemy. We won! Wan Tao jumped up excitedly from the sofa. Su Jintang glanced at her, then silently walked to the dining table and sat down. We won, but I haven't seen you this happy. Shui Zhongqi also snorted, then started waving his recently bought folding fan again. Exactly. Wan Tao then realized that Su Jintang and his 4 companions had returned. She coughed lightly, quickly exited the live stream, stood up casually, and smiled sweetly at the group. You're back. Congratulations on advancing again. Yin Yuding, hands on her hips, glanced at her with a subtle expression. So Sister Peach can change her expression this quickly too. Wan Tao winked at her. Of course, my favorite is still your masked squad. She then walked to the dining table and began to comfort Su Jintang and the others. I specially prepared a feast to celebrate with you all today. Su Jintang glanced at the dishes on the table. They were indeed very lavish, clearly prepared with care. Try them. How do you like my latest recipe? Wan Tao handed chopsticks to the 5 of them. Faced with the delicious food, Song Tianqi was the first to surrender, immediately picking up a piece of duck and putting it in his mouth. The duck was tender and flavorful, mixed with refreshing cucumber, creating an explosive and exciting taste experience. Delicious, delicious. Song Tianqi nodded repeatedly in praise, quickly picking up another piece of duck and eating. Su Jintang also picked up a piece of duck and put it in her mouth. She nodded and replied, "Yes, it's delicious." The 3-day round of 16 elimination matches concluded successfully, and the popularity of the superpowered individuals competition reached unprecedented heights. Many businesses, eager to capitalize on the hype, began selling masks featuring the masked squad. Within military academies, the number of masked squad fans was also increasing. Even Lectas had many admirers. "Look how cool my mask is. It's the same one as the masked squad's. I pre-ordered it ages ago, and finally managed to snag it. Damn! How come I was the only one who didn't get one? I told the shop owner I wanted to buy it days in advance, but when I went to pick it up this morning, they said it was sold out. Oh well, the masked squad is just too popular lately, ha ha ha." 2 young women walked towards her, arm in arm, chatting. Su Jintang glanced at them, then silently turned away, hands in her pockets, and continued walking. Today, Teacher Zhuang had asked her to return to the military academy alone, saying that a leader there wanted to conduct in-depth research on her evolving supernatural abilities. 15 minutes later, Su Jintang arrived at the office door and knocked. "Come in," Zhuang Silin's voice came. Su Jintang pushed open the door, and saw Zhuang Silin and Wen Rueda sitting in the office. Zhuang Silin stood up and introduced the man beside her. "This is Professor Wen Rueda, who specializes in research on the evolution of superpowers." Su Jintang politely bowed to Professor Wen Rueda. "Hello, Professor." Wen Rueda quickly stood up, smiling as he shook her hand. "No need to be so polite. Sit down and let's talk." Su Jintang obediently sat down on the sofa, placing her hands on her knees. "Why did you call me here, Professor?" Wen Rueda went straight to the point. "I heard from Professor Zhuang that your superpower has now fully evolved into the ice attribute. I happen to be researching in this field, and would like to consult you on some related issues. Is that convenient?" "Of course." Su Jintang nodded readily. She had discussed this with Brother Long before coming. Brother Long's point was that as long as her mental sea wasn't invaded by a superpowered individual at the peak of the 8th rank or higher, no one could detect the problem within her. In the entire Rectas, only the principal could reach that level. Wen Rueda quickly brought up the recording screen and pointed it at Su Jintang, asking, "When you participated in the supernatural talent test before, did you notice any signs that your supernatural abilities might be evolving?" Su Jintang nodded. "The teacher who tested me said my ability was strange. It's clearly a domain-type ability, but its strength is very low. However, I didn't know that ability evolution was possible, so I didn't think much of it." Wen Rueda hummed in agreement. "I knew it. If ability evolution is possible, then there should have been signs of it from the beginning." He continued, "During the ability evolution, did your body or mental sea undergo any significant changes?" Su Jintang nodded again. "My physical strength has increased a lot, and the area of my mental sea has also increased a lot. These should all be the amplification effects brought about by the evolution." A hint of relief appeared in Wen Rueda's eyes. "Your situation and the results of my research on ability evolution." "Yes, we agree." Zhuang Silin poured them both a cup of tea and handed it to them. "Teacher 1, have you made any new discoveries?" Wen Rueda's intelligent eyes gleamed with anticipation. "Actually, over the years, I've been exploring the possibility of artificially intervening in the evolution of superpowers. If I can master this technology, its impact on superpowered individuals in the future will be enormous." Su Jintang was somewhat surprised. "Artificially intervening in the evolution of superpowers?" "Yes." Wen Rueda's gaze blazed. "Currently, many superpower evolutions occur spontaneously. But if I thoroughly research this, I can help weaker superpowered individuals undergo forced evolutionary modifications. In this way, even those with auxiliary superpowers may evolve into stronger beings in the future." Zhuang Silin's attitude was noticeably more conservative. She took a sip of tea and offered a contrasting opinion. "To gain something, you must first give something. It's not necessarily a good thing for someone who shouldn't have this kind of strength to gain power beyond their original capabilities through artificial intervention." Wen Rueda disagreed, retorting, "But mastering the technology of artificially intervened evolution is also a proactive advantage for us. At least we already have this technology. As for how to apply it, we can discuss that later." Su Jintang didn't participate in their debate, only keeping her head down in silence. Half an hour later, Su Jintang left the office. As soon as she stepped out of the teaching building, she encountered 2 fans wearing ghost masks. She cleared her throat and turned away discreetly. Soon, the weekend arrived, the day the competition organizers invited the advancing teams to the ball. Yin Yuting took Su Jintang's arm as they went downstairs. Today, Yin Yuting was dressed very much like a princess, with slightly wavy shoulder-length hair and a red butterfly hairpin on top. With her round, adorable face and delicate features, Yin Yuting was the epitome of a young lady from a wealthy family. How do I look? I think I look alright in this for the ball, right? Yin Yuting twirled around, her hair fluttering behind her ear. Next to her, Shui Zhongqi, dressed even more flamboyantly, struck a pose with feigned coolness. Don't I look pretty handsome too? Song Tianqi had also changed into a black tuxedo today. His expression was slightly shy, but his narcissism remained undiminished. Compared to me, you two are still a bit lacking. Su Jintang stared speechlessly at the three of them, sizing them up. Anyway, we're all wearing masks, so what difference does it make what we wear? That's true, but it's a ball after all, and I feel like I'd be doing it wrong not to dress up. Yin Yuting tossed her hair again. Jiangxi was the most composed. She hadn't even changed her clothes, she was still wearing her usual casual clothes. Su Jintang didn't bother with dressing up either, simply putting on her ghost mask before leaving. The five of them arrived at the underground black market again. Su Jintang held the invitation in her hand, her gaze falling on the location. Where's the Mirage? The others didn't know either. Shui Zhongqi suggested, let's ask someone. Su Jintang, holding the ball invitation, went to a stall and squatted down. Sir, do you know where the Mirage is? The stall owner pointed in a direction. Go that way. Su Jintang was about to thank him when the stall owner suddenly smiled and handed her a notebook. Could you sign this? My daughter really likes your team. Su Jintang paused, turning to look at the others. Who's signing? Jiangxi remained silent. Finally, Yin Yuting volunteered. I do it. I practiced my signature beforehand. I didn't expect it to come in handy. Saying this, she walked over and took the pen and notebook from the stall owner, quickly signing her name. The stall owner then glanced discreetly at Su Jintang. My daughter's favorite characters are Dry Rice Man and Cold-Blooded Killer. I wonder if it would be convenient for you too. Su Jintang immediately waved her hand. I don't sign. Mainly because her handwriting was bad. Jiangxi also refused. I don't sign either. The stall owner was a little disappointed, but still smiled and agreed. Thank you, thank you. Su Jintang cleared her throat, stood up, and turned to lead the group towards the Mirage. Last time they came to the black market, they only explored one half of the area, but this time the dance party was on the other side. Not far along, Su Jintang saw a cluster of buildings shrouded in mist. The mist was clearly artificial, but it looked incredibly realistic, as if the entire complex stood high in the sky. The craftsmanship is amazing, Song Tianqi exclaimed, admiring the buildings. No wonder it's called a mirage. It looks completely real. Su Jintang thought to herself, how much money must have cost to create such a massive underground city? It's good to be rich. Hello, are you one of the teams invited to the ball? A receptionist approached with a smile. Su Jintang nodded and handed over her invitation. The receptionist checked her credentials and quickly gestured for her to come in. Please come in, everyone. Before entering, Su Jintang casually asked, will the black market boss be attending today? The receptionist smiled slightly. Yes. Yin Yuting, standing nearby, was taken aback. The black market boss is attending too? Last time they visited the black market, they had remarked on how wealthy the black market boss was. She hadn't expected to meet him in person so soon. Su Jintang withdrew her gaze, pursed her lips, and stepped onto the stairs. She had just been wondering why the official ball of the competition was being held in the black market. So she had casually asked, not expecting the black market boss to be attending. Could it be that the black market boss is also pulling the strings behind this superpower competition? Do you know what kind of organization is behind the superpower competition? Su Jintang asked, turning back. Shui Zhongqi shook his head. Never heard of it. It seems that holding a special ability competition every year has become a tradition, but no one has ever really investigated who the organizers are. Yin Yuting and Song Tianqi were even more unaware. Jiangxi spoke up. I only know that the organizers of this competition aren't from the Federation, nor are they from the military academy or our Wanbage. As for other forces, only black market bosses have the financial resources and power to host such a large-scale competition. Su Jintang pursed her lips even tighter, feeling that something was strange, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Upon entering the Mirage, the luxurious decor immediately drew everyone's attention. Su Jintang looked up at the crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling. Beautiful classical music filled the air, long and soaring, making one want to close their eyes, and immersed themselves in it. Just then, a strange figure suddenly appeared in her peripheral vision. Su Jintang subconsciously glanced over. A staff member in a black market uniform hurried past, seemingly on his way to do something. Su Jintang sized him up. Without thinking much of it, she looked away and continued walking inside. Thank you all for gracing our ball. There are still 30 minutes until the ball officially begins. Our boss has prepared afternoon tea and some desserts and snacks for everyone. Please feel free to enjoy them. If you encounter any problems during the ball, please feel free to contact our staff for assistance. Thank you for your cooperation and understanding, the receptionist said with a smile. By this time, quite a few team members had already arrived. When Su Jintang went to the dessert table to find something to eat, she happened to run into Xiao Lingyi from the Chihuan team. He casually picked up a glass of red wine, took a sip, and kept his lower gaze observing Su Jintang. We meet again. Su Jintang also raised a glass of wine and toasted him. It's fate that we meet, shall we? Xiao Lingyi curled his thin, sensual lips into a smile, raised his hand to toast Su Jintang. Cheers. So in that case, we're friends? Xiao Lingyi swallowed the red wine in his mouth and continued. Su Jintang immediately refused. Your definition of friend is quite hasty. Xiao Lingyi's words were cut off. He paused, then chuckled. I was hoping to use this excuse to get your identity information, but it seems there's no hope. Yes. Su Jintang replied crisply, downing her glass of red wine and turning to leave. Xiao Lingyi watched her retreating figure, a hint of interest rising in his eyes. He raised his glass and took another sip. Su Jintang strolled around the ballroom, and soon encountered Huai Yongxia from the Silver Light Military Academy again. Speaking of which, the Silver Light Military Academy was really lucky. They were already at their wits' end in the previous round of eliminations. As it turned out, they were drawn against the weakest team in the entire competition, and then advanced to the top 16 with incredible ease. Hey, you're the captain of the masked squad? Huai Yongxia, still with that arrogant look, suddenly walked over and blocked Su Jintang's path. Su Jintang glanced at him. What's up? Huai Yongxia sneered. You guys seem pretty popular lately. Came over to get to know each other. Sorry, we're not people you can just get to know whenever you want, Su Jintang replied coldly. This sarcastic reply immediately shut Huai Yongxia down. His face turned extremely pale. You really live up to your reputation. He had naturally seen the masked squad's popularity, and had heard that the team members weren't exactly known for their bad tempers. But he hadn't expected to be so easily rebuffed. At this moment, Xiao Lingyi walked over from behind, curiously looking them over. Do you two know each other? No. Su Jintang and Huai Yongxia answered in unison. Xiao Lingyi smiled. Since you two are free, why not join in a little game we spontaneously organized? Su Jintang turned her head. What game? Have you ever heard of the undercover assassin game? Su Jintang frowned. No. Huai Yongxia looked at her like she was an idiot. You never even played an undercover assassin game? You're so out of touch. Su Jintang, feeling slighted for the first time, straightened her back slightly. Tell me the rules, maybe I figure it out after you hear them. Xiao Lingyi quickly explained, the rules aren't difficult, it's a role-playing game. Among a group of ordinary players, there will be several undercover assassins hiding their identities. Each round, the players must deduce who the undercover killer is based on the clues discovered so far, then vote to eliminate the player with the most votes. If all the undercover killers are eliminated at the end of the game, the ordinary players win. Otherwise, the undercover killers win. Su Jintang understood, this was the werewolf game she often played. Got it, this game is simple, I can play a couple of rounds with you guys. Okay, then this. Xiao Lingyi paused, may I ask how I should address you? Su Jintang smiled slightly and replied, just call me Miss Ganfanren. She absolutely wouldn't reveal any information about her identity. Xiao Lingyi's expression froze, then he shook his head and smiled, Miss Ganfanren, this way please. You can also call any other partners who want to participate. So, are there any rewards for playing this game? Su Jintang asked. Xiao Lingyi, the game is self-organized, so the prizes are all paid by individuals. Each person contributes one prize, and the final winner can freely choose the prize from the loser's bracket. Su Jintang stroked her chin. This is interesting, it'd be a good opportunity to exchange all her useless runes. A little while later, Su Jintang dragged Shui Zhongqi from next door over, want to play the undercover game? Sure, I'm bored. I joined too. Shui Zhongqi was clearly a seasoned gamer. He immediately nodded in agreement upon hearing the name. A few minutes later, players from various teams found an empty table, sat down, and began the game. Participants included the Masked Squad, as well as the Soul Rising team, the Silver Light Military Academy team, and the Purple Cloud Pond Flower team. These teams are all currently very popular, with the Purple Cloud Pond Flower team having the highest winning rate this year. Chapter 96. The others, bored, also gathered around to watch. In no time, members of all the teams were assembled around the table. Come on, everyone, what do you have to offer as prizes? Show them off first, then we begin the competition, Xiao Lingyi said proactively. Huai Yangxia quickly took out a tuba potion. This is a special power-boosting potion I bought a couple of days ago. Drinking it will increase your mental strength to a certain extent. That should be enough as a prize, right? Xiao Lingyi smiled, of course. Soon, the two members of the Zixia team also each took out potions of equal rarity as prizes. After observing everyone, Su Jintang took out 10 level 2 attack runes from his bracelet space and slapped them on the table, 10 level 2 runes. Shui Zhongqi was even more generous, directly offering a tracking rune as a reward. Xiao Lingyi gathered the prizes everyone had brought out. Alright, I keep the prizes for now. After the game, everyone can distribute them as they see fit. Su Jintang leaned back in her chair and raised her hand. There are fewer undercover assassins. If they win, does that mean all the prizes go to them? Yes, there are fewer undercover assassins, so winning is naturally more difficult. Therefore, giving them all the prizes is fair. Su Jintang had no further questions and fell silent again. Meanwhile, upstairs in the banquet hall, Gu Xiuwen stood in front of a full-length mirror, slowly adjusting the angle of his tie. Master, someone has indeed infiltrated the ball. Should I deal with it now? A subordinate in a black trench coat reported as he entered. A shadowy glint flashed in Gu Xiuwen's indifferent eyes. No need. He tightened his tie and turned around. What are they doing downstairs? The man in the black trench coat paused. Several teams are playing an undercover assassin game. The original intention of this ball was to provide a platform for players from various teams to exchange skills, but unexpectedly, the players from this year's participating teams were quite playful. Instead of testing each other or starting fires, they gotten together to play games. A smile appeared in Gu Xiuwen's eyes. Let's go see. Meanwhile, inside the banquet hall, Xiao Lingyi, seated at the head of the table, began dealing the cards. On this night of the full moon, all 8 of you players simultaneously received an anonymous invitation to a ball, gathering at this mirage. The anonymous invitation also contains a hidden clue, informing you that 2 of you are dangerous undercover assassins. Every night, these 2 assassins will strike. The other 6 ordinary players can only vote during the open daytime to eliminate any suspected assassins. Opportunities are limited, and lives are only once. Now, the game begins. It's dark now. Please close your eyes. Undercover assassins, please open your eyes and verify each other's identities. Su Jintang, who drew the undercover card in the first round, immediately opened her eyes. Her gaze swept around, landing on Shui Zhongqi, who had also just opened his eyes opposite her. The two exchanged a glance, instantly reaching a tacit understanding. Seeing this, Xiao Lingyi, the host, became even more interested. Now, please let the undercover assassin choose the target to eliminate this round. Su Jintang raised an eyebrow and pointed in Huai Yangxia's direction. Shui Zhongqi immediately gave an okay sign, then both pointed at Huai Yangxia. Xiao Lingyi understood, okay. Undercover assassin, please close your eyes. Now, medic, please open your eyes. This player died tonight. Are you willing to use your medical ability to save them? The player who drew the medic role was from the Zixia team. He was clearly unfamiliar with Huai Yangxia, and since both teams were in the same half of the server, they were bound to face off as rivals in the future. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head and withdrew. Xiao Lingyi nodded again. Medic, please close your eyes. It's dawn. The player who died last night was Huai Yangxia. He then pointed to Huai Yangxia's location. Huai Yangxia's expression froze instantly. I'm dead? How could I be dead? Xiao Lingyi glanced at him. You're already dead, so you can't say anything related to the game now. Please follow the rules. No, Huai Yangxia jumped up, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over Su Jintang. Suddenly understanding something, he clenched his fists, sat back down, and gritted his teeth, saying, I follow the rules. Huai Yangxia's gaze was fixed on Su Jintang, as if trying to discern something from her expression. It was time for the players to speak and present evidence. Su Jintang shook her head innocently. I don't know what happened either. I couldn't figure it out in the first round. How about everyone abstain, and we do another round? Shui Zhongqi immediately seconded, yes, it's safer to do another round. The other players obviously hadn't figured anything out either, so they had to agree and prepare for another round. The second round began, and it was the undercover assassin's turn to open their eyes. Su Jintang and Shui Zhongqi both opened their eyes, and began searching for their target to eliminate this round. At this moment, Huai Yangxia, who had already been eliminated, finally learned the truth. His hands clenched tightly, his eyes bulging as if they were about to pop out. He knew it. While everyone was having a great time, Gu Xiaowen slowly descended the stairs. He wore a white suit, still wearing that half-mast, alluring mask, his high nose bridge and perfect jawline seemingly sculpted. Alright, the game has already gone through 2 rounds, let me analyze the current situation. Su Jintang, under the guise of an undercover agent, began to stir up trouble. Huai Yangxia, who was eliminated in the first round, is actually a very good clue. Think about it, if you were the undercover assassin, who would you choose to kill in the first round? If it were me, and I didn't know anyone else, I would definitely kill someone I was close to in the first round, because at least it would save face. The people at the card table fell silent, all considering the credibility of Su Jintang's words. Seeing no one object, Su Jintang continued his rambling. So I guess the undercover assassin must have had a good relationship with Huai Yangxia, who was killed in the first round. Because they were close, even though Huai Yangxia was killed in the first round, he didn't show too much anger. Huai Yangxia, sitting beside him, looked confused. In short, my main suspect right now is Huai Yangxia's teammate. I will vote for him this round. Su Jintang leaned back in his chair, delivering his concluding remarks. Huai Yangxia's teammate looked confused. He tried to explain, I'm not the undercover assassin. I really wasn't. I still don't know what's going on. How could I have killed Huai Yangxia? Shui Zhongqi immediately frowned and added insult to injury. If she's not an undercover agent, why are you so agitated? Huai Yangxia's teammate began to protest. No, I think Gan Fanren is the undercover agent. She started stirring things up from the beginning. She's definitely suspicious. Trust me, vote for her this round. Hearing this, Shui Zhongqi immediately switched sides. What you said seems to make sense. Gan Fanren has been acting suspiciously from the start. Maybe she really is an undercover agent. Su Jintang glanced at him and directly countered, Alright, the truth is out. They're obviously the undercover assassins helping each other downvote me. Trust me, vote out Huai Yangxia's teammate this round, then vote for Deshigua next round. The situation gradually became chaotic. Xiao Lingyi, having learned the whole truth, watched the show with a smile, his hand stroking his chin, his interest growing stronger. Another player who had just been killed twitched at the corner of his mouth. Seeing the 2 undercover assassins fighting each other, he realized that the good guys were unlikely to survive this round. Huai Yangxia couldn't contain his anger, and got up to vent elsewhere. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid he'd break down in a fight with the 2 members of the masked squad. No one noticed that Gu Xiaowen had silently arrived at the card table. Only Su Jintang sensed something, and suddenly glanced behind her. When she saw Gu Xiaowen's half-mask, she visibly paused. It was this action that made everyone else look up and notice Gu Xiaowen's presence. The previously heated atmosphere at the card table vanished instantly. Everyone immediately became reserved. Xiao Lingyi, naturally recognizing the black market boss, quickly explained, We were bored before the ball started, so we organized a game. No problem, you guys play, I just watch. Gu Xiaowen's voice was calm and composed. Although he said that, everyone became noticeably uncomfortable with Gu Xiaowen present. Before coming to the black market, everyone had heard rumors of the boss's strength. A 9th-tier superpowered individual, a top expert at the pinnacle of the Federation. Playing such a childish game in front of him felt a bit off. Su Jintang, however, didn't have the courage. She withdrew her gaze, and continued the game. Let's start voting now. A slight silence fell. Xiao Lingyi cleared his throat and continued, Okay, let's start voting now. Voting results. Huai Yangxia's teammate was eliminated with the highest number of votes. The third round of the game began. Su Jintang and Shui Zhongqi both opened their eyes, and after agreeing, they decided to eliminate one more person. At this moment, the person who had just been eliminated in the previous round stared at them in shock, his mouth opening and closing for a long time, but he couldn't utter a single word. He thought Big Watermelon was a good guy, but it turned out it was all an act. He was voted out in the end. Gu Xiaowen also understood the game, his gaze inadvertently falling on Su Jintang, his thin lips slightly pursed. Another round of muddled voting ended. In the end, the 2 undercover agents won. When Su Jintang and Shui Zhongqi stood up and cheered, The other contestants were all dumbfounded. Weren't they just arguing? No, it turns out they really were undercover agents. I trusted them so much just now, I must have lost all my conscience. The good teammate, who was voted out, forced a smile. Now you know how unjustly I died. Su Jintang leaned over the table, grabbed all the prizes with both hands, and thanked everyone with a smile. Thank you all for your trust. Thank you so much. Come on, let me help you carry some. Shui Zhongqi jogged over from the opposite side, smiling as he took half of the prizes. Su Jintang put the prizes into her bracelet space one by one. As she turned to leave, her movements were too fast, and she bumped directly into Gu Xiuwen's chest. Her head bounced back, and the ghost mask on her face was knocked askew. Gu Xiuwen looked down at her, raised his hand to straighten her mask. Careful. Su Jintang looked up, her smile not reaching her eyes, and replied thank you. Of course, she still remembered the time when the soul-capturing bell was filled with a fragment of a 9th-level ability user's consciousness. This black market boss was definitely not as innocent as he seemed. After regaining her composure, Su Jintang walked around him and turned to leave. Shui Zhongqi caught up from behind, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Class monitor, do you know the black market boss? I met him once when I got the soul-capturing bell. Shui Zhongqi was about to continue gossiping when the MC's voice rang out through the microphone. Thank you all for accepting the invitation to this grand ball. The ball will officially begin in 10 minutes. You can find your dance partners here now. Su Jintang went to the lounge area, picked up a glass of red wine, and sat down on a sofa for a short rest. At this moment, the dance floor was completely empty. Not a single person was in sight. Most contestants in the superpowered individuals competition are inherently proud. None of them would bother finding a dance partner for no reason. It's safe to say that if this misunderstanding hadn't been organized by the competition organizers, many people probably wouldn't have even attended. A little while later, Yin Yuding and her group came over and sat down to rest. Nobody's dancing. Is this ball really just an invitation for us to have fun? Yin Yuding wondered. Song Tianqi leaned against the other side, bored. This is so boring. I thought there would be some exciting and fun activities. Most of the other team members shared the same sentiment. After waiting a while, melodious classical music began to play, instantly filling the ballroom with atmosphere. But the dance floor remained empty. Su Jintang got up and went to the dessert table to find something to eat. Just then, a figure hurried past her, accidentally knocking over a champagne table in the process. The commotion attracted a lot of attention, but once everyone saw that it was just a waiter who had knocked something over, they quickly looked away. Su Jintang felt the man looked familiar and took a few more glances. The waiter quickly cleaned up the spilled champagne and then hurried away. Before leaving, a dark purple badge fell out of his pocket. Su Jintang wanted to call out, but the waiter was too fast. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. Su Jintang frowned, walked over, and bent down to pick up the badge. The badge had a round planet design on it, which looked very familiar. Su Jintang pondered for a long time before realizing what it was, then her expression changed instantly. She immediately clutched the badge in her palm and turned back to the sofa area. Something's happened, she said in a low voice. Yin Yuding, who was eating dessert, subconsciously looked up. Huh? Song Tianqi and Jiang Shi also turned around. What's going on? Shui Zhongqi put down his wine glass, realizing that things seemed more complicated than they appeared. Su Jintang pursed her lips and secretly showed the four of them the badge she was holding in her palm. This should be the badge of the Reformed Society. It was dropped by the waiter, who just knocked over the champagne table. Damn it! Song Tianqi couldn't help but swear. Realizing he was too emotional, he quickly covered his mouth and calmed himself down. The Reform Society was a party whose main goal was to resist the Alliance. They shouted reform slogans, but frequently committed heinous acts that disrupted interstellar peace. For example, deliberately causing large-scale disasters and inducing ignorant superhumans to act against the Federation. In short, the Reform Society was a criminal organization that broke the law. Anyone with a little common sense would know this. But no one dared to openly mention this organization, mainly for fear of being implicated. Squad leader, are you sure you're not mistaken? Song Tianqi cleared his throat and cautiously asked again. Su Jintang showed the badge to Jiang Shi and the others. Look for yourselves. Shui Zhongqi examined the design on the badge, nervously swallowing. Yes, it should be that organization's badge. Wait, this? How could there be members of the Reform Society in the underground black market? Yin Yuding lowered his voice considerably, afraid of being overheard. I don't know. But this place can't stay any longer. Su Jintang quickly stated his conclusion. Whatever the reason these members of the Reform Society were here, it was none of their business. Staying away from trouble was the best policy. Right, let's go quickly. Shui Zhongqi hurriedly stood up. The five of them were completely in agreement on this matter, but they didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble, so they maintained a relatively rational state throughout. Su Jintang led the group to the exit of the ball and apologized to the staff. Excuse me, something came up, and we have to leave early. The staff looked up at the five of them and replied with a smile. The ball has already started. Leaving before the music ends is very impolite. Perhaps you could wait 2 more minutes until the music finishes? At this moment, Xiao Lingyi, noticing that the five of them wanted to leave, walked over. The ball has only just begun. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? If you're not interested in dancing, we can organize another round of the spy game. With Xiao Lingyi's arrival, the attention of the other team members also shifted. Huai Yangxia, who had previously suffered a crushing defeat, approached with a dark expression. What's the rush? Taking our prizes and leaving like that isn't very ethical. It's still early, let's play another round. Su Jintang immediately felt an urge to avoid talking to someone so idiotic. She took a deep breath and lowered her voice. There are members of the Reform Society here. If you don't want to get into trouble, you better leave now. Her voice was so soft that only the two of them could hear. To outsiders, it sounded like they were having a private whispered conversation. Huai Yangxu immediately assumed they were plotting something against him. What are you two talking about? If you're so capable, talk openly. What kind of skill is whispering? Su Jintang gave him a look that said, look at me like I'm an idiot, without saying another word. She turned around, pushed aside the staff member blocking the door, and said, sorry, I have something urgent to attend to, I have to go. The staff member, who had been maintaining a polite smile, suddenly became firm. His smile faded, and his voice turned cold. During the ball, entry and exit are prohibited. Su Jintang narrowed his eyes, subtly channeling his supernatural power into his palm. We hadn't heard of this rule before we came. Song Tianqi and the others behind him sensed something and immediately assumed fighting stances. Xiao Lingyi, standing to the side, was still processing Su Jintang's words. Realizing something, his expression darkened. I never heard of a ball that forbids people from leaving midway. The moment his words fell, a massive surge of spiritual energy erupted from his body. Chapter 97. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of others. The remaining members of the Soul Rising team immediately surrounded them. Captain, what happened? Xiao Lingyi frowned, glancing in Su Jintang's direction out of the corner of his eye. Something happened. The Reform Society incident had had a huge impact, and he wasn't sure if Su Jintang was telling the truth, so he could only make up an excuse for now. The members of the Soul Rising team clearly trusted him, and immediately activated their abilities, preparing to fight at any moment. Seeing the situation was turning against them, the staff members' previously firm attitudes softened somewhat. Since you all want to leave, please do. He stepped aside to make way for the exit. Su Jintang raised an eyebrow, and withdrew the spiritual power that had been gathering in his palm. Let's go! Song Tianqi and the others quickly followed. Xiao Lingyi seemed a little hesitant, because even now, he couldn't be sure if what Su Jintang said was true. After a moment's thought, he followed Su Jintang out of the banquet hall. The sudden departure of the Qihuan team and the masked squad surprised everyone. Why did they suddenly leave together? Even if they had urgent business, it wouldn't be necessary for both teams to have something come up at the same time, would it? What does this mean? What's the point of this ball tonight? The ballroom became noisy and bustling. Su Jintang and his group, who had left early, quickly walked out along the passageway and soon exited the Mirage. Before leaving, Su Jintang glanced back at the Mirage and casually tossed the badge he had been clutching into a nearby trash can. Class monitor, are we just leaving? Yin Yuding asked softly. Su Jintang hummed in agreement, let's go. She then turned and continued walking towards the black market exit. Shortly after they left, the other teams also left the party early, bored. More and more teams left. Just as Su Jintang and her group were about to leave the black market, a loud explosion rang out behind them. Su Jintang paused, hesitantly turning back to look in the direction of the explosion. Holy crap! The Mirage exploded. Song Tianqi reacted immediately, his voice filled with shock. Yin Yuding and the others also turned around. Seeing that the explosion indeed occurred at the location of the Mirage, Yin Yuding covered her mouth in shock. Shui Zhongqi and Jiang Shi's eyes also showed a hint of emotion. How did you know the Reform Society had infiltrated the ball? Upon hearing the explosion, Xiao Lingyi realized the seriousness of the situation and immediately stepped forward to stop Su Jintang, asking with a stern expression. Now that things had come to this, it was impossible for Su Jintang to completely extricate herself. I found the Reform Society's badge on one of the ball staff. At the time, I was afraid of causing unnecessary trouble, so I didn't publicize it. Xiao Lingyi frowned slightly. You still have that badge? Su Jintang shrugged. I threw it in the trash can when I came out. How could I carry something like that around? If the explosion was caused by the Reform Society, then the problem is quite serious. Xiao Lingyi's brows furrowed even more. Su Jintang glanced again at the location of the explosion. At this moment, Huai Yongxiao and the others from the Silver Light Military Academy also walked over with panicked expressions. No, what happened? We hadn't been out long when the mirage exploded. Players from several other teams rushed over, their faces filled with panic. What's going on? When I came out, there were still many people in the hall. They hadn't left yet. Could it be? They're all still inside? Su Jintang's gaze swept over the destroyed and collapsed mirage not far away, her lips pressed tightly together. An hour later, news of the horrific explosion at the underground black market mirage surged to the top of the Starnet's trending searches. Really? I was planning to go to the black market this morning, but something unexpected happened, so I didn't go. I was there when the mirage exploded. It's real. It really exploded, and it seems there were many casualties. Damn. Our Federation hasn't had such a terrible incident in decades, has it? Rumor has it that a black market employee revealed that the explosion was likely carried out by the Reform Society. Online discussions exploded instantly. Many passers-by in the black market also filmed the explosion and uploaded the videos to the Starnet, causing the incident to gain increasing attention. That afternoon, the underground black market was cleared out and taken over by the federal administration. As Su Jintang and his group of 5 emerged from the black market, they were stopped by federal administration officials. Xiao Lingyi and the rest of the team were also stopped at the scene. Are you contestants invited by the organizers of the superpower competition to attend the ball? Song Yuanlong's cold gaze swept over Su Jintang and his group, his tone stern. Su Jintang nodded yes. Song Yuanlong's brows furrowed slightly. At this time, the ball should still be going on. Why did you leave early? He scrutinized Su Jintang's subtle changes in expression. Su Jintang answered truthfully, I found the reformist badge, and something felt off, so I took my teammates and came out first. Song Yuanlong's brows furrowed even more, his gaze cold and unfriendly, as he stared at Su Jintang. Why didn't you say so earlier? Because I wasn't sure what happened either. Song Yuanlang was about to continue speaking. At this moment, his subordinate came to report, Captain Song, the explosion affected the entire Mirage building, but a 9th level ability user was inside. He protected everyone, and so far only the building has been destroyed, there have been no casualties. Song Yuanlang then looked away, turning to his subordinate. A 9th level ability user? The subordinate coughed lightly. It should be the black market boss. Su Jintang glanced at him as well. She then remembered that the black market boss was still inside. That's even stranger. Didn't the Reform Society know the black market boss was a 9th tier ability user? Understood. Song Yuanlang turned his head, his gaze sweeping across the room. This matter is quite serious. To ensure safety, the authorities will be checking each of you. Please cooperate. With that, Song Yuanlang turned and left. Su Jintang withdrew his gaze and sighed deeply. What's going on? Attending a ball and ending up in the authorities. Upon hearing there were no casualties, Yin Yuding immediately breathed a sigh of relief. I was terrified. I thought everyone inside had been in trouble. Song Tianqi wiped the sweat from his brow. What a mess. What are the Reform Society trying to do? The other team members, initially unaware of the situation, gradually learned about the Reform Society and began discussing in alarm. How did the Reform Society manage to infiltrate the ball? Wasn't it said that the underground black market was strictly controlled? It's a good thing I got out. If I had stayed inside, and something happened, I wouldn't have had a chance to back out. Half an hour later, Su Jintang and his group were led into the Federal Administration Bureau by relevant personnel. The bureau staff were all dressed in dark blue uniforms, their expression serious, with a sharp edge between their brows. Please sit down. A staff member from the Administration Bureau gestured for Su Jintang to sit down. Su Jintang glanced at the seat in front of him. It was a combination table and chairs resembling a small prison cell, with electric handcuffs on the tabletop, supposedly a high-end lie detector that judges whether the person is lying by detecting fluctuations in their heart rate. Su Jintang took a deep breath and walked to the front to sit down. The staff member in charge of the inquiry sat down opposite her. Miss Su Jintang, is that right? Su Jintang nodded. Yes. The staff member quickly pulled up a surveillance video. The surveillance footage from the ball shows that you and your teammates suddenly and strongly requested to leave early 5 minutes before the explosion. What was the reason? Su Jintang recounted the discovery of the Reform Society badge earlier. The staff member nodded, then took out a badge found at the explosion site and showed it to Su Jintang. Is this it? Su Jintang examined it carefully. It looks similar, but I'm not sure if it's this one. The staff member took the badge back and continued to ask, before this, did you notice anything strange at the ball? Su Jintang pondered for a moment. No. Soon, the staff member began asking a series of follow-up questions. Su Jintang answered all questions truthfully. After the questioning, the staff member stood up and gestured, hello, you can leave now. Please have your teammates come in. Su Jintang stood up and nodded. After leaving the room, Su Jintang pointed behind her, let the next one in. Song Tianqi and Yan Yuding exchanged a glance and began to decline. You go ahead, Yan Yuding nudged him with her elbow. Song Tianqi also declined, ladies first, you go first. It was everyone's first time being invited into the management bureau, and they were inevitably nervous. When the situation reached a stalemate, Jiangxi stood up, I go. She turned and went into the room. Su Jintang crossed her arms and sat down on the bench next to her. She leaned back in the chair and closed her eyes to rest. The interrogation lasted a full 3 hours. Except for the masked squad, all the other teams that had attended the ball were questioned. Only after confirming that no one was a suspect were they released. When Su Jintang and his group of 5 returned to their dormitory, it was already past midnight. The quiet night was deathly still, save for the occasional bird call, but even louder was Zhuang Silin's admonition. This explosion was too dangerous. Luckily, all 5 of you are unharmed. From now on, for any outings like this, you must report to me in advance. This time you were lucky, but next time it might not be so, understand? Zhuang Silin emphasized sternly. Understood. Su Jintang and his group of 5 replied in unison. Zhuang Silin rubbed her temples, her head aching. This matter has a huge impact. The Federation's leaders are taking it very seriously. Now that you cleared yourselves of suspicion, don't get involved in this anymore. Otherwise, if things get out of hand, it won't do us any good. Understood. After giving her instructions, Zhuang Silin hurriedly left. Su Jintang and the others, having overcome their sleepiness, were still a little unable to sleep, so they huddled together in the living room chatting quietly. Do you think this will affect our competition? Yan Yuding muttered, leaning back on the sofa. Su Jintang, clutching a doll, replied blankly, I don't know. But overall, we're not at a loss. I won quite a few prizes playing the undercover assassin game with the class monitor, so we can share them. Shui Zhongqi said, taking out all the prizes he had won that day. Several bottles of potions and inscribed magic items appeared on the table. Su Jintang snapped out of her daze, sat up straight, and took all the prizes out of her bracelet space. They're all here. You can choose yourselves, just give me the rest. The previously listless Yan Yuding and Song Tianqi immediately gathered around the table to start picking out gifts. So many good things. The players from the other teams are quite skilled. We made a fortune. I didn't do anything and I still got a prize. Song Tianqi and Yan Yuding explained in unison. It wasn't until evening, past 3 a.m. After choosing his prizes, Song Tianqi finally couldn't take it anymore. He clutched his chest and waved his hand. I can't take it anymore, my heart is racing, I'm about to die from overwork, I have to go to sleep. Yan Yuding nodded, go to sleep, go to sleep. Everyone, go back to your rooms. The 5 dispersed, and Su Jintang returned to her room alone, entering the cultivation room and sitting cross-legged. She had originally planned to use cultivation instead of rest. But whenever her mind quieted down, she kept thinking about the explosion, making it impossible to get into a meditative state. After thinking for a moment, Su Jintang summoned the green membrane Archaeopteryx. Analyze this for me. How did the Innovation Association get involved with the black market and the organizers of the superpower competition? The green membrane Archaeopteryx flapped its wings impatiently. How would I know? You humans have so many ulterior motives, always scheming and plotting. If I could figure it out, would I have been reduced to a contracted beast? I, the mighty 8th-tier peak demon beast king. Alright, shut up. Su Jintang waved his hand, interrupting him. The green membrane Archaeopteryx snorted coldly, speechless, and immediately went back to sleep in its pet space. Su Jintang leaned back on the sofa, hands behind his head, lost in thought. The more he thought about it, the more something seemed off. The black market boss was a 9-tier expert. How could he be completely unaware of a stranger suddenly appearing? Secondly, this reformed society shouldn't be some simple political party. Yet, they acted like reckless fools, risking being discovered by a 9-tier ability user to cause trouble in the black market. The most ridiculous thing was that the reformed society actually succeeded in blowing it up, but there were no casualties. In that case, it seemed like neither the black market boss nor the reformed society had any intelligence. Su Jintang rubbed his temples. After figuring out the whole logic, he finally felt sleepy, got up, and fell asleep on the bed. The next morning, the federal administration, which had thoroughly investigated the explosion overnight, officially released a statement online. The perpetrators of the underground black market mirage explosion have been identified as members of the Reform Society. The Reform Society has been active recently. Citizens are advised to be cautious when visiting large public places. Please report any suspicious individuals immediately. Meanwhile, Su Jintang also received official news from the Superpowered Individuals competition. An entire team in their upper bracket had been identified as members of the Reform Society and disqualified from the competition. So the current situation is that the next round of the upper bracket will have one more team receiving a bye. Which team will receive a bye will be determined by random draw. If we get a bye, that would be awesome. We advance directly to the quarterfinals without even playing, Song Tianqi muttered, his hands behind his head. Yin Yuting sighed, don't get your hopes up too high. With our luck, the chances of getting a bye are definitely slim. Shui Zhongqi shook his fan. That's not necessarily true. Maybe we get it. Su Jintang stroked her chin, still thinking about yesterday's reform meeting. Jiangxi turned to her when she didn't speak, still thinking about yesterday? Su Jintang took a deep breath and nodded. Yeah, I always felt like the staff member who accidentally dropped the badge that day did it on purpose. Once you're involved with the reformists, you're guaranteed a seat in the governing body's prison. How could someone be so careless as to accidentally knock over the champagne stand and drop their badge in the process? Shouldn't a bad guy conceal his identity before committing a crime? This was very hasty. But it seems the Management Bureau has already closed this matter. It's hard to convince them to continue the investigation based solely on our speculation, Jiangxi said calmly. Su Jintang shook her head. Forget it. It has nothing to do with us anyway. With that, she immediately stood up and clapped her hands. Let's go draw lots. The 5 of them quickly dressed, put on their ghost masks, and headed to the competition venue. The explosion incident sparked much controversy, and also brought considerable attention to the Superpowered Individuals competition. Su Jintang led his team into the waiting area. The members of the Chihuan team stood at the front. Xiao Lingyi noticed Su Jintang and his group and approached them to greet them. Didn't sleep well last night, did you? Although he couldn't see their faces, he guessed that most people who witnessed the explosion last night hadn't slept well. Su Jintang calmly replied, not bad. You guys, don't you think this is strange? Xiao Lingyi asked tentatively. Yin Yuting and Shui Zhongqi exchanged a glance. The two looked like they didn't understand and looked away. Teacher Zhuang had already warned them yesterday not to get involved in this. Song Tianqi simply scratched his head, feigning ignorance, and looked around. Only Su Jintang replied, what's strange about it? Xiao Lingyi had originally wanted to discuss this in more detail, but seeing that the 5 of them seemed unwilling to talk about it, he didn't want to force the topic. He looked down, touched his nose, and chuckled dryly, it's nothing. Not long after, Li Xiang appeared before the various battle teams. He was dressed in his usual gentlemanly suit, sporting his signature toothy smile. Hello everyone, welcome to the quarterfinals draw. Regarding the bye for each team, you should all have received the news. That's right, in this round of the quarterfinals, one team will receive a bye and advance directly. To be fair, this draw will be conducted live. Su Jintang glanced at the people around him. Who wants to draw? Yin Yuting immediately shook his head. I can't, my luck is terrible. Shui Zhongqi tentatively suggested, how about I try? Before he could take a step, Song Tianqi pulled him back. Forget it, your luck is even worse than Yuting's. Su Jintang looked at Jiangxi. Sister Shi, how about you? Jiangxi shook her head. I always had bad luck. In that case, I have to go. Don't blame me if I don't get it. Su Jintang immediately distanced himself from the draw. The sounds of the 5 players politely declining to draw lots reached the opposing team, Chihuan. Xiao Lingyi rolled up his sleeves and volunteered. I've been having good luck lately. I draw the lots this time. As the team captain, the others naturally had no objections. 10 minutes later, each team sent a representative to draw lots. Su Jintang was first. Before drawing, she deliberately rubbed her hands together, blew warm air into her palms, and then reached into the draw box. After randomly picking a bamboo stick, she didn't hesitate, took it out, and showed it to Li Xiong. The air froze for 2 seconds. Li Xiong himself was also stunned for a moment, then recovered and announced with a smile, "Congratulations, the masked team has drawn a bye." They advanced directly to the quarterfinals. The other teams waiting in line to draw lots looked on, with question marks. Chapter 98. Su Jintang paused for half a second, hesitantly shifting her gaze to the buy ticket in her hand. Li Xiong smiled again and reminded her, "Congratulations, your team will directly advance to the next round." Su Jintang snapped back to reality, clearing her throat lightly. "Okay." She placed the buy ticket on the table and, under everyone's watchful eyes, turned and returned to her team. Song Tianqi immediately rushed over excitedly. "Class monitor is amazing. That was incredible luck. So we advanced directly?" Yin Yuding's eyes widened, her tone full of surprise. Shui Zhongqi and Jiang Shi exchanged a glance. The two remained relatively calm. Su Jintang replied, "Yes, we just watched the next round of elimination matches." Yin Yuding and Song Tianqi immediately hugged and cheered excitedly. "We hit the jackpot." Yin Yuding thought of the bets they had placed on the underground black market, a surge of joy welling up inside her. The odds of advancing to the quarterfinals were 1 to 20. She had bet 10,000 star coins, and won back 200,000. The other teams around them looked at them with complicated expressions. Advancing to the quarterfinals was a huge hurdle. In every tournament, by this round, the teams were locked in fierce battles. But the masked squad's luck was simply phenomenal. They drew a bye. Xiao Lingyi shook his head helplessly, returned to his team, and spread his hands. "Nothing I could do. They didn't even give me a chance to draw." The other team members exchanged smiles. "It's okay. We can make it to the semi-finals with our skills." That afternoon, the news of the masked squad's bye was announced online. "Damn! I was looking forward to the masked squad's next match, and now they got a bye. Ha ha ha, we struck it rich. I placed a bet at the black market casino that the masked squad would advance to the top 8. I wasn't expecting to make money, but I hit the jackpot. A bye to advance? That's incredible luck. This is the first time in all the years the superpowered individuals competition has seen a bye to advance to the top 8. Who would have thought the Reform Society members would infiltrate the competition? The masked squad really got lucky." At this moment, Su Jintang and his 4 friends received a last-minute notice from the military academy that their final exams for the semester would be in 2 weeks. Time flies. It feels like I haven't done anything yet, and the semester is already over. Yin Yuding sighed, as if it were only her first day at school. Song Tianqi frowned deeply. "Oh no, I suddenly remembered something very important." Su Jintang turned to look at him. "What? You guys forgot? The assessment task teacher Zhuang assigned us before? We had to defeat senior Yin Yuhang and his group before the end of this semester." Su Jintang was stunned for a moment, then remembered it too. "Oh right." Shui Zhongqi slapped his forehead. "I almost forgot." Jiang Shi spoke more calmly. "With our current strength plus our magic weapons, defeating the seniors should be much easier than before." Yin Yuding nodded in agreement. "Yes. We have a bye this round of competition. So, if we have time, how about challenging the seniors?" Su Jintang stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Sure. Otherwise, we're just idling around anyway." Rectas officially entered final week, and all student schedules became exceptionally busy. In the afternoon, when Su Jintang came out of the training room, his communicator started beeping incessantly. She checked the communication screen, and saw a flood of unread notifications in the large group chat containing Yuan Yao and her friends. Yuan Yao, crazy! How can Rectus' final exam be so insane? Shui Zhongqi sent a smug ouch. Emoji, deliberately teasing. Even our Yao thinks this exam is insane? That's rare. Wei Zixuan, Shui Zhongqi, has anyone told you you're really that annoying? Yuan Yao, stop wasting your breath on him. Next time we meet, just beat him up. Yin Yuding quickly chimed in. What kind of exam is it? How insane is it? That was the last update. Su Jintang immediately joined in. Our final exam is to defeat a team of 2 5th-tier and 3 4th-tier senior students. What's your exam? Yuan Yao quickly replied. Qin Shushua. Compared to that, Our exam doesn't seem so insane anymore. Yin Zitao, our mission is to hunt 5 4-tier monsters in the extreme cold forest. A teacher will accompany the group, but their sole responsibility is to protect our lives. They won't help us hunt monsters. Su Jintang clicked her tongue. Rectus is indeed quite monstrous. Exiting the chat interface, Su Jintang got up, stretched, and walked out of the room. Yin Yuding and Jiang Shi were downstairs drinking tea and eating snacks. Su Jintang quickly went downstairs and squeezed next to them. I want some too. Jiang Shi had just peeled a chestnut and casually fed it to Su Jintang. Su Jintang didn't stand on ceremony and swallowed it in one gulp. Delicious, delicious. Class monitor, she and I have been studying this for ages. Senior Yin Yuhang and Senior Gu Nianwei are really not easy to deal with. We still need to discuss tactics to be on the safe side. Yin Yuding turned to look at her. Okay, then call Song Tianqi and the other guy to the conference room for a meeting later. Su Jintang sat up straight and picked up a chestnut to peel. At this, Yin Yuding's expression suddenly turned serious. I'm going to report them. They must have been playing games all night again last night. I live next door to Song Tianqi, and I've been hearing him yelling non-stop. Just as she finished speaking, footsteps sounded from the stairs, followed by Song Tianqi's yelling, "Ah! I made it into the top 10 of the Federation District's gaming leaderboard." Su Jintang put the freshly peeled chestnut in her mouth, glanced at him, and said, "Still playing? It's finals time. Can't you be a little more ambitious? Go call Shui Zhongqi. Come to the conference room in 10 minutes for a meeting to discuss tactics for challenging Senior Yin Yuhang." Song Tianqi quickly stood at attention after going downstairs, giving a standard military salute. Roger. 10 minutes later, the 5 of them gathered in the conference room. Su Jintang stood at the front, one hand resting on the edge of the conference table. He turned to the side and activated the floating light screen, beginning to play the combat videos of Yin Yuhang and Gu Nianwei. These videos were found by Yuding from the Military Academy forum. They're videos of their battles over the past year. Yin Yuding raised his hand to add, and I discovered that Senior Yin Yuhang and Senior Gu Nianwei are from different classes, so they probably rarely fight together, and their teamwork isn't very good. Su Jintang nodded yes. Not only is their teamwork poor, but the other 3 seniors are also from different classes, so their teamwork is definitely not as good as ours. Teamwork and coordination are the biggest advantage of the 5 students in the experimental class. And this is especially important for winning team battles. Shui Zhongqi leaned back in his chair, flicking his folding fan. So, who should I use my soul-sharing skill on? The main purpose of today's meeting is to determine this, Su Jintang said, looking at Shui Zhongqi. Your soul-sharing is the key to our victory in this team battle. But in the first minute before the battle begins, we need to discuss whether to use it on them. Yin Yuding rested his chin on his hands, muttering, Senior Yin Yuhang has melee-type abilities, and Senior Gu Nianwei has fire element manipulation. Soul-sharing should definitely be used on them. Song Tianqi sighed. I say, just go for it. Jiang Shi slumped onto the conference table. If you ask me, we should just go for it. Shui Zhongqi glanced at him. You're just spouting nonsense. Their opponents have 2 level 5s and 3 level 4s. How can we possibly win by just charging in without discussing tactics? Jiang Shi pondered for a long time before suddenly speaking, how about we use it on Senior Gu Nianwei? In the last battle, Senior Gu Nianwei's ability had many area of effect attacks, which was somewhat disadvantageous for us. But Senior Yin Yuhang has a melee-type ability. We only need to use one of us to restrain him. At this point, everyone's gaze instinctively turned to Su Jintang. Su Jintang pursed his lips. Then, that person is me. Jiang Shi hummed in agreement. Yin Yuding and Shui Zhongqi also nodded quickly. Yes, yes. Sending Su Jintang to fight a melee-type ability user was a choice everyone felt comfortable with. Su Jintang nodded, okay. Next question. She raised her hand to switch the screen, quickly continuing the discussion of subsequent tactics. The meeting lasted an hour and a half, during which Song Tianqi was drowsy the entire time. It wasn't until Su Jintang announced the end of the meeting that Song Tianqi suddenly looked up, instantly waking up, and stood up. Get out of class dismissed? Yin Yuding, standing beside him, glanced at him speechlessly. Still dreaming, Bro Su Jintang glanced at him. It's over. Go back to sleep. She didn't expect Song Tianqi to come up with any brilliant ideas, so she could only be lenient with him. By this time, the sun had already set. Wan Tao arrived at the villa on time to cook, but she seemed a little off today. While helping to serve the rice, Su Jintang noticed her mood and asked, What's wrong, Sister Taozi, today? Wan Tao then came to her senses exclaimed Ah, and then sighed, "Nothing, it's just that my favorite team was eliminated." Su Jintang was taken aback. The Mechanical Technology Military Academy team got eliminated? They had a bye today, and were busy figuring out tactics to deal with their seniors, so they hadn't paid much attention to the superpowered individuals competition. Wan Tao nodded. Yeah, they were eliminated. They were defeated by the Dark Horse team. Su Jintang asked curiously, "What Dark Horse team?" Wan Tao, "That team is called the Dark Horse team. They're a rookie team, and according to the host, their average age is 16. Su Jintang pondered for a moment. She didn't recall Teacher Zhuang or Teacher Wu mentioning this team. Anyway, the strength of those team members is quite terrifying. You might have to face them later, so you should prepare in advance, Wan Tao reminded her. Su Jintang carried her served rice to the table and sat down. Okay. While eating, Su Jintang pulled up the communicator's screen and began searching for replays of today's superpower competition. Soon, she found the battle video of the Mechanical Technology Military Academy. She enlarged the screen, mounted it opposite her at the table, and started playing it. Yin Yuding sat down with her food. Is this the elimination round for the other teams today? Su Jintang replied while eating, yes, the Mechanical Technology Military Academy was eliminated. This team played against them. They're called the Dark Horse team. Yin Yuding was also surprised. What team is that? I never heard of them before. I don't know, let's take a look. Su Jintang's gaze fell on the screen, and she watched carefully. The 5 members of the Dark Horse team were also arrogant, but their arrogance wasn't off-putting, completely different from Hua Yangxia's overbearing attitude. Their captain was a girl with short blonde hair and a round face. She looked sweet and cute. But when she fought, her eyes were ruthless and intimidating. As she leaped high into the air, a smile curved her lips, revealing shallow dimples on her face. She then slammed her hand down on her opponent. That's a violent loli, Yin Yuding remarked. Su Jintang picked up a piece of green vegetable, put it in her mouth, chewed a few times, and swallowed. Pretty impressive. Class monitor. Shall we go watch the Qihuan team's match this afternoon? Song Tianqi shouted from upstairs. Su Jintang looked up and gave an okay sign. Sure. The Dark Horse team was in the lower bracket, and they wouldn't face them until after the semi-finals, so there was no rush to analyze them. But the Qihuan team was very likely to meet them in later matches. After lunch, Su Jintang and her group of 5 quickly set off for the competition venue. Team rest area. Su Jintang and his 5 companions, wearing ghost face masks, entered the arena in an orderly fashion. Their appearance immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Players from various teams looked over curiously. Didn't they get a bye? Why are they here again? Probably to watch other teams' matches. Su Jintang and his companions didn't respond, coolly walking to the team rest area and sitting down to prepare for watching the match. At this moment, Li Xian on the competition stage began reading out the various rules and regulations of the competition. Next, the 2 teams about to step onto the stage for the elimination match are the Qihuan team and the Ailir team. A burst of enthusiastic cheers immediately erupted from the stands. Then, the players from both teams walked onto the stage one after another. Su Jintang leaned back, his gaze falling on the floating screen displaying the match. This Ailir team seems to be quite strong overall, Yin Yuding added. Su Jintang pursed his lips. Let's see. The battle began quickly. The 5 members of the Qihuan team were clearly well trained, their teamwork was incredibly seamless, and there wasn't a single opening. Xiao Lingyi's mental power level had already reached the 5th rank. Once he unleashed his power, the opposing team couldn't suppress him at all. The battle didn't last long, and it quickly ended. The Qihuan team emerged victorious. Su Jintang stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. The Qihuan team is even stronger than we imagined. Jiangxi replied, Xiao Lingyi clearly still has some strength left. If he unleashes his full power, his strength might reach the peak of the 5th rank. Song Tianqi's tone became surprised. Peak of the 5th rank? That's ridiculously strong. In their team, Jiangxi had the highest mental strength level, at rank 4. Next were the class monitor and him, both at rank 3. The peak rank 5 strength was 2 ranks above him. How could they possibly fight? Yin Yuding nervously clenched her hands. It's come to this, there's only one choice. Shui Zhongqi and Song Tianqi immediately turned to look at her. What? Pray that we don't encounter the Qihuan team before we advance to the semi-finals. Each bracket had 2 teams that could advance to the semi-finals. As long as they didn't meet the Qihuan team, they still had a chance to advance. The quarterfinals were still in full swing. After the second day of the elimination rounds, some exciting news arrived. The Silver Light Military Academy team had also been eliminated. Among the teams that had advanced to the quarterfinals, each team's overall strength was basically at rank 4 or higher. Only Su Jintang and his 5 teammates advanced entirely by luck. Military Academy is already in finals week, so you guys need to be mindful of the time. And regarding the superpower competition, first of all, congratulations on advancing to the top 8. While there was an element of luck involved, I believe that with your abilities, advancing to the top 8 shouldn't have been difficult, Zhuang Silin said with a smile. Then, her tone shifted. Now that the pleasantries are over, it's time for something a bit harsh. You now face 2 difficulties. First, you need to complete the assessment task against Yin Yuhang's team before finals week. Second, you need to continue preparing for the semifinals. After the top 4 is the semifinals, just 1 step away from the championship. The pressure on you will be immense. But as your instructor, the only help I can offer is pre-competition training guidance. Su Jintang raised her hand. Teacher, could the military academy sponsor some more of our competition funds? Zhuang Silin looked at her. Is the money we gave you all spent already? There's still a little left. But to be on the safe side, I'd like to prepare some other trump cards. Su Jintang answered truthfully. Zhuang Silin raised an eyebrow slightly, but didn't ask any further questions. Okay, how much do you need? I go and apply to the leadership later. Su Jintang smiled and quoted a number. 500,000. Zhuang Silin's lips twitched. I try my best. The other's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Shui Zhongqi immediately raised his hand. Teacher, I also like to apply for some more funding. Making inscriptions is quite expensive. I don't need much. Just another 200,000 will be enough. Song Tianqi also swallowed hard and immediately raised his hand. I also want to apply for funding. Do you military academy's money just fall from the sky? Zhuang Silin said sternly. I can approve Su Jintang and Shui Zhongqi's applications. But Song Tianqi, what do you need the money for? Practicing your special ability is more useful than anything else. Song Tianqi's special ability contains Divine Beast Bloodline. After advancing to the 3rd tier, there's a high chance of triggering Bloodline Awakening. If he can truly reach the state of Bloodline Awakening, a 3- or 4-fold increase in strength is the bare minimum. Song Tianqi, rejected, immediately lowered his head, awkwardly touching his nose. Okay. Hearing this, Yin Yuding didn't dare to speak again. After Zhuang Silin left, Song Tianqi immediately approached Su Jintang. Class monitor, what do you need so much money for? Su Jintang smiled mysteriously and shook his finger at him. It's a secret for now. Chapter 99. The next morning, Zhuang Silin arrived at the villa with the funds approved by the military academy. She handed the bank card to Su Jintang, specifically instructing her, this money, like the previous grants, needs to be repaid. If you don't win the competition, you have to figure out how to repay the money yourselves. Su Jintang accepted the card with both hands, a smile spreading across her face. No problem. After receiving the money, Su Jintang immediately transferred Shui Zhongqi's portion. Then she returned to her room alone, locked the door, and logged onto the Zhuanglin shopping website. This money was for creating inscriptions. To win the championship, she needed to have enough trump cards. In the next room, Shui Zhongqi, after receiving his money, also immediately logged onto the shopping website and began shopping. His special ability was restricted. The only way to improve his combat power was through array patterns. Therefore, he had to completely master level 2 array patterns before the semifinals. That day, the villa was quite quiet. The 5 of them were making final preparations in their rooms. It was late afternoon, and the sun was about to set. The time they had arranged to meet Yin Yuhang and the others was fast approaching. Su Jintang was the first to go out and shout, "We're leaving! Get ready, we're leaving in 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, the 5 of them gathered in the villa's courtyard. Song Tianqi was completely excited. Let's go! Let's go! Yin Yuding glanced at him and sighed with some worry. I wonder if we succeed this time. There was no limit to the number of attempts. As long as it was completed before the end of finals week, it was considered a success. So today, they just planned to test the waters. Su Jintang looked around and, seeing everyone had arrived, said, "Let's go." The agreed-upon location was the military academy training ground. When Su Jintang and her group of 5 arrived, Yin Yuhang and the others were already waiting. "Junior, you're here." Yin Yuhang waved to them from the edge of the ring. Gun Yanwei leaned against the railing by the ring, smiling at them. "Long time no see." Su Jintang smiled slightly and stopped. "Hello, seniors. Thank you for your help today." "No trouble at all. How can something with a reward be considered trouble?" Gu Nianwei's smile deepened. Su Jintang was taken aback. What? A reward? Yin Yuheng crossed his arms and explained, This morning, Teacher Zhuang informed the 5 of us that if we could make you lose the challenge, we would receive a special reward. Gu Nianwei nodded. Su Jintang's lips twitched slightly. She remarked on how Teacher Zhuang had suddenly become so agreeable, giving money directly when asked. Previously, the senior students might have gone easy on them out of pity, but now, with the incentive of rewards, such leniency was clearly impossible. Shui Zhongqi looked up at the sky, muttering, They really don't give us any way out. 2 minutes later, both sides stepped onto the arena. The military academy's arena had protection and automatic recording systems, so Zhuang Silin wasn't present to accompany them today. The duel is about to begin. Please retreat to the sides of the arena and prepare for battle. A emotionless electronic announcement rang out. Su Jintang raised his hand, gesturing to the 4 people behind him. This gesture was the formation they had discussed over the past few days. The 4 exchanged glances and quickly formed a triangle, surrounding Shui Zhongqi in the center to create a protective formation. Gu Nianwei, seeing this, had a deep glint in her eyes and warned, those 5 must have devised some tactics. Yin Yuhang, be careful later, Shui Zhongqi's soul-sharing ability might be used on you. Yin Yuhang cracked his knuckles and waved casually, Don't worry, I'm prepared. After a countdown of 10 seconds, the electronic voice sounded again. The duel now begins. As the voice faded, the arena's protective program automatically activated, and a protective shield slowly rose, enveloping the entire arena. Su Jintang's expression changed, and he quickly activated his domain detection effect. An extreme chill rapidly spread along the arena, and in just a second, chains of ice emerged from the surface, wrapping around Gu Nianwei. The ice chains wrapped around her waist, instantly halting Gu Nianwei's forward momentum. She frowned, sensing something was wrong. Just as she reacted, Shui Zhongqi's soul-sharing attack came crashing down. The starlight chain pierced her forehead, reaching her spiritual sea, and the soul link was immediately established. Gu Nianwei's lips twitched. She thought this soul-sharing would be used on Yin Yuhang, but unexpectedly, it was used on her. At the same time, Su Jintang raised her hand and activated her supernatural power, unleashing several ice chains simultaneously, attacking Yin Yuhang. The ice chains formed a powerful array, heavily surrounding Yin Yuhang. A sharp glint flashed in Yin Yuhang's eyes. He raised his arms, golden light flashing on them, and sharp claws rapidly sprouted from his fingertips. He grabbed the ice chains, his spiritual power surging, and then pulled hard. Crack! The ice chains snapped, shattering into ice shards that fell to the ground. Yin Yuhang tiptoed, his leg strength surging, and charged towards the opposite side. He leaped into the air, his sharp claws slashing towards Su Jintang. Just as his claws were about to grasp Su Jintang, they were stopped by a powerful force. Su Jintang looked up, gripping his opponent's arm tightly, and forcefully pulled him to the ground. With a deafening roar, Jiangxi and the others next door had already begun fighting. Fire feathers wither. Song Tianqi shouted, pointing to the sky and spreading his arms. Countless fiery red feathers rained down. The energy gathered in the air rapidly ignited and exploded, and combined with Jiangxi's explosive cannonballs, half of the arena was forcibly transformed into a battlefield atmosphere of gunfire. Junior, it's been a while, but your strength has improved. Yin Yuhang, after being knocked back again, shook his arm, which had been numb from the shock. Su Jintang smiled slightly, You flatter me. Senior strength is also formidable. After the pleasantries, Su Jintang's expression immediately turned cold. She rushed forward again, her arms outstretched, and a powerful mental energy fluctuation slowly formed before her. Ice Blade Storm. Yin Yuhang sensed the danger and immediately frowned and retreated. He stopped only when he reached the edge of the arena. At this moment, a chill rose at his ankles, and frost quietly covered his feet, gradually solidifying. Yin Yuhang, whose attention was focused on the ice blade storm opposite him, did not notice these details. A cold glint flashed between his brows, and he revealed the sharp claws on his hands, his arm strength instantly increasing. Diamond Body Protection. Yin Yuhang crossed his arms, forming a diamond-like defensive light wave. At this moment, the ice blade storm had already rushed towards him. The ice blades grazed his arm, producing a piercing screeching sound as they rubbed against the withdrawal light waves. Yin Yuhang gritted his teeth, stomped his feet, and continued to endure the attack. Fortunately, his mental strength was higher. Under the suppression of his level, the ice blade storm gradually dissipated after a short while. Yin Yuhang breathed a sigh of relief, and when he looked up again, His gaze towards Su Jintang was filled with caution. Before coming to the appointment today, they had heard teacher Zhuang mention that Su Jintang's ability had evolved into the domain of ice, with considerable power. Although he had prepared himself, it was still stronger than he had imagined. Vidra blast. Yin Yuhang crossed his arms in front of him, rapidly gathering his mental strength throughout his body. Just as he was about to charge forward, he suddenly tripped. He lost his balance and stumbled to the ground. Looking down, he saw that his feet had been frozen to the arena. Su Jintang rushed forward, clenching her fists, her dragon blood power rapidly gathering, and slammed down with a punch. Yin Yuhang's mouth and nose immediately swelled up, a warm stream flowing from his nose. A golden star appeared before Yin Yuhang's eyes. He was dazed for a moment, then touched his nose, looking down to see his hand covered in blood. "No, Junior, you hit too hard." Su Jintang coughed guiltily. "Sorry, Senior." As soon as she finished speaking, she launched a flying kick. The ice freezing Yin Yuhang's ankle melted silently, and freed from its restraints, Yin Yuhang was sent flying, kicked directly off the stage. Meanwhile, the battle in the adjacent arena was also fiercely contested. After being controlled by the Soul Link, Gu Nianwei was immediately pinned to the spot by Shui Zhongqi. Jiang Shi and Song Tianqi's combined attack forced Senior Lan Beijia and the others to retreat continuously. Judging from the current situation on the field, Su Jintang and his group of 5 actually had the upper hand, especially after Yin Yuhang was knocked off the stage. At this moment, Zhuang Siling quietly appeared below the stage. She had heard about the challenge between Su Jintang and his group today and had made a point of coming to watch. She leaned against a wooden post, her gaze sweeping across the stage. Yin Yuhang, who had already been knocked off the stage, came over to greet her, scratching his head and laughing. "Teacher Zhuang, you're here too." Zhuang Siling glanced at him. "You were knocked off so early." Yin Yuhang coughed awkwardly. An accident, an accident." As the two were talking, another fierce battle erupted on the stage. Su Jintang immediately turned and charged towards Gu Nianwei. At this moment, the soul-sharing effect on Gu Nianwei had expired. Shui Zhongqi, whose skill was on cooldown, quickly turned and ran away, not forgetting to casually toss a soul imprint onto Gu Nianwei as he ran. Soul imprint, once locked onto an enemy target, reduces the enemy's damage taken by 10% for 1 minute, and doubles the rate at which mental energy is consumed. Gu Nianwei sensed the change in her mental energy and glared speechlessly at Shui Zhongqi, who had already run far away. "What kind of disgusting skills are these?" Su Jintang chuckled. "Senior, I'm here." As soon as he finished speaking, frost rapidly covered the opposite side, instantly forming a thin layer on the arena's surface, and even the surrounding air temperature plummeted to freezing. Gu Nianwei quickly regained her composure and focused her attention back on Su Jintang. She flexed her wrists, raised her hands, and silently chanted, "Wildfire meteor shower." A rain of fire suddenly descended from the sky. Su Jintang stopped in his tracks, raised his hand, and just as the fire rain was about to fall, unleashed his ultimate ice attribute on the field. Thick layers of ice rapidly grew and solidified, attacking the landing point of the fire rain. Sizzle. Wisps of white smoke rose as the fire rain collided with the ice. However, due to the suppression of mental power levels, the ice layer didn't last long, instantly melting under the intense heat of the fire rain, turning into a puddle of water left on the arena. Gu Nianwei's lips curled slightly. Taking advantage of the opportunity, she rushed in front of Su Jintang, condensing a ball of flame in her palm and striking at him. In the clash between ice and fire, Gu Nianwei, with her higher mental power level, clearly had the upper hand. Su Jintang had no choice but to retreat to temporarily avoid the onslaught. At this moment, Senior Lan Beijia's sun-chasing arrow from next door shot again. Suddenly caught in a pincer attack, Su Jintang quickly turned to dodge. "Class monitor, catch!" Yin Yuding's voice came from the side. Su Jintang caught the tossed toast, stuffing it into her mouth and chewing as she fled. Zhuang Silin, watching from below, slowly frowned, her expression turning noticeably serious. "Sigh, the juniors are still too young," Yin Yuhang remarked, arms crossed. Zhuang Silin glanced at him. "So, you deliberately let them win just now?" Yin Yuhang tossed his hair and shrugged. "Who told me to be such a dashing senior? Letting them win a little is to give them some confidence." He was a 5th-level mental power expert. Even with a moment of carelessness, he shouldn't have been kicked off the stage by Su Jintang. Zhuang Silin withdrew her gaze, continuing to watch the stage intently. As the battle progressed, the situation was clearly turning against Su Jintang and her group of 5. Gu Nianwei, now free from the restraint of her shared soul, was unleashing her full power. The skill damage kept erupting, so intense that even Su Jintang couldn't withstand it. Jiang Shi and Yan Yuding, despite their combined efforts against the 3 4th-tier ability users, were also gradually being pushed back. But everyone overlooked Shui Zhongqi. After using soul sharing, he retreated to the back. Gu Nianwei and the others knew that his skill had a cooldown period after its first use, so they didn't immediately try to eliminate him. Please, it has to succeed, it has to succeed. Shui Zhongqi clasped his hands together, repeatedly chanting. He took a deep breath, held his breath, and his emotions suddenly calmed down. Then, hundreds of inscribed runes rose into the air, forming complex array patterns under the control of his mental power. Shui Zhongqi's gaze became serious. He blocked out all surrounding sounds and focused intently on connecting the array patterns. What is he doing? Gu Nianwei noticed the fluctuations in her mental power and looked at Shui Zhongqi warily. Lan Beijiao leaned closer, his expression grave. It could be an array pattern, the same move he used before. Gu Nianwei pondered for a moment. Go and take care of him first, just in case. Okay. Lan Beijiao responded and immediately turned to attack Shui Zhongqi. But halfway there, Su Jintang suddenly appeared. Senior, don't go. A layer of ice, carrying a chilling aura, surged forth, blocking Lan Beijiao's path. Then I eliminate you first. Lan Beijiao's eyes turned cold. He raised his hand, drew his bow, and 3 golden arrows immediately appeared on the bowstring. He then fired them with full force. Su Jintang performed a backflip to dodge, barely avoiding the 3 arrows. She curled her lips into a smile, raising her hand to gather her supernatural power. A thick layer of ice instantly rose from behind her, reflecting a chilling light in the sunlight. At this moment, Shui Zhongqi's array pattern gradually took shape. As the threads of his spiritual power extended, one inscription after another was rapidly illuminated. The energy fluctuations contained within them grew stronger and stronger. Zhuang Silin, watching from below the arena, looked up at Shui Zhongqi. This shouldn't be the array pattern he used before. Yan Yuhang nodded. It feels stronger than the one he used before. Suddenly realizing something, he slapped his forehead. Oh no, are we going to lose? Zhuang Silin pondered for a moment. That's hard to say. Lan Beijiao was stopped by Su Jintang. Gu Nianwei, seeing the situation was dire, frowned, quickly bypassed the battle circle, and rushed toward Shui Zhongqi's position. At this moment, Jiang Shi, having found an opening, charged over carrying a rocket launcher. Several loud explosions rang out. Thick smoke billowed, enveloping Shui Zhongqi's position. Gu Nianwei, momentarily disoriented, was forced to stop. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Shi charged towards her. Without uttering a word, Jiang Shi grabbed his weapon and began to fight. Jiang Shi, relying entirely on firepower, possessed terrifying combat strength. Gu Nianwei was forced to retreat repeatedly, forced to temporarily abandon her plan to deal with Shui Zhongqi. Song Tianqi and Yan Yuding gritted their teeth and withstood the attacks of the remaining 2. The array pattern floating in front of Shui Zhongqi grew increasingly bright, and the power gathering in the air became exceptionally terrifying. Holy crap. This array pattern's power is 4 or 5 times stronger than the one he used before, Yan Yuhang said, his tone filled with surprise. Zhuang Silin's eyes deepened. Almost. Time ticked by. Faced with Gu Nianwei and Lan Beijiao's fierce counterattack, Su Jintang's side began to falter. Beijiao, quickly interrupt Shui Zhongqi. Gu Nianwei unleashed her full power, directly repelling Jiang Shi and Su Jintang. Lan Beijiao created space and, without hesitation, rushed toward Shui Zhongqi behind them. But it was too late. At the last second, Shui Zhongqi, under pressure, completed the final mental connection of the inscription rune. A strong white light erupted from the array pattern. Shui Zhongqi's face lit up with joy. Success. For the past few days, he had been trying to create level 2 array patterns on his own, but the success rate was low. Today, he had only wanted to try this tactic. But unexpectedly, under pressure, he succeeded directly. Shui Zhongqi's lips curled into a slight smile. He raised the array pattern with both hands and shouted in a loud voice, "Let me handle this." His words carried far enough that Su Jintang and Jiang Shi exchanged a glance and simultaneously dodged to the side. Song Tianqi and Yan Yuding also quickly moved aside. Gu Nianwei and Lan Beijiao, caught off guard, were thus exposed to his gaze. Shui Zhongqi's expression hardened slightly. He forcefully pushed the array pattern towards the opposite side. After the array pattern was triggered, a powerful suction force rapidly gathered. By the time Gu Nianwei and the others recovered, the array pattern was already upon them, its irresistible power overwhelming them. Get out of the way! Gu Nianwei rushed forward, intending to withstand the array pattern single-handedly. At this moment, Zhuang Silin, below the stage, raised her hand and unleashed a wave of mental energy, forcefully neutralizing the attack of the array pattern's power. No need to fight anymore. The experimental class wins this duel. Chapter 100. Gu Nianwei, frowning on the arena, retorted, but if I can withstand this attack. This is already the power of a level 2 array pattern, enough to completely suppress you, Zhuang Silin explained. Gu Nianwei hesitated for a moment, but even if I'm eliminated, I still have teammates. Zhuang Silin glanced at her. Have you forgotten that Shui Zhongqi's soul-sharing skills cooldown is over? With you eliminated, plus Shui Zhongqi's soul-sharing, are you sure the others can withstand the siege of Su Jintang and his 5 teammates? Gu Nianwei swallowed the words she was about to say. She looked at Shui Zhongqi with complicated emotions, resignedly saying, fine. She should have eliminated Shui Zhongqi first, but instead, she dragged it out until he single-handedly turned the tide of the battle. Yan Yuhang, looking regretful, confessed from the sidelines, I should have known better than to hold back. Su Jintang, having won the match, jumped off the stage and walked easily to Yan Yuhang's side, patting him on the shoulder. Thanks for your consideration, senior. She could naturally sense that Yan Yuhang had held back earlier. This was actually something Su Jintang had considered. If Yan Yuhang and his team hadn't held back at all, they would have had virtually no chance of winning. So before today, Su Jintang had been betting that Yan Yuhang and his team wouldn't go all out. Secondly, if their seniors were truly heartless and didn't give them any chance, they would immediately go back and challenge again, using their second set of tactics. Anyway, they had prepared many tactics. With repeated challenges, they still had a chance of winning, so it wasn't a big problem. We actually won. Yan Yuding, regaining her senses, immediately opened her arms and hugged Jiangxi. Song Tianqi, realizing what was happening, also rushed over and hugged the two of them. Count me in. Shui Zhongqi stood alone, basking in the joy of victory. To be honest, Zhuang Silin was quite surprised. You 5 must have prepared more than just this one tactic, right? Su Jintang chuckled yes. After receiving the reply, Zhuang Silin looked at Gu Nianwei and said, you didn't lose unjustly. At this point, Gu Nianwei could only accept her fate. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. The younger generation in Zhangjiang is truly surpassing the older. When they first met Su Jintang and his group of 5, they were just a group of well-behaved and cute junior students. But now, they've grown to the point that even they can't handle them. After successfully passing the assessment, Su Jintang and his group of 5 enjoyed a 2-day relaxing vacation. Taking advantage of the free time, Su Jintang led his group to an underground black market casino to exchange chips. Congratulations everyone on your successful bet. Here's your winnings. The casino owner forced a smile and handed over 5 bank cards. Just Su Jintang and his group of 5 had each won 200,000. Adding the bets from other casual patrons, he had lost at least several million from the masked squad's advancement to the quarterfinals. Su Jintang took the cards, smiling contentedly. Thank you, boss. Yan Yuding and the others quickly accepted their cards, returning the thanks sweetly. Because they were carrying a large sum of money, and the black market was a mixed bag, the 5 feared being targeted. After exchanging their betting chips, they immediately left the black market. Back at the villa, Su Jintang locked himself in his room and began preparing the inscription runes for the array. The 2-day break flew by. The superpower competition is about to enter the semifinals final 4 elimination rounds. I recently chatted with some official staff from the competition about gossip, and guess what I heard? The masked squads by advancement to the quarterfinals seems to have been rigged. Really? Isn't the by draw done live? How could they rig it in front of everyone? Sigh, if there were staff involved, getting the masked squad a bye would have been a piece of cake, right? This is malicious slander, isn't it? I quite like the masked squad. Judging from their demeanor and personalities, they don't seem like the type to do something like that. You can only know a person's face, not their heart. Don't be too absolute. I don't know where the rumor started, but the masked squads by advancement has become a hot topic of discussion. Not long after, the news reached the parties involved. It all started 2 minutes ago, when Yan Yuding suddenly forwarded a post to the group chat with righteous indignation. Yan Yuding, I give up. Look at the extent of the rumors spreading against us. Song Tianqi replied first. Who posted this? Give me their StarNet ID, I go and curse them out. Shui Zhongqi followed. Outrageous. How come I didn't know we were colluding with the tournament organizers? Jiangxi calmly replied. The innocent will clear themselves. After reading through all the comments on the post, Su Jintang returned to the group chat and said, we shut them up with our strength in the next match. Then he exited the chat, turned off the communication screen, got up, and walked out of the room. As he went downstairs, he saw Yan Yuding frantically banging on the screen and cursing. Su Jintang didn't disturb her. She went into the kitchen, got a glass of refreshing juice, and sat down on the sofa. Class monitor, you're just in time. This guy I'm arguing with is using really foul language. Could you get me a glass of water? I can't leave right now. Yan Yuding rolled up her sleeves and frantically pounded on the screen with both hands, continuing her tirade. Su Jintang glanced at her, said nothing, and simply got up to get her a glass of water. I put it here. She placed the glass on the coffee table beside her. Yan Yuding gave an okay sign, picked up the glass, took a big gulp, and then continued pounding on the screen in retaliation. It wasn't until the afternoon that Wan Tao arrived at the villa on time to prepare dinner. Seeing Yan Yuding in the living room, looking like she'd gone mad, Wan Tao hesitated for a moment before looking at Su Jintang. What's wrong with her? Su Jintang took a sip of juice. She's upset about the online comments. Wan Tao paused, then seemed to remember something. You seen those online messages? Su Jintang nodded. She's been like this ever since she found out about it this afternoon. Wan Tao cleared her throat, smiled slightly, and put on her apron. I go prepare dinner. A little while later, Song Tianqi and Shui Zhongqi also came downstairs. Seeing Yan Yuding's drastically changed appearance, the two paused, then exchanged a hesitant glance. Yuding, what's wrong? Shui Zhongqi began hesitantly. Song Tianqi didn't answer him, instead rolling up his sleeves and excitedly squeezing next to Yan Yuding. Finally found teammates. I curse with you. Su Jintang took another sip of juice with a subtle expression, silently sat down, and began to observe the two. Shui Zhongqi poured himself a glass of water and sat down to watch, remarking without looking away, this is the first time I ever seen Yuting curse so fiercely. It proves that human potential can always be unleashed at crucial moments, Su Jintang summarized, putting down his juice. As time went on, rumors circulating online about the masked teams by being rigged grew increasingly rampant. To quell public anger, the organizers of the superpowered individuals competition had to issue a statement. The recent rumors circulating on the Starnet about the masked teams by advancement being rigged are purely malicious fabrications. Since its inception, the superpowered individuals competition has always adhered to the principles of fairness, impartiality, and transparency, and has never engaged in any behind-the-scenes manipulation. This is a solemn declaration. However, under the relentless pressure of public opinion, explanations were useless. After the announcement, the situation against the masked team online became even more severe. This overwhelming smear campaign continued until the next round of elimination matches began. Su Jintang and his group of 5 arrived at the competition venue 10 minutes early, as usual. As usual, the entrance was lined with fans, and all they heard were praises and compliments. But as soon as Su Jintang and her group of 5 appeared, a barrage of unpleasant comments followed. So their team got in through connections? They even wore masks on purpose. Are they afraid their misdeeds will be exposed, and they're too embarrassed to show their true faces? Speechless. When did the superpowered individuals competition start using backroom deals? It's ruined my favorite team's advancement spot, with these nepotism cases taking it all. Su Jintang glanced to the side expressionlessly. Noticing her movement, Shui Zhongqi quickly reached out to stop her, then lowered his voice. Class monitor, don't be impulsive. Yan Yuding's anger might only lead to online arguments. But if the class monitor got angry, she might actually resort to violence. Su Jintang withdrew his gaze, crossed his arms, said nothing, and walked into the player tunnel. Shui Zhongqi breathed a sigh of relief, then glanced back. Song Tianqi and Yan Yuding glared angrily at the trolls beside them, their hands clenched. Shui Zhongqi took a deep breath, quickly went around to the two, and raised his hand to stop them. Calm down, calm down. Jiang Shi grabbed Song Tianqi's sleeve and pulled him away. Seeing this, Shui Zhongqi also pulled Yan Yuding away. The 5 of them successfully arrived at the team rest area. At this time, only the 8 teams from the upper and lower halves of the large rest hall remained. As soon as they entered, Su Jintang saw a blonde, big-eyed, cute girl leaning against the wall talking to Xiao Lingyi. Isn't she the captain of that dark horse team? Yan Yuding recognized the girl. Su Jintang hummed in agreement. The arrival of the masked squad quickly attracted the attention of everyone else present. Xiao Lingyi immediately looked up and waved, long time no see. Your team's been getting a lot of buzz online lately. He teased, a hint of something deeper in his eyes. Jean Nanqing looked over as well, fiddling with a strand of blonde hair by her ear, a slight smile playing on her lips, revealing a shallow dimple. Su Jintang gave him a speechless look. If you're India's, the buzz is yours. Xiao Lingyi chuckled. Ji Nanqing walked up to Su Jintang, smiling and extending her hand. Hello, I'm Ji Nanqing, captain of the Dark Horse team. Su Jintang shook her hand. Masked squad, you're just a useless bum. Besides their two teams, the strongest team in the upper bracket, the Purple Cloud Pond Flower team, was also present. Their captain nodded and greeted Su Jintang as well. A moment later, Li Xiong, the host, appeared in the team rest area. All 8 teams are here, so I won't waste any more words. Let's get straight to the opponent matching for the semifinals. As he finished speaking, the floating light screen behind Li Xiong began to flash. Su Jintang looked up at the screen. A few seconds later, the flashing text on the screen settled. Mass Team vs Soul Rising Team. Trillion Team vs Purple Cloud Pool Flower Team. All 8 teams in the upper and lower brackets had completed their random matchmaking. Su Jintang frowned slightly. Luck wouldn't always be on their side. The other teams present immediately showed excited looks upon seeing the matchmaking results. Various curious gazes turned towards the 5 members of the masked team. The Soul Rising team was considered the strongest team in the upper bracket, encountering them in the semifinals would most likely eliminate the masked team. Realizing the problem, many people began to look on with amusement. Xiao Lingyi clicked his tongue upon seeing the match results. What a coincidence. Su Jintang's expression behind his mask revealed a hint of speechlessness. The team they least wanted to face was the Chihuan team, and what they feared most came to pass. No way, they only got a bye, and the difficulty has suddenly increased this much. Shui Zhongqi's tone was full of helplessness. The team match results were immediately posted online after they were released. The masked squad used up all their luck on the bye in the previous round. This time they run into a tough opponent. Aren't those masked squad fans always saying we're wronging them? Perfect. Let's see if they can advance based on their own strength in this elimination round. The Chihuan team's overall strength far surpasses that of the masked squad by more than double. This isn't something that can be achieved through mere effort. It seems the masked squad is doomed this round. Inside the villa's conference room, Zhuang Silin's expression was extremely serious. I already explained the strength of the Chihuan team to you. This should be the strongest opponent you encountered since you started participating in the competition. Because this situation is special, I want to know first. Just how many trump cards you've been hiding. Zhuang Silin's gaze swept across the faces of Su Jintang and the other 4. As their homeroom teacher, she naturally understood her students. Su Jintang subconsciously touched his nose. My trump card has already passed the assessment. Shui Zhongqi quietly raised his hand and said. Everyone knew he was referring to the level 2 array pattern that defeated Gu Nianwei and the others. Zhuang Silin pursed her lips and asked again, what's your success rate with creating level 2 array patterns? Shui Zhongqi thought for a moment, about 70 to 80%. With more practice these next few days, it might become more stable. Zhuang Silin looked at the others. What about the others? A moment of silence fell over the meeting room. This time, Song Tianqi raised his hand. I actually mastered the technique for awakening the Vermilion Bird bloodline. Su Jintang and the others immediately turned their attention to him. A look of surprise flashed across Zhuang Silin's face. You already mastered the Vermilion Bird bloodline? When did that happen? Just these last 2 days, Song Tianqi said, scratching his head with a smile. This news excited everyone in the meeting room. You're amazing, Yin Yuding said with a smile, nudging Song Tianqi's arm. You accomplished something so significant without saying a word. Shui Zhongqi looked shocked. So, all these nights you've been dragging me to play games late at night were because you had this kind of trump card as a backup, huh? Song Tianqi retorted, unconvinced. But you didn't tell me you had mastered the level 2 array patterns before. Su Jintang repeatedly stroked her chin, feeling a bit emotional. So everyone had secretly prepared quite a few trump cards. That put her at ease. Jiangxi Su Jintang, what about you too? Zhuang Silin began calling out names. Jiangxi calmly raised her eyes. My trump card is a 3-skill combination burst, right? I can fuse the effects of the 3 abilities together, ultimately creating a large-scale explosive damage attack. The power should reach level 5. No. Yin Yuding began to doubt her life. How come you all have trump cards? And there are all these kinds of powerful trump cards right from the start. Jiangxi's tone remained calm. It's just a little survival measure. Now, only Su Jintang hadn't revealed anything. All eyes turned to her. Su Jintang cleared her throat and explained with a smile. My trump card is a bit complicated. It's the kind I'd rather not use if I don't have to. Zhuang Silin frowned. You mean using it will cause you a lot of harm? Su Jintang quickly nodded, I guess so. Her trump cards were basically the mysterious Libra and Brother Long's dragon blood power. The dragon blood power was alright, most people couldn't tell what it was. But after using it last time, it caused quite a bit of damage to her meridians. It was a trump card she only used as a last resort. As for the mysterious Libra, she didn't know if that brat who called himself young master would help her, so it was still an unknown. Zhuang Silin didn't press further, just keep it in mind. While the championship is important, it's not about harming yourselves. Before coming, she was quite worried about whether Su Jintang and his group of 5 could survive this round. But after hearing their trump cards, she felt relieved. In that case, you can decide yourselves the next match against the Chihuan team. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me or Teacher Wu. With that, Zhuang Silin left with peace of mind. Class monitor, hearing this, I think we have a good chance of winning. Song Tianqi crossed his legs, rested his hands on the back of his chair, and suddenly became arrogant. Yin Yuding glanced at him. I already said these are trump cards, only to be used in crucial moments. Besides, using skills beyond your own strength will definitely cause some damage to your body, so avoid using them if possible. Song Tianqi nodded, that's true. His Vermilion Bird Bloodline Awakening move was also quite damaging to his body. Squad leader, what should we do next? Yin Yuding turned to Su Jintang, awaiting instructions. No rush. Su Jintang stood up and went to the front of the conference room, starting to fiddle with a light screen. Jiang Shi and the others stared at her, curious about what she was doing. A few minutes later, Su Jintang displayed the most offensive comments from the internet on the light screen, even bolding and enlarging the font. The masked squad should be eliminated already. Don't ruin the atmosphere of the superpowered individuals competition. The other teams are really unlucky to have their advancement spot stolen by such an unlucky team as the masked squad. After only glancing at it twice, Yin Yuding's urge to curse surged again. Su Jintang surveyed the entire room, his tone brimming with arrogance. You're all angry seeing these comments, aren't you? Remember that level of anger you're feeling right now. Bring it all on in the next round of the knockout stage. We got the semifinals covered. Chapter 101. After the tactical meeting, the relaxed atmosphere in the villa vanished, replaced by everyone's hard work, focus, and seriousness. At lunchtime, Yuan Tao carried a prepared nutritious meal into the dining room. At this time, Su Jintang and the other 4 were still diligently training in their rooms. Yuan Tao called out upstairs, come down for lunch. Normally, upon hearing this, the 5 would have immediately scurried down like ducks. But after her call echoed for a while, no one came out. Yuan Tao put down the meal, went up the stairs, and began knocking on doors one by one, calling, come out for lunch. Song Tianqi's voice echoed from inside the room, coming, coming. The others gave perfunctory replies. When Yuan Tao arrived at Su Jintang's door, she cleared her throat and knocked. Aren't you resting yet? The door opened immediately, revealing Su Jintang, who replied with a smile, let's eat, let's eat. Of all the others she called, only Su Jintang came downstairs with her. Yuan Tao looked at her with a puzzled expression. What's wrong with you two lately? Working so hard? Su Jintang shrugged. The semifinals are coming up soon. We can't afford not to work hard. Even if you work hard, you still need to eat. Yuan Tao's tone was a mix of concern and helplessness. Su Jintang chuckled. I'm out now. With that, the two went downstairs and into the dining room. Su Jintang pulled out a chair and sat down at the table, picking up the nutritious meal with her name tag on it. Sister Taozi made new dishes again. Yuan Tao's earlier puzzlement vanished instantly, replaced by a smile. Yes. Try it. You told me a while ago that your mental progress was slow, right? This nutritional meal today is specifically designed to improve that. Okay. Su Jintang picked up her utensils and started eating. Yuan Tao looked at Su Jintang expectantly, waiting for her feedback. After tasting it, Su Jintang immediately gave a thumbs up, delicious. A warm current flowed from her mouth as she swallowed, gradually spreading throughout her body. Her mental energy also began to circulate automatically and slowly. Su Jintang wolfed down her meal and quickly stood up. I'm going back to continue my cultivation. Okay, then you. Before Yuan Tao could finish speaking, Su Jintang rushed upstairs and back to his room. Yuan Tao had to swallow her words. She shook her head helplessly and put the remaining 4 meals into the insulated box. As she left the villa, she sent a message to Zhuang Silin. Your student has been working really hard lately. Zhuang Silin quickly replied, of course, after all, we're the team aiming for the championship. Yuan Tao smiled knowingly, didn't reply again, and instead logged into the StarNet forum, proactively applying to join the Masked Squad fan group. Anyway, her favorite team had already been eliminated. Oh well, from now on, I support the Masked Squad. Su Jintang cultivated until evening before slowly concluding her practice and ending the circulation of her spiritual energy. She exhaled a breath of stale air, opened her eyes, and got up to leave the cultivation room. I'm finally out. A clear, childlike voice suddenly rang out. Su Jintang paused, quickly realizing it was the spirit of Libra speaking. She frowned slightly, looking around. Seeing no one, she asked, "Where did you go?" As soon as she finished speaking, a phantom image appeared before her. A tiny, winged elf boy appeared before them. He was very small, looking only 5 or 6 years old, with a childlike face, but his eyes held a disdainful glint. Jin Xiaobao stood with his hands on his hips, speaking arrogantly, "Your cultivation is too slow, forcing me to cultivate on my own to escape the seal of the tilted scales. So it was you, you little brat, who made me a human's contracted beast." Sensing the aura of his old rival, the vengeful green membrane Archaeopteryx rushed out, beginning its furious tirade. Then, it transformed into its original form, opening its arms to try and grab Jin Xiaobao. But before it could even touch him, a beam of silver light bound it, freezing its arms in place. Jin Xiaobao glanced at him disdainfully, "A mere little demon beast, daring to fight me." Su Jintang looked Jin Xiaobao up and down, teasing, "You look like you're only 5 or 6 years old. Is it appropriate for you to call yourself young master?" Jin Xiaobao immediately bristled, "I lived for hundreds of years, okay. This form is just a disguise to make it easier to appear before humans." "Oh." Su Jintang sat down on the sofa, looking him up and down. "Then why did you suddenly appear?" Jin Xiaobao thought his appearance would make Su Jintang feel like he struck gold, and that she would eagerly come to ask him all sorts of questions. But Su Jintang's calm demeanor left him speechless. After a long while, Jin Xiaobao explained, "Because my strength has recovered, I can freely enter and exit the tilted scales." "So you're now residing in my spiritual sea?" Su Jintang asked 3 questions in a row. Jin Xiaobao snorted, sat down on the opposite coffee table, and crossed his legs. "I am the spirit of the tilted scales. In this world, only the most powerful artifact-type abilities can give birth to an artifact spirit. So simply put, the moment you were born, I appeared in your spiritual sea along with the tilted scales, not just temporarily residing there." Su Jintang stroked her chin, lost in thought. It is said that a person's inherent abilities are determined at birth, only awakening after physical maturity. So this little brat might indeed have been born with her. "Then what are you for?" Su Jintang asked, looking at him. A smug glint flashed across Jin Xiaobao's childish face. "I already said I'm an artifact spirit. Without my help, you have to reach at least the 5th rank before you could activate the tilted scales, but now I can help you." He crossed his arms, looking arrogant, waiting for Su Jintang to submit. The green membrane Archaeopteryx beside him quietly interjected, "Can you release me first?" His previous arrogance had completely vanished. Jin Xiaobai glanced at him sideways, then waved his hand, instantly dispelling the force binding the green membrane Archaeopteryx. The free green membrane Archaeopteryx became completely docile, quickly and silently retreating into its pet space. "Now, help me activate the tilted scales," Su Jintang said, looking at Jin Xiaobao. Jin Xiaobao's temper flared immediately. "You have to beg me." Su Jintang ignored him, simply crossing his arms and calmly looking at him. The air was silent for a moment. Jin Xiaobao hesitated for a while before agreeing. "All right, I'm in a good mood today, I show you." As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Xiaobao's 2 chubby hands slowly opened, and silver light extended from his palms. Then, a miniature tilted scale appeared before them. The scale grew larger and larger before settling firmly on the ground. With a ding, the previously balanced scale swung to the left and then stopped. Several silver threads rapidly extended from the scale, covering the left side and defining a square area. The tilted scale is tilting to the right, providing a group buff effect. It can be used on yourself or up to 3 teammates. The buff increases mental strength by 1 level, lasting for 20 minutes. Su Jintang's eyes lit up. So powerful. She had seen many support abilities, but one that directly increased mental strength was a first for her. Jin Xiaobao chuckled, "Of course, this is one of the top 10 weapon-type abilities." With that, he raised his small hand, activating the tilted scale again. This time, the scale's pointer swung to the right. The tilting scales to the right create a group debuff, forming a silence zone. Any enemy target pulled into this zone will have their mental strength level instantly reduced by 1 level, lasting for 20 minutes. Su Jintang's eyes shone even brighter. Can you help me use these two moves now? Jin Xiaobao pursed his lips. I can, but normally, you can only use this skill after you reach level 5. If you insist on me helping you, I have to go back to the scales to train again after using it once. He then raised a finger and shook it. So, I only consider helping if you're in mortal danger. In other cases, you shouldn't have any expectations. Su Jintang's newly risen expectation vanished instantly. She silently withdrew her gaze. Then go back. This time, Su Jintang didn't linger. She turned and pushed open the door, leaving the room. You cold-hearted woman. Ignored, Jin Xiaobao huffed and puffed, hands on her hips. After a long period of frustration, she finally let out a cold snort and disappeared from sight. Su Jintang went downstairs to the living room, poured herself a glass of refreshing juice, sat down on the sofa, and started browsing the forum on her communicator. A short while later, a post popped up. Hilarious. The fans of the Chihuan team and the masked squad are fighting. Come and watch. Su Jintang clicked on the post. The main post was a screenshot of a chat interface. The masked squad will win. Bullshit. Our Chihuan team is the one that will win. Funny, the 5 members of the masked squad haven't even. Using all their superpowers, they must still have hidden cards up their sleeves. Beating the Soul Rising team is just a matter of flicking their fingers. Oh my, the Soul Rising team's overall strength has already surpassed the 4th tier. No matter how many hidden cards they have, they're no match for absolute power. The argument escalated, leaving Su Jintang speechless. However, she didn't care too much, treating it as a bit of fun and quickly forgetting about it. After finishing her juice, she went back upstairs and quickly resumed her cultivation. As the semifinals of the superpowered individuals competition approached, the online battles between fans of the various teams intensified. The fans of the Purple Cloud Pool Flower team and the Trillion team were also fiercely arguing. The online buzz surrounding the competition continued to grow until the semifinals began. Inside the competition venue, laser lights shone everywhere as Li Xiang, riding an automatic levitation ball, appeared above the arena. Hello everyone, viewers in the live broadcast and the audience here. I'm Li Xiang, the host of this elimination round. His voice echoed throughout the venue, followed by a highly rhythmic accompaniment. The laser lights began to dance and flash in time with the music. The competition venue instantly transformed into a dazzling neon world. The spectators in the stands raised their hands excitedly, getting hyped up with the music. In the contestants' waiting area, Su Jintang and his 5 teammates stood face to face with the Chihuan team, seemingly on the surface harmonious. Until Xiao Lingyi suddenly broke the silence with a smile. Opponents on stage, friends off stage. Please go easy on them later. Judging from the current situation, the Chihuan team was clearly the strongest overall. It would have been more natural for the masked squad to say something like go easy on them. Su Jintang readily agreed. Okay, we try our best. Xiao Lingyi's lips curved into a wider smile, a subtle, profound glint in his eyes. He was obviously testing them. Judging from Su Jintang's attitude, the masked squad was definitely well prepared today. At that moment, the background music stopped, and Li Xiang's voice rang out. Now, please welcome the 2 teams from today's first elimination round, the Soul Rising team and the masked squad. With a bang, 2 spotlights shone on the members of the 2 teams. Instantly, all eyes turned to them. Su Jintang and his group became the center of attention. Let's go, Su Jintang said calmly, then led the way up the steps to the arena. Yin Yuding and the others followed behind, forming a neat line. A satellite hovering in the air recorded this scene in real time and broadcast it to the live stream. It's starting. The masked squad will win. I've been involved in a lot of online flame wars these past few days. It's exhausting, but today we can finally see a result. Are the masked squad's fans out of their minds? With such a disparity in strength, the Soul Rising team is definitely going to win. Go Soul Rising team. Blow off the masks of the 5 masked squad members. The number of online viewers in the live stream reached an all-time high. At the same time, the audience in the stands also began to cheer with anticipation. Su Jintang walked to the arena and stopped, turning to look at the opposite side. Xiao Lingyi and his 5 companions were also standing in formation. A smile flashed across Li Xiang's face. Next, we will begin the random selection of the battle mode. As soon as he finished speaking, the floating light screen behind him lit up. Su Jintang looked up at the light screen. The text above flashed and jumped, then settled on 2v2 and 3v3 mixed team battles after a few seconds. A heated discussion immediately erupted in the stands. Damn, this is amazing. Let's see if the masked squad can hold out until the third big team battle. I've been looking forward to seeing the true faces of the 5 members of the masked squad. Go Soul Rising team, knock their masks off. The clamor reached Su Jintang and his friend's ears. Yin Yuding snorted coldly and muttered, "Who said we're definitely going to lose?" Song Tianqi's excitement was palpable, and he volunteered, "Class monitor, I go for the first match? I give you a good start." "Okay, who do you want to go with?" Su Jintang asked, looking at him. Song Tianqi looked around, his gaze tentatively landing on Jiangxi. "How about Shijie goes with me?" Jiangxi had no objection. "I'm fine with that." Su Jintang nodded. "Then you two go ahead." After discussing it, Su Jintang and Yan Yuding walked off the stage in an orderly fashion, leaving only Jiangxi and Song Tianqi. Not long after, the Qihuan team also made their decision, leaving 2 members on the stage while the rest left. Jiangxi walked to the center of the stage, carrying her supernatural rocket launcher. Song Tianqi followed behind, then stood still, hands on his hips. The 2 members of the Qihuan team politely stepped forward to shake hands. The male team member smiled and said, "Chu Xiao, vice captain of the Qihuan team, mental strength level 4. Another female team member smiled sweetly, "He Meiyu from the Qihuan team, mental strength level 4. Jiangxi and Song Tianqi stepped forward to shake hands and introduce themselves. Cold-blooded assassin from the masked squad, mental strength level 4. Hot air balloon from the masked squad, mental strength level 3. Aside from cold-blooded assassin, the rest of the masked squad have mental strength levels below level 4, right? This mental strength level suppression is difficult to handle. I think the masked squad is in trouble in today's elimination round." "That's not necessarily true. Doesn't the masked squad primarily rely on magical artifacts in combat? With the added bonus of magical artifacts, plus their own strength, they should have a chance to fight back. I still lean towards the Qihuan team winning. There's no other reason. Mental strength level suppression is the most powerful tactic. I hereby declare the semi-final qualifying round of this year's superpower competition now open." Li Xiong shouted into the microphone. The hovering sphere he rode slowly rose into the air. At the same time, laser lights around the arena began to flash incessantly, intensifying the atmosphere and creating a more spectacular scene. "Crimson Flame 9 Heavens!" Song Tianqi shouted, then charged forward, spreading his arms wide. 9 balls of scorching crimson flame quickly materialized and slammed towards his opponent. Chu Xiao, who had just been smiling, immediately frowned. He quickly retreated, simultaneously raising his hand to summon a circular shield formed from water ripples, his special ability. As the crimson flames attacked, he quickly raised his hand, enlarging the water ripple shield. The flames landed on the water shield and were quickly extinguished. With a hiss, countless white steam rose. His first attack failed, so Song Tianqi struck again. He looked up, a sly smile flashing across his face. "Try this move." Half a second later, 9 balls of crimson flame were summoned again, but this time, Song Tianqi didn't throw them out immediately. Instead, he forcibly squeezed and fused them together. Explosive energy emanated from the crimson fireballs. Chu Xiao and He Meiyu sensed the danger and exchanged a glance. He Meiyu quickly asked, "You block it?" "Yes." Chu Xiao replied, rushing forward with his water-rippled round shield in hand. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiangxi had already reached He Meiyu. She stopped, picked up the superpowered rocket launcher with both hands, and pressed the fire button. Red flames flickered at the muzzle of the cannon, and the powerful energy fluctuations caused air currents to blow through, lifting her long, black hair that draped over her shoulders. Chapter 102. With a deafening roar, the shell landed near He Meiyu, exploding and radiating immense damage in all directions. He Meiyu's expression darkened, and she raised her hand to summon her supernatural power. A wind blade bead, glowing with a shimmering white light, appeared in her palm, surrounded by a faint gust of wind. Wind blade sweep. He Meiyu's mental energy rapidly converged into the wind blade bead, then a burst of intense light erupted from it. Countless wind blades were summoned by the bead, forming a massive barrier to meet the subsequent shells fired by Jiangxi. The 2 waves of energy collided rapidly, producing a loud bang. Jiangxi was knocked back 2 steps. She shielded herself with her hands, withstanding the impact, and quickly raised her super-powered rocket launcher. Energy even stronger than the previous attack began to gather and charge within the cannon barrel. The charged cannon, rapidly charging the rocket launcher, could fire 3 charged shells exceeding the peak of the 4th tier in succession, accompanied by an explosive effect. Several more loud booms rang out, blasting several shallow craters into the surface of the arena, crafted from refined iron. Thick smoke billowed, obscuring the battle on the arena. Su Jintang, watching from below, clicked his tongue. Sister Shi is as violent as ever. Shui Zhongqi nodded seriously. Indeed. What did I tell you? The masked squad definitely has a chance to fight back. But besides Jiangxi, the rest of their team are just SOSO. And Xiao Lingyi, the strongest member of the Qihuan team, hasn't even entered the arena yet. Let's not speak too soon. Let's wait and see the result. The battle on the arena continued. Initially, Song Tianqi held the upper hand due to his aggressive attacks. However, in recent exchanges, Chu Xiao began to relentlessly pressure him. Chu Xiao was, after all, a fourth-tier ability user, and no matter how strong Song Tianqi was, he couldn't reverse the level disadvantage, being forced back to the edge of the arena. It seemed that if Song Tianqi took another step back, he would fall off the arena. An excitement rose in Chu Xiao's eyes. He raised his water-rippled round shield, a faint light flashing on its surface, and then slammed it down forcefully on Song Tianqi. If Song Tianqi couldn't retaliate with this blow, he would surely be knocked off the arena. And at this point, the match had only just begun, less than 3 minutes in. No way, the masked squad is going to lose so quickly. The hot air balloon is only tier 3 after all. It's quite difficult for ordinary people to fight above their level. Too bad, I was quite optimistic about the masked squad before. Just when everyone thought Song Tianqi was about to be knocked off the stage, he lowered his head, a slight smile playing on his lips, and a blinding red light shone in front of him. The source of the red light was Song Tianqi's special ability, the Vermilion Bird Token. The palm-sized token instantly erupted with almost terrifying power. Chu Xiao sensed the danger and immediately retreated warily. He raised his round shield in front of him. A phantom slowly emerged behind Song Tianqi. The shadow was somewhat blurry, but the outline of a vermilion bird could be vaguely discerned. Chu Xiao's pupils contracted, and his grip on the round shield tightened. This is the divine beast vermilion bird? As he stood there stunned, crimson flame shot into the sky behind Song Tianqi, and the phantom of the vermilion bird behind him slowly spread its wings, as if protecting Song Tianqi within its protective embrace. Then, Song Tianqi's spiritual energy began to surge wildly. A crimson glow rose in his eyes. He clenched his fists and shouted with extreme excitement, "Vermilion bird form, crimson flame 9 heavens." The same skill, under the awakening of his vermilion bird bloodline, unleashed a completely different level of power and damage. 9 crimson flames rapidly formed, like 9 stars aligned, slowly rotating around his body. In the blink of an eye, the 9 crimson flames attacked again, the energy contained within them even more violent. Crimson and golden light intertwined, forming a huge, brilliantly colored ball of fire that flew towards him. Chu Xiao's eyes showed some tension. He could sense that Song Tianqi's attack this time was completely different from before. But he couldn't retreat. Chu Xiao took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and raised his water-rippled round shield to defend with all his might. When the crimson flames reached him, he didn't even last a second before being thrown back. Li Xiang swiftly jumped off the hovering sphere, deflecting the attack of the crimson flames, and casually grabbed Chu Xiao, announcing, "Chu Xiao of the Qihuan team is eliminated, the match continues." Viewers in the live stream who witnessed this were shocked. Holy crap! The hot air balloon's ability actually has the Vermilion Bird bloodline. Is this the legendary Vermilion Bird Divine Beast? Does it amplify abilities so strongly? The masked squad is full of ruthless individuals. They even have abilities with Divine Beast bloodlines. Which military academy did they graduate from? In the team rest area, members of the other teams who hadn't yet entered the arena saw the scene, their brows furrowing with seriousness. Ji Nanqing of the Dark Horse team pursed her lips, her expression no longer relaxed. After dealing with Chu Xiao, Song Tianqi quickly turned and rushed to the other side. Jiangxi and Himeyu had been locked in a stalemate, trading blows. But Song Tianqi's sudden intervention shattered their balance. Blazing flames, explosion. Song Tianqi smirked, raising his hands and hurling a fireball imbued with the destructive power of 9 crimson flames towards his opponent. Himeyu gritted her teeth, rapidly channeling her mental energy. The wind blade bead spun rapidly in her palm, so fast it became a blur, before a powerful gust of wind emanated from it. Wind blade scroll. Her strongest skill at the moment. But against Song Tianqi, who had awakened the Vermilion Bird bloodline, this move was clearly insufficient. The instant the crimson flame ball collided with a wind blade scroll, a piercing, sharp sound filled the air. Then, the massive wind blade scroll was engulfed in just 2 seconds. The crimson flame ball, its power undiminished, hurtled straight towards Himeyu. Realizing she was powerless to resist, she immediately raised her hand in surrender. I concede. Li Xiang jumped off the floating sphere, easily waving his hand to deflect the attack of the crimson flames. He turned to face Song Tianqi and the other person, smiling slightly. Congratulations. The masked squad wins this round of the 2v2 team battle. The scene was completely silent until 2 seconds later, when the audience in the stands erupted in heated discussion. The masked squad actually won? What did I tell you? The masked squad really had a trump card. No, who would have thought that the hot air balloon superpower would have divine beast bloodline? No wonder none of the 5 of them used their superpowers before. They were all playing dumb. So the soul-breaking team is going to lose? The masked squad fans occupying one side of the stands immediately excitedly raised their support banners. Masked squad! Masked squad! A unified cheer echoed throughout the venue. The enthusiastic and exuberant shouts of the fans made the atmosphere even more heated. Song Tianqi, having finished his match, jumped off the stage with a relaxed expression. Jiang Shi, on the other hand, walked obediently up the steps to the team's waiting area. Class monitor, how was my opening victory? Song Tianqi gave himself a thumbs up, his tone full of pride. Su Jintang glanced at him indifferently. SOSO. Song Tianqi immediately chuckled and scratched his head. Jiang Shi walked over, nodded to Su Jintang, said nothing, and calmly returned to his team, standing to the side. On the stage, Li Xiang raised the microphone and announced, the next match is a 3v3 team battle between the 2 teams. Whether we can start the final large-scale team battle depends on this game. Now, we will have a 10-minute break. Please look forward to it. With that, Li Xiang left the stage. The laser lights around the arena illuminated again, and rhythmic accompaniment began. A circular platform slowly rose from the center of the arena, and a stylishly dressed woman appeared, microphone in hand. The woman on stage was Su Lily, a female singer who had recently become very popular online, known for her powerful and passionate voice. Her signature song had deeply moved countless listeners. Recognizing Su Lily, the audience became excited. The organizers are rich. They even managed to get Su Lily to warm up the crowd. This ticket was totally worth it, ha ha ha. Soon, the familiar accompaniment began. Su Lily, her sexy red lips raised, held the microphone high and sang the first high note. Her heavenly voice echoed throughout the entire venue. Su Jintang was also drawn in by the high notes and looked up. During the 10-minute intermission, Su Lily sang 3 songs in a row, each one of her most famous hits. As she took her final bow, the entire audience erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. Su Lily smiled slightly, raised her hands, and bowed to the audience, saying, "Thank you for your support and enjoyment. Please continue to enjoy the match." After the curtain call, Su Lily slowly descended from the rising platform and disappeared from the arena. Li Xiang appeared, riding a hovering ball, announcing, "Now, please welcome the members of both teams for the second round of the competition." The spotlight shone on the 2 teams in the arena area. Su Jintang looked up and stepped onto the stage. Yin Yuding and Shui Shengqi followed. Xiao Lingyi of the Qihuan team also took to the stage for the second round of the competition. The 3 of them stood in a line opposite each other, their attitude noticeably more cautious than before. Losing the first round was a very unfavorable start for them. If they lost the second round, they would be eliminated. Xiao Lingyi pursed his lips, a serious look flashing across his face, and spoke in a voice only his teammates could hear. Use that move directly later. Understood. The 2 team members replied in hushed tones. After the team handshake, Li Xiang raised the microphone and announced, "The second match begins." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Jintang charged towards the opposing team like a cannonball. She spread her arms behind her back, her palms quickly condensing ice attribute power. Shui Zhengqi and Yin Yuding formed an encirclement on either side, charging towards the opposing team together. Azure Flying Winged Tiger, Tiger Roar Attack. Xiao Lingyi raised his hands, and a gigantic 2-winged tiger appeared before him. His special ability was summoning winged tigers to fight. His mental power level had reached the 5th rank, and the winged tiger he summoned was at the same level as him. The giant tiger immediately pounced on Su Jintang. Su Jintang stopped abruptly and raised her hand to summon ice. A layer of ice surged up in front of her, transforming into a solid ice shield. The sharp tiger claws that attacked left deep claw marks on the ice. Su Jintang stepped onto the ice, using the momentum to propel herself into the air, bypassing the winged tiger, and charged sideways towards Xiao Lingyi behind her. She raised her leg, her knee suddenly kicking at Xiao Lingyi with great force. Xiao Lingyi reacted quickly, extending his arm to block. Missing his attack, Su Jintang raised her hand and summoned ice again. A thick layer of ice instantly rose beneath Xiaolingyi's feet, pushing him to the side. As his body left the ground, Xiaolingyi immediately lost his balance and staggered instinctively. At that moment, Shui Zhongqi's wolf-tooth grappling hook precisely grabbed Xiaolingyi's feet. He instantly leaped into the air, raising his hand to unleash several explosive runes. Xiaolingyi immediately summoned the winged tiger in front of him. As the explosions triggered, a series of crackling sounds echoed across the arena. The winged tiger blocked the attack, its fur singed in large patches, and the smell of burning filled the air. Attack! A dark glint flashed in Xiaolingyi's eyes, as he turned and shouted to his teammates. As soon as he finished speaking, one of his teammates stopped, stood still, clasped his hands together, and silently chanted an incantation. Then, an invisible force rapidly spread outwards. A semi-transparent, semicircular dome enveloped the entire left half of the arena. Su Jintang, who had penetrated the deepest part of the attack, was directly trapped within the semicircular shield. She paused, then curiously examined it. What kind of domain ability was this? They had studied the strength and abilities of the Qihuan team members. But in previous matches, the Qihuan team had easily won within 2 or 3 minutes. This was the first time they had seen them use this technique against an enemy. Xiaolingyi smiled slightly, relaxed his body, and walked towards Su Jintang. Finally, you've fallen for it. Su Jintang raised an eyebrow, fell for it. Xiaolingyi and his 2 teammates approached from 3 different directions, surrounding Su Jintang. Xiaolingyi smiled slightly and explained, given your personality, you would definitely rush over immediately. And that's when you fell into our trap. Outside, Shui Zhongqi and Yan Yuding began attacking the protective shield. But no matter what methods they used, they couldn't break through it. Wait, what is this thing? It's so sturdy. Shui Zhongqi muttered after trying to break it for a while without success. Yan Yuding frowned. The class monitor's trapped inside. Won't something bad happen? Shui Zhongqi kicked the protective shield hard, but still couldn't budge it. He shook his head helplessly. Well, there's nothing we can do. We can't open this thing either. But it probably has an expiration date, we just have to wait. Inside the semicircular protective shield, Su Jintang watched Xiaolingyi and the other 2 approaching her, casually flexing her wrists. Who said I fell for their trap? As she finished speaking, a slight smile played on her lips. She clenched her fists, assuming a diving posture. At that moment, a storm swirling with countless ice blades rapidly formed, attacking the opposite side. Under the refraction of light, the ice blades within shimmered with a cold light. Xiaolingyi's eyes darkened slightly as he raised his hand and summoned a winged tiger. The 5th-tier winged tiger raised its claws, instantly tearing apart the storm of ice blades. At this moment, his other 2 teammates also rushed over to surround Su Jintang. Xiaolingyi and the other 2 had already discussed that if they encountered Su Jintang in a team battle, they must eliminate her first. And this move was a tactic they had practiced long ago. The opponents they had encountered before weren't that strong, so they hadn't had a chance to demonstrate it. Today, they could finally use it against Su Jintang. Burning Sky Arrow. 10,000 birds soaring through the sky. The 2 went all out, immediately using their strongest skills. A giant arrow engulfed in raging flames appeared out of thin air, rapidly shooting towards Su Jintang, tracing an arc in the air. The other person's attack summoned a dense swarm of spirit birds. The small white birds flapped their wings, their melodious chirping echoing throughout the arena. Then, the flock attacked Su Jintang in perfect unison. Azure Winged Tiger, Tiger Claw Tier, Xiaolingyi coldly announced. As soon as he finished speaking, the winged tiger spread its wings and pounced on Su Jintang. The scene of the 3 attacking Su Jintang was intense and spectacular, eliciting a strong reaction from the audience. Ha 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 ha, the Qihuan team really didn't hold back any of their trump cards just to eliminate Ganfanin. Isn't Ganfanin's mental strength level lower than cold-blooded killers? Why would they expend so much energy dealing with her alone? Think about it. Cold-blooded killer and hot air balloon were so strong in the last round, yet neither of them became captains. Ganfanin's mental strength level is weak, yet she holds the core captain position in the team. This proves she's definitely stronger than cold-blooded killer and hot air balloon. But no matter how strong she was, being surrounded by 3 opponents made it difficult to break through. Everyone was curious about how the Dry-Eating Man would handle this situation. The audience in the stands also turned their gazes to Su Jintang. At the same time, Li Xiang on the floating sphere quietly gathered his power, ready to intervene at any moment. Su Jintang remained calm, clenching her fists tightly, instantly mobilizing the dragon blood power within her. The fiercely burning dragon blood power completely boiled. A powerful, invisible protective shield formed around her. As the three attacks from different directions arrived simultaneously, Su Jintang raised her eyes, a cold glint flashing in them. The dragon blood power throughout her body rapidly ignited. She raised her hand, her indifferent gaze sweeping across the opponents, pointing only a single finger at the arrow. The giant, flaming arrow, which had been hurtling towards her, instantly froze in midair, as if frozen in time. An invisible dragon blood power poured from her fingertips, enveloping the arrow. Then, with a bang, the giant arrow exploded without resistance, scattering fragments everywhere. A dense swarm of spirit birds flew in, casting a massive shadow overhead. Su Jintang raised her hands, gathering power once more. The dragon blood energy gathered in her palm slowly formed a semi-transparent energy sphere. The energy sphere contained countless violent molecules, powerfully distorting the surrounding air. She threw the energy sphere first. With a casual tossing motion, the semi-transparent energy sphere traced an arc in the air before gracefully landing among the flock of spirit birds. The entire arena fell silent. Everyone held their breath, watching this scene intently. When the semi-transparent energy sphere touched the flock of birds, the compressed energy within instantly released, like a burst of fireworks. A powerful and immense energy surged across the arena, forming an extremely strong current. Xiao Lingyi was closest to the epicenter of the explosion. The strong gusts of wind billowed his black leather jacket, forcing him to raise his hand to shield his eyes. The other two team members did the same. But the wind was too strong, forcing them to retreat repeatedly, until a deafening explosion echoed through the silent arena. Chapter 103. The flock of birds and the winged tiger, which had been attacking with overwhelming force, were instantly repelled. Invisible energy radiated outwards, twisting into semi-transparent halos in the air. Then, a crisp cracking sound rang out, and the once sturdy semicircular protective shield shattered, turning into countless glass-like fragments that fell to the ground. Shui Zhongqi and Yin Yuding, who had been blocked outside, brightened up. "Squad leader, I handle this." Shui Zhongqi immediately raised his gun and fired, the wolf-toothed grappling hook landing precisely at Xiao Lingyi's feet. Xiao Lingyi's expression turned grim. The three of them had failed to take down the gluttonous man. Things were getting difficult. At this moment, Shui Zhongqi had already rushed in front of him. Xiao Lingyi immediately turned around and summoned back the winged tiger. The giant tiger pounced, piercing through his body and instantly merging with him. Golden light erupted from Xiao Lingyi's body, and a silver king character slowly appeared on his forehead. Strong hair covered his arms, and the lines of his muscles were faintly visible. Beast possession. The summoned beast merges with the power of the ability user, causing their combat power to double for a short period. Clang, clang. Shui Zhongqi's attack rune, a sharp blade of energy, struck Xiao Lingyi's right arm, quickly deflecting with a crisp sound. Xiao Lingyi's gaze froze, hesitantly examining Xiao Lingyi's right arm. Beast possession could actually achieve such a defensive effect? The defense ended, Xiao Lingyi's expression darkened, and he swiftly rushed toward Shui Zhongqi, grabbing his wolf-tooth chain. Bound by the chain, Shui Zhongqi was immediately pulled to the ground. He gripped the chains with both hands, gritting his teeth and pulling with all his might towards himself. Xiao Lingyi chuckled, easily pulling the chains back to his side, Shui Zhongqi being pulled along as well. Just as he was about to be thrown into the enemy camp, Shui Zhongqi gritted his teeth, decisively discarding the grappling hook and tossing several explosive runes. Explosions rang out in quick succession. Xiao Lingyi was busy defending, and naturally had no time to pay him any more attention. Having successfully escaped, Shui Zhongqi ran to Su Jintang's side, subconsciously letting out a sigh of relief. "Squad leader, how do we fight?" Su Jintang slowly withdrew her strength, the turmoil in her mental energy gradually subsiding. Prolonged use of the amplification from the dragon blood power would severely damage her meridians. To break through the encirclement of Xiao Lingyi and his two companions, she had already pushed her use of the dragon blood power to its limit. For the sake of her health, she couldn't use this move again. "Use your level 2 array runes to take down Xiao Lingyi first," Su Jintang said after calming down. Shui Zhongqi pursed his lips. "Okay." At this moment, Yin Yuding also ran over. Shui Zhongqi lowered his voice and explained the tactics to her. "Okay." Yin Yuding nodded in agreement. The three of them stood in a row, their gazes all fixed on Xiao Lingyi and his two companions opposite them. At this moment, Li Xiang, riding a hovering ball and circling in the air, had a flicker of interest in his eyes. He thought the match was about to end when Xiao Lingyi and his companions attacked. Now it seems there will be an even more exciting showdown to come. Damn, this girl is so strong? She single-handedly neutralized the attack from Xiao Lingyi and his two companions? I knew someone who could be the captain of the masked squad wouldn't be simple. The team members were clearly all exceptional geniuses. However, the move that Gantherin just used seemed unusable now. If she were to fight Xiao Lingyi later, it felt like she would still have a hard time winning. In the team waiting area, Song Tianqi frowned. Sister Shi, will the class monitor and the others lose? Jiang Shi calmly replied, even if we lose this round, we still have a chance to win the next team battle. Song Tianqi immediately understood. In the previous 2v2 round, Sister Shi hadn't even used her ultimate combo. His Vermilion Bird bloodline hadn't been pushed to its limit either. Their team still had many trump cards. They might not necessarily lose to the Qihuan team. That's true. Song Tianqi's previously furrowed brows slowly relaxed, and his gaze returned to the arena. Xiao Lingyi, possessed by a demonic beast, was approaching the peak of the 5th rank. After exchanging a few blows with his opponent, Su Jintang was forced back to the edge of the arena. She raised her eyes, staring intently at Xiao Lingyi, and subtly activated her mental energy, causing solid, hard ice to rise from behind him. Immediately afterwards, 2 ice chains appeared, wrapping around Xiao Lingyi's arms, one on each side. Taking advantage of Xiao Lingyi's momentary struggle to break free of the chains, Su Jintang darted to the left, returning to the center of the arena. A few seconds later, Xiao Lingyi forcefully snapped the ice chains, turning around with a grim face to search for Su Jintang. After this intense fight, he had long lost his previous air of elegance. I'm here. Su Jintang beckoned to him with a smile. The smile might not have been malicious, but given Xiao Lingyi's heightened emotions, it was clearly a deliberate provocation. Xiao Lingyi's brows furrowed, and he immediately charged forward. Dragons roar and tigers howl. Xiao Lingyi crossed his arms, his thin lips pressed into a straight line. The phantom of a winged tiger appeared behind him, flashing with dazzling golden light, followed by a faint sound resembling a dragon's roar echoing across the arena. Su Jintang was somewhat surprised, glancing at the winged tiger phantom behind him. This tiger actually has dragon blood? A hybrid? The Ice Soul Dragon, which had been dormant in his spiritual sea, was also attracted by the dragon's roar and opened its eyes. After discerning the clues to Xiao Lingyi's ability, it explained, "It's not the aura of my people, it's a simulated dragon's roar." I see. Su Jintang suddenly understood. Xiao Lingyi, having activated his skill, had already rushed in front of him. Su Jintang regained her senses, spread her arms, and Frost descended, instantly freezing the surrounding ground. Xiao Lingyi's feet were frozen in the ice, forcing him to stop. He frowned, his legs straining to break free of the ice. Taking advantage of his struggle, Su Jintang ran to the other side again. After a while, Xiao Lingyi finally realized that Su Jintang was deliberately stalling for time. He quickly stopped and turned to his teammates, shouting, "Hold her off." The two teammates, who were originally engaged with Shui Zhongqi and Yan Yuding, hearing this, they immediately retreated and turned to attack Su Jintang. The scene of the three attacking each other reappeared. Shui Zhongqi and Yan Yuding, now free, exchanged a glance. Shui Zhongqi immediately retreated to a corner and began preparing to inscribe a level 2 array pattern. Yan Yuding remained where she was, blocking Shui Zhongqi's path. I think this Soul Rising team is doomed. Was that big watermelon preparing to inscribe array patterns? But the array patterns he used last time weren't particularly powerful, were they? They seemed insufficient against Xiao Lingyi. It doesn't seem to be the same array patterns he used last time. This time, there appeared to be even more inscribed runes. Xiao Lingyi and his two teammates were so focused on attacking Su Jintang that they completely ignored Shui Zhongqi. Soon, Xiao Lingyi and his two teammates surrounded Su Jintang from 3 different directions. Su Jintang stopped, frantically gathering ice attributes beneath her feet. A thick layer of ice rapidly rose, propelling her high into the air. She flipped and leaped, using the aerial advantage to jump to the other side of the arena. Xiao Lingyi and his teammates missed again. Having lost patience, Xiao Lingyi's face turned extremely grim. "Captain, this won't do." His teammates finally noticed the sudden silence from Shui Zhongqi and his companion. They seemed to be up to something. Xiao Lingyi's gaze swept towards Shui Zhongqi's location, his brows furrowing slightly. He immediately shifted his target. "Then let's take care of these two first." With that, Xiao Lingyi turned and charged towards Shui Zhongqi. Yan Yuding's eyes flashed with determination. He took the wind shadow whip from his waist and lashed it forward. The force of the whip strike impacted Xiao Lingyi and his companions. But clearly, this feeble attack posed no threat to Xiao Lingyi. He coldly raised his hand and waved it away, neutralizing the force of the attack. He continued his charge without slowing down. At that moment, a thick, solid ice wall suddenly appeared, blocking Xiaolingyi's teammates behind him. The trio's offensive formation was disrupted. Su Jintang stood atop the ice wall, his arms outstretched. Several ice chains erupted from the ground, binding Xiaolingyi's two teammates. Then, a storm swirling with countless sharp ice blades appeared, heading straight for the opposing team. After temporarily restraining his teammates, Su Jintang turned and swiftly leaped down from the ice wall, landing behind Xiaolingyi. The previously precarious situation for the masked squad instantly reversed. Yan Yuding, seeing his squad leader, breathed a sigh of relief, gritted his teeth, and swung his wind shadow whip again. Xiaolingyi, who had already reached him, raised his hand to grab the wind shadow whip, attempting to pull Yan Yuding towards him. But before he could move, Su Jintang circled around from behind. A suffocating feeling instantly shot through his neck. Captain Xiao is still not very vigilant, Su Jintang's mocking voice rang out. Xiaolingyi's face darkened, and he had no choice but to release Yan Yuding's wind shadow whip, bending his arm and attacking backward with his elbow. Su Jintang, having anticipated this, sneered, sidestepping, but his grip on Xiaolingyi's arm remained firm. Squad leader, I'm okay. The level 2 array pattern floating in front of Shui Zhongqi emitted a bright white light, attracting the attention of the entire audience. This doesn't seem to be the array pattern Big Watermelon used last time, does it? This power is much stronger than before. This is a level 2 array pattern. Its destructive power is enough to suppress ability users below the 5th rank. Wait, does that mean that although Big Watermelon's mental strength level is only 2nd rank, his Inscription Master combat power can reach the 5th rank? I'm shocked. The entire masked squad is full of geniuses. While the audience was discussing, Shui Zhongqi decisively threw out the level 2 array pattern in his hand. At the same time, Su Jintang kicked, directly sending Xiaolingyi flying into the array pattern. Losing his balance, Xiaolingyi uncontrollably lunged forward. The power of the level 2 array patterns erupted instantly. Sitting on the floating sphere, Li Xiang slightly curled his lips, quickly waving his hand. Gentle power descended from the sky, landing on Shui Zhongqi's array patterns, and swiftly dissolving the damage from his attack. Xiaolingyi of the Qihuan team is out. The match continues. Li Xiang announced calmly, then picked up Xiaolingyi and threw him off the stage. Xiaolingyi's elimination completely shifted the tide of the game to the masked squad. The two remaining members of the Qihuan team were dumbfounded. Normally, they followed their captain's orders, but now that their captain had left early, the two immediately panicked. Attack! Su Jintang shouted, charging forward first. Shui Zhongqi and Yan Yuding exchanged a glance and followed closely behind, attacking the opposing team together. Without Xiaolingyi's command, the two team members fought somewhat hesitantly, and were soon forced back to the edge of the stage. As Su Jintang approached the two, he cracked his knuckles and said with a smirk, "Are you going to get down yourselves, or should I help you?" The teammate on the left swallowed hard, probably recalling Su Jintang's fierce charge against the three-man attack. I get down myself." With that, the teammate on the left turned and jumped off the stage. Su Jintang glanced at the teammate still standing on the stage. "What about you?" The slow-witted teammate stammered. I get down myself too." He then turned and jumped off the stage as well. With that, the entire Qihuan team was eliminated. Riding on the hovering sphere, Li Xiang's lips slowly curled into a smile. He took the microphone from his waist and announced clearly, "In this 3v3 team battle, the masked team has won. Congratulations on successfully advancing to the top 4 of the Superpowered Individuals Tournament." The moment the words left his mouth, the masked squad's fans erupted in a deafening cheer. Recently, the number of online trolls smearing the masked squad had been steadily increasing, but today, Su Jintang and his 4 teammates had silenced all the rumors with their performance. This was far more effective than any explanation or statement. Masked squad. Masked squad. Amidst the unified cheers, Su Jintang and his 2 companions turned around on the stage and walked off in an orderly fashion to greet the cheers of the entire audience. Masked squad. Masked squad. The fan shouts continued unabated. This continued until Su Jintang stepped off the stage and joined Song Tianqi and his companion. The 5 of them stood in a row and shook hands with the opposing Qihuan team. Xiaolingyi's expression was visibly grim. He had never imagined that with their strength, they would be eliminated in the quarterfinals. "Thank you for your understanding," Su Jintang said, shaking hands with Xiaolingyi from the back of the line to the front. A smile graced her face as she teased, "Captain Xiao, why do you look so pale?" Xiaolingyi's face darkened further, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Should I look better after losing a match?" Su Jintang chuckled and patted his shoulder lightly. "Young man, experiencing setbacks isn't a bad thing." Xiao Lingyi paused, looking at Su Jintang with disbelief. "I think I'm older than you, aren't I?" Su Jintang smiled and shrugged. "I was just saying." With that, she turned and headed for the exit. Behind them, Yin Yuding stroked his chin and muttered softly, "The squad leader is starting to look more and more like he's in his 20s or 30s. Shui Zhongqi nodded in agreement. Indeed. This scene was being broadcast live from a nearby satellite. Ha ha ha, this guy is really infuriating. If I were Xiao Lingyi, I'd be furious right now. No, don't you guys really think this guy's behavior is quite mature? He doesn't seem like a 16-year-old at all. Unbelievable. The Qihuan team actually lost, and by a whopping 0-2, that's a terrible record. So those rumors about the masked squad getting a bye and advancing through the semifinals were just nonsense, weren't they? They could even beat the Qihuan team. Why would they need to do that? Seriously, ha ha ha. The Qihuan team was the strongest team in the upper bracket. That afternoon, news of the masked squad's victory over the Qihuan team and their advancement to the semifinals spread throughout the Starnet. Several related topics trended on the hot search list. The masked squad's popularity skyrocketed, and their self-organized fan groups grew rapidly. Meanwhile, the underground black market casinos lowered the odds for the masked squad to win the championship again. After the match, Su Jintang and his group of 5 went straight to the black market casino. The casino owner looked extremely unwell. Seeing another group of people come to exchange their bets, he felt a wave of dizziness and sighed deeply for a long time. "I worked so hard for half a year to earn some money, and it's all gone to the masked squad." Su Jintang smiled slightly and slapped the receipts from their previous bets on the counter. "Boss, cash out." Soon after, Song Tianqi, Yin Yuding, and the others also slapped their bet receipts. The casino owner picked up Su Jintang's receipt and glanced at it. The masked squad advanced to the semifinals, a bet of 20,000, odds of 50 to 1. The owner, who had just recovered, clutched his chest, and his vision went black again. Seeing him like this, Yin Yuding asked with concern, "Boss, are you alright?" The casino owner couldn't even manage a forced smile. "Do I look alright?" Song Tianqi scratched his head. "Will we still get our money back?" These words drew wary glances from the customers waiting in line to exchange their bets. Everyone was betting, hoping for a chance to get rich overnight. If they won, but didn't get their money back, they certainly wouldn't stand for it. Under the watchful eyes of many, the casino owner quickly nodded. Yes, we get it back. I exchange it for you right away." 15 minutes later, the casino owner counted the bets placed by Su Jintang and the other 4, handing each of them a bank star card. "These are for the 5 of you. Please keep them safe." Su Jintang had bet the most, winning back 1,000,000 star coins. She fiddled with the star card in her hand, starting to do the math. This money would be enough to pay back the funds she had applied for from the military academy, and more than enough. If she could win the championship, this would be a huge windfall. Realizing this, Su Jintang stroked her chin, a glint of light in her eyes. After leaving the casino, Su Jintang and her group of 5 didn't linger, heading straight out of the black market. But as soon as they stepped out of the black market exit, Su Jintang keenly sensed that someone was following them. A moment later, Jiang Shi also whispered a warning, "Someone's following us." "Huh?" Song Tianqi was still a little stunned. "Why are they following us?" Su Jintang smiled. "Because the 5 of us are rich." As she said this, she glanced behind her and saw a simply dressed, unassuming man following them furtively. Chapter 104. Song Tianqi, who had been completely bewildered, finally understood. The people coming and going from the underground black market were a mixed bag, and it was inevitable that some would covet the large sum of gambling chips they had just acquired. Shui Zhongqi quietly gripped the grappling hook at his waist and whispered, "Should we make a move?" Su Jintang opened his palm, a faint aura of ice energy swirling within. The next second, a thin layer of frost rapidly spread from the ground, reaching the feet of the man behind him. The man's attention was focused on observing Su Jintang and his group of 5, so he naturally didn't notice what was happening beneath his feet. Until the frost gradually thickened, freezing into a solid layer of ice, firmly binding the man's feet to the ground. The bone-chilling cold made him frown and look down. His ankles were frozen to the ground. Realizing something, he immediately activated his supernatural ability, attempting to break free of the ice. "Attack!" Su Jintang said calmly, her face turning cold. Song Tianqi and Shui Zhongqi, who were already prepared, quickly opened fire on the man. Jiang Shi and Su Jintang exchanged a glance. For safety's sake, they didn't hold back either, rushing towards the man. Yin Yuding consciously retreated to the back, drawing his wind shadow whip from his waist and assuming a defensive stance. The ice bindings had restrained the man for a long time. By the time he broke free, Song Tianqi and Shui Zhengqi were already in front of him. A cold glint flashed in the man's eyes. He quickly raised his hand, summoning his supernatural power. A huge golden patterned brush appeared out of thin air, its tip made of soft silver wolf hair, surrounded by starlight. Crimson flame 9 heavens. Song Tianqi raised his hands, and 9 balls of crimson flames immediately attacked the man, scorching the air in their path. The man's expression turned cold as he manipulated a golden patterned brush hovering in the air, rapidly drawing a talisman. The brush tip fell, tracing a crescent moon pattern in the air. The crescent moon grew larger, its silver light intensifying. The crescent moon talisman, an attack talisman drawn with a golden patterned brush, used the power of celestial light to unleash penetrating damage. As the crimson flames reached him, the crescent moon talisman released its full attack energy. The two forces collided, creating a powerful shockwave. Both Song Tianqi and the man were knocked back 2 steps. Immediately afterward, Su Jintang leaped down from the sky, punching the man. The man, unable to dodge in time, was struck in the nose, and warm blood instantly gushed from it. "You dare to follow us with this little bit of strength?" Su Jintang said, pinning the man to the ground with a look of astonishment. When she first discovered the man was following them, Su Jintang had assumed he was very strong, but after exchanging blows, she realized he was only at the 4th level. A 4th level ability user fighting the 5 of them? Wasn't that suicide? Before they could even make a move, Jiang Shi and Shui Zhengqi exchanged a glance. The two simultaneously stopped and came to Su Jintang's side. Jiang Shi asked, "Should we report this to the federal administration?" Robberies on the road were under the jurisdiction of the federal administration. The man on the ground struggled to his feet. "I was wrong, big brother and sister, please let me go. I never do this again." He now regretted it. He had indeed been tempted by the large sum of money Su Jintang and her group had taken. He hadn't expected these 5 seemingly young kids to be so strong. Su Jintang touched her face. "Do I look like the eldest sister?" Shui Zhengqi looked incredulous and quickly denied the title. "Exactly, how do we look like the eldest brother?" Yin Yuding decisively said, "I report this to the Federal Administration Bureau right away." The man's lips twitched. He now wished he could slap himself. He should have been more polite. 15 minutes later, the Federal Administration Bureau arrived at the scene. Fortunately, there were surveillance satellites near the square, capturing evidence of the man following them. After confirming the evidence, Song Yuanlang nodded to his men. "Take him away." Several men immediately escorted the man into the Administration Bureau's private hover car. Song Yuanlang's gaze lingered on Su Jintang. "We meet again, Ms. Ganfanren." The last time he met Su Jintang was after the explosion at the ball. Although Su Jintang was wearing a ghost mask at the time, he had to remove it when entering the Management Bureau for investigation. Song Yuanlang, being the captain of the Management Bureau, naturally already knew the true identities of Su Jintang and his companions. Su Jintang smiled. "Captain Song, long time no see. How have you been lately?" "Fine," Song Yuanlang replied businesslike, then looked at Yin Yuding and the others. "Are you all alright?" Everyone immediately shook their heads. "No." "That's good, but you all still need to go to the Management Bureau to give statements about the incident. If you're free, you can go to the Management Bureau to give your statements today or tomorrow," Song Yuanlang added. Su Jintang nodded obediently. "Okay." Seeing that they were alright, Song Yuanlang turned and left. Watching the Bureau's private hover car disappear from sight, Yin Yuding and the others, who had been on edge, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yin Yuding patted his chest, still shaken. That was terrifying. Captain Song's eyes are so sharp, I feel like he could see right through any lie. After all, he's from the Bureau, his experience is definitely beyond ours, Shui Zhengqi said softly. Su Jintang withdrew his gaze, and turned to Yin Yuding and the others. "When do you want to give your statements?" Song Tianqi quickly said, "How about tomorrow? It's too unsafe for us to be carrying such a large sum of money today. Let's leave it in the dormitory first." Yin Yuding nodded in complete agreement. Yes, I think so too." So, Su Jintang and the other 4 didn't linger and quickly returned to their villa dormitory. Night gradually fell. In the quiet of the evening, the dormitory villa was still brightly lit. Lights were on in every room, and laughter could be heard intermittently. "Ah! We've lost again. Shui Zhengqi, let's play one more round. We were so close to making it into the top 5. Song Tianqi shouted excitedly, sprawled on Shui Zhongqi's bed. Shui Zhongqi, leaning back on the sofa, wearing a virtual reality gaming headset, slowly opened his eyes, his expression equally excited. One more round. Their shouting had probably disturbed Yin Yuding in the next room. A knocking sound came from the next room. Shui Zhongqi. Song Tianqi. Keep it down. The previously enthusiastic Song Tianqi immediately sat up obediently, lowering his voice and gesturing to Shui Zhongqi, keep it down. In the next room. After the noise subsided, Yin Yuding picked up his cards and sat back down on the sofa. Come on, let's continue. Su Jintang and Jiang Shi sat opposite him, each holding a deck of cards. 2 Pikachu. Yin Yuding drew 2 cards and tossed them onto the coffee table. Jiang Shi looked up, 2 Blizzard Wolves. The card game rules here were somewhat similar to those on Blue Star, but the cards weren't ranked by number. Instead, they were arranged according to the monster's quality and level. Pikachu were the lowest quality and level, while Blizzard Wolves were higher. Su Jintang glanced down at his hand, drew 2 Ice Dragon cards, and tossed them onto the coffee table, 2 Ice Dragons. The Ice Dragon cards were the largest of all the cards, surpassing all others. Yin Yuding shrugged, I can't control that. Jiang Shi replied calmly, pass. Su Jintang chuckled and threw out all her cards, a straight. She spread her arms wide, I won. Yin Yuding sighed, sigh, I almost lost more money gambling this night than I have this whole year. Luckily, I won a little from the betting. With a pained expression, she tapped on the communicator screen and transferred 1,000 star coins to Su Jintang. Jiang Shi clearly didn't care about the small amount. After quickly transferring the money, a fighting spirit ignited in her eyes. Let's play again. After advancing to the semifinals of the competition, Su Jintang and her friends wanted to relax, so everyone played very freely today, and this cheerful atmosphere continued until late into the night. After yawning 3 times in a row, Su Jintang finally waved her hand. No, I'm too sleepy. Let's go to sleep. Yin Yuding kept nodding and yawning. Go to sleep, go to sleep. Seeing that both of them were too sleepy to keep their eyes open, Jiang Shi also got up and put away the cards. Okay, good night. The girls' group quickly dispersed and went back to their rooms to sleep. The boys' group, Song Tianqi and Shui Zhongqi, were clearly very excited and didn't feel sleepy at all until the early hours of the morning. The next morning, as dawn broke, Song Tianqi and Shui Zhongqi finished their game and went back to their rooms to sleep. As the sun gradually rose, Su Jintang finally got out of bed when it was high in the sky. She got out of bed, drew back the curtains, and stretched comfortably in the sunlight. Buzz! The communicator vibrated. Su Jintang turned back to the living room, bent down, and tapped the communicator screen. It was an unfamiliar number. She thought carefully for a while, but couldn't remember the number. She simply hung up. But not long after she hung up, the other end called again. Su Jintang finally answered, Who is this? A gentle female voice came from the other end. Hello, is this Ms. Qian Duo? I'm a staff member from the Federal Armory. Our leader greatly admires you. Do you have some free time recently? Would it be convenient to invite you to dinner? Su Jintang was stunned for a few seconds. The Federal Armory? How did you get my contact information? The staff member patiently replied, We obtained your contact information from the organizers when you participated in the Inscription Master competition a while ago. Su Jintang frowned slightly. Then what do you want to see me about? Actually, our leader is very interested in the tracking inscriptions you created, and would like to invite you for tea to discuss cooperation regarding tracking inscriptions. The staff member's words were quite direct. Su Jintang immediately understood. So they were after her tracking inscription. She stroked her chin, starting to calculate. The armory was specifically for supplying the army with magical weapons and various military supplies. It was the wealthiest among the Federation's various systems. A real big fat sheep. Okay, send me the location for tea, preferably today, because I might not be available later. The staff member quickly replied, Okay, I get back to my boss. Not long after hanging up, the address of the tea house was sent. The time was set for 2 p.m. today. Su Jintang noted down the restaurant address, turned off the communication screen, and turned to leave the room. As she went downstairs, a rich, milky aroma wafted from the restaurant. Drawn inside, Su Jintang saw a 2-tiered cake placed in the center of the table. Just then, Ruan Tao brought in other dishes. Seeing Su Jintang, she immediately said, Perfect timing. This cake was specially prepared to celebrate your advancement to the top 4. Su Jintang bent down to examine it closely, and saw the words congratulating the masked team on their advancement to the top 4 printed on the cake. "Can I have a bite first?" Su Jintang chuckled, looking expectantly at Yuan Tao. Yuan Tao immediately shooed her aside. "Go away. The cake will be cut together once everyone is here." Su Jintang sighed softly, and could only retreat to the side to wait. A short while later, Yin Yuding and Jiang Shi came downstairs one after the other. But Shui Zhongqi and Song Tianqi, probably having stayed up too late yesterday, were still not moving from their rooms. Su Jintang glanced at Yin Yuding and gestured with her chin, "Go call them." Yin Yuding rolled up her sleeves, turned, and stepped onto the stairs. She took a deep breath and then burst out. "Song! Tian! Shi! Shui! Zhong! Shi!" 2 consecutive roars immediately woke the 2 still asleep. "Damn it!" Song Tianqi, after getting up, glanced at the time and saw it was almost noon. He quickly jumped out of bed. Shui Zhongqi was the slowest to come downstairs. Perhaps because he cared about his image, his hair was clearly styled, neat and refined, and his casual hoodie exuded a fashionable and sunny vibe. Su Jintang leaned against the wall, arms crossed, scrutinizing Shui Zhongqi. "What are you doing dressed so handsomely?" Shui Zhongqi chuckled, tilted his head slightly, and touched his hair. "Going to a fan meeting. My fans are throwing me a celebration. No wonder you're dressed so flashy." Yin Yuding clicked her tongue, her expression one of disdain. Song Tianqi immediately distanced himself from him, raising his hand to swear, "I'm not that kind of person." After explaining, he looked expectantly at Su Jintang. "Class monitor, when are we cutting the cake?" Su Jintang smiled slightly. "We can cut it as soon as everyone's here." Yuan Tao handed the knife to Su Jintang. "Come on, you cut it." Under everyone's expectant gaze, Su Jintang raised the knife and made a cut in the middle of the cake. The cream covering the cake was cut open, and the jam inside burst open, releasing an even sweeter aroma that spread through the air. Song Tianqi took a deep breath, a look of intoxication on his face. "It smells so good." "What kind of jam is this?" Yuan Tao smiled slightly. "This is jam made from passion fruit. Long-term consumption helps strengthen the meridians of those with superpowers, and also improves overall health." Su Jintang's eyes lit up immediately. Strengthening her meridians? This would be very useful to her. The biggest negative effect of overusing the power of dragon blood is damaging her body's meridians. "Sister Peach, could you make a little more jam separately?" Su Jintang smiled and gently shook Yuan Tao's arm. Yuan Tao was clearly pleased with this act of coquetry and immediately nodded. "Sure, I make some separately for you another day." Su Jintang smiled sweetly. "Love you." Soon, the 5 of them sat down and quietly enjoyed the celebration feast. Because Song Tianqi and the other man had stayed up too late last night, they felt sleepy after dinner and went upstairs for a nap. Yin Yuding and Jiang Shi also went back to their rooms for a midday rest. Su Jintang timed it perfectly, putting on her disguise mask at 1:30 p.m. and leaving as Qian Duo, heading to the Wanlong Tea House on the Imperial Star Commercial Street in the Federal Star region. Wanlong Tea House is conveniently located at the intersection of 2 pedestrian streets, attracting a large number of customers daily for tea and music. Upon entering, Su Jintang was immediately greeted by a staff member. "Hello, do you have a reservation?" Su Jintang gave his name. It was reserved by a Ms. Lin. The staff member paused, then quickly asked, "Is it Ms. Lin Qinglang?" "Yes." The staff member's smile widened, and he bowed, gesturing for him to come this way. "Ms. Lin is a distinguished guest of our tea house. She has a private room. I take you there now." Su Jintang began to remark with admiration. No wonder the leader of the incredibly wealthy armory has a private room. Upon entering the private room, Su Jintang went directly to the tea table and sat down. The seat was near the window, offering a perfect view of the bustling street below. A waiter approached with a smile, bringing a pot of tea and then bending down to light some sandalwood incense. Soon, Su Jintang inhaled the delicate woody scent. The aroma was subtle, not overpowering, and very relaxing. Su Jintang leaned back in her chair and began to wait. Their agreed time was 2 p.m. But by 2:10 p.m., the other person still hadn't arrived. Su Jintang's brows furrowed, and just as her patience was about to run out, a hearty laugh came from outside the door. A woman in military uniform then entered. Her brows were sharp, exuding a somewhat dashing air. Sorry, I ran into an old friend on the way here, and we chatted for a bit longer. I'm late, so I punished myself with a cup of tea instead of wine," Lin Qinglang apologized as soon as she entered. Walking to the opposite side of Su Jintang, Lin Qinglang picked up her teacup and immediately downed the tea in one gulp. Su Jintang stood up, sized up Lin Qinglang, and replied calmly, "Please sit down." Sensing Su Jintang's displeasure, Lin Qinglang cleared her throat, her expression becoming serious. "The reason I invited you here is to discuss a collaboration. The tracking inscription you created at the inscription competition is extremely useful to our armory, so—" Su Jintang raised her hand to interrupt her. "I came here with sincerity to discuss the collaboration. But I don't really trust partners who aren't punctual." Lin Qinglang had set the time and place. She knew she was to be here at 2 p.m. to discuss the collaboration, yet she arrived 10 minutes late, which could only mean she didn't take this trip seriously. Or perhaps, she deliberately arrived late to give her a hard time. Lin Qinglang's words were cut off. She smiled and frankly admitted, "I was indeed deliberately late." Lin Qinglang crossed her arms, adopting a very upright demeanor. "We investigated your background and found that your identity is unknown, and your name is fake. I was indeed a little wary of that. I deliberately arrived 10 minutes late to test you." As she said this, Lin Qinglang's gaze towards Su Jintang became more probing. "May I ask for Miss Qian's real name?" As a public official of the federal government, Lin Qinglang naturally couldn't cooperate with someone of unknown origin. She did value Qian Duo's tracking inscription, but only if the other party wasn't an illegal individual. Su Jintang picked up the teapot beside her, slowly poured herself a cup of tea, and smiled, "Of course. My real name is Su Jintang, and I'm a student at the Recta's Military Academy." With that, she casually removed her disguise mask, revealing her true appearance. Chapter 105. Upon hearing Su Jintang's true information, Lin Qinglang frowned slightly. "You're a student of Recta's?" The reputation of the First Military Academy was known to all. Moreover, Lin Qinglang herself was a graduate of Recta's Military Academy. Although there might be a significant age difference, they were essentially senior and junior. Su Jintang nodded readily, speaking calmly, "That's right. The reason I used a false name and identity is that I was a little worried that revealing my two superpowers would bring unnecessary trouble." Lin Qinglang's pupils contracted, her expression turning serious. "You have two superpowers?" Her tone was full of shock. From birth until now, she had never heard of anyone awakening two superpowers. Su Jintang nodded again, "Yes. At first, I didn't realize I had two abilities. It was only after my auxiliary ability started evolving that I suddenly discovered another ability within me. Back then, I was only a first-tier cultivator. I was afraid that if outsiders knew, it would cause hostility, so I took it upon myself to keep it a secret until now." Lin Qinglang was stunned for a long time. Half a minute later, she took a deep breath, her emotions calming down slightly. "You didn't report this to your military academy teachers?" Su Jintang shook her head, "No. But I'm considering telling them about it recently. After participating in the inscription master competition, she received much more attention, and someone would definitely investigate her identity. This false identity couldn't be kept for long. Rather than waiting for outsiders to discover the truth, it was better to expose it herself first. Moreover, the fact that the leader of the armory now values her is a significant advantage. Being honest will certainly make it easier to gain their trust." Lin Qinglang crossed her arms, her thumbs lightly rubbing her palms, her brows furrowing. A student with two special abilities, she had never heard of such a thing. Perhaps still somewhat doubting that Su Jintang was joking, Lin Qinglang spoke again. "Would you mind demonstrating your two special abilities to me?" Su Jintang smiled and nodded, "Of course." With that, she calmly stood up, raising her hand to summon ice attribute power. A thin layer of frost rose from her palm, and a chill spread outwards. Lin Qinglang frowned, staring intently at her palm. "Is this an ice-type ability?" "Yes, it's the domain ice, evolved from my auxiliary ability." Su Jintang withdrew her hand and called out in her mental sea, "Young master, quickly summon Libra for me." Jin Shiba's cold snort rang out. "Now you remember me?" Although his attitude was a bit arrogant, he still obediently summoned the tilted Libra for Su Jintang. Su Jintang showed her palm again. This time, floating above her palm was a miniature version of the tilted Libra, surrounded by silver starlight, exuding a mysterious aura. Lin Qinglang stood up in surprise, approaching Su Jintang to examine her closely. "Is this a stellar attribute ability?" "Yes," Su Jintang answered truthfully. Only after witnessing Su Jintang indeed summon two different abilities did Lin Qinglang finally believe it. She took a deep breath and exclaimed with emotion, "The world is so vast, there are countless wonders. Miss Su, please have a seat. Let's discuss the inscription tracking cooperation in detail." Lin Qinglang's face showed more respect as he gestured for Su Jintang to sit down. Su Jintang didn't stand on ceremony and returned to the tea table. Soon, The two began their discussion. The entire negotiation lasted for over half an hour. At the end, Su Jintang and Lin Qinglang stood up and shook hands. Then it's settled. It's a pleasure doing business with you. Lin Qinglang smiled slightly. Su Jintang replied equally politely, it's a pleasure doing business with you. Lin Qinglang personally escorted Su Jintang out of the tea house, saying as they walked, after I get back, I immediately report this to my superiors. Once the relevant documents are approved, we find a time to sign the contract. Okay. Su Jintang replied. See you next time. Lin Qinglang stopped at the tea house exit without moving. Su Jintang nodded in acknowledgement and turned to walk towards the street. 2 days later, Su Jintang received the contract documents from the Federal Armory. After confirming that the terms and details were correct, she immediately signed them, then placed another copy of the contract back into the delivery drone's mailbox, and mailed it back to the Armory. This order for tracking inscriptions was to support the Armory's temporary superconducting turret experiment. The order consisted of 60 tracking inscriptions, and Su Jintang's labor fee would be settled according to the market price of the tracking inscriptions, totaling 4 million star coins. The Armory required delivery within 3 months. A 40/10 deposit would be paid upfront, with the remaining balance due upon full delivery. The Armory was responsible for providing all raw materials for the inscription production. No matter how you look at it, she was making a profit on this deal. After the cooperation was officially finalized, Su Jintang locked herself in her room to work on it. In just 1 day, she successfully created 5 tracking runes. As night fell, Su Jintang emerged from her room, rubbing her shoulders. Just as she reached the bottom of the stairs, the doorbell rang. She went to open the door, and saw Zhuang Silin and Wu Jinghong standing outside, both with serious expressions. Su Jintang snapped out of her reverie, and quickly stepped aside to let them in. Teacher Zhuang, Teacher Wu, what brings you here together? We were looking for you. Zhuang Silin said sternly, her gaze fixed on Su Jintang. Wu Jinghong also pursed her lips, her gaze very grave. Su Jintang hesitated for a moment, then quickly realized that her 2 teachers probably knew about her special ability. Teacher, I was wrong. Reacting quickly, Su Jintang immediately bowed her head and apologized earnestly. This apology clearly wouldn't work on Zhuang Silin. She glanced coldly at Su Jintang, then stepped inside. Come in and talk. A few minutes later, the other 4, excluding Su Jintang, were also called downstairs. Yin Yuding and the others were clearly unaware of what was happening, exchanging bewildered glances. What happened? Why are Teacher Zhuang and Teacher Wu here together? Are we about to start matching opponents for the next round of the superpowered individuals competition? Zhuang Silin sat on the sofa with her arms crossed, her gaze fixed on Su Jintang. Let your class monitor explain himself. Wu Jinghong also looked serious. Yin Yuding's gaze immediately shifted to Su Jintang, a hint of confusion in her expression. What mischief has the class monitor gotten herself into this time? The other 3 shared the same thought. Under everyone's gaze, Su Jintang cleared her throat, then spoke, actually I have 2 superpowers. Her voice slowly carried to the ears of Yin Yuding and the others. The 4, already bewildered, widened their eyes upon hearing this. Su Jintang continued, when I participated in the superpower awakening ceremony, I didn't know about this. Only after my superpower showed signs of evolution did I discover that I had another superpower within me, but I couldn't activate it until recently, when I was finally able to summon it. Zhuang Silin frowned deeply. Continue. Su Jintang coughed lightly, then, my other superpower has stellar attributes. Therefore, I am also an inscription master. Upon hearing this, Yin Yuding and Song Tianqi's mouths gaped open, wide enough to swallow an egg. Only Jiang Shi remained calm, displaying an expression of utter certainty. Wait a minute. Shui Zhongqi suddenly realized something. You're an inscription master? Su Jintang touched her nose awkwardly. Yes, actually. I'm Qian Duo Duo. Shui Zhongqi froze on the spot. So, the girl he'd been admiring and respecting all this time was actually their class monitor. Yin Yuding and Song Tianqi remained stunned. Zhuang Silin took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. 2 special abilities, and also an inscription master, and 1 capable of creating high-difficulty inscriptions, like tracking inscriptions. Such an important matter, and as your class teacher, I only heard about it from someone else today. Tell me, how many other things are you hiding from us? Su Jintang forced a smile. Nothing else. It wouldn't matter if the tipping of the scales was exposed, but if Brother Long was exposed, she'd be finished too. She absolutely couldn't tell anyone about Brother Long. Zhuang Silin looked Su Jintang up and down, confirming again, Nothing else you're hiding from us. No. Su Jintang replied firmly. Zhuang Silin then stood up and walked to Su Jintang. What exactly is your second ability? Try it on me. Su Jintang explained, my ability is a bit special. After using it once, it can't be used again for a short period. I was thinking of saving it for the ability user competition. Zhuang Silin frowned. Only one use per short period? Have you calculated exactly how long that period is? No. But I need to reach at least level 5 before I can freely control this ability. Zhuang Silin pursed her lips. Generally, only abilities of extremely high quality have this limitation. It seems your second ability is even more powerful than your domain of ice. What exactly is the effect of your second ability? Su Jintang honestly replied, it's a group support ability. The group buff effect increases mental strength by 1 level for 20 minutes. The group debuff effect for enemies forcibly reduces their level by 1 level for 20 minutes. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Wu Jinghong couldn't sit still any longer. What did you say? Her tone was full of disbelief. Su Jintang cleared his throat and repeated what he had just said. Silence fell again. Zhuang Silin looked at Su Jintang with disbelief. Do you know how terrifying your group support effect is? Even the strongest support can't escape the limitations of its effects. But Su Jintang's ability directly and forcibly interferes with changes in a person's mental strength level. In a sense, this completely exceeds the capabilities of any support ability. I know. Su Jintang was a little embarrassed, scratching her head awkwardly. The 4 people beside her, including Song Tianqi, went from being stunned to shocked, and now speechless, their emotions like a roller coaster. Holy crap! I thought the class monitor was already crazy enough, but she's even more crazy. Song Tianqi finally couldn't hold back. Yan Yuding swallowed hard. That's terrifying. Luckily, we're on the class monitor's side. Shui Zhongqi was no less shocked than the others. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself down, then pulled out a folding fan and shook it. Let me calm down. Jiangxi's focus was completely different from the others. Our chances of winning the superpowered individuals competition should be much higher. Much higher, more like significantly higher, Wu Jinghong added. After hearing this, Zhuang Silin's anger subsided. She rubbed her temples, looking at the others. The rest of you, you're not hiding anything from me, are you? Song Tianqi quickly waved his hand. I'm not. I told you all my trump cards before. Yan Yuding was even less likely to hide anything, shaking his head frantically. Then, Shui Zhongqi and Jiangxi also shook their heads. Zhuang Silin withdrew her gaze, took a deep breath, and calmed herself down slightly. This is very sudden. I need to think about how to report it to the military academy. Besides, since it's a trump card, let's keep it hidden for now. It might come in handy later in the competition. Su Jintang nodded quickly yes. After Zhuang Silin and Wu Jinghong left, the silence in the living room was immediately broken. Yan Yuding excitedly hugged Su Jintang. Class monitor, I follow you from now on. Count me in. Song Tianqi shamelessly joined in. Shui Zhongqi glanced at Su Jintang with a subtle expression, probably unable to accept that Miss Qian and the class monitor were the same person. His mouth opened slightly, hesitated for a moment, and then quickly closed. Jiangxi noticed his complicated emotions and patted him on the shoulder from behind. Don't worry about it. Just accept your fate. Shui Zhongqi's smile instantly turned bitter. Because his identity was completely exposed, Su Jintang simply stopped pretending. He openly and honestly began creating inscriptions in various places throughout the villa every day. Shui Zhongqi's attitude gradually shifted from initial rejection to that of a fanatical admirer. Class monitor, is the difficulty in creating these inscriptions in the array diagram? Shui Zhongqi asked, his eyes sparkling, as he leaned closer to Su Jintang. Su Jintang glanced at him. More or less. But is it possible that you made a mistake in the final step of connecting the beginning and end, which caused the difficulty in creating them? Shui Zhongqi suddenly realized. You reminded me? That seems to be it. After saying that, he excitedly ran upstairs to his room to begin his second attempt. Su Jintang withdrew his gaze, and continued to inscribe the first batch of tracking inscriptions in his hands. This continued until the semifinals of the Inscription Master competition began. In the previous elimination round, Su Jintang emerged as a dark horse, advancing to the next round with a tracking inscription, a testament to its difficulty exceeding the general assessment level, attracting the attention of many of his peers. Inscription masters, due to their noble status, are mostly arrogant. However, along with their arrogance, they also hold a deep respect for the strong. Therefore, many fellow inscription masters developed a strong interest and curiosity in Qian Duo. On the day of the competition, Su Jintang, as usual, wore a disguise mask. After all, she had always presented herself this way. She couldn't just change her appearance at the last minute. After breakfast, she and Shui Zhongqi headed to the competition venue. Inside the Inscription Master competition live stream room, I glanced at Qian Duo's inscription video from the previous competition. The difficulty of tracking the inscriptions was indeed extraordinary. Even watching her video in slow motion, I still couldn't understand it. Damn! I've been watching it for a week, learning frame by frame, and I still haven't learned it. I can only say that talent is truly crucial in the inscription profession. Actually, I feel it has little to do with Qian Duo's inscription skills. It's simply that she has high talent, so even if there are small mistakes in the inscription process, they are automatically corrected. Never mind, I came here specifically to see Qian Duo today. The once deserted Inscription Master competition saw its live stream audience surpass 20,000 today. Most of the comments revolved around Qian Duo. At this moment, Su Jintang and her companion arrived at the venue and entered the waiting area. The waiting area wasn't crowded. As soon as Su Jintang entered, she saw Jiang Xiangyang chatting animatedly with other players. Because of what happened last time, she still harbored some resentment towards Jiang Xiangyang. She didn't say anything, silently finding an empty seat and sitting down. Shui Zhongqi also obediently sat down next to her. "Miss Qian, you truly shone in the last round," a smiling male player said, clasping his hands in a flattering tone. Su Jintang replied politely, "Just lucky." The man's admiring gaze towards her became even more undisguised. "Miss Qian, would it be convenient to add her on the phone? Let's keep in touch sometime." His burning gaze seemed to want to press against Su Jintang's face. Shui Zhongqi immediately stood up and raised his hand to stop him. "She's busy. She doesn't have time to contact you. Go find someone else." The man frowned immediately upon being stopped. "What's it to you if I'm talking to Miss Qian?" As he spoke, he deliberately walked behind Su Jintang, sowing discord. "Miss Qian, this person seems to be deliberately preventing you from making other excellent friends. I wonder what kind of bad intentions this kind of person harbors. It's best to stay away." Shui Zhongqi, ? Always very gentlemanly, he immediately rolled up his sleeves. "Bad intentions? Do you know how long I've known her?" Seeing the two of them about to fight, Su Jintang rubbed her temples and interrupted them. "I don't add outsiders' contact numbers. Thank you for understanding." "Oh, I see. Well, excuse me." The male contestant sensed Su Jintang's impatience, could only give an awkward smile, and turned to leave. Shui Zhongqi sat down again, speechless. This guy is truly out of this world. The commotion had attracted the attention of many people nearby. Jiang Xiangyang also glanced over, probably feeling a bit embarrassed by what happened last time, and surprisingly refrained from trying to ingratiate himself this time. Shortly afterward, a wise-looking elderly man was ushered in by the competition staff. "Teacher Mu, this way please." Teacher Mu smiled warmly, and walked to the front of the waiting area, his gaze sweeping around before settling on Su Jintang. He seemed to recognize Qian Duo, his gaze lingering on her for a couple of seconds before he nodded slightly. Su Jintang returned his smile. "Hello everyone, I'm Mu Zhengbai." This simple self-introduction immediately drew everyone's attention. The name Mu Zhengbai carried immense weight within the Inscription Master Circle. The competition organizers actually invited Teacher Mu Zhengbai? He's a titan in the Inscription Master world. Wow, Teacher Mu is here. With his status and position, he must be one of the finalists setting the questions? All the contestants were astonished. Even the viewers in the live stream were shocked. Mu Zhengbai's smile remained unchanged as he looked at everyone warmly. "I'm very happy to participate in this year's Inscription Master competition. Today's elimination round questions will be set by me personally." A staff member bowed and stepped aside, looking at Mu Zhengbai with respect. This Mr. Mu Zhengbai is a renowned figure who has developed over 100 new types of inscription array diagrams. There's a saying that goes, "Those who can create inscriptions are not as good as those who can develop new inscriptions." Mu Zhengbai is such a person. He can use his talent to research and create new inscriptions that don't yet exist on the market. But even such a prominent figure today volunteered to be a question setter for the competition organizers for a contestant named Qian Duo. Chapter 106. Su Jintang was also sizing up Mu Zhengbai. His face was aged, his skin wrinkled, but his eyes were exceptionally bright, radiating boundless wisdom. Mu Zhengbai slowly spoke. "The semi-final elimination round of the Inscription Master competition will begin in half an hour. Everyone can prepare." His words immediately created a tense atmosphere. Shui Zhongqi also took a deep breath, rubbed his hands together, and leaned closer to whisper, "This time, Elder Mu is setting the challenges. The difficulty will definitely not be easy." Su Jintang withdrew her gaze. "You know a lot about him?" "Of course," Shui Zhongqi said proudly. "He's my most admired idol." That extremely difficult tracking inscription array diagram was created by him. A hint of surprise flashed in Su Jintang's eyes. The tracking inscription array diagram was complex and difficult to understand. Even with tutorials, it was difficult to create. But this was actually Elder Mu's own original creation. His inscription talent was truly terrifying. Soon, the other contestants enthusiastically gathered around Mu Zhengbai, humbly seeking his advice on inscription techniques. Shui Zhongqi greeted her, then quickly got up to ask Mu Zhengbai for guidance as well. Only Su Jintang remained quietly seated. Time ticked by, and soon, 30 minutes had passed. The staff entered on time. "Please take your seats according to your assigned numbers. This round of the quarterfinals is about to begin." Su Jintang then stood up and searched for her seat based on the number displayed on the screen. Her seat was in the first row, on the far left, very close to Mu Zhengbai. She could see him with just a glance. He stood beside the floating light screen, pointing to the text on it. This inscription array diagram on the screen is the test for this round of eliminations. Everyone can take a look. Su Jintang turned to look at the screen. The array diagram was complex and looked unfamiliar. At least, she had never seen such an array diagram before. Soon, the other contestants also became bewildered. Someone raised their hand and asked, "Teacher Mu, what kind of inscription is this array diagram?" "I never seen it before." Mu Zhengbai smiled. "The inscription on this array diagram is a new type of inscription I created in the last few months, and it hasn't been officially released yet. I named it the Berserk inscription. Its specific function is to allow the user to enter a berserk state for 20 minutes, increasing their strength by at least 20%. If attached to a magical weapon, it has the same effect." The scene suddenly fell silent. The student who had asked the question earlier asked again, "Then, teacher, what do you mean by saying this formation diagram will be the test question for this round of eliminations?" Mu Zhengbai continued, "The test question for this round is to learn on the spot and successfully inscribe a berserk inscription. The score will be based on a combination of completion time and inscription quality." The contestants were collectively stunned, speechless. Learning to inscribe an inscription they had never encountered before on the spot, this test question is even more terrifying than the last finals. The viewers in the live stream were also a bit dumbfounded. Huh? Is Master Mu going to present such a difficult question directly? I even doubt that anyone can complete this test today. Haha, this is going to be interesting. Imagine how spectacular it would be if no one completed the test. Is this test for real? Are you kidding me? As everyone knows, it takes an inscription master at least a week or two to learn how to create a new inscription. Even the most basic inscription takes at least a week to learn. Unless you're truly gifted, you can't master it completely in a day or two. To learn inscription creation on the spot and immediately is simply impossible. Teacher Mu, you're not kidding, are you? Another contestant asked hesitantly. Mu Zhengbai smiled and said, "Of course not." After he finished speaking, a staff member approached and announced, "The competition now begins. This round of assessment has an 8-hour time limit. During this time, food, snacks, and other services will be provided in the examination room. The assessment timer will be paused while the contestants are enjoying these services. We wish all contestants the best of luck in their assessment. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask the staff for assistance." As the words fell, the light screen behind the staff member began a countdown. The contestants stared blankly at each other in their respective positions. Su Jintang was also silent for a moment, then her gaze fell on the inscription array diagram in front of her. 8 hours in total, enough for about 10 more inscription attempts. Su Jintang didn't hesitate any longer. She took out the yellow sandfire cloud brush, picked up the attributeless raw stone on the table, and began inscription. Comparing the array diagram on the light screen, she meticulously connected the spiritual energy threads stroke by stroke. After a while, she focused intently, entering a meditative state. Mu Zhengbai, with his hands behind his back, began to survey the area. He deliberately approached Su Jintang, lowering his gaze slightly to examine the raw stone in her hand. At this moment, Su Jintang had just completed 1/10 of the array diagram. The raw stone emitted a faint glow. Mu Zhengbai stopped, remaining standing beside Su Jintang, staring intently. Noticing the gaze, Su Jintang became visibly distracted, and accidentally, the spiritual energy thread at the tip of her pen snapped. The raw stone, which had been emitting a faint glow, instantly dimmed. The first attempt at inscription had failed. Su Jintang frowned, tossed aside the discarded raw stone, took a deep breath, calmed herself, and began her second attempt. Mu Shengbai didn't move either. Seeing her failure, a smile appeared on his face as he continued to watch her second attempt. This scene was captured by a nearby surveillance satellite and broadcast live. Teacher Mu really values Qian Duo. Definitely. Qian Duo created a tracking inscription in the last round. The official competition information shows that Qian Duo is only 16 years old this year. To create such a difficult inscription at this age is absolutely terrifying in terms of talent. So, do you think she can complete this demanding test today? I feel it's doubtful. This test is simply impossible to complete. I estimate that all the contestants will fail today. Mu Xingbai's arrival brought a lot of popularity to the live stream. In just half an hour, the number of online viewers skyrocketed. It even sparked a trending topic on the StarNet. At the competition venue, half an hour has passed, and the contestants' expressions have become serious. Su Jintang isn't so relaxed either. The original stone array diagram she's attempting for the second time is 1/5 complete, a significant improvement over the first attempt. Mu Shengbai, who had been observing her progress, nodded slightly. To have completed 1/5 of the work on her second attempt was already quite impressive. Unfortunately, Su Jintang failed again when she tried to continue. Phew. Su Jintang put down her inscription pen and rubbed her stiff neck. Seeing this, Mu Xingbai finally turned and left to inspect the other contestants. Su Jintang rested for a while, then quickly buried herself in her third attempt. Time flew by, and an hour passed. No one on the field had successfully completed the inscription. All the contestants sighed with dejected expressions. Jiang Xiangyang, after failing her third attempt, also shook her head helplessly, then got up and walked towards the rest area. The rest area was furnished with snacks and drinks, as well as a private bar for the contestants. Jiang Xiangyang picked out a dessert cake, carried the plate to the bar, and sat down. A short while later, Su Jintang's fourth attempt also failed. Prolonged periods of intense concentration can lead to mental fog. Su Jintang took a deep breath, rubbing her aching shoulders, and got up to walk towards the rest area. She picked up a chilled fruit slice and went to the bar. She took a fork and popped a piece of chilled fruit into her mouth. The cool sensation instantly relaxed her. Miss Qian, what did you think of the difficulty of this exam? Jiang Xiangyang from next door finally spoke up. Su Jintang glanced at him. It was alright. Jiang Xiangyang chuckled. Judging from your tone, you seem pretty confident about this exam? I didn't say that. Su Jintang popped another piece of chilled fruit into her mouth. At this moment, the other contestants also gradually arrived at the bar to relax and unwind. Jiang Xiangyang stopped, looked away, and lowered his head to savor the dessert in front of him. A little while later, Shui Zhongqi also came down from the stage. He took a fruit drink and sat down opposite Su Jintang. Ugh, this test is terrifying. On my third attempt, I only completed 1/10 before failing. At this rate, it will take me at least a week to fully learn this inscription. Shui Zhongqi began to shake his head and complain. Su Jintang thought about her own progress. On her third attempt, she seemed to have completed about a quarter of the array diagram inscription. Seeing Shui Zhongqi's distressed expression, she remained silent and popped another ice fruit into her mouth. The contestants at the surrounding tables also began to complain bitterly. This test is impossible to complete. How will we be ranked? Maybe it will be based on the longest possible completion of the array diagram? So annoying, 7 more hours to go. Despite their overflowing resentment, after resting, the contestants still had to return to the competition venue and continue to endure the ordeal. Su Jintang recovered and returned to the competition venue. After sitting down, she held her breath and concentrated, picking up the inscription pen to try again. Another tedious hour and a half passed. The viewers in the live stream were getting sleepy, leaving one by one, leaving messages saying they would come back after the assessment. Damn! Look at Qianduo's array diagram progress. She's already a third of it. This comment immediately snapped the sleepy viewers out of their daze. I only missed watching for a little while, and someone has already progressed to a third. Qian Duo is really amazing. With this talent, she might even catch up with Teacher Mu in the future. Could she really master inscription in one day? A fine layer of sweat appeared on Su Jintang's forehead. Her gaze was focused on the attribute-less raw stone in her hand. At this moment, the array diagram inside the raw stone had been illuminated by the threads of mental energy for a third of the time. If she persisted just a little longer, she would soon be able to advance to a half. Then bang! An explosion rang out. The raw stone in Su Jintang's hand instantly turned into a puddle of powder. She was also stunned. It exploded? Chapter 107. What a pity! I thought she could succeed this time. The explosion must have been caused by the overflowing power of the Berserk array diagram. Yes, this array diagram gets increasingly difficult as you progress. Even a slight mistake can trigger an explosion. Su Jintang hesitated for a moment before beginning to review and reflect. She frowned, staring intently at the array diagram on the light screen for a while before realizing the cause of the explosion. She rubbed her temples, composed herself, and continued her next attempt. Not long after, explosions also came from the other contestants' positions. After his fifth failure, Jiang Xiangyang shook his head gravely, closed his eyes to adjust his mindset, and continued his next attempt. As time passed, the atmosphere at the competition venue grew increasingly tense. The contestants were all on high alert, their faces grim from each repeated failure. Bang! Su Jintang looked at the exploding raw stone and rubbed her temples. After resting for a while, she continued her next attempt. Meanwhile, inside the villa, Yin Yuding and the others, having nothing else to do, sat in the living room watching the live stream. After 2 hours, Yin Yuding kept yawning and tearing up. I'm so sleepy. How come only 3 hours have passed? Song Tianqi lay sprawled on the sofa, his eyelids completely drooping. I suggest we check the results in 5 hours, Jiang Shi suggested, seeing everyone was so tired. Song Tianqi was the first to raise his hand in agreement. Sure. I go back to my room and catch up on some sleep. So, the three of them got up and went to their rooms to rest. Many viewers in the live stream thought the same thing and gradually left to do other things. At the competition venue, after her sixth failure, Su Jintang finally discovered the root cause of the explosion. Who? She slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, regained her composure, and began her seventh attempt. Time flew by. The sighs and groans of the contestants grew louder, their brows furrowing deeper and deeper. Jiang Xiangyang, initially confident, gradually began to doubt himself. He didn't know why, but his Berserk inscription always failed to connect properly when it came to the core array diagram in the later stages. Half the competition time had passed, but his inscription progress was only a quarter complete. Jiang Xiangyang shook his head impatiently, got up, went to the service counter, ordered a cold drink, and gulped down more than half of it before his agitation slowly subsided. 4 hours remained in the assessment time. There was still a chance to try again. Jiang Xiangyang calmed himself down, turned around, and returned to the assessment area. As he passed Su Jintang's spot, he pretended to glance at her casually. Glancing over, he saw that the raw stone in Su Jintang's hand had exploded again due to a mistake. His initial worry vanished, and he immediately relaxed. Qian Duo was currently his biggest threat. Even she was failing, so she was no longer a concern. Back in his seat, Jiang Xiangyang quickly buried himself in a new round of attempts. 2 long hours passed. Mu Xiangbai, who had just gone for a break, returned to the site to inspect the area. He circled around and came to Su Jintang's side. At this moment, the array diagram on the raw stone in Su Jintang's hand was already halfway complete, and the light emanating from the stone was much stronger than before. Mu Zhengbai's eyes flashed with shock upon seeing this. In such a short time, she had already progressed to 1/2. He had personally designed the inscription array diagram, so he naturally understood its complexity and difficulty. And Qian Duo had learned half of it in such a short time. Such talent could only be described as freakish. Mu Zhengbai's gaze towards Su Jintang became extremely serious. As time passed, the other contestants also made new progress. But compared to Su Jintang, they were naturally no match. Jiang Xiangyang failed on his 19th attempt, but his expression showed no disappointment. Instead, he was somewhat elated. Because with this last inscription, his array diagram had progressed to 1/4. Perhaps it was because he was in excellent form during today's competition, even performing exceptionally well, that he achieved this result, surpassing his previous level. A relieved smile rose on Jiang Xiangyang's face. He stretched his arms and relaxed his body, his previously furrowed brows relaxing. He had a premonition that there was a high probability that no one would be able to complete today's test smoothly. Therefore, the final scoring criterion will likely be based on the progress of the completed array diagram. He's completed a quarter of the way, so advancing shouldn't be a problem. But he's more worried about Qian Duo. Thinking of this, Jiang Xiangyang looked up, glancing at Qian Duoduo's seat in front of him. He wanted to check on her progress, but then another bang, an explosion, rang out from Su Jintang's seat. Not seeing her progress, Jiang Xiangyang had no choice but to look away and continue with his next attempt. Time flew by, and the countdown on the foreground screen drew ever closer. With only 30 minutes remaining, an electronic announcement rang out. 30 minutes left in this match. Players, please pay attention. By this time, it was already dark outside. Due to the extended time, many players were exhausted and numb. Shui Zhongqi, too, slumped onto his desk, looking utterly defeated, as if his soul had left his body. Oh well, there's only half an hour left anyway. No matter how hard he tried, there wasn't much progress to be made in that short time. Shui Zhongqi completely relaxed and simply gave up. He secretly glanced at Su Jintang's seat. He wanted to check on the class monitor's progress, but his view was blocked by the student in front of him, making it impossible to see the monitor's situation. Shui Zhongqi sighed, shook his head, and continued to slump onto his desk, giving up. He wasn't alone in this. Many players around him began to collectively give up. From the perspective of the live broadcast room, out of 8 players, 5 were just lying there, lost in thought. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Why is everyone just lying around doing nothing? Don't even mention it. I've been watching the live stream for 8 hours straight. I'm almost exhausted, let alone these players. Being an inscription master is such a tough job. The matches are boring enough, but to have to endure this long of waiting is just unbearable. Why isn't the camera focused on Qian Duoduo? I want to see how far she's progressed. At this moment, Su Jintang has just completed her 29th attempt. The formation diagram is 2/3 complete. She put down the discarded raw stone, interlaced her fingers, and stretched. Although she hasn't finished inscription yet, this progress should be enough for her to advance. Thinking of this, she got up and went to the bar counter, ordering an iced drink. She sucked on the straw, leaned back on the sofa at the bar, and began to rest, lost in thought. More and more contestants started to give up, some slumping down in their seats, others, like Su Jintang, coming to the bar counter to space out. Seeing that all 8 contestants had stopped, Mu Zhengbai smiled and asked, "Is everyone planning to give up?" A contestant immediately replied, "Teacher Mu, the main problem is that your test is too difficult. Even if we racked our brains, it would be difficult to complete." Yes, 8 hours is simply not enough time. Mu Zhengbai's smile widened. In that case, let's end this round of assessment early. The state of high concentration is extremely taxing on the mental strength of an inscription master. Therefore, he understood that even if the contestants continued to work hard, it would be difficult for them to make any further progress. Let's calculate each contestant's final score for this round. Su Jintang, a straw between his teeth, glanced at the screen ahead. The rankings on the screen began flashing wildly. A few seconds later, the rankings settled. Qian Duoduo's name was at the top of the list. The results were in. Contestant, Qian Duoduo. Berserk inscription progress, 2/3. Time taken to reach this progress, 7 hours and 30 minutes. Overall score, 100 points. The air froze. All the contestants stared wide-eyed at Qian Duoduo's score on the screen. 2/3 inscription progress? How could anyone achieve this? Did the proctoring system miscalculate? No, I thought reaching 1/5 was already a good result. Jiang Xiangyang was also dumbfounded. He was ranked 2nd overall, with a 1/3 progress mark, and it had even taken him longer than Su Jintang. He thought his result was enough to secure first place. The other contestants gradually came to their senses, their gazes turning to Su Jintang, who was leaning against the bar sofa. She held her cold drink, sipping it slowly, completely ignoring the probing looks from the crowd. Mu Zhengbai also looked at her with a smile. "Miss Qian, congratulations, you advanced again with first place." Su Jintang then put down her drink, stood up, and humbly replied, "Just lucky." The competition ended, and the contestants ranked outside the top 4 were unfortunately eliminated. Shui Zhongqi advanced just in 4th place. Seeing this result, he breathed a slight sigh of relief and patted his chest. Just as he was about to go find Su Jintang, a figure walked past him first. A staff member from the competition approached Su Jintang, smiling and gesturing for her to enter. "Miss Qian, Mr. Mu would like to invite you for a private chat. Would that be convenient for you?" Su Jintang hesitated for a moment, then replied, "Sure." 2 minutes later, the staff member led Su Jintang to the VIP lounge. She knocked on the door, and Mu Zhengbai quickly responded from inside, "Please come in." Su Jintang opened the door, and saw Mu Xingbai sitting on the sofa. He held a cup of tea in his hands, and a smile appeared on his face when Su Jintang entered. "Please sit down, Miss Qian." Su Jintang politely declined. "I won't sit." "May I ask who Teacher Mu is looking for?" Mu Xingbai smiled slightly. "Actually, I came here specifically for you. Ever since you created the tracking inscription in the last round of the competition, people have been mentioning your achievements to me. I was indeed curious about you, and wanted to test your abilities. Before coming, I thought that if you could meet my requirements, I would take you as my last disciple and impart all my knowledge to you. But today, your performance not only met my requirements, but it completely exceeded them. In short, your inscription talent is stronger than mine. Naturally, I'm no longer qualified to consider taking you as my last disciple. But this time, I brought a gift to give you. That's why I had the staff invite you here separately." Su Jintang smiled slightly. "Teacher Mu, you're too kind. My meager skills are nothing compared to yours. As for this gift, I feel unworthy of it, so I pass." Mu Xingbai's face revealed a mysterious glint. "Don't rush to refuse. You might really need this gift." Chapter 108. Su Jintang hesitated for a moment, then didn't insist on refusing. Soon, Mu Xingbai's assistant came over, presenting a thick, illustrated ancient book with both hands. Su Jintang glanced down at the booklet. The title on the cover read, "Complete Collection of Basic Inscription Array Diagrams." Mu Xingbai smiled and said, "I watched the replays of Miss Qian's previous matches, and noticed that your grasp of basic inscriptions isn't quite there yet. It's probably because you haven't received systematic instruction from the Inscription Master Association. This booklet should be helpful." His assistant added with a smile, "This booklet contains all the basic inscription array diagrams available on the market, even more comprehensive than those in the Inscription Master Association. Our teacher spent a lot of effort finding this booklet." Hearing this, Su Jintang couldn't refuse any longer and quickly thanked him. "Thank you, Teacher Mu." Mu Xingbai smiled. "Don't feel burdened. Just consider it as training talent for our association. Go ahead and get busy. I won't take up any more of your time." Watching Su Jintang leave, Mu Xingbai withdrew his gaze. The assistant beside her looked over. Why didn't the teacher mention taking her as his last disciple? Mu Xingbai smiled. "Her talent is even more terrifying than mine was back then. I'm afraid I can't teach her much. Let her explore on her own. Her future achievements might even surpass mine." The assistant looked somewhat surprised. He had never heard Teacher Mu speak so highly of anyone before. After leaving the VIP lounge, Su Jintang turned several corners before returning to the competition venue. Shui Zhongqi was leaning against the wall waiting for her. Seeing her return, he quickly went over. "What happened?" Su Jintang said as they walked, "It's nothing, just a little gift." Shui Zhongqi's voice was shocked. "From Teacher Mu?" "Yes." Su Jintang nodded. Shui Zhongqi's mouth gaped open slightly, and he remained silent for a long time. Only after Su Jintang had walked away did he come to his senses, and hurriedly chased after her. When Su Jintang and Shui Zhongqi returned to the villa, a floating light screen was projected into the living room, showing the live broadcast of the already concluded Inscription Master competition. Wait, the broadcast was still on. Where are they? Didn't they agree to watch our match? Shui Zhongqi looked around in confusion. Su Jintang looked at the deserted living room, and casually poured herself a glass of juice. They must have forgotten. The Inscription Master competition lasted 8 hours. Who could endure that? Shui Zhongqi snorted coldly. I knew these people were unreliable. Just then Yan Yuding, who had heard the commotion upstairs, came out of her room. She poked half her body out from the stairs, exclaiming, "Oh my god! Class monitor, you're all back." She ran downstairs in a panic, hurriedly explaining, I accidentally fell asleep while waiting for the live stream, and when I opened my eyes, it was already this late. Shui Zhongqi gave her a sarcastic look. Yeah, you all agreed to watch our competition, but you all went to sleep. Yan Yuding was a little embarrassed and cleared her throat. So did you too. Advance? What do you think? Shui Zhongqi deliberately put on a dejected expression. Yan Yuding's eyes widened immediately. You got eliminated? Su Jintang took a sip of her juice and quickly added, anyway, I advanced. Yan Yuding stared at Shui Zhongqi, surprised. So you were the only one eliminated? Shui Zhongqi was a little unhappy. What do you mean I'm the only one eliminated? I advanced too, okay? Yan Yuding rolled her eyes at him speechlessly. Who told you to be so argumentative? A moment later, Song Tianqi and Jiang Shi were both woken up by the commotion downstairs. The two went downstairs one after the other. Song Tianqi came downstairs sleepily, and when he saw Su Jintang and the other person, his eyes widened, and he suddenly woke up. Holy crap! The competition is over? I accidentally fell asleep. Fortunately, Shui Zhongqi hadn't had any expectations of him. I knew you guys were unreliable. When Jiangxi came downstairs, she looked at Su Jintang calmly. Congratulations. Su Jintang was a little surprised and put down her glass. How did you know we advanced? I was listening to the live broadcast of your and Shui Zhongqi's match while I was cultivating in my room just now, Jiangxi said calmly. Su Jintang immediately gave a thumbs up. She is the most reliable. Shui Zhongqi chimed in, yeah. This comparison made Song Tianqi and Yan Yuding even more embarrassed. Yan Yuding quickly brought over the food she left for them during the day to make amends. Squad leader, I left you some food. It's been in the insulated box, still warm. Eat it while it's hot. Su Jintang smiled slightly, not making things difficult for her. Okay. Shui Zhongqi, however, acted like a tyrant, shamelessly demanding, come on, give me a shoulder massage. Yan Yuding's lips twitched, and she slapped him on the back of the head. Get lost. That's right. Song Tianqi crossed his arms. Don't push your luck. Shui Zhongqi clutched the back of his head, looking at them incredulously. You two didn't watch our game, and you even hit me. Squad leader, look at their attitude. You have to stand up for me. Before long, Yan Yuding and Shui Zhongqi were pulling each other's hair and fighting. Song Tianqi was excitedly cheering them on from the sidelines. Yuding, hit him. Su Jintang didn't have time to deal with him. She quickly shoveled down a couple of mouthfuls of rice, then got up and greeted Jiangxi, going back to my room to rest. Jiangxi nodded, okay. While the two of them were enjoying their peaceful moment, the three next door were already arguing like crazy. When Su Jintang entered her room, she shook her head at the noise, and quickly closed the door. During the tournament's break week, the organizers began releasing merchandise related to the teams. The masked squad figures were the most popular, selling out almost immediately upon release. There were also continuous online posts offering to buy them at inflated prices. High price buyback of all 5 members of the Kamen Rider squad figure. If you have any, please contact the number 143XXX. Ah! I snagged a Kamen Rider squad figure. The organizers even gave me a mini figure of the leader, Ganfanren, as a gift. So happy, damn it! I set my alarm to grab them, but I was a second too late, and they were all sold out. No worries. I just saw the official tournament announcement that they're restocking. There should be a second round of sales. The name Kamen Rider Squad has become a hot-selling brand. In all the major stores, any Kamen Rider-related merchandise is basically sold out as soon as it's released. Those fans who can't even get their hands on some are forced to buy them back at high prices. At this moment, in the main conference room of the Federal Bureau Command Center, the atmosphere is very quiet. The principals and high-ranking officers of the 5 major military academies sit in their respective seats, their expressions serious and focused. Principal, everyone's here. Shuang Silin finished counting the attendees, and bowed to Miao Mingji to report. Miao Mingji hummed in acknowledgement, then stood up, his gaze sweeping across the room. The main purpose of this joint meeting of the 5 major military academies is to discuss the specific details of the Military Academy League 3 years from now. First, thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to gather here. I won't waste your time with pleasantries. Let's get straight to the point. The Military Academy League is held every 5 years. Due to its large scale, each event requires significant resources, hence the collaboration of the 5 major military academies. Principal Miao, before the meeting begins, there's something I'd like to discuss with everyone. Shi Lekong suddenly raised his hand with a smile. Miao Mingji looked at him. What is it? The gazes of everyone else in the meeting room also turned to him. Shi Lekong's smile widened. Have you all heard of the masked squad lately? At this, the meeting room fell silent. The expressions on the faces of the principals became subtle. Shi Lekong continued, right now, many people online are saying that the combined strength of the 5 members of the masked squad has exceeded what one would expect for their age, and they're very likely graduates of one of our 5 major military academies. I'm actually quite curious myself, which military academy's leadership secretly trains such a team. Seeing the silence, Shi Lekong continued with a smile, isn't everyone curious about this? Having he started the conversation, those who had been holding back immediately chimed in. Indeed, I've been wondering about this for a long time too, but nobody's brought it up, ha ha. I think the masked squad is really impressive. It's incredible that they made it to the top 4 at their age. I heard someone say that the masked squad is from Clifford Military Academy. Someone glanced tentatively at Shi Lekong. Shi Lekong, who had just been laughing, immediately became serious. Don't talk nonsense. Our military academy doesn't have the capability to train such an elite team. Zhuang Silin deliberately muddied the waters. You brought this up first, maybe just to confuse the issue. Anyway, you've done this kind of thing more than once or twice. Sure, Lekong's lips twitched. They're really not from our military academy. He had originally wanted to test the others' attitudes, but now he'd gotten himself involved. The people from the other 3 military academies also started passing the buck. Everyone's being too modest. Why hide students with the masked squad's abilities? Why not just say it directly? That's not how it works. If you're so capable, show us what your military academy has to offer. The meeting room suddenly became lively. In a corner unnoticed by anyone, Miao Mingji slightly raised the corners of her lips. A little chaos is good. After letting everyone's commotion linger for a while, Miao Mingji finally stood up to take charge. Alright, our most important task today is getting down to business. Let's get to the point. The crowd stopped their chatter and turned to look at the screen in front of them. The Military Academy League 3 years from now is expected to have 108 participating military academies, so next. At the same time, the official superpower competition began releasing trailers for the semifinals. Su Jintang received a link forwarded by Yan Yuding. She opened her communicator screen and clicked on the trailer. A group photo of the 5 members of the masked squad immediately appeared before her eyes. Su Jintang stood in the center with her hands in her pockets, Yan Yuding on her left making a peace sign, and Shui Zhongqi on his left flashing a cool pose. On the other side, Song Tianqi and Jiang Shi stood back to back, each with their arms crossed in front of them. Then, the following text slowly appeared above the group photo of the 5. Team advancing from the upper bracket, Masked Squad. Chapter 109. Immediately afterward, the group photo of the next team appeared on the light screen. The team advancing from the upper bracket, Light and Brightness Team. The other 2 advancing teams came from the lower bracket, Purple Cloud Pond Flower Team and Dark Horse Team. Red and black light flashed on the light screen, accompanied by rhythmic background music that instantly ignited the passion in everyone. After the trailer ended, the doorbell rang in the living room. Su Jintang looked up, turned off the light screen, and got up to open the door. Standing outside was Zhuang Silin. Su Jintang quickly stepped aside, smiling, "Please come in, Teacher Zhuang." Zhuang Silin glanced at her. "Where are the others?" "Wake them up. They meet in the conference room in 10 minutes. Su Jintang immediately replied, "Yes." 10 minutes later, all 5 students from the experimental class gathered in the conference room. Zhuang Silin stood at the conference table, adjusted the screen, and looked at the 5 people. The semifinals are just around the corner after the rest week. I hope you all prepare well. I'm here today to share the information I gathered about the other 3 teams. Su Jintang looked up at the screen. The first page featured the Zixia Qihua team, the biggest threat to them, and also the team predicted to have the highest chance of winning. The captain of the Zixia Qihua team has reached the peak of the 5th rank. Their special ability is the Radiant Phoenix, a top-tier bloodline beast. It's a terrifying boost to their combat power, so you need to be especially careful. Song Tianqi immediately raised his hand. Teacher Zhuang, compared to his ability, whose is stronger? Zhuang Silin looked at him. In a situation where everyone is at the same level, of course yours is stronger. But their mental strength level is already 2 levels higher than yours. After saying that, she continued to introduce the next member. Su Jintang listened patiently, his hands supporting his chin. Since it was still uncertain which team, the masked squad would be drawn as their opponent, Zhuang Silin directly introduced the information of all the teams. Half an hour later, the meeting ended. Zhuang Silin concluded, no matter which team you face in the semifinals, the pressure will be immense, so don't slack off in these last few days. Study your opponents carefully. Su Jintang immediately took the lead and answered, yes. Also, these past few days, the 5 major military academies have already begun preparing for the Military Academy League. I will share any specific rule changes in the group chat. The 5 of you should also keep a low profile lately. Many people are guessing your identities, Zhuang Silin reminded him. Song Tianqi immediately put his hands on his hips smugly. That's true, even I have my own fan group now. Zhuang Silin glanced at him, still showing off. Keep it down right now. Song Tianqi's smile vanished, and he quickly regained his composure. Zhuang Silin looked away. That's all I can help you with. The rest is up to you. Understood. Su Jintang and the other 4 answered in unison. After seeing Zhuang Silin off, Su Jintang called for everyone to return to the conference room for the meeting. Class monitor, is there anything else? Song Tianqi asked impatiently. Yan Yuding and the other 2 also looked up and turned their gazes to Su Jintang. This matter is neither too big nor too small, mainly concerning Song Tianqi, Sister Shi, and the three of us. Su Jintang turned and switched the video on the screen. The image above quickly changed to an explanatory video. Regarding the fact that after a superhuman reaches the third tier, they can undergo superhuman trait assimilation, Su Jintang added. Yin Yuding and Shui Zhongqi, still at the peak of the second tier, exchanged a glance. Shui Zhongqi shrugged, this isn't relevant to us. Shall we go cultivate? Su Jintang, go ahead. As Yin Yuding turned and walked out of the meeting room, a fighting spirit rose in his eyes. His hands clenched into fists. He had to catch up with the class monitor and Song Tianqi's cultivation progress as quickly as possible. Jiangxi, who hadn't spoken much, became interested and spoke up. I haven't tried superhuman trait assimilation yet. Me neither. Song Tianqi sat down obediently beside him, ready to listen. Su Jintang continued, this video was sent to me by Teacher Wu. She told us to study it ourselves first, and ask her if we didn't understand anything. The meeting room fell silent. Only the audio of the video explanation remained. Special ability assimilation is a special skill that naturally forms after a user reaches the third tier. For example, Su Jintang's special ability is Ice Domain. Her special ability assimilation would likely negate a portion of Ice attribute enemy damage and generate a series of special skill effects related to the Ice attribute. Half an hour had passed since the video finished playing. Song Tianqi scratched his cheek, looking completely bewildered. I didn't understand a thing about how to do it. I think I understand, Jiangxi said calmly, looking at Song Tianqi. I explain it to you later. Su Jintang looked away from the screen, pondered for a moment, and said, I understand too. Back then, Sister Yi, you told Song Tianqi, I go back to the cultivation room and test it out first. Okay. Jiangxi replied. Su Jintang got up and left the meeting room. After returning to her room, she went straight to the cultivation room and sat cross-legged. Her breathing gradually calmed down. She closed her eyes, slowly raised her hands, and began to circulate her spiritual energy. After calming down, the instructional video she had just watched appeared in her mind. Following the instructions, she began to activate her superpower. The Ice attribute power gradually spread from her spiritual sea to the surrounding areas of her body. In the past, during battles, she mostly directly activated the Ice attribute outwards. But the method of superpower assimilation required gathering the Ice attribute inwards. More and more Ice power fused within her body, the chilling aura gradually solidifying and even beginning to emanate from her. Wisps of cold air emanated from Su Jintang's body, and the air temperature in the entire training room began to drop. The illusory ice dragon hovering behind her suddenly flickered. A few seconds later, Su Jintang opened her eyes and subconsciously looked at her palm. A ball of icy blue Ice attribute energy was condensed in her palm. Her body was completely dominated by the Ice attribute. She was like an ice statue, her hands and feet devoid of warmth. Try activating your ability. The Ice Soul Dragon suddenly awoke. Su Jintang immediately did as it instructed. The ice power released from her fingertips slowly spread outwards, but she quickly realized the difference from before. In this state, the Ice attribute I released seems stronger? The Ice Soul Dragon replied, not only that, but other abilities you release in this state will also undergo special changes. You can try again. A flicker of curiosity rose in Su Jintang's heart. He quickly went outside and went to the training ground downstairs, unleashing his ability on the strength testing device. Ice Blade Storm. A powerful storm hovered in front of Su Jintang, several sharp ice blades swirling within it. But unlike before, this storm's range was much larger. Even the surrounding air temperature was lowered to freezing. Wow, what is this? Song Tianqi happened to come downstairs and witnessed this scene. He looked at the storm, which had almost covered half of the arena, with surprise. This is different from the skills you used before. Su Jintang released his grip, pushing the Ice Blade Storm towards the strength testing device opposite him. This is the state I use after my ability has assimilated. It's a bit stronger than usual. As he finished speaking, the Ice Blade Storm crashed into the strength testing device with a loud bang. Then, the test results for the peak 4th tier popped up on the testing panel. Su Jintang's eyes lit up. The combat power in this assimilated state of superpower was so strong. Song Tianqi ran down the stairs, his eyes widening after seeing the test results. So powerful. I have to practice too. With that, he quickly turned and rushed back to his room. The pressure of the semifinals hung heavy over them, and Su Jintang and his group of 5 began training day and night. This continued until the day the semifinal opponents were drawn. Previously, Opponent matching was done internally, but the semifinals had such a huge following that the organizers didn't want to miss out on the hype, so they opened a dedicated live stream. The semifinals are starting. Support the masked squad. Purple Cloud Pool Flower must win. Let them fulfill their championship dream. I recently become obsessed with the Dark Horse team. These 5 guys are truly a dark horse. I'm looking forward to seeing them make a comeback and win the championship. Am I supposed to be the only one supporting the Gwangaming team? Within just a few minutes of the broadcast starting, the number of online viewers surged to 1 million. The live stream chat was flooded with all sorts of comments, dazzling the viewers. Meanwhile, at the competition venue, in the team rest area, Li Xiong, smiling, held up a microphone and approached the members of the 4 teams. Long time no see, everyone. It's been a month since the competition started, and the semifinals are about to begin. Do you all have a lot of thoughts you'd like to share with the audience? The live stream's dedicated satellite camera followed behind him, broadcasting the situation in real time. The microphone was first handed to Su Jin-tang. Her appearance in the live stream wearing a ghost mask immediately elicited cheers from the fans. Gan Fanren! It's Gan Fanren! The masked squad will win. I'm betting on the masked squad to win, charge. Countless fan comments flooded the entire live stream. Li Xiong smiled and asked, Ms. Gan Fanren, is there anything you'd like to say to the audience? We're currently live streaming, so what you say will be heard by the audience and fans in the live stream. Su Jin-tang stood up, took the microphone, and cleared her throat. Hello. After a moment's hesitation, she continued, I don't have anything to say, thank you. She then turned and handed the microphone back to Li Xiong. Li Xiong was taken aback. That's it? Shouldn't contestants who reach the semifinals usually be extremely excited and have all sorts of things to say? Well, that's it. Su Jin-tang sat back down. Li Xiong snapped out of his reverie and chuckled awkwardly. Maybe all masters are this aloof. Well then, on behalf of the fans, may I ask Ms. Gan Fanren a question? Su Jin-tang nodded. Go ahead. Many fans are eagerly anticipating seeing the masked squad win the championship. What's your response to that? Li Xiong tentatively looked at Su Jin-tang and handed her the microphone. Su Jin-tang looked up, glancing at the satellite camera filming nearby. I will fulfill the fans' wishes. I will definitely win the championship. Chapter 110. A confident voice echoed in the live stream, immediately igniting cheers from the fans. The masked squad will win. They're the real deal, all bark and no bite, ha. To say something like that in the semifinals, isn't the masked squad a bit too arrogant? I don't know about arrogance, but I love the masked squad's cocky attitude. The live stream was completely silent. The members of the other teams looked at Su Jin-tang in astonishment, probably surprised that she dared to say such a thing. What if they don't win? Won't they become the laughingstock of the internet? Li Xiong snapped out of his daze, smiled slightly, and put the microphone away. Okay, so what do the others from the masked squad have to say? Song Tianqi immediately raised his hand. I want to say, the masked squad will win. Yin Yuding and Jiangxi were more cautious. They exchanged a glance and chose to remain silent. Shui Zhongqi spoke last. He stood up gracefully, gave a polite bow to the camera, and then smiled, saying, Excuse me, everyone, my teammates are a bit blunt. Please don't take it too seriously. Whether we win or not is secondary. The important thing is to deliver a fantastic performance. That's what excites me the most. Su Jin-tang's lips twitched, and he glanced sideways at Shui Zhongqi. When it comes to showing off, Shui Zhongqi is the best. Ha, this big watermelon is quite something. He has some substance in his words. That's why I wanted to see the masked squad win, just to see what kind of victory speech those 5 would give. Ha. A competition isn't about words. I think it's better to let your skills speak for themselves. Li Xiong's facial expression subtly changed. He coughed lightly, naturally changing the subject. Next, let's hear what the 5 members of the Gwangaming team have to say about the semifinals. The captain of the Gwangaming team withdrew his gaze, smiled, and stood up to begin his polite speech. Hello everyone, I am. Compared to the masked squad's rather arrogant remarks, his wording was much more cautious. His team members' speeches were also mostly templated, their emotions rather flat. The previously lively atmosphere in the live stream gradually returned to calm. It wasn't until Ji Nanqing of the Dark Horse team stood up for an interview, smiling sweetly at the camera, her dimples appearing slightly, that Li Xiong, smiling, asked, I'm Ji Nanqing, captain of the Dark Horse team. What would you like to say about the upcoming semifinals, Captain Ji? He replied. Ji Nanqing smiled at the camera. I want to say that I disagree with what the masked squad said earlier. Because this time, the Dark Horse team will win. Li Xiang smiled knowingly. It seems our semifinals will be very exciting. Dark Horse team is invincible. Go, Captain G. The strongest teams in this tournament are all in the lower bracket. The Dark Horse team's ability to fight their way through means they are definitely much stronger than the Masked Squad. But the Masked Squad advanced by defeating the Chi Hun team? They're not weak either. A short while later, fans of the two teams suddenly started arguing, engaging in a heated debate in the live stream. Fans of the other two teams didn't get involved, simply watching the spectacle silently. At this moment, at the competition venue, the team interviews concluded, and the matchmaking phase officially began. Li Xiang stood on the arena, a high-tech light screen floating behind him. Now, let's count down from 3 and see the semifinal matchup results. Rhythmic background music began, the thump-thump beat quickening everyone's heartbeats. 3, 2, 1. As Li Xiang counted down, the flashing text on the light screen behind him froze. Su Jintang looked up. The text on the screen froze. Masked Squad versus Dark Horse Team, Light and Bright Team versus Purple Cloud Pond Flower Team. Seeing the matchup results, Shui Zhongqi clicked his tongue in amazement. They're going to face the Dark Horse Team? Looks like another tough battle. Su Jintang turned to look at the other side. Coincidentally, Ji Nanqing was also looking at her. Their eyes met in midair. A satellite surveillance camera nearby captured this scene. The fans of the two teams in the live stream immediately started arguing again. I don't care. The Masked Squad will win. Our Dark Horse team is the real Dark Horse. We definitely win the championship. The team matchmaking process concluded smoothly. Su Jintang and his group of 5 left the competition venue and returned to their villa. As soon as they entered, they saw Ruan Tao carrying hot desserts out of the kitchen. She glanced at Su Jintang and his group. You come at the right time. Lunch is ready. I also prepared afternoon tea desserts for you. Song Tianqi rubbed his hands expectantly and enthusiastically went over. Sister Tao, let me get them for you. A few minutes later, Su Jintang and his group of 5 sat down at the dining table with Ruan Tao. Ruan Tao took a piece of cake and put it in her mouth, proactively mentioning, the matchmaking results are out today, and your opponents seem quite tough to deal with. It's alright. None of the remaining teams are too tough to beat anyway, Su Jintang replied casually. That's true, Ruan Tao continued. If you have any plans for intensive training these next few days, and need any special nutritional meals, just let me know, and I definitely cooperate. Okay, thank you, Sister Tao. Yin Yuding smiled and hugged Ruan Tao's arm affectionately. After the team matchmaking results came out, the tournament organizers gave the players 5 days to prepare. Of course, these 5 days were also specifically reserved for selling tickets to the public. The next afternoon, blinding sunlight streamed into the room. Su Jintang sat cross-legged in the cultivation room, circulating her mental energy steadily. Until her mental sea began to swell, she realized she had reached her limit for the day and stopped. Who? She exhaled softly, and got up to go to the living room, outside the cultivation room. The communicator on the table suddenly vibrated. Su Jintang walked over and activated the communicator's light screen. It was a friend request from a stranger. Bamboo Rain has requested to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Su Jintang was stunned. Who is this? She stared at the nickname for a long time, and suddenly a name popped into her mind. Xiaozhuyu. She clicked accept. After becoming friends, the other party immediately sent a message. Hello, I'm Xiaozhuyu from the Mechanical Technology Military Academy team. I got your contact number from the competition organizers. It really was her. Su Jintang quickly replied, Hello, what's up? Xiaozhuyu, I saw your team's match results. We were defeated by the Dark Horse team in the last match. I know their strength very well. If you need help, I can lend you a hand. Su Jintang's gaze sharpened. Why? Xiaozhuyu, because we lost badly in the last match. The main reason was that our strength and tactics were completely figured out by the opponent. I guess the Dark Horse team must have done specific research on us. In return, this time we help you study them. Su Jintang fell silent. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, so it's reasonable for Xiaozhuyu to help her. Free help offered on a silver platter. Why not refuse? She quickly replied, sure. A few minutes later, Xiaozhuyu quickly sent over all the information and data on the Dark Horse team members. This is all the data for now. If you need sparring, you can call us anytime. Su Jintang opened the file and quickly skimmed through it. Besides all the Dark Horse team's previous battle videos, there was also a series of analyses on the opponent's special abilities. The data was comprehensive and detailed, They had definitely put in a lot of effort. Su Jintang replied, "Thank you, we will definitely study it carefully. Qiuzhu, I hope you defeat them." After turning off the communicator's light screen, Su Jintang got up and left the room, shouting to the next room, "Everyone, assemble in the conference room in 5 minutes." A moment later, Song Tianqi and the others hurriedly ran into the conference room and sat down. At this time, Su Jintang had already projected the data sent by Qiuzhu onto the light screen behind him. Yin Yuding glanced at it. "Class monitor, are these the battle videos from the Dark Horse team's previous matches?" "Yes, Qiuzhu sent them to me." Su Jintang replied, "There's some other data too, we analyze it later. Let's look at these videos first." Shui Zhongqi asked in confusion, "Why did Qiuzhu suddenly send us this data?" Su Jintang answered truthfully, "She means she hopes we defeat the Dark Horse team, probably wanting to use us to help them get revenge." "Huh?" Song Tianqi scratched his head. "Do those two teams have such a deep grudge?" Jiangxi suddenly spoke up, "I watched the match video between the Dark Horse team and the Mechanical Technology Military Academy team carefully before. The Dark Horse team won that match very easily because their tactics were completely targeted and countered by the Mechanical Technology Military Academy team. They were quite tricky." Su Jintang hummed in agreement. "I also watched the match video a bit earlier, and they did win very trickily." Seeing that both of them said so, Yin Yuding also became curious and turned his gaze to the screen. "Let's watch it first." Soon, the video on the screen began to play. Su Jintang pulled up a chair and sat down, crossing his arms in front of him, and looked up at the screen. The battle mode drawn by both teams was a 1v1 gauntlet. In the first round of the competition, the Dark Horse team overwhelmingly defeated their opponents, completely dominating them, and essentially using the most ruthless methods to defeat their strongest weapon. The second round was similarly successful, and the third and fourth rounds were won even more easily. Until Qiuzhu entered the arena. Qiuzhu's dual pistols were a highly lethal offensive weapon, which was precisely what allowed her to frequently challenge opponents of higher levels. However, right from the start, her opponent, Ji Nanqing, pulled out a submachine gun specifically designed to counter dual pistols, forcing Qiuzhu into a series of retreats, and even damaging her dual pistols. The frustration of having her most prized possession utterly crushed was extremely intense. After losing the match, Qiuzhu lowered her eyes, staring at her broken dual pistols, and remained silent for a long time. It was probably from this moment that she conceived the idea of opposing the Dark Horse team. Su Jintang stroked his chin and analyzed, "Everyone on the Dark Horse team clearly understands Qiuzhu and the others' weaknesses very well. This is definitely the result of meticulous research." Song Tianqi was a little worried. "Then will the Dark Horse team start studying us this time?" "Definitely, it's already the semifinals. If they want to win, they have to study us." Shui Zhongqi replied, "But in front of the class monitor and Sister Shi, their tricks are just child's play, not worth worrying about." Su Jintang glanced at him. "Don't use me as an example, my strength is only average." Shui Zhongqi fell silent. Chapter 111. Jiangxi abruptly added, "My skills are just average too." Shui Zhongqi, Song Tianqi, and Yin Yuding fell silent. Come on, let's keep watching." Su Jintang steered the conversation back to business. At this moment, in the high-level meeting room of Shiha Alliance Military Academy, one of the 5 major military academies, Ji Nanqing and the other members of the Dark Horse team sat around the conference table. The screen in front of them was playing the video of the previous round's match between the Masked Squad and the Soul Rising Squad. A few minutes later, Jiang Wenjue paused the video and glanced at Ji Nanqing and the others. "These 5 members of the Masked Squad are probably like you, a team secretly trained by another military academy." Ji Nanqing rested her chin on her hands and blinked. "Teacher, have you guessed which military academy they might be from?" "Hard to say." Jiang Wenjue shook his head. "None of the 5 major military academies are easy to deal with. Anyway, we just need to be prepared." Ji Nanqing didn't delve further, her gaze falling on the light screen in front of her. "Teacher, is this Dollar Man's ability ice-based?" Jiang Wenjue shook his head. "Not just simple ice-based, it should be a domain-type ice-based ability." Ji Nanqing frowned, looking more puzzled. "But I saw her use another power besides domain ice in this match." "What was that?" The other members of the Dark Horse team also looked up curiously, waiting for Jiang Wenjue's answer. Jiang Wenjue pursed his lips. "This is something I find very puzzling. Logically speaking, superhumans shouldn't be able to use power beyond their own limits, but the energy used by the Masked Squad leader is clearly beyond what a god could possess." A flicker of interest rose in Ji Nanqing's eyes. Interesting. Finally, we met an opponent worth going all out against. Don't underestimate them, Jiang Wenjue cautioned. The masked squad clearly has other trump cards up their sleeves. These next few days, the other instructors will help you thoroughly analyze their opponents. We keep you informed of any tactical arrangements. Ji Nanqing smiled slightly. Okay. After Jiang Wenjue left, the other members of the Dark Horse team gathered around. Captain, we should be fine in the semifinals, right? I don't know, Ji Nanqing shook her head. Didn't you see how serious Instructor Jiang looked just now? The other team members fell silent. They had won their previous matches smoothly, mainly thanks to the help of their instructors. The instructors, including Jiang Wenjue, were all experts at least at the 7th rank within the military academy. With their thorough analysis of the enemy and their explanation of combat techniques, winning the matches was naturally a breeze. But this time, it seemed a bit difficult. 2 days before the semifinals, tickets for the event on the Starnet had already reached exorbitant prices. Captain, someone's reselling tickets, but they're a bit more expensive. Should we buy them? A teammate asked Xiaozhu. Buy them. Xiaozhu replied decisively. The match against the Dark Horse team was the most humiliating moment of her life. She just wanted to see if this Dark Horse team could still be as arrogant as before. Meanwhile, Su Jintang and the others were also busy trying to buy tickets. Damn it! I almost got one. Song Tianqi explained regretfully. Shui Zhongqi was also trying to buy tickets nearby with a serious expression. After trying for a long time without success, he resignedly leaned back on the sofa and sighed, "It's no use, there's no way to get one." A few seconds later, Yin Yuding suddenly raised her hand and shouted, "I got them." 2. Su Jintang looked up at her, her gaze somewhat doubtful. "How did you get them?" She had been waiting here for ages, and hadn't managed to get a single ticket. "Just fast hands," Yin Yuding said, patting her chest triumphantly. At that moment, Jiang Shi suddenly spoke up, "I got one too." Su Jintang pursed her lips, looked down, and tapped the communicator's screen, sending a message to the group chat at Yuan Yao. "We got 3 tickets. Is that enough, Yuan Yao?" "Enough, we just got 2 too." Of course, the 5 of them didn't need to buy tickets. Yuan Yao and the others had just finished their final exams, and wanted to come watch their competition, but they couldn't get tickets. Finally, they had no choice but to ask Su Jintang and the others to help them. Not long after, Wei Zixuan forwarded a link to the group chat. "Wow, your team's odds of winning are now as low as the Zixia Qihua team's. Ha ha ha. The lower the odds offered by the casino, the more they favor the masked squad to win the championship. Therefore, this data can reflect the true level of each team to some extent." Su Jintang clicked on the link, and was stunned to see their odds of winning were only 1 to 0.5. Qin Shushua, finals week is finally over. I can go see the live show. Thanks to Sister Jintang, Sister Shi, and Yuding for helping me get tickets, Song Tianqi immediately retorted upon seeing this message. "No, why aren't you thanking us?" Shui Zhongqi seconded, "Exactly. We spent the whole afternoon trying to get tickets, but we just couldn't get any." Qin Shushua quickly added, "Thanks to Tianqi and Brother Zhongqi too, throws confetti.jpg. The two finally calmed down. The popularity of the superpowered individuals competition was soaring, with new related topics trending on the Starnet search engine every day. This intense discussion continued until the opening day of the semifinals. Su Jintang and her 4 teammates entered the arena, all wearing matching ghost face masks. The moment they appeared, the surrounding stands erupted in enthusiastic shouts, "Masked team! Masked team!" Li Xiang, riding a hovering ball, circled the arena, raising a microphone. "Hello everyone, viewers in the arena and the live stream, I'm Li Xiang, the host of this semi-final. Now entering is the masked team. Please welcome their 5 members to the stage." Rhythmic background music began, and laser lights flashed throughout the arena. Su Jintang led the way, ascending the steps, and walking step by step towards the arena. Spotlights shone on her, drawing all eyes to her. Song Tianqi, Yin Yuding, and Shui Zhongqi followed, taking the stage one after another. Jiang Shi brought up the rear. The 5 stood in a row facing the audience and the satellite cameras. "Hello everyone, we are," Su Jintang began. The other 4 said in unison, "Masked Squad." The screen behind them changed, revealing the 4 large characters Masked Squad above them, with black and red lights projected onto them, creating a dazzling effect. The audience, which had just quieted down, erupted in enthusiastic cheers again. Li Xiang, riding his hovering ball, announced the next team to take the stage. "Now, let's welcome the Dark Horse team." The spotlight shone again, focusing on the entrance. A moment later, Ji Nanqing led her team into the arena. All 5 were dressed in black, their faces expressionless, creating a very serious atmosphere. After the 5 members took to the stage, they stood opposite Su Jintang and his team. That's right, today's first match will be between the Masked Squad and the Dark Horse team. We now randomly select the battle modes for both sides. Li Xiang pointed to the floating light screen behind him. The audience's attention immediately focused on it. The text on the screen flashed for a few seconds before settling on the 1v1 gauntlet battle. This is going to be good. 1v1 is the best way to see the individual strength of the 2 teams' members. It's 1v1. That means we can see several matches. This ticket was a steal. The Masked Squad will definitely win. The Dark Horse team is invincible. They definitely win the championship. The fans of both teams began cheering again, and the arena instantly became lively. Li Xiang's playful gaze swept over the 2 teams, and he stepped back to the edge of the stage. Now, there's a 10-minute intermission. The captains of both teams can think about how to arrange their players' matches. Su Jintang and his group of 5 quickly left the stage. Song Tianqi was the first to step forward. Should I go first? Su Jintang glanced at the opposing team, pondered for a moment. You have to save your place. The first one up is mainly to test the opponent's strength. Hearing this, Shui Zhongqi raised his hand. Then I go. Okay, you go. Su Jintang nodded in agreement. Shui Zhongqi turned around and cracked his knuckles. After the 10-minute break, he stepped onto the arena. Once he was steady, his hand instinctively reached for the grappling hook at his waist, assuming a fighting stance. The opposing Dark Horse team had sent out a male member with peak 3rd tier strength. He had long golden hair, emerald green eyes with a hint of allure, and fair skin that glowed. His handsome and extraordinary demeanor was undeniable. Hello, I'm Xiadru from the Dark Horse team, peak 3rd tier mental strength level. Xiadru smiled, extending his hand. Shui Zhongqi stepped forward to shake hands. Big Watermelon from the Masked Squad, peak 2nd tier mental strength level. Good grief, these 2 have a whole tier difference in mental strength? How are we supposed to fight? It just dawned on me, the Masked Squad reaching the semifinals is already an extraordinary achievement. Yeah, their average age is only 16. But the Dark Horse team is the same age. I seriously suspect both teams were sent by the top 5 military academies. Below the arena, Su Jintang stood with his arms crossed, looking towards the stage. Li Xiang, riding on a hovering ball, announced into the microphone, "The first 1v1 duel begins now." As soon as he finished speaking, Shui Zhongqi swiftly drew his grappling hook from his waist and pulled the trigger. The sharp hook shot towards Xiadru's feet, the powerful pull instantly dragging him to the other side. Xiadru activated his abilities simultaneously. His ability was Yin-Yang Poison Gas. He spread his arms wide, unleashing a cloud of gray-black poison gas that rapidly spread across the area. Shui Zhongqi narrowed his eyes. This ability had been specifically researched by their class monitor. The Yin-Yang Poison Gas consisted of 2 aspects, Yin and Yang. In its Yin aspect, the gas was gray-black and possessed powerful lethality and corrosiveness against enemies. In its Yang aspect, the gas was pale white and greatly enhanced one's strength and speed. If both Yin and Yang were present, it would trigger the Yin-Yang formation, a highly powerful domain-type ability. Shui Zhongqi took a deep breath, then quickly held it, his lips pressed tightly together, and rushed towards Xiadru. Prolonged inhalation or contact with this poison gas would cause paralysis, so he had to eliminate his opponent as quickly as possible. Chapter 112. The grappling hook gripped Xiadru's feet. Shui Zhongqi swiftly flew through the air, throwing several attack runes at Xiadru. Clang, clang. A crisp sound rang out. Xiadru deflected the attacking blades, a cold light reflecting off his arm. It was a defensive armband magic item, perfectly countering the rune attacks. Shui Zhongqi's brows furrowed slightly. He immediately retracted the grappling hook and retreated rapidly. At this moment, Xiadru charged forward. A faint light flickered in his palm, a hidden weapon magic item. With a few whoosh sounds, sharp arrows shot toward Shui Zhongqi. Shui Zhongqi immediately swerved, attempting to dodge the arrows. However, the arrows in midair followed him, changing direction and catching up again. Shui Zhongqi's movements faltered. This arrow has a tracking effect too? In his moment of hesitation, the sharp arrowhead was already hurtling towards him. A flicker of panic crossed Shui Zhongqi's eyes. He quickly dodged, but the arrowhead was faster, grazing his arm. The arrowhead tore through his clothes, grazing Shui Zhongqi's arm, and fine beads of blood splattered. Pain shot through him, and Shui Zhongqi's brows furrowed instantly. Shivru's lips curled slightly. Giving him no time to think, He raised his hand again, activating the hidden weapon on his arm. 3 more hidden arrows flew swiftly towards him. Shui Zhongqi clutched his wounded arm, quickly retreating to dodge. But arrows with a tracking effect were impossible to dodge, and they quickly pierced his arm again. This time the wound was deeper, and Shui Zhongqi's face paled slightly. Su Jintang, watching from below the stage, pursed his lips slightly. No way, their hidden weapon is totally copied from the class monitors, isn't it? Song Tianqi muttered speechlessly. Yan Yuding's expression wasn't good either. No wonder Qiu Zhuyu and the others hate the Dark Horse team so much. This method is too cunning. Under the relentless pursuit of Xiao Delu's hidden weapons, Shui Zhongqi had nowhere to dodge, and in just 2 minutes, his body was covered in arrow wounds. The masked squad fans in the surrounding stands anxiously began shouting, "Go! Big watermelon! Big watermelon! Big watermelon!" But this time, the miracle didn't happen. Shui Zhongqi's only weapon against Xiao Delu was his level 2 array pattern, but Xiao Delu didn't give him a chance to prepare it, attacking relentlessly. As Shui Zhongqi's wounds multiplied, the poisonous gas permeating the surrounding area began to seep into his body. Shui Zhongqi, wounded in the chest, coughed up a mouthful of blood. He immediately raised his hand. "I concede." His words carried so far that Xiao Deru, who had been pursuing him, had no choice but to stop. At the same time, Li Xiang's supernatural light descended, lifting the nearly collapsing Shui Zhongqi off the stage. Su Jintang immediately rushed forward, supporting him and asking, "Are you alright?" Shui Zhongqi shook his head, his face weak, and said, "This time, it's really not good." Immediately afterward, Yan Yuding, Song Tianqi, and the other 2 also gathered around. Seeing Shui Zhongqi's wounded appearance, everyone was momentarily at a loss for words to comfort him. Shortly afterward, the on-site healer arrived and activated their healing abilities. The healing white light shone on his wounds, immediately stopping the continuous gushing blood, and the wound began to slowly heal. Shui Zhongqi's pale lips regained some color, but he was still a bit weak. "I take care of him. You guys continue the match," the medic said gently with a smile to Su Jintang and the others. Shui Zhongqi leaned on the medic's shoulder, weakly waving his hand. "I'm fine, you guys go ahead." Yan Yuding rolled her eyes speechlessly. "Crazy?" Song Tianqi's lips twitched. "I give up." Seeing that Shui Zhongqi was alright, Su Jintang ignored him, and led the team back to the team waiting area. "Never mind him, Song Tianqi, you're up for the second match." This immediately drew everyone's attention back to the match. Song Tianqi's expression also turned serious. In the previous round, Shui Zhongqi was completely dominated by his opponent, with no chance to fight back. Besides the opponent's mental strength level suppression, there was also that most disgusting hidden weapon, the sleep dart. Su Jintang whispered a few words of advice in his ear. Song Tianqi's previously serious expression gradually relaxed. Understood. The masked squad's first match was a crushing defeat. How are they going to compete in the later matches? But the hidden weapon that Xiao Delu of the Dark Horse team used is exactly the same as the masked squad captain's. Is it a copy? I watched the Dark Horse team's last match too. They were able to defeat Qiu Zhuyu in the end thanks to a weapon specifically designed to counter their opponent. I can't quite put my finger on it, but the Dark Horse team always seems to win in a rather tricky way. The number of viewers in the live stream increased, and all sorts of comments flooded in, obscuring the live stream screen. Soon, the 10-minute intermission ended. The second match continued. Song Tianqi walked step by step onto the ring, raising his hands and slowly putting on his shattered star gauntlets. "Buddy, remember my name, Masked Squad Hot Air Balloon." Song Tianqi gave the middle finger to Xiaodru opposite him. Xiaodru smiled slightly. "Okay." Li Xiang, hovering above the ring on his hovering ball, raised the microphone and announced, "The second 1v1 match begins now." The moment the words left his mouth, Song Tianqi's smile vanished. He charged towards Xiaodru like a cannonball, clenching his fist and slamming it down. Sparks immediately burst from the shattered star gauntlets, scattering in all directions. Xiaodru's face hardened, and he raised his hand to activate his defensive bracelet to block. Golden light flashed from the defensive bracelet, radiating sturdy defensive energy. But Song Tianqi's punch was far beyond what the defensive bracelet could withstand. A loud bang resounded. The powerful impact sent Xiaodru flying backward. He looked at Song Tianqi with surprise, likely shocked by the opponent's terrifying power. Song Tianqi, undeterred, raised his fist again and pressed his advantage, charging towards Xiaodru. This time, the powerful strike amplified by the shattering star gauntlets shattered Xiaodru's magical bracelet. A crisp cracking sound rang out. Xiaodru frowned slightly, and immediately tossed the broken bracelet aside. Song Tianqi didn't pursue further, stopping in place and coldly cracking his wrists. His shattering star gauntlets were enhanced with powerful strike and fire attribute runes, granting them even stronger damage effects. At full power, his opponent simply couldn't withstand it. Seeing Hot Air Balloon launch such a strong counterattack right from the start, the audience and fans immediately cheered, "Hot Air Balloon! Hot Air Balloon!" Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Song Tianqi adjusted the angle of his shattered star gauntlets and charged towards his opponent once more. Xu Zhu, no longer in the lead, no longer looked as relaxed as before. He pursed his lips and quickly summoned Yin-Yang poison gas. The black and white mixed poison gas began to permeate the arena, and at the same time, the hidden darts on his arm shot out. Whoosh whoosh. The poison gas obscured his vision, but the sound of the darts flying was still clear. Song Tianqi quickly adjusted his direction, straining his ears to hear the direction the darts came from. It was from the northwest. Song Tianqi swiftly clenched his fist and punched towards the northwest. With a clang, the dart was deflected, instantly losing its energy and falling to the ground, unusable. The black poison gas had already spread. Under the cover of the poison gas, Xu Zhu's figure gradually disappeared. Song Tianqi held his breath, his eyes scanning the surroundings. After failing to see anyone for a while, he coldly snorted, spread his arms, and shouted, "Crimson flame burst." 9 balls of crimson flame instantly formed behind him, then automatically compressed into a massive crimson gold fireball. An aura of explosion and danger brewed within. The previously rampant poisonous gas, scorched by the crimson flames, emitted wisps of grayish turbidity. With a bang, the crimson gold fireball exploded in midair. The intense heat from the explosion ignited all the poisonous gas in the area. The poisonous gas that had been obscuring his vision dissipated. Xu Zhu, who had been hidden within, reappeared in Song Tianqi's sight. Song Tianqi's lips curled slightly. He clapped his fists together, his spiritual power rapidly igniting, releasing energy far exceeding that of a third-tier being. Vermilion Bird Bloodline Awakening. All attack damage is increased to 3 times the normal amount. Before going on stage, the class monitor specifically instructed him that his crimson flames were a perfect counter to the opponent's poison gas, so if he couldn't gain the upper hand, he should just go all out. Song Tianqi's power surged instantly after activating his Vermilion Bird Bloodline. Xu Zhu's expression finally turned serious. He no longer held back, immediately mobilizing all his spiritual power to summon the Yin-Yang poison gas array. Fire feathers wither. Song Tianqi solemnly made the summoning gesture. Instantly, fiery red feathers fell from the sky, mingling with the black and white Yin-Yang poison gas. Xu Zhu cautiously observed the burning fire feathers ahead, and to avoid being affected, he could only retreat continuously. At this moment, Song Tianqi, who had circled around from the other side, nimbly leaped into the air, clenched his fist, gathered all his spiritual power into it, and then forcefully slammed it down on Xu Zhu below. The hidden dart fired from Xu Zhu's right arm was instantly melted by the intense heat of the flames. The rain of fire completely engulfed the area. Song Tianqi's fist slammed into Xu Zhu's chest, sending him flying off the stage in the blink of an eye. Xu Zhu flew off the stage, his face contorted in pain, a testament to the terrifying power of the punch. Song Tianqi withdrew his fist and stood back on the stage. His previously serious expression vanished, replaced by a broad, beaming smile. At the same time, Li Xiang announced, "The masked team wins this 1v1 duel." Cheers erupted from the surrounding crowd. Song Tianqi put one hand on his hip and waved to the audience in the stands with the other. Below the stage, in the Black Horse team's waiting area, Ji Nanqing narrowed her eyes, glancing at Xiadru, who had just been knocked off the stage. "Are you alright?" Xiadru shook his head. "He's fine. It's just a pity I couldn't bring him off the stage." "It's alright. This hot air balloon strength is indeed extraordinary." Ji Nanqing comforted him, then quickly decided, "Next, Minmin, you go." The girl called Minmin smiled, her 2 braids framing her face as she stepped out of the line. Okay. Chapter 113. Chu Minmin played with a stray hair behind her ear, smiling as she walked onto the arena. At this moment, there were still 5 minutes left in the intermission. Song Tianqi had just unleashed a powerful attack, expending considerable energy, and was currently sitting cross-legged opposite the arena, trying to recover his mental strength. After Chu Minmin stepped onto the stage, she didn't disturb him, but simply squatted down with a smile, beginning to observe her opponent closely. "Ah, Minmin's on! I love Minmin, Minmin, go for it, and win the match, wah, my beloved Minmin." It's over, the Dark Horse team really did specifically study the masked squad. Chu Minmin completely counters the hot air balloon. I have a feeling the masked squad is going to lose this match. Chu Minmin's popularity on the Star Network has always been high, mainly due to her soft-on-hard fighting style. Most fighters' fighting styles tend to be more violent and aggressive. A player like Chu Minmin, who goes against the grain, stands out remarkably. Soon, the 5-minute halftime break ended. Li Xiang's voice rang out. The third 1v1 duel begins now. Song Tianqi immediately stopped his cultivation and quickly stood up, assuming a fighting stance. He spread his arms, his eyes warily fixed on his opponent. Chu Minmin didn't act immediately. Her face still held a smile, her voice sweet. Hello, my name is Chu Minmin, my mental strength level is 3rd tier. The audience looked surprised. Xiao Daru, who had just been defeated, was still at the peak of the 3rd tier in mental strength. And this time, the Dark Horse team had sent someone with an even lower level? Song Tianqi's reaction differed from the audience's. His expression gradually turned serious, and he subtly activated his mental energy in his palm, immediately becoming alert. A few days ago, during the meeting, the class monitor and teacher Zhuang had specifically mentioned this girl named Chu Minmin. Although her mental energy level was only 3rd tier, her fighting style was unpredictable. She was especially effective against ability users weak in close combat. Thank you for your kind offer, Chu Minmin greeted politely, then her smile vanished. She quickly rose and leaped into the air, arms outstretched, attacking Song Tianqi. Song Tianqi's brows furrowed, he dared not be careless, and quickly summoned the Crimson Flame attack. 9 balls of Crimson Flame, shimmering with golden light, swiftly hurtled towards Chu Minmin. However, before they could even touch her, Chu Minmin dodged all the attacks with a series of leaps, then launched her own attack on Song Tianqi. Song Tianqi quickly clenched his fist, activating the shattering star gauntlets on his hand. Bang! Sparks burst from his fist. Chu Minmin was knocked back, her body flying rapidly backward. But she remained calm, a slight smile playing on her lips. With a twist of her waist, the momentum vanished instantly, and a soft halo spread around her. This was her superpower, soft bone technique. Activating this ability instantly transforms her body into a rubber-like state. In this state, most external impacts and forces are ineffective, because her body will rebound the impact like a spring. A few seconds later, Chu Minmin attacked again. Song Tianqi clenched his fist and slammed it into her abdomen, only to see her abdomen cave in, instantly dissipating his attack. Song Tianqi felt as if he had punched a ball of cotton, shaking his hand speechlessly. At this moment, Chu Minmin had already circled behind him, her hand swiftly gripping his neck. A soft arm twisted forcefully around his neck, creating a suffocating sensation. Song Tianqi's face flushed instantly, his breathing completely controlled. This Chu Minmin's ability is a bit troublesome. He can't break through her defenses, and he's doomed if she gets close. How do he handle this? He doesn't know. So far, Chu Minmin hasn't lost a single match. Is Hot Air Balloon going to lose? Below the stage, Su Jintang stared at the two on the platform, lost in thought. Teacher Zhuang and Zhu Qiuyu had specifically mentioned Chu Minmin's ability in the materials they shared. The only way to defeat Chu Minmin is to have a burst of power exceeding the limits of her soft bone technique. But achieving such a burst of power is not easy. Damn it, I should have let Sister Shi go. Dealing with her would definitely be no problem. Yin Yuding sighed in worry. Su Jintang remained calm. Don't worry, Song Tianqi can be quite reliable sometimes. Jiang Shi said nothing, only silently watching Song Tianqi on the stage. On the stage, Song Tianqi's face was flushed red. He gripped Chu Minmin's hands tightly, then unleashed his full power, throwing her over his shoulder from behind. Fire feathers wither. Crimson feathers slowly descended from the sky, enveloping Chu Minmin. Chu Minmin frowned, forced to abandon Song Tianqi and temporarily dodge outwards. Song Tianqi seized this opportunity, immediately activating all his mental power. Ability assimilation. He gathered all the fire attribute within his body, achieving temporary immunity to some fire attribute attacks, and activating special bonus effects. A blinding light erupted from Song Tianqi, terrifying energy gradually overflowing outwards. He didn't stop. His entire body surged with power, and he once again activated the vermilion bird bloodline within him. The intense light surrounding him grew even brighter. Sensing the danger, Chu Minmin immediately retreated warily. But Song Tianqi gave her no further chance to dodge. He roared, slowly raising his hands to condense 9 balls of crimson flames in his palms, from which explosive energy erupted. Destructive damage rapidly radiated outwards. Panic flashed in Chu Minmin's eyes. She quickly leaped into the air to dodge. The reflection of the flames in Song Tianqi's eyes lingered. Balls of crimson flame rose behind him, scorching the surrounding air even more intensely. The area covered by the fire feathers expanded, almost completely enveloping the surface of the arena. With nowhere to hide, Chu Minmin's expression turned grave. She pondered for a few seconds, then gritted her teeth and turned to charge at Song Tianqi. Her only advantage was close combat. In this situation, she had no choice but to fight to the death. Explosive fire rain erupted and scorched the arena. Spectators closer to the ring could even feel a wave of heat wash over them. Chu Minmin flashed a few times, rushing directly in front of Song Tianqi. A faint light flickered around her. She gritted her teeth, desperately grabbing Song Tianqi's waist and pulling him into the air. "If we die together," Chu Minmin whispered through gritted teeth in Song Tianqi's ear. At that moment, a ball of crimson fire descended from the sky, attacking the two of them. Song Tianqi smiled, completely unfazed. "Have you forgotten? My fire attribute attacks are immune to myself." Hearing this, Chu Minmin was immediately stunned. At this moment, Li Xiang intervened, interrupting all attacks and simultaneously announcing, "In this 1v1 duel, the masked squad wins." The match ended, and Chu Minmin and Song Tianqi landed firmly on the platform. Chu Minmin frowned, her eyes filled with resentment. She was so close, just one step away from winning. Because the battle happened so quickly, many spectators hadn't even grasped the details before the match was over. Soon after, questions arose from the stands. In that situation, wouldn't the fireball attack have landed directly on them? How can the masked squad win? Exactly. I saw it clearly. Chu Minmin had even restrained the hot air balloon. The fireball could definitely have hit both of them. More and more questions arose. Li Xiang quickly went on stage to clarify. The situation was quite urgent just now. I was worried that the contestants might get injured, so I intervened to block the attack. But my judgment was definitely correct. The masked squad did win this duel. The special skill used by the hot air balloon contestant was ability assimilation. He has a fire attribute ability, and under assimilation, he will have a certain degree of immunity to fire attribute damage. As far as I know, an ability like his, possessing the bloodline of a top-tier divine beast, can achieve at least 80% damage immunity. In other words, the attack just now certainly wouldn't have posed a significant threat to him. However, contestant Chu Minmin will definitely be seriously injured if she is hit. The details of the battle on the stage were continuously monitored by satellite. If anyone has any doubts about my explanation, they can watch the video replay to judge whether what I said is true. Li Xiang's explanation spread throughout the audience. The audience, who had been shouting their doubts, finally quieted down. Below the arena, Ji Nanqing smiled and went up to explain, "We admit defeat in this round." She then patted Chu Minmin's shoulder, softly comforting her, "It's okay. Even if you lose this round, this hot air balloon won't be able to perform this well in the next one." Chu Minmin nodded, On the other side, Song Tianqi immediately sat down cross-legged, focusing on recovering his mental energy. That burst of power had directly depleted 80% of his mental energy. Even if he won this round, the next one would probably be difficult. Below the arena, Yan Yuding, who had been breathing heavily, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Song Tianqi actually proved reliable this time. Shui Zhongqi, who had recovered from his injuries, approached with a beaming smile. "Class monitor, I'm all better." Su Jintang glanced back at him. See how reliable he is." Shui Zhongqi cleared his throat. "Then I go first, just to test the waters for you guys. Song Tianqi probably won't win the next match. He can only wear down the opponent a bit," Jiangxi said as she walked over. "Okay, I leave the next match to you, Shijia," Su Jintang said with a smile. Jiangxi nodded. Okay. The 10-minute break quickly passed. The fourth match began soon after. This time, as everyone expected, Song Tianqi didn't last long before conceding defeat due to exhaustion. The Dark Horse team wins this 1v1 duel. Song Tianqi jumped off the stage, shrugging at Su Jintang. "Class monitor, I really did my best." "That's good." Su Jintang nodded at him. Then Jiangxi, carrying her signature super-powered rocket launcher, walked step by step onto the stage. Her long, black hair, draped over her shoulders, swayed slightly with her movements, her back view cold and independent. Ah! The ruthless killer is on the stage. Chapter 114. The cold-blooded assassin's popularity ranks at least in the top 5 on the StarNet. Her explosive combat power and ruthless temperament create a stark contrast, which is precisely why she attracts a large number of fervent fans. Cold-blooded assassin. Cold-blooded assassin. The fans in the surrounding stands immediately erupted in unified and powerful shouts. Amidst the cheers of the entire arena, Jiangxi walked to the center of the ring and stood firm. The opposing Dark Horse team sent out a thin man with black bangs hanging down his forehead. He walked onto the ring with his head bowed and his body hunched over, appearing very dejected and low-key. Jiangxi's demeanor immediately contrasted sharply with the man's. At this moment, Yuan Yao and her 4 companions, who had just arrived at the scene, discreetly entered the audience stands. Phew, thankfully it's not over yet. Wei Zishuan patted his chest, letting out a sigh of relief. The 5 of them had just finished their final week at Military Academy a few days ago, and had been indulging a little these past few days, staying up very late every night. Yesterday, they were quite excited about the semifinals, and didn't fall asleep until almost dawn. They slept until now, almost missing their important business. The match is currently tied. Next, we see who wins the next match and regains the upper hand. Qin Shushua had been watching the live stream on her way here, and had a clear understanding of the situation. Yuan now sat down and looked up at the ring. Since she is up, we should win this round. On the other side of the stands, Qiuzhu's team of 5 was also analyzing and reviewing the previous matches. They really did study the masked squad. That homing hidden blade is clearly a copy of the dry rice man's weapon. Qiuzhu said coldly, using someone else's strongest trump card to defeat them is the most vicious tactic. However, a more composed team member analyzed, in just 1 week, they were able to devise such a perfect counter-tactic against the masked squad. They definitely have a master guiding them, otherwise, with their individual strength, they shouldn't be able to achieve this. Qiuzhu nodded, a dark glint in her eyes. I guess they're also from one of the 5 major military academies. In the team waiting area, the Purple Cloud Pond Flower team and the Light and Bright team, who hadn't yet taken the stage, were discussing the recent match. This Dark Horse team is extraordinary. They have such a targeted counter-tactic against every team. A member of the Purple Cloud Pond Flower team said with a smile. A member of the opposing team chimed in, the masked squad isn't simple either. They even produce beings with divine beast bloodlines. Only the top 5 military academies can cultivate such talent. This year's Military Academy League is sure to be exciting. It's a pity we old guys are graduating soon. We're out of the running for the Military Academy League. The halftime break ended in 1 minute. Li Xiong appeared above the arena on his hovering ball and announced, the 4th 1v1 duel begins now. Jiangxi slowly lifted the super-powered rocket launcher, his gaze sweeping over the man opposite him. Masked squad, cold-blooded assassin, mental strength level 4, please enlighten me. Jing Lei finally raised his head, revealing his eyes beneath his bangs, and spoke in a low voice, Jing Lei of the Dark Horse team, mental strength level 3. After the introductions, the 2 attacked simultaneously. Jiangxi was the first to hoist the rocket launcher, firing several energy-concentrating projectiles in quick succession. The projectiles, flashing with crimson light, hurtled towards the opposing side. Jing Lei raised one hand, a faint light flashing from his palm. A row of diamond-shaped cards immediately appeared around him, spinning rapidly until they became afterimages. Card skill. By summoning cards, specific skill effects can be unleashed. Half a second later, a red card froze in front of Jing Lei's palm. Explosion card command. After use, 5 explosion cards can be quickly projected at nearby enemies, creating an explosion with fire attribute damage. The red card quickly split into 5 miniature cards, precisely locking onto the energy-concentrating projectiles fired by Jiangxi. Bang bang. Several explosions rang out in succession, and thick smoke immediately spread across the arena. The impact of the explosions knocked Jiangxi back to the edge of the arena. She immediately channeled her mental energy, forcibly stopping herself in her tracks. Looking up, she saw a rocket launcher magical artifact, strikingly similar to hers, suddenly appear in Jing Lei's hand. Jing Lei picked up the rocket launcher and fired several shots. Several attacks, comparable in power to a focus cannon, hurtled towards her. Jiangxi's brows slowly furrowed. This rocket launcher was somewhat similar to the one she had used before. Half a second later, she regained her senses and raised her rocket launcher to exchange fire with Jing Lei. The explosions rang out again, and Jiangxi seized the opportunity to quickly turn and circle back to the center of the arena. Whoosh whoosh. The familiar sound of hidden arrows rang out. Jiangxi was startled again, turning around to see homing arrows flying towards her. I give up. Why are they doing this again? Shui Zhongqi, sitting in the audience, couldn't help but complain. Song Tianqi frowned, his face full of displeasure. They even have a set of these knockoff magical weapons for everyone. Although there were no restrictions on using the same magical weapons, The Dark Horse team's tactic of directly copying the opponent's weapons was certainly unpopular. The masked squad's magical weapons were all researched and specially modified, requiring considerable time and effort. And yet, in less than a week, the Dark Horse team had completely copied them. Good heavens, did the Dark Horse team simply copy all of the masked squad's magical weapons? You know, this tactic isn't without its merits. The problem is, this approach is too cunning. In fact, this indirectly proves that the Dark Horse team must have a lot of resources behind them. Especially this hidden weapon with a tracking effect. Tracking inscriptions are hard to come by. To create such a hidden weapon within a week requires not only money but also connections. Tracking sleeve darts are difficult to dodge. The only option is to attack them head-on. Jiangxi ran around the arena, firing a charged cannon at the tracking sleeve darts behind her every so often. Jinglei wasn't idle either. After releasing another volley of sleeve darts, he stopped and summoned a blue card. The freeze card, upon hitting an enemy target, immediately freezes them in place for 0.8 seconds. Jinglei pursed his lips, glancing down at Jiangxi's location. Seeing her running towards him, he immediately threw the freeze card. The blue, diamond-shaped card hurtled towards Jiangxi. Jiangxi sensed the card's strangeness. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and she quickly grabbed her rocket launcher, aiming it at the card and activating her ability. A hail of bullets. Shells rained down from all directions, hurled fiercely forward. The blue card was blasted apart by the shells before it could even touch Jiangxi. The intense battle on the arena caused the entire audience to instinctively hold their breath. The cold-blooded killer is a level above his opponent. How come they're fighting so fiercely? Didn't you see the cold-blooded killer was being countered? Jinglei's two magical artifacts are very effective against the cold-blooded killer. Not only were the audience tense, but Song Tianqi and the others below the arena also looked extremely grave. That blue card just now, that should be the freeze card that Teacher Zhuang mentioned, Shui Zhongqi said, stroking his chin. Yeah. Su Jintang nodded, that thing is the most annoying. In such a fierce battle, even a moment of stillness can be immediately exploited by the enemy. If Jiangxi is hit, the match can be declared over immediately. Undeterred by his missed attack, Jinglei quickly activated an explosive card, launching another attack on Jiangxi. Following this, rocket launchers and tracking darts rained down. The three-pronged attack forced Jiangxi to stop in her tracks. A hint of seriousness flashed in her usually composed eyes. Sensing that Jiangxi was struggling, Jinglei slightly raised the corners of his lips and waved his hand again, releasing a freeze card. The blue card was easily concealed among the three attacks. Ah! It's over. Is the cold-blooded assassin going to lose? Impossible. This is the cold-blooded assassin, a woman who has never lost a match since she entered the arena. The Dark Horse team is invincible. The Dark Horse team will win. In just 2 seconds, the three attacks had completely surrounded Jiangxi. Jiangxi's gaze turned cold. He positioned the rocket launcher in front of him, rapidly gathering his mental energy and channeling it into the launcher. Instantly, a blinding red light flashed on the rocket launcher, and an extremely destructive aura rapidly brewed within the barrel. Superpowered rocket launcher combo skill. A combo skill derived from the fusion of the effects of the barrage of bullets, the energy-gathering cannon, and the superconducting rocket launcher. The explosive destructive power was multiplied. Jiangxi slowly raised his hand, his cold gaze pointing directly at the impending explosion. In an instant, red light shot into the sky, and the energy gathered within the rocket launcher exploded, powerfully blasting outwards. What is this? Jinglei, who had remained calm throughout, looked up in astonishment at the terrifying power that had suddenly erupted opposite him. The combo skill erupted too suddenly, and it was a skill Jiangxi had never used before. Jinglei had no time to react. The barrage of fire covered the entire area. Holy crap! What kind of killer move is that? The audience in the stands exclaimed in unison. It's already the semifinals, and the masked squad still has someone holding back? The cold-blooded killer is so cool. Ah! While the fans screamed with excitement, Li Xiang was also startled. Generally speaking, such a powerful combination attack requires a long time to build up. So he didn't have time to react and interrupt. When he came to his senses, Li Xiang quickly jumped off the floating sphere. He didn't have time to activate his superpower again, and could only quickly mobilize his mental energy to try and withstand the attack. Referee, save me! Jinglei, realizing the danger, shouted immediately. As Li Xiang landed in front of him, the enemy's artillery fire attacked from all directions. The intense heat from the artillery fire seemed to pull everyone into the fierce battlefield. The artillery fire, shrouded in smoke, rushed in unstoppable. Li Xiang frowned, pushing his hands to his sides. A massive surge of spiritual power erupted from his body, rippling outwards in semi-transparent waves. The backstage staff, witnessing this sudden turn of events, held their breath. Since the superpowered individuals competition began, there had never been an instance where a referee failed to intervene in time. A piercing, high-pitched sound rang out, a sonic wave far exceeding the limits of human hearing. A towering cloud of smoke and explosion filled the entire arena. Even Su Jintang, standing below the stage, was stunned for a moment, then silently activated his domain's detection effect. Amidst the smoke and explosion, Li Xiang, his hair a mess from the explosion, stood with his hands raised in front of him, his sleeves torn and tattered, completely devoid of his previous gentlemanly demeanor. Jing Lei, behind him, was unharmed, but utterly terrified, his mouth agape, unable to utter a sound for a long time. Seeing this, Su Jintang reassuredly withdrew his superpower and said, "We won this match." Chapter 115. A few seconds later, the thick smoke enveloping the arena dissipated, allowing the audience to see the situation clearly. The super rocket launcher stood before Jiangxi, her hand resting on its top. A gust of wind lifted her long hair slightly. Li Xiang slowly let out a sigh of relief, forcing a smile and trying to appear gentlemanly. In this 1v1 duel, the masked squad wins. Because he was in such a sorry state, the audience's gazes were involuntarily drawn to him. This was probably the first time Li Xiang had shown such a disheveled side since the start of the competition. That's terrifying. They even managed to beat a peak 7th tier referee like this. Are the masked squad members all that freakish? It's mainly because the referee didn't have time to react, otherwise it wouldn't have turned out like this. Regardless, the masked squad won this round. Yu Wanyao and the others in the stands exchanged surprised glances. Sister Shi has such a trump card? Wei Zixuan asked in surprise. Yan Zitao's gaze turned serious. My sister has really kept a lot from me. Could she have some hidden trump card too? Yu Wanyao pursed her lips and said seriously, Su Jintang hasn't gone up yet either. I reckon she's hiding the deepest one. Qin Shushuet chuckled twice. That's for sure. In the opposite stands, the Mechanical Technology Military Academy team also looked relieved. Serves them right. Always plagiarizing like that, they deserve to be beaten like this. Qiu Zhuyu's brows gradually relaxed. The pent-up anger of the past few days finally dissipated. Let's keep watching. Although the masked team currently had the upper hand, the most troublesome Ji Nanqing hadn't gone up yet, and everything was still uncertain. Inside the team rest area, both the Guangaming and Xixiachua teams were stunned. After a few seconds of silence, someone broke the silence. Amazing. The younger generation is constantly pushing the older ones forward. If we don't work harder, we'd be swept away. The captains of the two teams exchanged a wry smile. Even the two of them might not have been able to block that move from the ruthless killer. These young people these days are all incredibly freakish. The 10-minute intermission begins. Because Jiangxi had to continue defending her title, she couldn't leave the stage to discuss tactics with her teammates or receive medical assistance from the on-site medics. She could only recover her mental energy on the stage herself. Offstage, Yin Yuding leaned closer and whispered, Class monitor, will Sister Shuri be able to win the next match? Su Jintang pursed her lips, pondered for a few seconds before replying, the combination attack just now drained her mental energy a lot, but her own mental energy level is also high, so she can probably hold on for a while. Yin Yuding continued, the Dark Horse team only has Ji Nanqing and that Jiang Yun left, and those two are not easy to deal with. Let's see. Su Jintang looked up at the stage. Meanwhile, backstage at the competition, Li Xiang, his appearance completely ruined, hurriedly tidied his hair and clothes. The other staff members couldn't help but tease him. You're really something. Your head looks like a bird's nest. Li Xiang's lips twitched. Do you think I wanted to? It was an emergency. Protecting the contestants was the priority. Stop. His colleague waved his hand. Hurry up and tidy yourself up. The match is about to start. As the intermission was about to end, Li Xiang reappeared on the stage. He, who had just been battered and bruised by the explosion, had regained his gentlemanly politeness. A refined white suit adorned his figure, and his previously disheveled hair was now neatly styled and handsome. Hello everyone, I am Li Xiang, the host of this match. We have 1 minute left before our halftime break ends. Now, I will introduce the information of the players from both teams who have not yet taken the stage. As he finished speaking, Li Xiang pointed to the floating light screen behind him. The screen immediately displayed a photo and information about Jiang Yun from the Dark Horse team. Jiang Yun of the Dark Horse team, mental strength level 3, Her special ability is metal manipulation, allowing her to control metal-like substances in combat. In previous matches, Jiang has appeared 7 times, winning 5, a win rate of 78%. For someone only 16 years old, that's already a very impressive record. These kids these days are all incredibly gifted. The average age of the 5 members of the Dark Horse team is less than 16. Which military academy did these 2 teams come from? These absolute geniuses? Having seen countless geniuses, Li Xiang was no longer surprised, and continued the introductions. Next up is also from the Dark Horse team. She is the team captain, Ji Nanqing, with a 4th tier mental strength level. Her special ability is the Frost Demon Bear, which allows her to summon a Frost Demon Bear monster of the same level as her mental strength to fight. Moreover, this monster also grants her a certain degree of ice control. Of course, her record is also exceptionally outstanding. In the previous rounds of matches, Ji Nanqing appeared in 7 matches, winning all 7, a 100% win rate. This is truly astonishing data. Su Jintang, watching from below the arena, glanced at Ji Nanqing's information on the screen, remaining relatively calm. Teacher Zhuang had already explained this data to them before, so it wasn't surprising. Yan Yuding and Shui Zhongqi, arms crossed, also appeared composed. Soon, Li Xiang began introducing the win rate data for the masked squad. That's right, although Jade Fox is only at the peak of the 2nd tier, with her unwavering belief and powerful magic weapon, the Wind Shadow Whip, she won all 5 of her 5 appearances. In one 1v1 duel, she defeated her opponent despite being at the peak of the 2nd tier, winning cheers from the entire audience and shining brightly in the tournament. At this point, the backstage staff spun a spotlight on Yan Yuding. The audience's attention immediately focused on her. Yan Yuding, long accustomed to this spotlight, calmly raised her arm and waved to the surrounding stands. Go Jade Fox. The masked squad will win. The familiar cheers of the fans rang out again. Li Xiang smiled and continued introducing the next contestant. Now, I'm going to introduce the last one. You all probably heard of her. That's right, this contestant is from the masked squad, codenamed Dry Rice Man, with a peak 3rd tier mental strength level, and her special ability is the Domain of Ice. In all her matches so far, she has never lost a single one, a 100% win rate. As soon as he finished speaking, even louder shouts came from the surrounding stands. Dry Rice Man. Dry Rice Man. The screams, louder and louder, echoed throughout the entire stadium. Li Xiang raised an eyebrow in surprise, looking at the deafening cheers from the stands, and realized just how popular Ganfarin was. Su Jintang didn't hold back either, waving to the audience as the spotlight shone on her. Ah, I'm so envious. I really want to watch the match live. Don't even mention it, I waited an hour beforehand, and still couldn't get a single ticket. These fans are incredibly fast. I was thinking of buying a second-hand ticket at a high price, but it was too expensive, so I hesitated for a second, and someone else bought it, boo-hoo. Oh well, I guess I just have to wait for a final ticket. But I reckon the final tickets will be even harder to get. After introducing the 4 contestants, the intermission was almost over. Li Xiang raised his hand to signal for silence. The cheering fans immediately stopped. This round, the Dark Horse team sent Jiang Yun. She walked onto the stage with a detached expression and stood opposite Jiang Shi. Hello, I'm Jiang Yun from the Dark Horse team, mental strength level 3. Jiang Yun introduced herself. Jiang Shi, who was recovering her mental strength, opened her eyes and looked up at her. Cold-blooded assassin from the masked squad, mental strength level 4. As the countdown for the halftime break ended, upbeat background music immediately filled the arena, and the neon lights surrounding the ring began to flash. The 5th 1v1 duel begins now, Li Xiang announced, waving his hand. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yun activated her ability. A gold mine instantly rained down from the sky, crashing down on Jiang Shi like a small mountain. A huge shadow loomed overhead. Jiang Shi quickly bent over, using the momentum to abruptly retreat. The rocket launcher she had placed beside her was also pulled away. With a loud crash, the gold ore slammed into the floor, creating a large crater in the arena. Jiang Shi pulled up the superpowered rocket launcher, aimed it at Jiang Yun, and immediately activated its firing mode. The previous round's combo attack had used up most of her mental energy. She definitely couldn't use that move this round, and could only fight normally. The rocket struck the gold ore, producing a powerful clanging sound. Piece after piece of gold ore hurtled towards Jiang Shi, the light refracted from the metal dazzlingly bright. Jiang Shi narrowed her eyes slightly, turned, and fired another burst from the rocket launcher. The powerful energy concentrating cannon pierced through the gold ore layer, heading straight for Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun raised her hand, quickly summoning more gold ore to block her path. Her gaze darkened, and she clasped her hands together, making a summoning gesture. Golden Disc Array. Golden light erupted from her palm, countless gold ores appearing out of thin air and forming a mysterious array around her. As the array took shape, Jiang Yun's power surged instantly at its center. A golden light rose from her eyes, and she raised her hands, a massive golden disc appearing before her. Jiangxi glanced at the golden disc. The disc was engraved with complex, ancient symbols, emanating a dangerous aura. This must be one of the powerful killing moves that Teacher Zhuang had explained to them before. The golden disc array, once activated, summons a golden disc with a powerful locking attack effect, allowing for an unlimited number of attacks on the enemy within 5 minutes. It really is this move. With this move activated, Jiang Yun is practically invincible for 5 minutes. It remains to be seen whether the opponent can withstand it. The Dark Horse team was forced to use this move so quickly today. The Ruthless Killer used too much mental energy in the last round. These 5 minutes probably won't be easy for them. Chapter 116. Jiang Yun remained calm, raising his hand to hold up the golden plate. A dazzling golden light flashed from above, and the plate slowly rotated, the central pointer spinning rapidly. A powerful and domineering force erupted from the golden plate, sweeping towards Jiangxi opposite him. The area illuminated by the golden light instantly became a burnt wasteland. Combined with the deep crater created by the gold mine, in less than 2 minutes, the entire arena was a mess. Jiangxi ran ahead of the golden light, carrying a rocket launcher in one hand, aiming it at the golden plate and firing. Several rockets were fired at the golden plate in succession, but the expected destruction did not occur. The rockets struck the plate, as if hitting a transparent barrier, and were directly deflected. Noticing this, Jiangxi's gaze towards the golden plate became serious. It seemed only her combination technique could break the golden disc, but her current mental energy reserves were insufficient to unleash another attack. Just as she was pondering how to counter this, the golden light swept towards her again. Jiangxi had no choice but to withdraw her gaze, and continue fleeing around the arena. The golden light chased Jiangxi around the arena, scorching most of it into ruins. The spectators in the surrounding stands couldn't help but gasp at the sight. These two fighting is really taking a toll on the arena. Ha ha ha, less than 2 minutes into the match, and half the arena is already destroyed. Luckily, the tournament organizers are rich, ha ha ha. The sounds of bombardment continued unabated. Jiangxi ran while trying to devise a strategy, but the golden light was chasing her faster and faster, and Jiang Yun was also watching her intently from the sidelines. Golden mountains and flowing water. Jiang Yun chanted the incantation softly, clasping her hands together in an extremely complex gesture. A vast expanse of gold and flowing water slowly rose behind her. At this moment, Jiangxi's attention was still focused on dodging the golden light, until the enormous gold mountains and flowing water crashed down on her like a mountain pressing down. Jiangxi was forced to stop, frowning as she looked at the golden mountains and flowing water ahead. The golden light behind her was about to catch up as well. Damn it! It's over. The Ruthless Killer is going to be eliminated. She was so exhausted in the last round. This round was already difficult to win. I wanted to see the Ruthless Killer wreak havoc. Li Xiang, who had been observing the situation, also prepared immediately. His disastrous performance in the last round had taught him a lesson. This time, he deliberately activated his supernatural ability in advance, ready to rescue her at any moment. Jiangxi pursed her lips, stopped in her tracks, and positioned the superpowered rocket launcher in front of her. She gripped the rocket launcher with both hands, her spiritual energy immediately gathering in her palms and flowing into the launcher. A crimson light flickered at the muzzle. Just as the golden mountain of water and the golden light were about to converge, the powerful energy concentrating cannon fired, blasting both the superpowered rocket launcher and Jiangxi high into the air under its immense impact. At that moment, 2 attacks struck simultaneously. Jiangxi had already used the impact of the superpowered cannon to fly to safety. Jiang Yun was stunned for a moment, seeing both attacks miss their mark, his expression turning serious. Jiangxi dodged the attacks, quickly turned around, and slung the rocket launcher over her shoulder, firing back at them. Bang bang. Several rockets were launched at Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun quickly waved his hand, summoning a massive golden mountain to block the attack. The battle on the arena intensified again. Class monitor, do you think Shuri can win this round? Yin Yuding asked curiously, leaning closer. More or less. Su Jintang looked away, rubbing his temples. The golden disc's effect only lasts 5 minutes, and half of it has already passed. In 2 more minutes, the disc will be ruined, and Jiang Yun's remaining mental energy won't be enough for her to summon it a second time. Song Tianqi nodded seriously. They're just unlucky to face your E. The tense fans and viewers in the live stream relaxed. That scared me. I thought the cold-blooded killer would be eliminated immediately. That's it. This round looks like the Dark Horse team is in trouble again. The golden disc has less than 2 minutes left, right? If Jiang Yun doesn't exert her full strength, the cold-blooded killer will definitely kill her when the disc ends. Not only were the viewers anxious, but Jiang Yun himself was also anxious. That was the perfect opportunity to instantly kill Jiang Shi, but she managed to dodge it. She took a deep breath, calming herself. When she looked up again, she made a fist with her hands together, summoning the Golden Mountain Flood skill once more. This time, to be on the safe side, she summoned 3 golden mountains, forming an absolute encirclement around Jiang Shi with golden light. Jiang Shi stopped, looking at the attacks rushing in from all sides. This time, she could only take it head-on. A dark glint flashed in Jiang Shi's eyes as she shouldered the rocket launcher, channeling all her remaining mental energy into it. A half-finished combination skill, a superpowered projectile derived from the fusion of 2 skills. As the Golden Mountain Flood skill attacked, Jiang Shi's superpowered projectile blasted out simultaneously. The arena was once again shrouded in thick smoke from the explosion. The surrounding spectators peered out, curious about what was happening. What happened? Who won? It suddenly went silent. The match must have ended. The masked squad will win. The masked squad will win. Li Xiang, riding on the hovering sphere, was the most anxious, immediately jumping onto the arena to check the situation. He raised his hand, activating his supernatural power, to forcibly disperse the surrounding smoke. The situation on the arena was clearly exposed to the spectators. After using her half-finished combination attack, Jiang Shi's mental energy was completely exhausted. She braced herself with one hand on the ground, her body in a half-squatting position. Jiang Yun, opposite her, was hit by the combination attack, but fortunately, the Golden Mountain Flood skill blocked some of the explosive damage, leaving only a portion of the force to hit her. Even so, her face looked rather pale. Li Xiang walked between the two, bent down, and asked, "You two, do you still want to fight?" He could sense that both of them were very weak, but not to the point of being completely incapacitated. Jiang Yun didn't answer, but instead looked up at Jiang Shi. Jiang Shi raised her hand first. I concede. Her mental energy was exhausted. Continuing to fight was pointless. Jiang Yun slightly raised the corners of her lips, forcing herself to stand, and looked at Li Xiang. Then this round, I win. Li Xiang smiled slightly, about to announce the result of the duel. At this moment, Jiang Yun, who had just stood up, felt a momentary blur before her eyes, followed by a strong wave of dizziness. Fortunately, Li Xiang reacted quickly, catching her in time. Quickly call a healer. Jiang Shi wasn't too surprised by this. Her combo attacks always included mental attacks, but Li Xiang had just blocked them in the last round. Jiang Shi slowly stood up, her gaze falling on Li Xiang. Receiving the signal, Li Xiang immediately smiled and announced, "This 1v1 duel is a draw." Both Jiang Shi and Jiang Yun were incapacitated, so the match was naturally a tie. Having received the reply, Jiang Shi withdrew her gaze, turned, and walked off the stage. At the same time, shouts from fans immediately erupted from the surrounding stands. Cold-blooded killer. Cold-blooded killer. Amazing. She took down 2 members of the Dark Horse team all by herself. The Dark Horse team only has Ji Nanxing left now. Can they still make a comeback? Yu Wanyao and the other 5 exchanged surprised glances. Wow, Sister Shi is amazing. Wei Zixuan couldn't help but shout. Yin Zitao also couldn't help but exclaim. Next up is Sister Jin Tang's performance. This semi-final feels like a sure win. The others nodded in agreement without question. Inside the team rest area, the captains of the 2 teams exchanged a glance. The captain of the Purple Cloud Pool Flower team raised an eyebrow and teased, "This masked squad has quite a few ruthless guys." The captain of the Light and Bright team laughed and said, "It's a good thing it wasn't us fighting, otherwise we old guys would be so humiliated." Several team members also began to whisper among themselves. Did you guys see clearly what the cold-blooded assassin used just now? Wasn't it a mental attack? Probably. Otherwise, Jiang Yun wouldn't have suddenly fainted. Terrifying. 16 years old, 4th level mental strength, and can even create his own combination techniques. This kind of talent would be top tier even in the 5 major military academies. Jiang Shi's match ended, and the viewers in the live stream erupted in excitement. Cold-blooded killer. He managed to take down 2. The Dark Horse team is in danger now. Wait a minute. Although the masked squad still has 2 members, one is only at the peak of Tier 2. They definitely can't beat Ji Nanqing. So, the masked squad is essentially down to 1 member as well. Yes, judging from their strength, the 2 sides are still evenly matched. Inside the team waiting area, Yin Yuding got excited. Class monitor, should I play next? You go. Just help me wear down the other side, or... Su Jintang thought of an idea, a slight smile playing on her lips, and beckoned to Yin Yuding. Yin Yuding quickly leaned in to listen. Su Jintang whispered a few instructions. After hearing this, Yin Yuding's smile widened, and she immediately replied, understood. This scene was witnessed by Ji Nanqing next door. Her brow furrowed slightly, a bad premonition rising within her. Just then Jiangyan woke up. She stood up, rubbing her temples in confusion. Captain, what happened to me? Ji Nanqing glanced at her. You were hit by the opponent's mental attack and are temporarily unconscious. Jiangyan's expression changed instantly. So we lost the last match? It was a draw. The opponent was out of fighting strength. Ji Nanqing replied, then fell into deep thought again. Now, she was the only one left on the team. There was no chance of losing again. The 10-minute break began its countdown. After receiving instructions, Yin Yuding began actively warming up in the rest area. She stretched her legs, straightened her back, and loosened her wrists, looking forward to going on stage. Jade Fox seems to have had relatively few appearances. I guess she's a support type ability user, because so far, I haven't seen her use her abilities, and her close combat abilities aren't as terrifying as the others. Holy crap, I just checked her stats, and she's only at the peak of Tier 2. How did she even make it to the semifinals? You're only finding out now? The masked squad isn't even that strong overall. They only made it up thanks to those few freaks like Ganfanren. Chapter 117. Inside Shiha Allied Military Academy. Several leaders and teachers sat around a conference table, their brows furrowed, as they stared intently at the live broadcast of the competition on the screen. Teacher Jiang, are we going to lose this time? A teacher beside him asked, his expression worried. Jiang Wenjua's expression was also less relaxed than at the start of the competition. Not necessarily. Nanqing is still there. The other teachers exchanged glances, their eyes clearly showing their concern. As one of the 5 major military academies, they had secretly trained Ji Nanqing's team, investing considerable effort and time. The main purpose of having the 5 of them participate in this superhuman competition was to test the results of their training over this period. Although their current ranking was already good, this was the result of the teachers' combined efforts in analyzing and arranging tactics. Just researching and thoroughly understanding the tracking hidden darts of the dry rice man had cost them a lot of resources. And yet today's battle was still so fierce. It's alright, let's see how it goes. Jiang Wenjua said in a deep voice, his hands clasped on the table. He was naturally anxious, but there was no use in being impatient. He could only wait for the final result. Inside the Recta's military academy, Shuang Silin and Principal Miao Mingji, along with several other high-ranking leaders, were also watching the live broadcast of the competition. Compared to the anxious and worried atmosphere next door, the atmosphere here was much more relaxed. Miao Mingji smiled and stroked his chin, looking at Shuang Silin with approval. These kids are quite good, their performance has exceeded most of our expectations. Shuang Silin quickly replied modestly, this is also thanks to the principal, and all the leaders for their financial investment and cultivation. That Jade Fox must be Yin Yuding, a leader specifically mentioned. Shuang Silin nodded, yes, it's her. The leader smiled. Her performance in that previous match was very impressive. Shuang Silin laughed along, yes. The group chatted casually. A short while later, the 10-minute intermission ended. Li Xiang rode his hovering ball around the arena, then appeared on the stage with a microphone. Welcome back to the Superpowered Individuals competition. The match currently underway is the semifinal between the masked team and the Dark Horse team. I'm speechless. Why are there so many commercials? My head is still filled with those lines. Ha ha, the Superpowered Individuals competition is really getting popular. There are more and more commercials now. Damn! I only been here for 10 minutes, and I already seen commercials. Let's get started. Now, please have the members from both teams who will participate in the next match come to the stage. Li Xiang's voice trailed off. The stage light suddenly shone on the waiting area where the 2 teams were located. The beam shone on Yin Yuding. She immediately raised her hand and waved to the surrounding audience. You Fox? I love you. Go you Fox. Charge. On the other side, Ji Nanqing also had a large number of fans. As she looked up, screams erupted from the crowd. Nanqing, Nanqing, shining brightly. Nanqing, Nanqing, spread your wings and fly. Neither side's fans were willing to concede, each shouting louder than the last, completely competing to outdo the other. Amidst the cheers of the entire audience, Yan Yuding and Ji Nanqing walked onto the stage from opposite sides. The stage lights moved with the two, finally converging on the center of the arena. The two stood face to face and shook hands. Ji Nanqing from the Dark Horse team, 4th level mental strength, Ji Nanqing said calmly. Yan Yuding replied with a smile, Jade Fox from the Masked Squad, peak 2nd level mental strength. The difference was almost 2 levels, a gap that was virtually impossible to bridge. Moreover, most people had already guessed that Yan Yuding was most likely a support-type ability user. The outcome of this duel was almost a foregone conclusion. However, how Jade Fox would handle this situation was still a source of curiosity for everyone. The arena fell silent, and the audience's gaze fell upon the arena. Below the arena, only Su Jintang remained, not yet having entered the ring. She stood with her arms crossed in front of her, leaning slightly against the railing, her gaze fixed on the arena. Li Xiong sat on a floating sphere, rotating around the arena like a spring. After the introductions, he raised the microphone and announced, "The 6th 1v1 duel begins now." As soon as he finished speaking, he flew off the stage on his hovering ball. The battle on the stage erupted instantly. Knowing he couldn't win, Yan Yuding swiftly drew his wind shadow whip the moment the match began, unleashing a wind blade at his opponent. Taking advantage of Ji Nanqing's dodge, she retreated rapidly. In just 2 seconds, Yan Yuding reached the edge of the stage. Ji Nanqing expressionlessly blocked the wind blade attack, her gaze falling on the retreating Yan Yuding, before she quickly turned to give chase. At the same time, a nearly 3-meter-tall 4th-tier frost demon bear slowly appeared behind her. The frost demon bear's fur was grayish-white, covered with a thin layer of frost, which shimmered coldly under the light. Its powerful paws slammed onto the arena, the shockwave immediately spreading outwards. Yan Yuding, who had already reached the edge of the arena, was jolted. "Considering the disparity in our strength, I can let you go down on your own," Ji Nanqing, who had caught up, said. The frost demon bear behind her also rushed over, its dangerous aura instantly enveloping the surroundings. Yan Yuding smiled slightly. "I think I can stay up there a little longer." As soon as she finished speaking, her gaze darkened, and she immediately swung her wind shadow whip. During last week's rest week, she hadn't been idle. Besides cultivating, she had also been researching how to improve the effectiveness of her wind shadow whip. Therefore, she specifically consulted her class monitor and Shui Zhongqi. After the combined efforts of these two geniuses, her wind shadow whip was no longer as useless as it had been in previous matches. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed, as a bolt of lightning suddenly struck Ji Nanqing and the frost demon bear behind her. The lightning struck so suddenly that neither of them had time to react. Furthermore, ice is a conductor of electricity, and this sudden shock paralyzed both of them instantly. Yan Yuding smiled, a sly glint in her eyes mirroring Su Jintang's. She tossed her braid around Ji Nanqing's waist, and forcefully pulled her off the stage. Damn! When did Jade Fox's whip become electrified? Is this a newly modified effect? It must have been imbued with lightning attribute runes. Awesome! Attribute runes that can be added to magical artifacts are priceless. So the Masked Squad is really rich, ha ha ha. The lightning struck her body, instantly paralyzing Ji Nanqing's meridians. She only recovered just as she was about to be flung off the stage by the wind shadow whip. Her eyes darkened, and she quickly channeled her mental energy, forcibly breaking free from the whip's restraints. The wind shadow whip was flung away. Yan Yuding was swung back to the center of the stage by the whip's pull. Regaining her senses, Ji Nanqing quickly turned around, staring coldly at Yan Yuding child's play. After saying that, she clasped her hands together and silently chanted an incantation. Ice Sea descends. The frost demon bear behind her immediately roared, and a powerful energy wave rapidly spread in all directions. Then, a huge phantom of an ice ball slowly appeared behind the frost demon bear. Yan Yuding looked at the ice ball with apprehension. Teacher Zhuang had explained this move to them before. The damage from the exploding ice seed was comparable to a full-force attack from a 5th-tier ability user. She definitely couldn't block it. Yan Yuding pursed her lips and gritted her teeth. She risked it. Anyway, the class monitor only sent her up here to mess with Ji Nanqing's mentality. Yan Yuding raised her hand and swung the wind shadow whip, frantically channeling her spiritual power into it. Wind shadow whip first move, thunderous might. Terrifying lightning energy began to gather above her, the wind shadow whip in her hand constantly whipping, creating afterimages. Wow, the entire masked squad is ruthless. Even a peak second-tier cultivator can unleash this kind of power. Alas, it's a pity, the difference in spiritual power levels is too great. Jade Fox will have to sacrifice herself this time. Ah, next up will be the Dry Rice Man. Looking forward to it. Riding a hovering ball, Li Xiang was already prepared to rescue her. On the arena, Yin Yuding and Ji Nanqing's attacks clashed. The Ice Seed's offensive showed no signs of slowing down. The lightning power only lasted 2 seconds before being quickly absorbed. At this moment, Yin Yuding had already subtly lashed out with his wind shadow whip, wrapping it around Ji Nanqing's waist and pulling her forcefully off the arena again. Li Xiang, who was about to intervene, immediately stopped. With both fighters still locked in a stalemate, he couldn't intervene at this crucial moment. Ji Nanqing frowned, looking at the whip at her waist with annoyance. She immediately raised her hand, gripped the wind shadow whip tightly, and pulled it forcefully towards herself. This pull, however, directly pulled Yin Yuding, who was within the Ice Seed's attack range, towards her. Having narrowly escaped the attack, Yin Yuding raised his hand in a salute as he flew past. "Thank you, sister." Ji Nanqing's face immediately darkened. Li Xiang, who had been suspended in midair, coughed lightly, and awkwardly rode his hovering sphere back into the sky. Below the stage, Song Tianqi leaned close to Shui Zhongqi's ear and whispered, "Yin Yuding's persistent way of pestering people. It's obvious she learned it from the class monitor." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Shui Zhongqi immediately turned to complain. "Class monitor," Song Tianqi said, "you're persistent." Su Jintang, who was watching the match, frowned and glanced over. "What?" Song Tianqi's face paled, and he quickly covered Shui Zhongqi's mouth, then waved his other hand at her. "It's nothing, it's nothing." Su Jintang hesitated, looking at the two of them. "You two are talking bad about me?" "No, I didn't." Song Tianqi shook his head excitedly, pulling Shui Zhongqi to the side. "You two behave yourselves. I don't have time for you now." After saying that, Su Jintang speechlessly turned her gaze back to the stage. Using the agility of her wind shadow whip and the advantage of lightning, Yin Yuding entangled with Ji Nanqing for several more rounds before finally being tackled off the stage by the Frost Demon Bear. After falling off the stage, Yin Yuding calmly dusted herself off and walked towards Su Jintang. Class monitor, the harassment mission is complete. Before going on stage, her class monitor had only instructed her to harass the opponent as much as possible, and after these few rounds, Ji Nanqing was clearly thoroughly annoyed. Su Jintang gave her a thumbs up. Awesome. The match lasted a total of 4 minutes from start to finish. Given the significant difference in their mental strength levels, Yin Yuding's ability to persist for so long was commendable, even in defeat. Yin Yuding chuckled and scratched her head sheepishly. At this moment, Li Xiang landed above the stage on his hovering ball, raised the microphone, and announced, "The Dark Horse team wins this match." Chapter 118. Ji Nanqing landed back on the arena, her face flushed with frustration. She glanced at Yin Yuding, who had already jumped off the stage, feeling incredibly angry. However, remembering the tough battle ahead, she could only suppress her emotions for the time being, sitting down to recover her mental strength. The 10-minute intermission countdown began. I knew Ji Nanqing would win this match. After all, with such a large difference in mental strength levels, Yu Huli is already quite impressive to have lasted this long. Thankfully, the masked squad mainly watches Ganfanren. I predict this final match will be the most exciting of the day, haha. Soon, the live stream entered another commercial break. High-energy background music played in the arena, its strong rhythm creating an exceptionally lively atmosphere. Su Jintang squatted in the team waiting area, quickly reviewing the video of the previous battle. Although they lost the last match, Yin Yuding had managed to glean quite a bit of information. Su Jintang's gaze followed Ji Nanqing's movements throughout the video. When the video finished playing, Su Jintang stood up and began to flex her wrists. At this moment, all the satellite cameras in the venue were focused on Su Jintang and Ji Nanqing. Their every move was being watched by the entire audience. These two are so calm, each one more composed than the last. Ha ha ha, I'm more excited than them now, I'm dying of excitement. To capitalize on the two's popularity, the competition organizers rushed to create a banner advertising the ongoing match between the masked squad's Ganfanren and the Dark Horse team's Ji Nanqing, and pushed it onto the Starnet. The two were very famous, and many casual fans didn't usually follow the competition schedule closely. But as soon as the banner appeared, a large number of people clicked into the live stream. The number of viewers in the live stream, which was currently showing commercials, skyrocketed. Huh? Wasn't this supposed to be in full swing? Why is it all ads? Brothers and sisters, don't worry. There are only 4 minutes left before the match starts. Don't go away. I really like Ganfanren. Is she going to play in the next match? That's right. Ganfanren will be playing in the next match, which is also the last game of this semifinal. Seeing more and more viewers flooding into the live stream, the advertisers were all overjoyed. The catchy and addictive advertising slogans began to play repeatedly in the live stream. Soon, for minutes passed. After the last round of commercials, the live stream returned to the match venue. The camera focused on Lee Seong. Dressed in a white suit, he raised the microphone and announced with a smile, "Welcome back to our competition venue, everyone. The final semifinal showdown is about to begin. Please wait a moment, those who just arrived." At this moment, Su Jintang had finished warming up and stepped onto the stairs leading to the arena. As footsteps reached Ji Nanqing's ears, she quickly stopped her warm-up, opened her eyes, and looked at Su Jintang. Su Jintang, wearing a ghost mask, stood to the opposite side, arms crossed in front of him, his back straight. Ji Nanqing's expression turned serious. She stood up, supporting herself on the floor. "Hello." Su Jintang smiled and extended his hand to her. "Hello." After shaking hands, they introduced themselves. Ji Nanqing from the Dark Horse team, mental strength level 4. Ganfanren from the Masked Squad, mental strength level 3 peak. Lee Seong, riding a hovering ball, flew above the arena. The 7th match of the semifinals, a 1v1 duel, begins. A protective shield instantly rose from the arena, enveloping Su Jintang and Ji Nanqing. Su Jintang immediately activated her power, raising her hands, and a thick layer of ice surged forth, overwhelming the opposing side. The newly summoned Frost Demon Bear pounced on the ice, its sharp claws leaving deep scratches and emitting a piercing scraping sound. The ice shattered, and Ji Nanqing seized the opportunity to rush forward, throwing a miniature ice seed in her palm. Su Jintang paused her charge, quickly summoning ice power when the ice seed was still half a meter away. An instantaneous storm of ice blades attacked the ice seed. A hissing sound rang out as the ice blades scraped together, and tiny ice shards fell to the ground. The two attacks devoured each other and dissipated. Su Jintang leaped onto the other side of the ice and activated her ruby hidden arrow. Several hidden arrows shot swiftly towards Ji Nanqing. Ji Nanqing was prepared, and she too raised her hand to activate her hidden sleeve darts. Identical sleeve darts on both sides began to clash, the crisp clanging sounds echoing across the arena. Su Jintang wasn't idle either, quickly dodging the ice and running towards Ji Nanqing, who was hiding behind her. Ice chains. Two hard, sturdy ice chains rapidly emerged from the ground, crossing and wrapping around Ji Nanqing's waist. Ji Nanqing's expression darkened. She raised her hand and grasped the ice chains at her waist, her spiritual power surging from her palm, instantly shattering the chains. "Frost Demon Bear, Demonic Wind Dance." A cold voice rang out. The Frost Demon Bear behind Ji Nanqing swiftly raised its claws, and whirlwinds mixed with frost spewed from its mouth, gradually brewing into a larger frost storm. Su Jintang pursed her dry lips and raised her hand to summon an ice wall in front of her. An ice wall blocked the frost storm. At this moment, the Frost Demon Bear seized the opportunity to leap, soaring high over the ice wall and pouncing towards Su Jintang. Perfect timing. Su Jintang smirked, pointing at the Frost Demon Bear, his icy power radiating from his fingertips. A pressure infused with the aura of the Ice Soul Dragon descended upon the Frost Demon Bear. The Frost Demon Bear, which had been attacking fiercely just a second ago, immediately stopped in its tracks, a flicker of panic crossing its sharp eyes, before it quickly surveyed its surroundings. Ji Nanqing noticed the Frost Demon Bear's unusual behavior, her brow furrowing slightly. She immediately summoned it back to her side. Now away from Su Jintang, the Frost Demon Bear regained its ferocity, baring its fangs and raising its claws in a show of force. What just happened? The Frost Demon Bear seemed to have momentarily lost focus. I didn't see it clearly. It looked like the dry rice men used some kind of technique. I didn't understand either. Let me check again. Ji Nanqing was also puzzled by the Frost Demon Bear's strange behavior, but Su Jintang didn't give her a chance to think further, immediately launching 2 more ice blade storms. The storm swept in, carrying countless ice blades. Ji Nanqing's face turned cold. She raised her hands, ice attribute energy continuously condensing in her palms, gradually forming a huge ice seed, which she then threw, quickly clashing with the oncoming ice blade storms. The two sides were once again locked in a stalemate. How long has this been going on? I can't see any chance of winning. It's been about 7 or 8 minutes. They're probably still in the probing phase. Did anyone understand why the Frost Demon Bear suddenly froze? Was it some kind of idiot? I don't know, I don't understand. Several more rounds of combat ensued. Su Jintang and Ji Nanqing were each forced back several steps. Ji Nanqing frowned, staring at Su Jintang opposite her, her expression turning grim. After fighting for so long, she hadn't gained any advantage. And this was all because her opponent's mental strength level was suppressed. If Ganfarin were at the same level as her, the situation would probably have already shifted in the favor of the masked squad. She took a deep breath, calmed herself, and once again controlled the Frost Demon Bear to attack Su Jintang. This time, she wanted to test whether the previous anomaly would reappear. The next second, the Frost Demon Bear pounced menacingly towards Su Jintang. However, as soon as it got close, that terrifying aura of oppression reappeared. The arrogant Frost Demon Bear immediately wilted, this time reacting even more violently, turning tail and running away in panic. Ji Nanqing frowned and glanced at Su Jintang. The message conveyed by the Frost Demon Bear was fear. But why was it afraid? Only higher level or higher quality demonic beasts could instill fear in a 4th-tier Frost Demon Bear. Could it be that the Dry Eater's Eyes type ability also made her a demonic beast? And of a higher rank than her Frost Demon Bear? If that were the case, things would be difficult. Ji Nanqing pursed her thin lips, a look of seriousness flashing in her eyes. Su Jintang once again manipulated the ice chains to attack. The dense ice chains enveloped Ji Nanqing like a net. The Frost Demon Bear pounced to rescue her, its claws striking the ice chains above, shattering them one after another. Ji Nanqing seized the opportunity to escape, leaping into the air on the ice. Upon seeing the annoying Frost Demon Bear, Su Jintang raised his hand and directly unleashed a powerful Ice Soul Dragon aura to envelop it. The Frost Demon Bear, which had been baring its teeth, quickly became docile, turning in panic and fleeing in the opposite direction. Ji Nanqing's brows furrowed even more. "Come back!" she shouted, pressing down on the Frost Demon Bear. The Frost Demon Bear was clearly terrified, refusing to budge no matter how much she urged it, cowering timidly in place. Seeing an opportunity, Su Jintang's lips curled into a slight smile. He immediately unleashed his dragon blood power, attacking Ji Nanqing. The dragon blood power within his body rapidly burned and boiled, forming a protective layer around his skin. Ji Nanqing sensed this power and immediately became alert, retreating continuously until she reached the edge of the arena, with nowhere left to go. She spread her arms, channeling her ice elemental power. The military academy instructors had specifically studied this strange power of the Dry Rice Man's attack, but no one had reached a definitive conclusion. Therefore, to counter Su Jintang's move, the military academy had to spend a large sum of money to purchase a power-gathering artifact for Ji Nanqing. This artifact could temporarily enhance Ji Nanqing's mental strength, similar to the move of the Dry Rice Man, but perhaps not as powerfully amplified. It was better than nothing. Ji Nanqing took a deep breath, raised her hands, and a serious expression appeared between her brows. The moment the power-gathering magic weapon was activated, a strong white light erupted from it. Instantly, Ji Nanqing's power surged. As Su Jintang's fist came crashing down, Ji Nanqing also raised her fist to strike back. The impact of their fists colliding exploded instantly. Ji Nanqing was propelled backward like a cannonball. Just before flying off the stage, she summoned the Frost Demon Bear, using its back to propel herself back to the center of the stage. Su Jintang stood opposite her, shaking his wrist, which had gone numb from the impact. Seeing Ji Nanqing return, a sense of irritation rose within him. She's really difficult to deal with. Shiha Allied Forces School. Jiang Wenjue rested his chin on his hand, his eyes slightly narrowed, as he stared at the live broadcast of the competition. Did everyone see clearly what that move the Ganfarin used just now was all about? Several teachers shook their heads in confusion. That power is completely different from her special ability. It's clearly beyond our comprehension. Is it possible that the opponent also used some kind of energy-gathering artifact? Just one that's more concealed and harder to detect? Jiang Wenjue nodded. That's the only possibility. Teacher Jiang, you're so calm. You can still sit still. Aren't you afraid your student will actually lose the competition? A teacher next to him teased with a laugh. Jiang Wenjue smiled and said, in this matter, I trust Nanqing. Ji Nanqing was someone he personally discovered and specially recruited to the military academy. Of course, he knew the girl's abilities. Chapter 119. A few more minutes of the duel passed. Su Jintang and Ji Nanqing were completely locked in a stalemate. They traded blows, neither gaining the upper hand, leaving the surrounding spectators wide-eyed and unable to discern who had the upper hand. I'm impressed. This last match is too intense. Will Ganfanren even win? I think it's uncertain. Ganfanren's mental strength level is a whole level lower than Ji Nanqing's. If this continues, Ganfanren will definitely be the first to fall. Really? Ganfanren seems to be getting stronger with each setback. Not tired at all? The audience's attention returned to the arena. Su Jintang unleashed another combo, nearly throwing Ji Nanqing and her Frost Demon Bear off the stage. Ji Nanqing was also tenacious, narrowly escaping elimination time and time again, but always managing to pull the tide at crucial moments. After a fierce struggle, the two faced each other. Su Jintang's breathing became rapid. She rested her hands on her knees, slightly hunched over, her gaze fixed on Ji Nanqing opposite her. Ji Nanqing was also panting, her face wary as she stared at Su Jintang. The Frost Demon Bear stood trembling between the two, glancing left and right, its four legs shaking uncontrollably. 16 minutes had passed since the duel began. Ji Nanqing had already depleted more than a third of her mental energy, but it hadn't affected her yet. Su Jintang's mental C was twice as large as that of an ordinary third-tier ability user, so this amount of energy expenditure was negligible for her. After catching their breath for a few moments, the two charged at each other again to begin their battle. The sounds of intense battle, bang, bang, echoed across the arena. The audience watched the two intently. Frost Demon Bear, Sonic Impact. Ji Nanqing commanded coldly. The Frost Demon Bear immediately raised its paws, bared its teeth, revealing ferocious fangs, and roared at Su Jintang. The roar transformed into rings of sound waves that surged towards Su Jintang. Su Jintang smiled. Instead of dodging, she charged directly at the sonic attack. As the sonic attack penetrated her mental sea, the protective barrier formed by the Ice Soul Dragon and the tilted scales repelled it. Su Jintang, as if unharmed, reached the Frost Demon Bear. The familiar oppressive aura reappeared, and the Frost Demon Bear quickly wilted. Su Jintang lifted his leg, effortlessly mounting the Frost Demon Bear. He bent down, pinching the bear's ears with both hands. Go! It's common knowledge that beasts summoned by superhumans only obey their masters. The Frost Demon Bear, as if possessed, began running around the arena in circles, its four legs trembling, as Su Jintang commanded. Ji Nanqing, who was about to attack, paused, her brows furrowing rapidly. Come back! She forcefully commanded the Frost Demon Bear. However, it was no use. The Frost Demon Bear, ridden by Su Jintang, ran wildly around the edge of the arena, using all four legs. The audience was stunned for a few seconds before bursting into laughter. I'm dying of laughter. This scene is too abstract, haha. Wait, why is this Frost Demon Bear acting like it's possessed today, constantly serving as its opponent's mount? I'm speechless, ha ha ha. Can this match even continue, ha ha ha. Seeing this, Yuan Yao and the others were stunned. Sister Jintang has become so powerful that she can control demonic beasts. Yin Zitao was the first to break the silence. Qin Shushue pondered for a moment. This Frost Demon Bear is at least a fourth-tier demonic beast, completely overwhelming Sister Jintang in level. How could it willingly let her ride on its head? It feels like the pressure of the demonic beast's bloodline. Wei Zishuan offered his analysis. Wasn't Sister Wanyao also suppressed by Sister Jintang before? Yu Wanyao nodded. She said. Su Jintang's ice-type ability quality should be much higher than the Frost Demon Bear's. While the group was discussing, Su Jintang had already ridden the Frost Demon Bear around the arena once. Ji Nanqing called out for a long time, but the Frost Demon Bear didn't react at all. Her face darkened, she raised her palm, frantically gathering ice power in her hand, and charged directly at Su Jintang. Go, jump to the left. Su Jintang slapped the bear's rump. The Frost Demon Bear immediately obeyed, and leaped to the left. Ji Nanqing's attack missed completely. A burst of laughter erupted from the surrounding stands. Ji Nanqing's lips twitched, a flame flickering in her eyes, as she stared at the Frost Demon Bear. Attack! Su Jintang pointed forward. The Frost Demon Bear she was riding immediately leaped high into the air, pouncing towards Ji Nanqing. This time, Ji Nanqing couldn't tolerate it any longer. She raised her hand, instantly canceling the summoning of the Frost Demon Bear. The Frost Demon Bear she was riding vanished instantly. Su Jintang landed on the arena. She braced herself with one hand, crouched slightly, clapped her hands, and stood up. Demon Bear Possession. Ji Nanqing crossed her arms over her chest, and a blinding blue light erupted from her body. Then, the activation of her power-gathering magic weapon caused her strength to surge several times over. The immense energy instantly distorted the surrounding air. Ji Nanqing didn't stop there. She gathered her power again and activated her ability assimilation state. Her ability attribute was ice. In ability assimilation, she would be immune to a portion of ice-type damage. Su Jintang looked up in surprise. Was Ji Nanqing going to fight head-on? Dragging things out was pointless anyway. A direct confrontation, a quick victory, would be better. A dark glint flashed in Su Jintang's eyes. He raised his hands, and his entire body's dragon blood power rapidly ignited. At the same time, he activated his ability assimilation state. In an instant, a blinding light erupted from her body. Several ice blade storms were instantly summoned, gradually brewing behind her. The impatient audience immediately became excited. Is the result coming out yet? The dry rice team must win. I bet on the masked squad to win. Nanqing, Nanqing, spread your wings and soar. The cheers from both teams' fans immediately erupted in the stands, their synchronized chants echoing throughout the venue. The audience watching the live stream also grew excited, holding their breath and staring intently at the screen. Su Jintang and Ji Nanqing quickly collided. The energy from both sides intertwined, forming a massive, icy blue orb that enveloped them, obscuring everything inside. The leaking energy spread outwards, creating powerful gusts of wind. The intense light radiating from the orb was so blinding that many spectators had to close their eyes to avoid it. A few seconds later, the bright light vanished, and the arena fell silent. The light disappeared, revealing the two figures enveloping it. Ji Nanqing, pale-faced, clutched her chest, swaying unsteadily, and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Li Xiang, riding on the hovering sphere, quickly jumped onto the arena, supporting Ji Nanqing and calling out, "Healer!" On the surface, their fight seemed evenly matched, so he couldn't intervene. Because he couldn't determine who had the upper hand, he had no choice but to let them fight it out themselves. The on-site healer quickly rushed to the stage to provide assistance. A soothing healing white light fell upon Ji Nanqing, rapidly relieving the pain in her chest. Seeing that she was alright, Li Xiang turned to look at the unharmed Su Jintang. She stood with her arms crossed in front of her, looking at him calmly, the ghost mask on her face appearing extremely cold. "Referee, can we announce the result of this match now?" Li Xiang snapped out of his daze, straightened his back, faced the audience, and announced with a smile, "The masked squad wins this semi-final match." The moment his words fell, neon spotlights flashed around the arena, the colorful lights intertwining and reflecting on Su Jintang's ghost mask, adding to its mystique. Bang! Bang! The fireworks prepared by the on-site staff also launched. Masked squad! Masked squad! The fan shouts rang out. "Ganfanren is awesome! Ganfanren is so handsome! I love you, boo-hoo!" Various excited screams rang out continuously. The audience in the live broadcast room erupted in cheers. "Damn! That's awesome! My bet on the masked squad winning is on track. Ha ha ha, Ganfanren is amazing. No wonder he's the captain of the masked squad. I just came in and saw they won. What a surprise!" Yin Yuding excitedly hugged Jiang Shi and the other two, shouting wildly, "Ah! We won! We're in the semifinals!" Amidst this lively atmosphere, two healers discreetly carried Ji Nanqing off the stage. The other members of the Dark Horse team stared at Su Jintang, still standing on the stage, with complicated expressions. Although they already knew Ganfanren was exceptionally strong, seeing their captain beaten like this still left them with mixed feelings. At the same time, in the conference room of Shiha Alliance Military Academy, Jiang Wenjue and the other teachers all looked rather grim. Especially Jiang Wenjue, whose expression almost completely crumbled when he saw Ji Nanqing being carried off the stage by the healers. After a long silence, a teacher spoke up to ease the tension. "It's alright, just consider it a learning experience for the students. This result is already an exceptional performance, very good." While saying this, the military academy had invested considerable funds and resources in Ji Nanqing and her group of 5 for this superpower competition. They were aiming for the championship. "Teacher Jiang, don't think too much. Our main focus is still the military academy league 3 years later. We have 3 years to allow Ji Nanqing and the others to grow. A setback now is good for them." Jiang Wenjue forced a smile. "Yes, that's right." Meanwhile, at the Recta's military academy, Zhuang Silin and Miao Mingji exchanged a smiling glance. "Teacher Zhuang's students are indeed as excellent as ever," Miao Mingji praised. Zhuang Silin smiled modestly. "That's all thanks to the principal and other leaders for their willingness to invest funds in their development." "Indeed." Miao Mingji smiled and stood up. "Reaching the semifinals is already a remarkable achievement. The funds invested in them have certainly paid off." at the superpowered individuals competition. Now, please welcome the entire winning masked squad to the stage for our post-match interview, Li Xiang announced, holding the microphone. Su Jintang remained on the stage. Yin Yuting and the other three quickly composed themselves and lined up neatly to walk onto the stage. Song Tianqi specifically stood to Su Jintang's left. Seeing the satellite cameras around them, he quickly smoothed his hair. Shui Zhongqi also cleared his throat and struck a rather dashing pose for the satellite cameras. Yin Yuting stood ramrod straight, his face brimming with barely concealed excitement. Only Jiang Shi maintained her previous calm and collected demeanor. Ah, I love the masked squad. They won. They finally won. Just one more step, and they'd be the champion. Chapter 120. The excited comments from viewers, who had been waiting in the live stream for a long time, quickly filled the entire screen. Li Xiang greeted the viewers in front of the camera, then smiled and approached Su Jintang. After 7 matches, you finally secured victory in the championship. As the captain of the masked squad, what are your thoughts now? Li Xiang then held the microphone to Su Jintang's lips, his gaze also falling on her. Su Jintang cleared her throat and said calmly, "Thank you all for your support. We will continue to work hard in the upcoming championship." Li Xiang smiled slightly and asked, "Are you confident about the championship?" "Of course," Su Jintang replied matter-of-factly. Her confident and resolute voice carried through the microphone. A unified chant immediately erupted from the arena. "Good for nothings. Good for nothings. The masked squad is still as arrogant as ever, ha ha ha, but I love it. Ah, the masked squad really made it to the championship. Awesome. This must be the first team in the history of the superpowered individuals tournament to reach the championship with an average age of only 16, right?" In the team rest area, the captains of the Purple Cloud Pond Flower and Light and Bright teams exchanged a glance. Both wore expressions of helplessness. Playing against them in the championship is really stressful, the captain of the Light and Bright team said with a helpless smile. The captain of the Purple Cloud Pond Flower team, Mu Yongshou, smiled slightly, "Yes. Then let Purple Cloud Pond Flower bear this pressure. With this semifinal over, it would be their turn to face off. Only the winner can advance to the championship and face the masked squad." Upon hearing this, the captain of the Light and Bright team immediately became serious. "No need for that, we can handle that kind of pressure, ha ha ha." Meanwhile, the interview on the stage continued. Li Xiang approached Jiang Shi, deliberately lowering his voice, and asked, "Miss Cold-Blooded Killer, in today's semifinal match, what do you consider to be the biggest difficulty you encountered? What are your thoughts on it?" Jiang Shi looked up, glanced at the satellite camera opposite her, and said succinctly, "No difficulty and no thoughts. Ha 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 ha, here comes the even more arrogant part. Cold-Blooded Killer is still the coolest, directly saying there was no difficulty. 2 seconds of silence for the host, ha ha ha, interviewing the masked squad is simply deadly." Li Xiang indeed froze on the spot. After a long while, he managed to force a smile again, then approached Song Tianqi. Based on his understanding of the 5 members of the masked squad, this hot air balloon boy seemed quite approachable. It would be better to interview him first to liven up the atmosphere. "Hello, hot air balloon. Many viewers and fans were very interested in your use of the Vermilion Bird bloodline during today's semifinal match. Would you mind talking about it in detail?" Song Tianqi, one hand on his hip and the other flicking his hair, straightened his back and said, "Well, it's actually quite simple. I just did it like that, and then the Vermilion Bird bloodline was activated." Li Xiang gave an awkward dry laugh. Possessing the bloodline of a divine beast is absolutely top tier and rarest in interstellar space. How come he described it like some random snow spirit grass bought at the market? Fortunately, Song Tianqi was quite cooperative, obediently answering a few more questions before shutting up. Then it was Shui Zhongqi's turn to be interviewed. The moment the satellite camera panned across him, Shui Zhongqi immediately straightened his back, adjusted his collar, and spoke in an extremely gentle voice. "Hello everyone, I'm Big Watermelon from the masked squad." Ha! Using the most gentlemanly attitude to say the most abstract name. "I'm really curious. What was Big Watermelon thinking when he named himself Big Watermelon?" Ha ha ha. A burst of laughter erupted from the audience in the stands. Li Xiang, with his professional hosting skills, suppressed his laughter. He cleared his throat. "Okay, Big Watermelon. Regarding the semifinals, is there anything you'd like to say to the audience and fans?" Shui Zhongqi proactively walked to the microphone stand, bent down, and spoke gently. "Winning this semifinal was quite difficult for us. First, I want to thank our audience and fans who have supported us all along. Because of your companionship and encouragement, we were able to make it all the way to the semifinals. Secondly, he rambled on with grand pronouncements before finally circling back to himself. I'm not usually very good at talking, and I hope you won't find my words offensive. Well, that's all for my remarks. Shui Zhongqi bowed deeply to the satellite camera and then returned to the group. Yin Yuding, standing to the side, twitched her lips and glanced at him. When it comes to putting on airs, no one can beat Shui Zhongqi. Yin Yuding was the last to be interviewed. Li Xiang breathed a sigh of relief, smiled at her, and asked, Miss Yu Fox, your performance in the semifinals today was quite surprising, and many viewers and fans really like you. Is there anything you'd like to say about this? Yin Yuding walked to the satellite camera, bowed slightly, and spoke into the microphone. Hello everyone, I'm Jade Fox from the Masked Squad. Thank you so much for your support. We will continue to work hard in the upcoming championship. Thank you. A very standard official response. After speaking, she turned and returned to her position with the team. Li Xiang hesitated for a moment, then smiled. Okay. That concludes the post-match interview segment. We have a half-hour break, after which the semifinal match between the Xixiapan Flower team and the Guangaming team will take place. Stay tuned. The semifinal format involves 4 teams being randomly matched to determine the winners and losers. The winners will advance to the championship match. The losers will compete for 3rd and 4th place. Currently, the masked team has successfully advanced to the championship match and is guaranteed at least a top 2 finish. The losing Dark Horse team will have to compete against another team from the losers bracket for 3rd and 4th place. Su Jintang and her 5 teammates walked off the stage and along the player tunnel to the team rest area. Congratulations. Mu Yongsho immediately stood up, smiling broadly as he clasped his hands in congratulations. Su Jintang glanced at him, recognizing him as the captain of the Xixiapan Flower team. She nodded slightly. You're too kind. Mu Yongsho and his teammates stood watching as Su Jintang and his group of 5 sat down in the back rest area. The 5 members of the Guangaming team also focused their attention on Su Jintang and his group. However, their attention was clearly more focused on Zixia Qihua, since their teams would be facing off in the semifinals. A short while later, the staff called both teams away. In the team rest area, only the 5 members of the masked squad remained. Squad leader, who do you think will win between these 2 teams? Song Tianqi leaned forward and whispered in Su Jintang's ear. Su Jintang crossed his arms, his gaze sweeping over the members of both teams. On the surface, Zixia Qihua seems to have a stronger overall team. But Guangaming definitely has some hidden cards up their sleeve, so the odds of winning should be about the same? Yin Yuding chimed in, gossiping, I remember the underground casino gave Zixia Qihua the lowest odds to win, so I blindly guess Zixia Qihua will win. Shui Zhongqi joined in the fun, I disagree. The underground casino gave our team the highest odds to win, and we still made it to the winner's bracket. That shows the casino owner is a bad judge of character. This time, I'm betting on Guangaming to win. Then I bet on Guangaming too. Song Tianqi immediately raised his hand. Seeing the 3 of them start betting on the spot, Su Jintang also became somewhat interested. She turned to Jiang Shishi. Which team do you think has the best chance of winning? Jiang Shi hesitated for a moment. The Purple Cloud Pond Flower team, I guess. Su Jintang smiled. Since everyone has their own ideas, how about we make a bet? Song Tianqi immediately became wary. What are we betting on? He had suffered more losses at the hands of his class monitor than he had in all his years of life, so he was extremely cautious about betting. Whoever loses will be responsible for all the match interviews from now on. If you win, you can decide for yourself whether you want to be interviewed, Su Jintang said. Song Tianqi hesitated for a moment. You're betting on this? Su Jintang nodded yes. Sure. Shui Zhongqi immediately agreed. This bet is no problem at all, I bet. He was very enthusiastic about the interview, so winning or losing, the bet put no pressure on him at all. Song Tianqi's eyes lit up too. Sure. I bet too. Seeing the 2 so excited, Yin Yuding's face showed a subtle smile. Have you 2 thought this through? The interview task can be light or heavy, but the pressure is quite high. Shui Zhongqi, I'm fine with it. Song Tianqi also straightened his back. Me too. Jiang Shi glanced at the 2 of them. Then I bet too. In the end, all 5 agreed and accepted the bet. At this moment, at the competition venue, the lights in the venue suddenly went out, plunging the entire place into darkness. In the silence, a murmur arose from the audience. What's going on? Why did the lights suddenly go out? Just as everyone was wondering, snap! A spotlight suddenly blazed on, shining on the stage. A neatly arranged dance team slowly rose from the center of the stage. 5 incredibly handsome men, with amazing physiques appeared in everyone's view. At the same time, upbeat music began to play, and the handsome men started dancing in unison. The handsome man in the center, with his silver hair, smiled and made a cute heart shape with his hands as the satellite camera panned across him. Wow, are they celebrities too? They're so handsome. Yin Yuding's eyes immediately widened, staring intently at the broadcast screen. Su Jintang, chin in hand, watched with great interest. They're pretty handsome. Right? Yin Yuding excitedly leaned closer. The one in the center is the most handsome, and also very cute. My god, where did the competition organizers find all these handsome young men? Jiangxi didn't speak, but she kept staring at the broadcast screen. I think I'm not bad compared to them, Shui Zhongqi retorted, unconvinced. Song Tianqi quickly fixed his hair. Yeah, we're pretty handsome too. Why don't I see you 3 staring at us like this usually? Yin Yuding turned around, dumbfounded, to examine them. You too. Are you handsome? Shui Zhongqi cleared his throat and forced a smile, asking, are we handsome? Jiangxi rationally added, handsome isn't about looks, it's about the feeling. Song Tianqi persisted, unwilling to give up. So, if it's about the feeling, am I considered handsome? Su Jintang was silent for a moment. You're more like a comedian. Chapter 121. Song Tianqi's lips twitched. Impossible, I'm clearly very handsome. He defiantly put his hands on his hips, straightened his back, seemingly wanting to show off his masculine good looks. Yin Yuding burst out laughing upon hearing the class monitor's answer. Shui Zhongqi also couldn't help but glance at Song Tianqi with a smile. Why did you ask for trouble? Song Tianqi rolled his eyes speechlessly. Shut up. The handsome men's synchronized dance on the stage quickly ended. The colorful lights faded, and several handsome men stood panting on the stage, thanking the audience. The staff specially controlled the satellite camera to give each of them a close-up. Ah, so handsome. I like the silver-haired one in the middle. Only children make choices, I like them all, ha ha ha. Ha ha, me too. Me too. I like them all, I love all the handsome ones. The boy band dancing on the stage is a newly launched idol group from Star Entertainment Company. They're not very popular yet, but their looks and skills are top-notch. Therefore, the company specifically collaborated with the official organizers of the Superpowered Individuals competition to secure this performance opportunity for them. Besides the hundreds of thousands of audience members at the venue, there are tens of millions of online viewers in the live stream. This dance alone is enough to give them huge exposure. Thank you for your support, brothers and sisters. See you next time. The silver-haired captain, standing in the center, smiled sweetly and thanked the camera and the audience. As soon as she finished speaking, the stage's lift automatically lowered, taking the 5 members with them and disappearing from the audience's sight. Dear viewers, now it's time for another exciting moment of our duel. The second semi-final match will be between the Purple Cloud Pond Flower team and the Light and Bright team. The members of both teams are currently in the waiting area, warming up. Li Xiang, holding a microphone, appeared above the arena on a hovering sphere. On the floating screen behind him, photos and information about the members of both teams slowly appeared. Before the match officially begins, let's familiarize ourselves with each team's members. Team Rest Area. Su Jintang listened to Li Xiang's introduction, while taking a thunder fruit from the fruit plate beside him, and starting to eat it. Thunder fruit is a spiritual fruit containing lightning elemental energy. It can be eaten as a snack, and long-term consumption can temper the physical strength of those with superpowers. This was specially provided by the competition staff for the contestants. The Purple Cloud Pond Flower team members are quite strong, Shui Zhongqi remarked, stroking his chin. Definitely. After all, they were the runners-up in the previous competition. Yin Yuding replied, munching on a thunder fruit. Song Tianqi's expression also turned serious. The Purple Cloud Pond Flower team has 2 fifth-tier teams, 2 peak 4th-tier teams, and 1 4th-tier team left. If the Purple Cloud Pond Flower team advances, we have to play them next. They're tough, Jiangxi said calmly. Tougher than tough, it's practically impossible. Yin Yuding said with a worried look, sigh, we just won the semifinals, and there's still the championship match waiting. Every day is getting harder. Su Jintang took a couple of bites of a thunder fruit and remained silent. Judging from the current situation, whichever team advances will pose a significant threat to them. The semifinals had almost exhausted all their trump cards. The championship match would definitely be specifically targeted, so the effectiveness of their trump cards would be greatly reduced. However, fortunately, she still had one trump card that hadn't been revealed. She should still be able to put up a fight. Soon, the duel between the purple cloud pond flower and the light and bright team began. Both teams drew 2v2 and 3v3 mixed team battle modes. In the first match, the purple cloud pond flower team sent out one tier 5 and one tier 4 peak player. The two members sent by the light and bright team were slightly weaker, two tier 4 peak players. The battle was about to begin. Su Jintang, who was eating a thunder fruit, suddenly received a communication message. She stopped eating the fruit, looked down, took out her communicator, and tapped on the communication screen. It was a message from Chiozhuyu. Congratulations, the information we shared with you wasn't wasted. Su Jintang knew that Chiozhuyu and the others had also come to watch the match today. She smiled slightly and replied, "You're welcome." Just as she finished replying, another unread message popped up. This time it was from Yuanyao in their group chat. "Yuanyao, just snapped a few ugly photos of you guys, you're welcome." She then attached a series of blurry, unflattering photos of Su Jintang and the other three. Su Jintang paused for 2 seconds, then clicked on and zoomed in on one of the photos. It was a picture of her jumping onto the back of the frost demon bear. Because of the shooting angle and her fast movements, the photo made her look like a lame old woman, standing on one leg on the bear's back, a rather comical sight. Su Jintang, She tagged Yuanyao in the group chat. "Here's 1,000 star coins, delete mine." Yuanyao, 1,000 star coins, and you think I delete it? Shrug group chat messages kept popping up. Yin Yuding, also curious, clicked into the communication screen. Upon seeing a bunch of inexplicably unflattering photos in the group chat, Yin Yuding exploded. "No way. You guys have no sportsmanship. Delete them. Delete them." Song Tianqi, who had just been experiencing appearance anxiety because of those handsome guys, exploded upon seeing these unflattering photos. I'm going crazy. Delete them. Delete them. These aren't me." Su Jintang and the other two, who were the first to see the photos, were all in a bad mood. This change caught the attention of Shui Zhongqi and Jiangxi. "What's wrong with you three?" Shui Zhongqi asked curiously. Yin Yuding turned around, looking utterly hopeless. "Look at our group chat." Only then did Shui Zhongqi click into the group chat. A few seconds later, his previously calm demeanor instantly flared up. "Who filmed this? I twist their head off." Yin Yuding said speechlessly, "It must have been Wei Zixuan and his gang filming together." Shui Zhongqi rolled up his sleeves. "Wait till I get back. I killed them all." Su Jintang had already calmed down from her earlier outburst. It didn't matter. Everyone was wearing masks anyway, so who knew who was who? She exited the communication screen, crossed her arms, and continued watching the live match. The members of the Guangaming team were slightly weaker in terms of mental strength, but their actual combat ability was in no way inferior to their opponents. 10 minutes into the match, the two sides were still locked in a fierce battle. Su Jintang placed her hands on her knees, bent her upper body slightly, and stared intently at the broadcast screen, her gaze following the movements of the two members of the Zixia team. From their combat movements, it was clear that the two Zixia team members were definitely professionally trained. Every offensive and defensive move was efficient and crisp. Although the battle is still intense, the Zixia team's superior fighting skills mean that given enough time, their opponents will inevitably reveal more weaknesses. Another 5 minutes passed. Two Zixia team members combined their strength to knock the two opponents off the stage. Li Xiang immediately went up to announce, "In this 2v2 duel, the Zixia team wins." "They really got off to a good start," Song Tianqi muttered, resting his chin on his hand. Shui Zhongqi added, "Judging from the looks of it now, the Zixia team is indeed formidable." Su Jintang picked up the half-eaten thunder fruit and continued munching. "So we think we win the bet we made earlier." Shui Zhongqi cleared his throat, continuing to force a smile. "It doesn't matter, I quite enjoy giving interviews anyway." Song Tianqi, wanting to save face, immediately agreed, nodding, "Yes, let the two of us do the interviews from now on." Yin Yuding, also munching on fruit, smiled and thanked them. "Thank you both." The 10-minute break ended. The second 3v3 team battle then began. With no room for error, the three members of the Guangaming team fought extremely hard. They gained a decisive advantage right from the start. Many viewers thought Zixia was going to lose, but halfway through the game, Mu Yongsho from Zixia suddenly unleashed his ultimate skill, turning the tide of the battle and winning the second match. Zixia blooms, the championship is coming soon. Mu Yongsho, I love you so much. Zixia. Zixia. The cheers of the audience and fans immediately erupted, filling the entire arena in an instant. Su Jintang crossed his arms in front of him, glanced sideways at Jiangxi, and sighed, "Our championship is going to be tough again." Jiangxi withdrew her gaze, pursed her lips, and said, "We meet force with force, and water with earth." The semifinals concluded smoothly. The news that the Masked Squad and the Purple Cloud Pond Flower team had advanced to the championship quickly spread across the Star Network. Wow! The Masked Squad actually made it to the championship? This is historic. This is the first time in the superpowered individuals competition that a team with an average age of no more than 16 has advanced to the championship. Damn it, I should have bet more on the Masked Squad to win. Win. That's unlikely. The Purple Cloud Pond Flower team was the runner-up last year. Their overall strength is very strong. I also feel that the Purple Cloud Pond Flower team has a better chance of winning. After the semifinals, Su Jintang and his 5 teammates received high praise and commendation from Zhuang Silin and the leaders of the military academy. At the same time, advancing to the championship also meant that the Masked Squad had already secured the runner-up position and would receive a prize of 1 million star coins per person. Inside the villa's conference room, Su Jintang, hands resting on the edge of the conference table, said, "The runner-up prize for this competition is 1 million star coins each. Don't forget the debt you owe the military academy." Song Tianqi immediately raised his hand. "Don't worry, we hand it over to the military academy the moment we get the prize money. They made quite a bit of money gambling in the underground black market recently, so 1 million was nothing to them." Su Jintang nodded, "That can wait. We have another piece of good news today. The director of the show Happy Match specifically contacted me and extended an invitation to our Masked Squad to appear on the live broadcast the day after tomorrow. What do you guys think?" Yan Yuding immediately looked up, his eyes filled with surprise. "It's that show that so many popular stars are scrambling to get on, Happy Match. Wow, we're actually lucky enough to get on it." Song Tianqi had also heard of the show. He smiled wickedly and flicked his bangs. "Looks like my handsomeness has spread to the entertainment industry." Chapter 122. Shui Zhongqi was also pleasantly surprised, immediately straightening his back and perking up his ears. "Really? Doesn't the show only invite the top-tier celebrities?" Jiangxi turned to look at him as well. "Yes, because we're currently the hottest celebrities on the StarNet." Su Jintang said calmly, arms crossed. "We have to go. We absolutely have to go." Song Tianqi was the first to agree. Yan Yuding also excitedly slammed his hand on the table. "Right, it would be a waste of an opportunity not to join in the fun on such a popular show." Shui Zhongqi straightened his clothes and said with an air of elegance, "Sure, I'm free anyway." Su Jintang turned to Jiangxi. "What about you, Shi?" "I'm fine with anything." Jiangxi replied calmly. Su Jintang withdrew her gaze. "Since that's the case, I reply to the production team now. Everyone, get ready to record the show the day after tomorrow." Night fell, and Su Jintang sat cross-legged in the cultivation room. Her breathing was calm, her eyes closed, the illusory figures of the Ice Soul Dragon and the tilted scales floating behind her appearing and disappearing. After an unknown amount of time, a burst of intense light erupted from her body. Following this, the power within her body began to surge dramatically. The light grew increasingly blinding, illuminating the entire room as if it were daytime. This surge in power lasted for a full quarter of an hour before it stopped. Su Jintang slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, her hands slowly falling from her sides and returning to the center of her dantian. The next second, she opened her eyes, a sharp light flashing in them. After nearly 2 months of hard work, her spiritual power level had finally broken through to the 4th rank. "When are you going to speed up your cultivation progress? It's too slow." The green membrane Archaeopteryx flapped its wings and flew out of the pet space. Su Jintang stood up, not even glancing at him, and went straight to the living room, sitting down on the sofa. A moment later, Jin Xiaobao also emerged from his spiritual sea. He stood with his arms crossed on the opposite coffee table, a hint of arrogance in his expression, finally reached the 4th rank. "Don't slack off lately. Try to reach the 5th rank as soon as possible, then I won't need to help you activate the Libre anymore." Su Jintang poured herself a glass of water, took a sip to moisten her throat, and replied, "Understood." At that moment, the communicator beside her vibrated twice. It was a reply from the Happy Matchmaking Program team. "Okay, thank you very much for accepting our invitation. See you at the recording the day after tomorrow." Su Jintang politely replied with an emoji. After finishing her water, she put down the glass, got up, and went downstairs to the training ground. After reaching the 4th rank, she gained another skill effect, perfect for trying it out. Squad leader, still not resting so late. Yin Yuding had just stepped off the training arena when he saw Su Jintang. Su Jintang replied, yeah, just reached level 4, came over to try out my new skill. Yin Yuding was stunned for a moment, then his eyes lit up with surprise. You reached level 4. That's great, we have another bargaining chip in the championship. Su Jintang quickly went to the arena, where a strength testing device was set up. Yin Yuding, who had already stepped off the stage, helped press the protective button, and the arena was instantly enveloped in a protective shield. Su Jintang slowly activated his mental power, condensing ice power in his palm. For skill, Ice Mist Snow Lotus. After activation, 3 exploding snow lotuses can be instantly condensed, along with an ice mist domain effect, covering an area of 10 miles. Each exploding snow lotus generates high damage. The simultaneous explosion of 3 snow lotuses can trigger damage reaching the peak of the 4th tier. In the blink of an eye, 3 snow lotuses appeared in Su Jintang's palm. Amidst this, a cloud of icy mist descended, and ice beads gradually condensed in the air, instantly lowering the surrounding temperature to freezing. A chill swept over Yin Yuding, who instinctively shrank his neck. On the arena, Su Jintang raised her hand, manipulating the 3 snow lotuses to simultaneously slam them towards the strength testing device opposite her. The 3 snow lotuses slowly bloomed, floating lightly through the air, landing on the strength testing device like cotton, seemingly weightless. Half a second later, a deafening explosion resounded. The immense shockwave from the explosion forced Su Jintang back several steps. She was forced back to the edge of the arena before finally stopping. At this moment, the test results popped up on the strength testing device screen. Attack damage has reached the peak of the 4th tier. Wow, class monitor, your new skill is something else. Yin Yuding, watching from below, exclaimed in surprise. Su Jintang looked down at his palm, not bad. A moment later, the commotion that had just erupted in the arena training ground attracted the attention of the others. Song Tianqi rushed out of the room, looking anxious, and ran downstairs. What happened? What just exploded? Yin Yuding immediately explained, the class monitor has leveled up to the 4th tier, and came to test the new skill's effect. Holy crap! The class monitor has leveled up to the 4th tier too. Song Tianqi yelled at the top of his lungs. Oh no, the pressure is even greater now. There were 5 people in the experimental class, and everyone knew just how monstrous Jiang Shi's strength was. Now Su Jintang followed suit, advancing to the 4th tier. The pressure on the other 3 naturally increased even more. Soon, Song Tianqi's shouts reached Jiang Shi and Shui Zhongqi's ears. The news of Su Jintang's advancement to the 4th tier spread far and wide. Fortunately, everyone was already immune to Su Jintang's eccentricities, so they were only slightly surprised before continuing with their own tasks. The day for participating in Happy Match arrived quickly. Su Jintang and his group of 5, dressed neatly, arrived at the recording studio on time. The studio was a large one. Outside the filming location, many fans who had received advance notice were waiting on the roadside. As soon as the 5 members of the masked squad appeared, screams erupted from both sides of the road. "Ah, you're so cool, Mom loves you. The cold-blooded killer is the coolest. Hot air balloon, look here. Look here. Jade Fox, you're the best. And Big Watermelon, you're great too." The fan crowd was enormous, but this was only a small part of it. Many others were still out of town, unable to make it in time for various reasons, and could only watch the live stream online in their spare time. This way, please, all 5 of you. The production crew, clearly immune to this kind of scene, smiled and gestured for Su Jintang and his group of 5 to enter. Su Jintang nodded and quickly entered the recording studio. The studio was spacious, with employees wearing work badges moving back and forth. The program director, wearing a gray vest, waved to Su Jintang and his group, 5 teachers, "I'm here." Su Jintang turned his head, his gaze immediately drawn to the 5 handsome men beside the director. She hesitated for a moment. Weren't these the 5 guys who performed during the intermission of the semifinals? Wow! So handsome. Yin Yuding couldn't help but blurt out her thoughts. They were so close that all 5 handsome guys opposite her heard her. The silver-haired boy who had been standing in the center smiled shyly, and said to Yin Yuding, "Thank you for the compliment, sister." Damn. Yin Yuding couldn't help but swear, he even calls you sister. Su Jintang pursed her lips, a slight smile playing on her lips, and began to look the silver-haired boy up and down. "This is the Mulingxiu Idol Group. They will be participating in this program recording with you. You can all get to know each other first." The director quickly introduced them. He pushed the silver-haired boy forward first. "This is Shen Macheng, the captain of the Newlingxia idol group. Hello, brothers and sisters. Shin Muchung greeted Su Jintang and the other four obediently, her voice soft and gentle, evoking a sense of tenderness in everyone. Yin Yuding's heart melted instantly, and she replied with utmost gentleness, "Yes, hello, hello." Song Tianqi and Shui Zhongqi exchanged a glance, a hint of dissatisfaction flashing in their eyes. "Who are you calling brother? I'm only 16 this year. Are you younger than me?" Song Tianqi spoke first. Shin Muchung was taken aback. "Brother is only 16? You seem so mature and manly. I thought you were older than me." Song Tianqi's provocative mood was immediately interrupted. He paused for 2 seconds. "You said I'm mature and manly? Really? Do I really look mature?" At this point, Song Tianqi even touched his chin in surprise, seemingly deep in thought. Shin Muchung nodded immediately. "Really? I think you have a lot of masculine charm, brother." Su Jintang, standing to the side, chuckled. She glanced at Song Tianqi teasingly. Sure enough, after being casually praised, Song Tianqi's previous defiant attitude vanished instantly, replaced by a silly, happy expression. "Oh, little brother, you're so good with words." Song Tianqi patted Shin Muchung's shoulder generously. "It's okay, I protect you from now on. Tell me if you need anything." Seeing Song Tianqi so easily won over, Shui Zhongqi rolled his eyes speechlessly. No wonder teacher Zhuang always says you're all brawn and no brains. After praising everyone, Shin Muchung's gaze finally settled on Su Jintang. "Sister, you're the captain of the masked squad, right? I really like you, and all my other team members admire you too." His sincere expression made his words incredibly touching. Su Jintang smiled back at him. "Thanks, little brother." "Sister, would it be convenient for me to add your contact number?" Shin Muchung looked at Su Jintang with expectant eyes. Just as Su Jintang was about to speak, Shui Zhongqi squeezed in from the side. "Go away, our captain doesn't add just anyone." "It's okay, I add you." Yin Yuding immediately rushed over, showing off his contact number. Su Jintang also patted Shui Zhongqi on the shoulder, indicating to him, "It's okay, this little brother can add you." Shui Zhongqi, He knew it. This is a world that judges by looks. He should have known better than to participate in this lousy show. All the girls have been snatched up by other guys. The funniest thing was that Song Tianqi, standing next to him, also smiled and showed off his contact number. "Little brother, I add you too." Shui Zhongqi, Noticing his mood, Jiang Shi walked over and patted him on the shoulder twice. "You get used to it." After another half hour of rest, the live broadcast finally began. The host, seated on the sofa, smiled at the camera. "Hello everyone, welcome to this week's live broadcast of Happy Matchup. Today, we invited 5 members of the masked squad, who's recently gained immense popularity on StarNet, as well as the idol group Mu Ling Xiu, for our interviews." "Ah, they're here. The production team is amazing, they actually managed to get the masked squad to record this. I prepared so many questions for the masked squad, they absolutely have to choose my questions during the Q&A session. Because of the masked squad's popularity, the Happy Matchup live broadcast reached unprecedented levels of viewership." Su Jintang leaned back on the sofa, his gaze habitually sweeping around. When his eyes fell on a staff member cleaning up debris outside, a strange sense of familiarity washed over him. "Where have I seen this person before?" Chapter 123. Su Jintang's gaze lingered on the staff member for a long time. She thought for a while, but couldn't remember where she had seen this person before. "Ms. Ganfamin, many fans in the live stream are very curious about you. The staff has collected a few questions from fans. Would it be convenient to answer them live?" The host's gaze and camera suddenly turned to her. Su Jintang withdrew her gaze, temporarily suppressing her doubts, and nodded in response, "Of course." The staff member immediately handed the collected question cards to the host. The host smiled and took the question cards, glancing at them. "The first question is, the audience and fans are very curious. Ms. Ganfarin's performance on the stage has always been amazing. So what are you like in private?" Su Jintang pondered for a few seconds. "I usually cultivate and then..." At this point, a scene suddenly flashed through her mind from the dance party she attended in the underground black market. There was a member of the Reform Society disguised as a staff member there, whose back view seemed somewhat similar to the staff member from earlier. "Excuse me, I need to use the restroom." Su Jintang quickly turned and walked out of the camera's view, leaving only a hurried departing figure. This sudden change startled the host. Yin Yuding and the others also looked at Su Jintang's retreating figure with curiosity. "Then let's interview Ms. Jade Fox first." The host immediately changed the subject and continued the interview process. The camera also immediately turned to Yin Yuding. After leaving the recording studio, Su Jintang immediately began looking for the staff member who had been there. Teacher, the restroom is over here. A staff member quickly caught up to remind her. Okay, Su Jintang replied casually, turning to walk towards the restroom. Only after the staff member left to attend to other matters did she turn back, continuing her search for the figure she had just seen. Little Green, find me a tall man with a black buzz cut. Su Jintang took the green membrane Archaeopteryx out of her pet space. There are men everywhere. Who am I supposed to find? The green membrane Archaeopteryx flapped its wings speechlessly, complaining. Just find him, a man with a black buzz cut, tall, at least 1.8 meters tall. If you find one, notify me immediately. The green membrane Archaeopteryx had no choice but to agree, okay. Then it flapped its wings and flew to the opposite side. Su Jintang quickly walked back. At the corner of the corridor, she bumped into a staff member in black. Sorry, the man apologized quickly, head bowed. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Su Jintang reached out and grabbed him, her gaze fixed on his face as she scrutinized him. I run into a problem. Can you help me? The man in black paused, slowly raising his head, forcing a smile. I have some urgent business to attend to. Why don't you call someone else? There's no time to find anyone else. You do. Su Jintang turned and pulled him back. The man's smile gradually faded. He lowered his head, pursed his lips, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. After several turns, Su Jintang led the man to a corner of a corridor without satellite surveillance. The man sensed something was wrong and asked warily, Where are you taking me, ma'am? Su Jintang suddenly released him, turned around, crossed her arms in front of her, and smiled as she sized him up. If I remember correctly, you're the one who caused trouble at the underground black market Mirage last time, right? The man's smile vanished instantly. The next second, he activated his supernatural power and swiftly attacked Su Jintang. Bang! The damage from his supernatural attack was blocked by a pair of enormous green wings. Humph, foolish human, you dare to attack me in front of me. The green membrane Archaeopteryx, arriving just in time, had already transformed into human form. Its sharp claws gripped the man's neck, pitting him against the opposite wall. As soon as she found the man, Su Jintang immediately used her contract with the green membrane Archaeopteryx to notify it to come over. With his throat gripped, the man couldn't utter a sound, only struggling in terror. But the strength of the peak 8th-tier green membrane Archaeopteryx was far beyond his ability to contend with. Any further resistance was futile. Su Jintang walked up to the man with a cold face, raised her hand, and patted his cheek. Are you from the Reformed Society? Nod if you are, shake your head if you aren't. The man immediately nodded frantically. Su Jintang's eyes narrowed slightly. She reached out and touched the man's waist, quickly pulling a badge from his pocket. It was exactly the same as the Reformed Society badge she had seen before. Su Jintang held the badge in her palm, waited a few times, and continued to scrutinize the man. Are all the people in your Reformed Society this stupid? Coming out to do bad things, you actually carry badges with you? Aren't you afraid of accidentally losing them and being recognized? The green membrane Archaeopteryx tightened its grip, making the man's face flush red. He quickly shook his head, trying to appear as if he wanted to explain. Su Jintang waved her hand at the green membrane Archaeopteryx, her gaze still fixed on the man. Don't shout. If you attract outsiders, you be responsible for the consequences. With the green membrane Archaeopteryx present, Su Jintang's threat was clearly very powerful. The man nodded obediently. The green membrane Archaeopteryx snorted coldly, and slightly loosened its grip on the man's neck. The man breathed a sigh of relief, swallowed hard, and nervously looked at Su Jintang, explaining, Our leader instructed us to never forget our identity as members of the Reformed Society, no matter what we do while traveling. Su Jintang raised his right arm, pressing the ruby-embroidered dart against the man's neck, threatening, the entire interstellar space knows the Reformed Society is anti-party. Is your leader out of his mind, letting you wander around wearing badges? Tell the truth now. The cold arrow touched the man's skin, making him shudder immediately. His whole body tensed, fear showing in his eyes. I'm not a member of the Reformed Society. Su Jintang narrowed his eyes. Then why are you wandering around wearing the Reformed Society badge? The man hesitated for a moment, seemingly unsure where to begin. Just then, a hidden arrow whizzed by, striking the man just beside him. This arrow snapped him out of his daze. Before the green membrane Archaeopteryx and Su Jintang could react, he swiftly retrieved a teleportation rune from his storage space and crushed it. The man's figure vanished instantly. Even the green membrane Archaeopteryx hadn't reacted yet. Damn it, This kid has accomplices. Should we go and capture them? No need. Chasing after them will only expose you. Su Jintang looked down at the Reform Society badge in his hand. Just now, in his desperation, the man revealed that he wasn't a member of the Reform Society. In other words, he deliberately impersonated a member of the Reform Society to frame someone. Whoosh, whoosh. Several more arrows shot from around the corner of the corridor. The green membrane Archaeopteryx immediately stepped in front of Su Jintang, spreading its wings. The sharp arrows were all deflected, making crisp clanging sounds. Someone's coming, I retreat first. The green membrane Archaeopteryx quickly gave the order, then swiftly returned to its pet space. A few seconds later, the security team from the recording site arrived. What's going on? We heard fighting sounds over here. Su Jintang looked up. I just spotted someone acting very strangely, and then I found this badge on him. With that, she tossed the Reform Society badge to the security captain. The guard captain initially paid no attention, but when he caught the badge and saw the design, his eyes widened instantly. It's the Reform Society. He immediately ordered his men, report this to the Administration Bureau immediately. Miss, the guard captain approached Su Jintang. This involves the Reform Society, so the impact could be quite serious. I probably need you to come with me to the Administration Bureau later. Su Jintang nodded, no problem. Meanwhile, the recording was still being broadcast live. The interview segment had reached Shui Zhongqi. The host smiled and read out the last question. Shui Zhongqi straightened his back, about to answer, when a deafening explosion erupted from the recording studio. The violent shockwave reverberated throughout the studio. All the staff were stunned, turning in unison to look in the direction of the explosion. What happened? What exploded? Notify the guards immediately. It's bad. Someone discovered that members of the Reform Society have infiltrated the filming location. The shout immediately plunged the scene into panic. Staff members jumped to their feet and scrambled to their feet. How could someone from the Reform Society have infiltrated? Could they have caused that explosion? The host was also stunned. She glanced at the still-live camera and quickly stood up to interrupt the broadcast. Let's cut to commercials and go find the director to ask what's going on. Yin Yuting and Song Tianqi exchanged a strange look. What's going on? Have the Reform Society come here to cause trouble again? Yin Yuting's tone was somewhat exasperated. They finally got to be on the show, and now this mess had happened again. Shui Zhongqi fell into deep thought. The class monitor suddenly left. Could it be because he discovered the Reform Society? Possibly. Jiangxi replied, then stood up from the sofa. Everyone, be prepared. That explosion wasn't far from here. There's a high chance they planted a bomb here too. Just as she finished speaking, a loud explosion rang out from the recording studio. Thick smoke billowed across the entire area. Screams and cries of panic rang out. Help! Help me, my leg is trapped. Don't panic, everyone calm down. I'm the captain of the guard team. The Reform Society has infiltrated the area. We already requested backup from the Control Bureau, and they'll be here soon. Don't panic. Jiangxi and the other three formed a circle back to back, adopting a defensive posture, their eyes warily scanning their surroundings. Then Su Jintang's voice rang out. Are you alright? I'm back. Su Jintang's figure emerged from the thick smoke, slowly appearing before the four. Yin Yuting immediately breathed a sigh of relief and quickly asked, Squad leader, what's going on? Are there more Reform Society members causing trouble? Su Jintang pursed her lips. Someone is using the Reform Society's name to cause trouble. What do you mean? Song Tianqi looked over, puzzled. Let the Control Bureau investigate. Su Jintang didn't elaborate. She had a premonition that this matter was probably not so simple. Chapter 124. The sudden explosion forced a halt to filming. However, because the live stream was cut off too slowly, the sound of the explosion still rang out. The live stream began looping commercials. Holy crap! Was that an explosion? Was the set attacked? Was it that exciting? Was it a staged event for the show, or was it a real attack? Daring to cause trouble on such a popular program. It must have been those Reform Society guys. Only they have the guts. You know, why has the Reform Society been showing up so much lately? They were responsible for the black market explosion a while back too. Various speculations arose. Less than half an hour later, the federal administration arrived at the scene. This time, Song Yuanlang, whom they had met before, was leading the team again. Upon seeing the 5 members of the masked squad again, Song Yuanlang's brows furrowed almost into a deep frown. It's you again? Su Jintang innocently replied, It's quite a coincidence, isn't it? Captain Song, the recording site has been sealed off. A team member reported. Song Yuanlang withdrew his gaze and continued to instruct. Until a thorough investigation is completed, no one is allowed to leave. Yes, sir. Since Su Jintang was the first to discover the Reform Society faction, Song Yuanlang immediately called her aside for private questioning. I heard from the security detail that you found this badge? Song Yuanlang took out the Reform Society badge and showed it to Su Jintang. Su Jintang nodded. Yes. I found it on a staff member. What staff member? Song Yuanlang asked, staring at her. A staff member at the recording site. I think I saw him before at the underground black market. He seemed familiar, so I went to talk to him. Song Yuanlang gripped the badge in his hand, his probing gaze sweeping over Su Jintang. He didn't resist at all. And you just got this badge? Of course not. We fought for a long time before the badge fell off him. He probably had accomplices, and then they were rescued. Su Jintang couldn't reveal the existence of the green membrane Archaeopteryx, so she could only slightly embellish the story. Anyway, there was no satellite surveillance in that area, and the man had already escaped, so she could say whatever she wanted. Song Yuanlang pursed his thin lips, a dark glint in his eyes. Good. Recently, there have been incidents of the Reform Society causing trouble in other star systems. Since you had direct contact with them, you're very likely to be targeted. Be careful when you go out recently. Report any problems to the Administration Bureau immediately. Understood. Su Jintang nodded in agreement. After the interrogation ended, Su Jintang got up and left the room. Having obtained the man's admission that he wasn't part of the Reform Society, she chose to keep it a secret. Firstly, she was only able to uncover this through the force of the green membrane Archaeopteryx. Telling Song Yuanlang about it would easily arouse his suspicion. Secondly, any force daring to impersonate the Reform Society and cause trouble was certainly not a simple entity. If she revealed this, she would definitely get herself into trouble. Until she understood the specifics, it was safer for her to play dumb. Class monitor, you ran into people from the Reform Society again? Upon seeing Su Jintang emerge, Yin Yuding immediately stepped forward to inquire. Su Jintang nodded, then shook her head. It's hard to say. Xue Zhongqi and Jiang Shi exchanged a glance. Both could tell she wasn't keen on discussing the matter in detail. They had no choice but to temporarily suppress their curiosity. Only Song Tianqi clenched his fists, angrily cursing from the side. I'm so fed up. We finally get to be on the show, and the Reform Society ruins it. Don't let me catch them. Otherwise, I beat them all up. Due to the explosion and suspected disruption by the Reform Society, the live recording of Happy Match was abruptly halted. After Su Jintang and her group of 5 underwent investigation and were confirmed to have no suspicious circumstances, they were released from the recording site. Back at their villa dormitory, it was already dark. News about the Reform Society disrupting the show's recording had gone viral on the Starnet. Su Jintang scrolled through the comments, then lowered her head, lost in thought. What is the true intention of someone who dares to impersonate the Reform Association to frame others? In other words, it seems that besides smearing the Reform Association, this whole thing has no other purpose. Buzz? The communicator vibrated. It was a call from Teacher Zhuang. Su Jintang snapped out of his daze and quickly answered the call. A miniature version of Zhuang Silin immediately projected onto the opposite side of the screen. Zhuang Silin's expression was somewhat serious. Did anything happen to you guys today? I saw on the Starnet that there was an explosion at the recording site. We're fine, Su Jintang explained. The authorities are already investigating. Lately, the Reform Association members have been causing trouble frequently for some reason. You guys should avoid crowded places like this and just wait for the championship to begin. Su Jintang nodded yes. Also, our military academy will be on winter break next week. After the competition, I will personally lead you in special training during the break, so you better prepare. Su Jintang's smile froze. Special training during the break. Zhuang Silin smiled slightly yes. Teacher, after the competition, won't we have any free time to relax? Su Jintang asked with a smile. Zhuang Silin continued to smile. If you can win the championship, you can have a week off. If you don't win, the training will be doubled. Su Jintang's lips twitched. Okay. After ending the call, Su Jintang immediately shared this good news about the special training during the break in the experimental class group chat. Song Tianqi, who was still awake, quickly popped up. What? Is the terrifying special training coming again? Crying-faced Jiang Shi. Okay. Yin Yuding, just how terrifying is this special training that it made Song Tianqi wail like this? Shui Zhongqi, why don't we get a holiday? Do we have to win the championship to get a week off? That's unfair. Su Jintang, crying to me won't help. Go find teacher Zhuang if you're so capable. After the explosion incident during the recording of the program, Su Jintang and his 4 teammates became much more subdued, refusing to participate in any more invitations. Besides their regular training, they spent most of their time studying the 5 members of the Zhixiapan Flower team. Mu Yongsho's special ability, the Radiant Phoenix, combined with fire attribute and demonic beast possession, can greatly enhance his close combat ability. Add to that his peak 5th tier mental strength, and we have a hard time handling that kind of burst of power, Shui Zhongqi analyzed gravely. Su Jintang, chin in hand, what if we lower his mental strength level to the peak 4th tier? Can we still fight? Shui Zhongqi was taken aback. Demotion? If he really did drop to the peak of the 4th tier, then we could definitely fight him, but that's unrealistic. Sigh. Song Tianqi stretched beside him. There's no point in doing all this research. We see when we go on stage and compete. Yin Yuding gave him a speechless look. Do you think everyone is as simple-minded and physically strong as you? Alright, let's stop here for today. Meeting adjourned. Su Jintang stood up and dismissed the meeting. 2 days later, the federal administration issued an official announcement. Upon investigation, the explosion that occurred 2 days ago at the recording site of the Happy Match program has been confirmed as a member of the Reform Society. The suspects are still at large. Please be extra cautious when going out recently. When Su Jintang saw the announcement, a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. The suspects were members of the Reform Society? Had the administration failed to uncover the truth? She lowered her eyes and pondered for a while. Anyway, this has nothing to do with her, so she just pretends she doesn't know. There's only 1 week left until the Superpowered Individuals Tournament Championship. The buzz surrounding the masked squad and the Purple Cloud Pond Flower team on the StarNet is skyrocketing. The day before the official ticket pre-sale link opens, numerous resellers claiming to help snag tickets begin to appear. Add my contact number, and I can pre-order tickets for the Superpowered Individuals Tournament tomorrow. Full refund if I can't get them. I have a channel to pre-order exclusive tickets, but spots are limited, first come, first served. Please purchase tickets through official channels. The official channels are not responsible for any scams. In the large group chat shared by the experimental class and Yuanyu's group of 5. Yuanyao, are these scalpers who claim to help snag tickets reliable? I reckon we definitely won't be able to get them with our speed. Should we pre-order their ticket snatching service? Wei Zixuan, I don't think it's very safe. What if we don't get tickets, and he doesn't refund our money? We lose a lot. Besides, we have to pay double to have him help us get them. Qin Shushue, sigh, this year's Superpowered Individuals competition is so popular, even a single ticket is selling like hotcakes. Yin Zitao, I think the masked squad deserves a lot of credit for this year's success. As the 5 were chatting, Su Jintang suddenly popped up. You guys don't need to fight for tickets this time. The organizers gave us 10 tickets, 5 of which are enough for you. Wei Zixuan, is this the benefit of having connections? Qin Shushue, that's great. Su Jintang closed the group chat and was about to rest when an unread private message popped up. It was from Yuanyao. Do you have any spare tickets? A friend of mine wants to go to the competition with me, and I can buy them for double the market price. A hint of gossip flickered in Su Jintang's eyes. A friend? There was a half-minute pause before the reply. Yeah, a friend. Su Jintang's lips curled into a smile. She continued, what kind of friend? Yuanyao, Jing Yuanzheng. Oh, so it's him. Su Jintang's teasing expression was completely undisguised. She hadn't heard from Jing Yuanzheng in a long time. She hadn't expected her favorite couple to be back. Yuanyao started to get impatient. Are you selling it or not? Su Jintang stroked her chin and replied with a smile. No, I'm giving it away. Anyway, we're all old friends. It's just a free ticket. Yuanyao, well, thank you. A week before the opening of the Superpowered Individuals Championship, it was the holidays for all the military academies. More and more free military academy students began to learn about the competition. This masked squad is quite famous lately. Yes, scalpers are probably going to make a fortune. I was agonizing over it all day, and now I can't even add them on WeChat. They say their friend list is full. Wow, that's ridiculous. I was thinking of trying to snag some tickets myself tomorrow when they go on sale. Don't waste your time. I tried to get my semi-final tickets myself, and I couldn't get any at all. Meanwhile, at the Recta's Military Academy, Zhuang Silin walked into the office with 2 tickets she gotten from the competition organizers. I have some connections with the competition staff, so I got you 2 tickets. She placed the tickets on Wu Jinghong's desk. Chapter 125. Wu Jinghong looked up in surprise. These tickets must be hard to get these days, right? It's alright. I traded a 3rd-tier magic item for it. Zhuang Silin pulled out a chair and sat down. Wu Jinghong examined the competition ticket in her hand and couldn't help but click her tongue. So expensive. A 3rd-tier magic item would sell for at least 100,000 outside. Just then, Zhuang Silin's communicator vibrated. It was Su Jintang calling. Zhuang Silin accepted the call, and a miniature figure of Su Jintang immediately popped up in front of her. Wu Jinghong, standing beside her, also turned her gaze towards him. Su Jintang smiled and said, Teacher Zhuang, Teacher Wu, the competition organizers gave us a few tickets to the finals. I still have quite a few left. Do you need them? Zhuang Silin's expression froze. You have tickets? Wu Jinghong was also stunned. Why didn't you say so earlier? Teacher Zhuang just got 2 tickets. I just got my tickets this morning. Su Jintang cleared his throat. I have 4 tickets left. Zhuang Silin's lips twitched. Then you should save 1 for the principal. Wu Jinghong's gaze turned surprised as she looked at Zhuang Silin. Even our principal can't get tickets? He can definitely get them, but asking the competition organizers for tickets would incur a favor. Wu Jinghong nodded. That's true. At the principal's level, incurring a favor is troublesome, because asking the competition organizers for tickets is indeed not worthwhile. Su Jintang quickly smiled and agreed, okay. After hanging up, Su Jintang hurriedly put the ticket in her wristband storage space. She hadn't expected that finals tickets would be so valuable now, and so sought after everywhere. She still had 3 tickets left unused. Su Jintang stroked her chin, a glint of shrewdness appearing in her eyes. She immediately messaged Yan Yuding and the other 3. We have 3 tickets left. Do any of your friends need them? Yan Yuding, no. Song Tianqi, no +1. Jiangxi, no. Shui Shengqi, how about we sell the remaining tickets? I see the final tickets are almost sold at exorbitant prices. Su Jintang smiled slightly. That's what I was thinking too. At this time, leaders and teachers from other military academies were also scrambling to find connections to get tickets. Generally speaking, connections are limited, and overlap is inevitable. So those who contacted their connections first generally got tickets after spending some money. But those who contacted their connections later all came up empty-handed. Because tickets for the finals would officially go on sale tomorrow. Resellers have stopped accepting orders, and many people are worried they won't be able to get tickets when the sale starts tomorrow, so they're starting to panic. A user named Detsiwa posted on the StarNet forum, 3 tickets to the finals of the Superpowered Individuals competition are available for sale. Legitimate channels, limited spots. Interested parties are welcome to inquire. The post immediately attracted many followers. That afternoon, Su Jintang's alternate account was flooded with friend requests, hundreds upon hundreds. She accepted the requests from the top 3 friends. After receiving notifications, the accepted individuals immediately sent private messages wanting to book tickets. Su Jintang confirmed their intentions with each person, then collected half the deposit from each, with the remaining balance due after the tickets were mailed to them the next day. A total of 45,000 star coins were deposited into her account. The 5 of them were to split the money equally. Su Jintang did the math and immediately transferred the remaining money to Yan Yuding and the other 3. The next day, at the crack of dawn, at 9 o'clock in the morning, the official ticket buying link for the Superpowered Individuals competition opened on time. This page is freezing. Why isn't it moving? I got it! I actually got it. Wait, I just clicked in and it said there were no tickets left. Is this for real? It's impossible to get one. Luckily, I booked a ticket buying service in advance yesterday. In just 2 seconds, all 100,000 final tickets were sold out, breaking the competition's record for the fastest ticket sales. At the same time, Su Jintang also packed up the remaining 3 tickets and had them mailed to him by the Zhuanlim official staff. Class monitor, come practice team battles. Yan Yuding's voice came from downstairs. Su Jintang stood up, stretched, and replied, coming. That afternoon, while the entire StarNet was frantically scrambling for tickets, Su Jintang and his 5 teammates secretly trained for 3 hours. Because they weren't sure what matchup mode they'd be drawn for the finals, they'd been practicing individual battles in the mornings and mixed team battles in the afternoons for the past few days. Considering the overall strength of the Zixiapan Flower team was very high, Zhuang Silin specifically had Su Jintang and Jiang Shi practice a 2v2 combat tactic. The booming sounds of battle rang out continuously. It continued until nightfall before finally subsiding. Su Jintang slumped to the edge of the ring, hands supporting him on the ground, his body slightly leaning back, fine beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Class monitor, let's call it a day, Xue Zhongqi said breathlessly beside him. Su Jintang nodded, supporting herself on the ground as she stood up. Let's continue tomorrow. Returning to her room alone, Su Jintang locked the door, entered the cultivation room, sat cross-legged, and quickly entered a meditative state. Each circulation of her mental energy made the dragon shadow and the illusory scales floating behind her more solid. The night was deep, but the 5 dormitories in the villa remained brightly lit. Even Song Tianqi, who usually loved to slack off, had been incredibly diligent in his cultivation these past few days. As the finals of the superpowered individual competition approached, the atmosphere in shops across the Federation Starfield grew increasingly lively. Many shops, eager to capitalize on the hype, launched co-branded cultural and creative products related to the competition. Among them, the Masked Squad's co-branded products sold the best. They were the kind that sold out immediately upon release. At the same time, the Military Academy League, jointly organized by the 5 major military academies, also began preparations. A few days later, the highly anticipated finals of the superpowered individual competition finally began. Outside the competition venue, fans who had managed to snag tickets excitedly formed long queues, ready to enter. Fans who hadn't managed to get tickets could only wait outside, displaying support banners along the aisles. 3 hours remained until the finals began. Su Jintang and his 5 teammates, dressed neatly, appeared outside the venue. A unified cheer immediately erupted. Masked Team, forge ahead. Masked Team, never give up. Just as the words were spoken, the 5 members of the Purple Cloud Pond Flower team arrived from the other side. Purple Cloud Pond Flower blooms. The champion is coming soon. Purple Cloud Team will win. The fans of both teams screamed and shouted as if their throats were about to burst. Su Jintang and his 5 teammates met the Purple Cloud Pond Flower team at the entrance to the contestants' passage. Su Jintang stopped and nodded to Mu Yongshou opposite him. Mu Yongshou smiled slightly and returned the greeting. After exchanging glances, they both looked away and continued walking towards the contestants' entrance. Upon entering the venue, the shouts of the fans outside were instantly shut out. At the same time, the competition staff began checking tickets. Zhuang Silin and Wu Jinghong, each wearing a mask identical to those worn by the Masked Squad, waited in line for their tickets to be checked. Behind them was Principal Miao Mingji. Miao Mingji was also wearing the same ghost face mask. Since many of the spectators were fans of the Masked Squad, and there were quite a few people dressed like them, the 3 of them didn't attract much attention. Principal, I heard that teachers from other military academies are also here to watch the competition, Zhuang Silin whispered in Miao Mingji's ear. Yeah, I heard. Miao Mingji raised her hand to adjust her ghost face mask. Be discreet when you go in. The 3 of them were dressed like this to avoid being recognized. After all, the 5 major military academies have frequent contact. Meanwhile, Yuan Yao and the others were also preparing to enter. Do you know that guy? Qin Shushua asked in a gossipy voice, eyeing Yuan Yao and Jing Yuanzheng. Wei Zixuan immediately replied, his name is Jing Yuanzheng. He participated in the All-Star Domain Joint Examination with us before. He's very strong. Yin Zitao slapped his forehead. I remember now. Yes, it's him. Wait a minute, his scores in the All-Star Domain Joint Examination were pretty good, so why didn't he get into our rectas? Wei Zixuan added, they said he chose to do an early internship in the military. Mu Guang, at the back of the group, nodded in agreement. Yes. He's a member of the Jing family, going to military school wouldn't be of much use to him. This made Qin Shushua realize something. Her eyes widened. The Jing family? In the entire interstellar space, there weren't many prominent families with the surname Jing. The only one was the Jing family that produced a commander-in-chief of the Federation Command Center. Mu Guang nodded. Yes, the Jing family you're thinking of. Wow. Qin Shushua's voice was full of surprise. Her gaze towards Jing Yuanzheng became respectful. It has to be our captain. He actually talked directly with the young master of the Jing family. Keep your voice down. Wei Zixuan quickly pulled Qin Shushua aside. Qin Shushua coughed lightly and immediately shut her mouth. Hearing the commotion, Jing Yuanzheng turned around. Seeing Qin Shushua and the others smiling at him, he returned a gentle smile. It's all right. Don't worry about them. Yuan Yao glanced at Qin Shushua and the others and said calmly. Jing Yuanzheng chuckled softly. "Io, you seem to have changed a lot lately." Yuan Ao looked away. "What do you think has changed about me?" "You become more mature, and you have the demeanor of a captain." Jing Yuanzheng looked at her with a smile in his eyes. Yuanya's face flushed slightly. She gave a soft hum, and said nothing more. "By the way, how did you get those tickets? How much did they cost?" "I transferred them to you." Jing Yuanzheng remembered his business. Yuan Yao immediately replied, "No need, a friend gave me the tickets, they didn't cost me anything." The fact that Su Jitang and his 5 friends had formed an experimental class, and the masked squad, was to be kept strictly confidential. Therefore, she hadn't revealed any information to Jing Yuanzheng. Jing Yuanzheng was somewhat surprised. "That's great. Then please thank your friend for me." "Okay." Afraid he would press further, Yuan Yao quickly changed the subject. "Do you support the masked squad or the Purple Cloud Pond Flower team?" Jing Yuanzheng's attention was indeed diverted. He pondered for a moment. "I actually prefer the Purple Cloud Pond Flower team. But this masked squad seems to be quite popular lately." Chapter 126. Yuan Yao turned her head hesitantly. "You support the Purple Cloud Pond Flower team?" "Yeah, what's wrong?" Jing Yuanzheng was stunned for a moment, then realized, "You like the masked squad?" "Not really." Yuan Yao withdrew her gaze, pursed her lips, and remained silent for a long time. "Let's check our tickets first." Just then, the audience in front of them had already gone in, and it was their turn to have their tickets checked. The usually bustling and crowded team rest area was now empty except for 2 teams. The other 2 teams that had advanced to the semifinals would also compete for 3rd and 4th place today. Su Jitang and his group of 5 sat on their private sofas waiting for their turn. Next to them were Mu Yongshou and his group from the Purple Cloud Pond Flower team. In front of them was a huge floating light screen displaying a live broadcast of the arena and the surrounding audience stands. At this moment, the audience stands were beginning to fill up. Su Jitang withdrew his gaze, casually picked up a thunder fruit, and started eating it. "Should we play first today, or should Ji Nanqing's team and her 2 teams play first?" Song Tianqi suddenly asked, as if something had occurred to him. Yin Yuding replied, "Ji Nanqing's team plays first, then we play." Song Tianqi immediately deflated. That'd be a long wait. He then picked out a good-looking thunder fruit and started eating it. A short while later, the Dark Horse team and the Light and Bright team entered the team rest area. Ji Nanqing, who was no longer in contention for the championship, seemed much more relaxed than before. As soon as she entered, she greeted Su Jitang and Mu Yongshou with a smile. "Congratulations." Su Jitang put down the fruit and waved back. "Good luck." Ji Nanqing smiled slightly, withdrew her gaze, and led her team to the back rest area to take their seats. The 5 members of the Guangaming team all had rather serious expressions. After all, they would be competing against the Dark Horse team for 3rd place later. Only the top 3 in each year's superpower competition receive prize money. The difference between 4th and 3rd place is significant. About 20 minutes later, the stands were packed. The huge arena was filled with a dense murmur of discussion. "Oh my god, so exciting. I spent a lot of money to get these tickets, and finally we can see it live. I heard they invited a lot of big shots to be judges today. We're definitely going to make a profit today." "Phew, finally in. When does the competition start?" "It's still over an hour away." At this moment, a semi-transparent light screen floated above the arena. The screen displayed a countdown to the start of the competition. 1 hour, 23 minutes, and 5 seconds. As the last audience member entered, the lights went out instantly. In the darkness, a spotlight shone on the center of the ring. The once empty ring now held a familiar figure. Li Xiang wore a purplish-red suit, the sequins shimmering under the lights. "Hello everyone, both in the studio and online, I'm your host, Li Xiang." Li Xiang held up the microphone, smiling at the satellite camera. The camera feed immediately synchronized with the giant screen in the studio and on the main screen. "Oh no! Didn't get a ticket, can only watch online." "No worries, watching online is the same. We still have money left. I heard the organizers have invited many judges today." The live stream chat was already refreshing rapidly. Li Xiang, holding the program card, continued with a smile. "The competition has been going on for 2 months now, and today will be the final day. Therefore, the organizers have specially invited several distinguished guests to witness the final championship match. Now, please welcome Mr. Jiang Wenjue, a member of the Shiha Allied Military Academy Council, to the stage to give the opening speech for today's competition." As the words fell, Jiang Wenjue, who had been waiting below the stage, straightened his back. His hair was neatly combed today, and he wore a hand-tailored suit. His overall demeanor was much more radiant than usual. The spotlight shone on Jiang Wenjue. He smiled and waved to the cameras around him, then walked steadily onto the stage. Jiang Wenjue stood firmly in the center of the stage and bowed slightly to the surrounding stands. Hello everyone, I'm Jiang Wenjue from the Shiha Alliance Military Academy. It's a great honor to be invited here today to witness the upcoming championship match. I wish the competition all the best, and I hope everyone in the live broadcast and the audience here enjoys the show. Enthusiastic applause immediately erupted from the surrounding stands. The Shiha Alliance Military Academy, one of the top 5 military academies, has sent someone. This competition is getting a lot of attention. This is only the first guest. The ones coming later will probably be even more prestigious. After a brief murmur, Li Xiong smiled again and raised the microphone. The Federation Starfield has been quite turbulent lately, and therefore, the Federation Administration Bureau has been closely monitoring our competition. Today, the organizers have specially invited Deputy Director Wang of the Administration Bureau to witness this championship match. Please welcome him. A burst of enthusiastic applause erupted once more. Jiang Wenjue, already standing on the stage, paused, looking down at the audience with a surprised expression. The spotlight shone on Deputy Director Wang, who stood below the stage. He had a square face, a serious expression, and a hint of menace in his expression. The light followed Deputy Director Wang until he stood beside Jiang Wenjue. Hello everyone, I am Deputy Director Wang, representing the Federal Administration Bureau to witness this exciting moment of the championship. Upon hearing the words Federal Administration Bureau, the audience in the surrounding stands immediately sat up straight, and the previous murmurs ceased. Only the viewers in the live broadcast room, separated by their screens, continued to comment enthusiastically, "Awesome! This year's competition has the most high-profile guests I ever seen. Even the leaders of the Federal Administration Bureau are here. The audience here today is really lucky. This is only the second one, the ones after this are probably even more impressive." At this moment, Li Xiong raised the microphone again. His expression was noticeably more serious than the previous 2 times. This last guest's name is legendary. I'm sure everyone has heard of him. This immediately piqued the curiosity of the audience. Who is it? Which celebrity? A celebrity probably wouldn't be the final guest. Then who could it be? Li Xiong maintained his smile, his gaze sweeping across the audience. Let's give a warm round of applause to welcome our last guest. Without any introduction, the spotlight shone directly on the audience. The audience's attention shifted immediately. A man in military uniform appeared below the stage. He was burly, with an impeccably straight back, and his imposing aura was impossible to conceal. The lights illuminated his face, his strong features immediately becoming clear on the giant broadcast screen. At that moment, the entire venue fell silent. An eerie silence descended upon the live broadcast room as well. He is Jing Hongi? Su Jintang, who was munching on a thunder fruit, stopped chewing and turned to ask. The other 4 people around her were also stunned. Yin Yuding swallowed hard and nodded blankly. My god, Jing Hongi was actually invited here. It really was Jing Hongi. Su Jintang took another big bite of the thunder fruit. Jing Hongi, the current commander-in-chief of the Federal Command Center, the top administrator at the very top of the federal hierarchy. In the Federation, he held a position second only to the most powerful. Shui Zhongqi took a deep breath, calming himself. Oh no, I'm starting to get nervous. What am I going to do? This is Jing Hongi, the Federation's commander-in-chief. Song Tianqi was completely dumbfounded. They invited the commander-in-chief? How are we going to compete in the championship? Jiangxi's eyes also showed a hint of surprise. But she quickly regained her composure. Just play normally. Su Jintang nodded in agreement. He's just here to watch the competition. What are you all so nervous about? No, class monitor, that's the commander-in-chief. The highest leader of the entire interstellar space. Yin Yuding was so excited, she was almost incoherent. What if we perform well, and the commander notices us? What if? She was already imagining the wonderful scenarios that awaited her. Su Jintang shattered her fantasy. He's a 9th-tier expert. Do you think our fancy moves will catch his eye? Yin Yuding instantly snapped back to reality, a hint of regret on her face, then sighed softly. That's true. The organizers of this superpowered individual competition are something else. They even managed to get someone like the commander-in-chief here, Shui Zhongqi remarked, stroking his chin. Jiangxi nodded in agreement. Indeed. Su Jintang, while munching on a thunder fruit, scrutinized Jing Hongi's features on the broadcast screen. Seriously, Jing Hongi really does look like Jing Yuanzheng. On the arena, Jiang Wenjue and Deputy Director Wang immediately stepped aside, giving Jing Hongyi the center position. Li Xiang, not daring to occupy the center position, immediately moved a step to the side, then bent slightly and handed the microphone to Jing Hongyi. Do you have anything to say to the audience and the contestants? Jing Hongyi took the microphone, a friendly smile on his face, and looked around. Hello everyone, I am Jing Hongyi. Recently, many things have happened in the Federation, causing you distress, but please rest assured that the Federation Center will always put the interests of its citizens first. I have been following this year's superpowered individual competition closely, and seeing so many outstanding contestants is truly gratifying. Here, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the organizers of the superpowered individual competition for selecting so many excellent talents for the Federation. I wish your competition continued success. After speaking, Jing Hongyi handed the microphone to Li Xiang, smiling and nodding at him. Li Xiang quickly bowed in return, then turned to face the camera and the audience, continuing the competition's proceedings. Currently, the players from the 4 teams have entered the rest area to wait. Before the championship begins, we will hold a match for 3rd and 4th place. The 2 teams competing are the Light and Bright team and the Dark Horse team. As he finished speaking, a group photo of the 2 teams appeared on the giant screen. The Dark Horse team, a true underdog team, with an average age of no more than 16, has stormed into the semifinals, Li Xiang introduced expertly. Chapter 127. The Guangaming team, a team that has demonstrated exceptional strength since the qualifying rounds. In the previous rounds, their mature and invincible fighting power has won them many fans. So what kind of exciting duel will these 2 teams bring us today? Please look forward to it. The giant light screen behind them switched the display. A new line of text appeared above. 59 minutes remaining until the start of the 3rd place match. On the stage, Deputy Director Wang slightly turned to the side, gesturing for them to proceed. Please go first. Jing Hongyi didn't stand on ceremony, smiling and nodding at him before turning and stepping off the stage. The competition had specially prepared exclusive seats for the 3 judges. A short while later, the 3 judges took their seats. At this moment, all the lights on the stage illuminated. The automatic lift slowly rose, revealing a dance team in neat costumes to the camera. A dazzling display of lights and upbeat music filled the air simultaneously. All eyes were immediately drawn to this spot. Inside the team rest area, staff members ushered the 4 teams to the backstage interview area. Su Jitang and his 4 teammates sat down in a row. Staff quickly set up cameras and microphones in front of them. The staff member in charge of the interview then approached, holding a question card, and sat down opposite them. He smiled and greeted them. Hello, I'll be conducting this interview. Our interview will be streamed live. If any of you 5 have anything you rather not be asked, please let me know in advance. Su Jintang leaned back lazily in her chair. I don't have much privacy. Song Tianqi and the others echoed, neither do we. The staff member nodded. Okay. Our interview will officially begin in 15 minutes. Everyone can prepare. Su Jintang immediately glanced at Shui Zhongqi. Remember that bet from last time? Shui Zhongqi straightened his back and adjusted his collar. I remember. Don't worry, a bet's a bet. Song Tianqi and I will cover the interview. Song Tianqi cleared his throat. Thanks, we cover it. Yin Yuding smiled and relaxed, placing his hands on the armrests of his chair. Then we wait and see how you 2 perform. Interviews are not simple, especially live broadcasts. If you accidentally say something wrong, there's no chance to take it back. Meanwhile, on the other 2 sides, the other team's interview live streams were also being prepared. 15 minutes later, the live streams for the 4 teams' interviews started simultaneously. Come watch the Masked Squad interview. Ah, I can't wait. The 3rd place match starts in 40 minutes, followed by the championship match. Masked Squad will win. Go. A huge influx of viewers flooded the live stream, the screen instantly filled with comments. The staff member responsible for interviewing the Masked Squad, seeing the red light on the camera, immediately got into work mode. He smiled and raised the microphone. Welcome to the pre-match interview live stream. A week before the championship match, we collected 13 questions online. Today, on behalf of our fans, I will be interviewing the Masked Squad. Then, the satellite camera automatically hovered, scanning Su Jintang and his group of 5. The staff member picked up the answer sheets, glanced at them, and said, Now, let's get straight to the point. The first question is, what are your thoughts on yourselves? With an average age of no more than 16, directly advancing to the semifinals. Who would like to answer this question? The staff member looked across at them. Shui Zhongqi immediately raised his hand. I go. It's truly incredible that we advanced to the semifinals at this age, and with this level of ability. But I believe even more that this is inseparable from the joint efforts of all 5 of us. We will give it our all in today's competition, and fight to the very end. Thank you. A very appropriate and thoughtful answer. The staff member smiled and nodded. Okay, now for the second question. Shui Zhongqi answered the first 3 questions. When it came to the 4th question, Song Tianqi took over the answering. Wait, why is it always hot air balloon and big watermelon answering? One of them answered so thoughtfully, the other so carelessly. Why not let Gan Fanren and Linkusha, the cold-blooded killer, say more ha ha ha. Gan Fanren and Linkusha are still the best at speaking. Let them answer the next question. The staff member in charge of the interview immediately understood the audience's request. During the 5th question, he specifically mentioned Gan Fanren. So, what does Captain Gan Fanren have to say about his prediction for today's match result? Since he was specifically asked, Su Jintang naturally couldn't refuse anymore, so she could only say, I think. The satellite camera immediately turned to Su Jintang, giving her a super high-definition close-up. She casually declared, today's championship belongs to us. Wow! I love the masked squad's domineering attitude. Ha ha ha, looking forward to the championship match. Let it begin. Wait, isn't she afraid of being proven wrong later? You don't understand. Gan Fanren always speaks like this, and so far, she's never been proven wrong. Ha ha ha. The staff member smiled slightly. Okay. Then let's move on to the next question. The other 3 teams were also conducting their pre-match interviews. On the stage, one group dance ended, and soon another idol group appeared. The colorful stage lights illuminated the entire venue. In the stands, Miao Mingji, feeling suffocated by the ghost mask, asked Xiao Shuang, how much longer do we have to wait? Zhuang Silin, also sweating profusely from the stuffiness, replied, it should be soon. If you feel uncomfortable with the mask, you can take it off. With so many people and dim lighting, it's hard to tell who's who. Miao Mingji hummed in agreement, and removed the ghost mask. Fresh air rushed in, and Miao Mingji relaxed slightly. She looked around with considerable emotion. I didn't expect this year's superpower competition to be so popular. The entire venue is packed. While previous superpower competitions were also very popular, they were nowhere near as intense as this one. The sheer number of tickets sold out was enough to break records from previous years. Zhuang Silin also removed her ghost mask, smiling as she replied, yes. Everyone says it's because of the sudden emergence of the masked squad that the competition has this much buzz. Miao Mingji smiled, indeed. Meanwhile, in the adjacent stands, Jing Yuanzheng and Yuan Yao sat close together, both looking somewhat reserved, probably because they hadn't seen each other in a long time. The silence lasted a moment before Yuan Yao broke the silence. Why is your father a judge? Jing Yuanzheng quickly coughed, I don't know. He probably came because the competition invited him. He then looked up at Jing Hongyi, who was already seated on the judges' panel, cleared his throat, and started a new topic. How have you been lately? Are you doing well? Yuan Yao, fine. Jing Yuanzheng continued, I've been interning in the military lately, and I feel that life in the military is definitely different from what I experienced at the academy. Yuan Yao glanced at him, you don't need to make small talk, just watch the competition. Jing Yuanzheng paused, then smiled knowingly, okay. 2 dance performances ended. A choir came on stage, their powerful and resonant voices immediately filling the entire venue. You know, the tickets were expensive, but we saw a lot more performances, and even the commander-in-chief. Overall, it was pretty worth it. I really liked the second dance. Quiet discussions arose in the audience stands. Meanwhile, the 4 teams conducting pre-match interviews backstage had finished their questions. Su Jintang and his group of 5 were the first to stand up and head towards the rest area. The Dark Horse team and the Guangaming team went in the opposite direction. Are they going to prepare for the 3rd place match? Song Tianqi asked curiously. Yan Yuding nodded yes. Who do you think will get 3rd place? Shui Zhongqi stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. I think the Guangaming team has a better chance. I'm rooting for the Dark Horse team. Song Tianqi offered a contrasting opinion. Yan Yuding pondered for a moment before speaking. I think it's a 50-50 split. Both teams are quite strong. Su Jintang added, I studied the Guangaming team last time. They probably still have some trump cards up their sleeves. Their chances of winning today are pretty high. Jiangxi nodded yes. The 5 of them returned to their team rest area as they talked. After sitting down on the sofas, the giant screen in front of them switched to the arena. Hello everyone. I'm your host Li Xiang. Li Xiang, who had been absent for a long time, reappeared on stage. Next up is today's first third-place match. Please welcome the members of the Dark Horse team and the Gwangaming team. As his voice fell, the members of both teams entered the waiting area. Spotlights shone on them, and satellite cameras immediately turned to them. Ah, it's starting! Go Dark Horse team! The Gwangaming team is the real Dark Horse, they must take third place. On the judges panel, Jiang Wenjue immediately perked up. He adjusted his posture, his gaze fixed on the arena. Deputy Director Wang, sitting beside him, smiled and asked, Teacher Jiang, which team do you think has a better chance of winning? Jiang Wenjue cleared his throat. I think both teams are very good. The Dark Horse team was a secret squad trained by their Shiha Alliance military academy. Only the innermost members of the academy knew this. Jiang Wenjue didn't want to appear too biased towards the Dark Horse team. Deputy Director Wang, seemingly unaware of the issue, smiled and replied, Indeed, both teams are quite good, they're both potential assets that could be recruited into our management bureau. Seeing the two chatting so well, Jing Hongyi shifted his posture, turned around, and suddenly joined the conversation. What do you think of that masked squad? Jiang Wenjue's expression immediately darkened. Their team had been defeated by the masked squad, and they were still quite upset. He immediately shut his mouth, pretending to be deep in thought, and remained silent. Deputy Director Wang's smile became meaningful. This masked squad has a superhuman with divine beast bloodline, a genius who reached the 4th level of cultivation at 16, and a captain whose combat power far exceeds his own mental strength level. The other two are probably support-type superhumans, but their strength is also considerable. This team is not simple. Jing Hongyi's smile widened. To be frank, I came here specifically for the masked squad. Chapter 128. Deputy Director Wang and Jiang Wenjue were both taken aback. They exchanged a glance. Then, Deputy Director Wang tentatively asked, You mean you want to recruit the masked squad? Jing Hongyi smiled and nodded. That's indeed the plan. Jiang Wenjue pursed his thin lips. Being noticed by the Commander-in-Chief, the masked squad's future is limitless. While the three chatted, the two teams had already taken their positions on the arena. Ji Nanqing and her 5 teammates stood in a line, facing the Gwangaming team. After both sides finished their introductions, Li Xiang retreated to the edge of the arena. Now we will randomly select the duel mode for both teams. The text on the giant light screen behind them flashed continuously. A few seconds later, the text above froze on 2v2, 3v3 mixed team battle mode. Alright, the final format for this third-place match is confirmed as a 2v2, 3v3 mixed team battle. The 10-minute halftime countdown has begun. Both teams, please prepare for the first 2v2 match. As Li Xiang finished speaking, the stage lights immediately illuminated. A 10-minute countdown began on the giant screen. Members of both teams stepped off the stage one after another and began preparing to discuss tactics. Su Jintang leaned back on the sofa in the rest area, munching on a thunder fruit. Hello, are you the captain of the masked squad? A staff member approached, holding an envelope. He bent slightly and patted Su Jintang's shoulder. Su Jintang was startled and looked up. Yes. What's up? The staff member smiled slightly and handed over the envelope. This is a secret invitation from the command center. Please keep it safe. Su Jintang stopped chewing the thunder fruit. A secret invitation from the command center? Yes. The staff member nodded. Su Jintang hesitated for a moment, then reached out and took the secret invitation. Only high-ranking leaders of the Federal Command Center were authorized to issue such invitations. Did some important figure take notice of them? Yin Yuding and the others leaned forward, casting curious glances. Squad leader, what's going on? Su Jintang waved the secret envelope in his hand. I don't know. I open it when we get back. Everyone was very curious, but just then, the match on the stage began. Their gazes all turned to the light screen. The first match was a 2v2 duel. The Dark Horse team sent Xing Lei and Jiang Yun onto the stage. The two stood at the edge of the stage, facing off against the two members of the Light and Bright team. The duel began quickly. The battle erupted immediately, and 4 different beams of supernatural energy flashed rapidly on the stage. The 4 rushed towards each other at lightning speed, leaving after images. Then, the sounds of fighting echoed through the air. Su Jintang put the secret order envelope into her bracelet space and picked up the thunder fruit to continue eating. While observing the scene on the light screen, she said, Jiang Yun and Xing Lei's fighting style seems to have changed again. Yes, Jiang, she nodded. Last time, their fighting style and magical artifacts were tailor-made for us. This time, they changed it to target the Light and Bright teams. They're really rich. Su Jintang took a big bite of the thunder fruit. Custom-made magical artifacts are usually very expensive, and some have rare inscriptions that money can't buy outside. Without considerable financial resources, it would be impossible to achieve a one-for-one exchange per match. While the group chatted idly, several rounds of fighting had already taken place on the arena. Currently, the Dark Horse team held the upper hand. Jing Lei and Jiang Yun's magical weapons completely countered their opponents, forcing them into a series of defeats. I feel like the Dark Horse team will win this one, Shui Zhongqi said, stretching. Su Jintang finished eating his thunder fruit and tossed the pit into the trash can. Not necessarily. The fighting on the arena continued. Seeing the situation turning against them, the two members of the Light and Bright team suddenly unleashed their full power, instantly reversing their previous disadvantage. It was Xing Lei and Jiang Yun's turn to be pushed back to the edge of the arena. The two sides repeatedly grappled and pulled at each other, keeping the audience completely absorbed, their eyes glued to the screen. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yun and Xing Lei were completely overwhelmed by the opposing team's firepower, and were sent flying off the arena. Li Xiang jumped onto the stage, raised the microphone, and announced, in this 2v2 duel, the Guangaming team wins. Wow, the Guangaming team actually won. Song Tianqi exclaimed in surprise. Shui Zhongqi said, there's still another match. Next, Ji Nanqing from the Dark Horse team will be on stage. Su Jintang yawned lazily, shifted her posture, leaned back in her chair, picked up her water glass, and took a sip. Burp. It hadn't even been half an hour, and she was almost full. Yin Yuting heard the sound and instinctively turned her head. What's that sound? Su Jintang stared straight at the broadcast screen. Nothing. On the judges' panel, Jiang Wen's was brow furrowed with seriousness after seeing the result of the first match. The start was very unfavorable for the Dark Horse team. This next match needs to be even more careful. They're still fighting the third-place match? I thought the championship match had already started. You can check out the dedicated live stream from other angles. The Masked Squad's 5 members watching from backstage are being broadcast live the whole time. The most nervous person about the championship match today is probably the black market casino owner, haha. After all, they offered an astronomical odds of 1 to 100. The intermission ended, and the second 3v3 match quickly began. Su Jintang leaned back in his chair, continuing to watch the broadcast screen intently. The battle on the stage was intense. Ji Nanqing raised her leg high, forcefully sweeping it across the camera, then delivered a flying kick. Both opponents were knocked down by the force of the kick. The opposing team immediately retaliated. The fight was extremely fierce. After nearly half an hour of intense fighting, Su Jintang got sleepy and covered his mouth, letting out a yawn. The other four's eyelids also began to droop. They won. Team Guangaming won. A scream suddenly erupted from the stands. Su Jintang glanced at the screen. The broadcast showed Ji Nanqing and her 2 companions had all fallen off the stage, looking quite disheveled. Meanwhile, the 3 members of Team Guangaming stood unharmed in the center of the stage. Because the turn of events was so sudden, many people hadn't noticed what had just happened on stage. Li Xiang quickly jumped onto the stage and announced the result. Team Guangaming has won this match. Let's congratulate them on taking 3rd place in this year's superpower competition. After the result was announced, a replay of the final moments on stage immediately appeared on the screen. It showed the 3 members of Team Guangaming combining their spiritual power to unleash an attack far exceeding the strength of their opponents, directly blasting towards them. Ji Nanqing and her 2 companions fought back together, but they couldn't hold out for more than a few seconds before being thrown off the stage. Su Jintang stroked her chin, a thoughtful look in her eyes. She really did have a trump card. Damn! Hurry, it's our turn next. Song Tianqi jolted awake from his drowsiness, and quickly got up. At this moment, a staff member came in to call everyone. You can go to the team waiting area to prepare. The championship match is about to begin. Su Jintang slowly stood up, straightened her collar, and said, let's go. With that, she adjusted her ghost mask and turned to walk towards the entrance. Yin Yuting and the other 3 immediately straightened their clothes and followed. At the contestants' entrance, spotlights shone down from above, illuminating the entire passage. The first team to enter was the currently most popular Masked Squad. When Su Jintang and her group of 5 appeared, the surrounding stands erupted in thunderous cheers. Masked Squad! Masked Squad! Shouts, louder and louder, echoed throughout the arena. Su Jintang waved his hand in all directions. Yin Yuting and the other 3 followed suit, waving in unison. The shouts of Masked Squad reverberated wildly throughout the arena. Soon after, the 5 members of the Zhixiaqiwa team entered the arena. The masked squad's cheers, which had just resounded throughout the arena, were immediately drowned out, replaced by screams and shouts from the Zhixiaqiwa team's fans. The fans of both teams seemed to be competing with each other. Ah! It's starting! I've been waiting for ages, just waiting for the championship to begin. The masked squad must win. I bet 10,000 star coins on them to win. Whether it be a 100-fold return depends on today. But judging from the last semi-final, it seems the masked squad has already revealed most of their cards. Zhixiaqiwa must have done a lot of research on them this week. The masked squad is in danger today. That's not necessarily true. What if the masked squad has a trump card? Many spectators hope to see the masked squad win, as that would mean witnessing a new record. But rationally speaking, the masked squad's chances of winning are slim. While everyone was debating, both teams took to the stage. Li Xiong rode his hovering ball around the arena, waving to the crowd. The highly anticipated championship match is about to begin. Let's count down for 3 seconds to start the draw for the championship match mode. The stage lights began to flash, and a rhythmic countdown began. The entire audience counted down in unison. 3, 2, 1. The text scrolling on the screen stopped. Su Jintang and his friends looked up. 2v2 and 3v3 mixed team battle modes. This is going to be good. I love mixed team battles, ha ha ha. Another mixed team battle? I wonder if the championship can go to a third match. Many spectators were excited. Su Jintang looked away, turned and walked off the stage. He exchanged a glance with Jiangxi and whispered, "For the first match, let's go." Jiangxi nodded, "Okay." Back in the team waiting area, Song Tianqi excitedly rubbed his hands together. "Brothers, whether we can win the championship or not, it's all down to this." Yin Yuting took a deep breath, clearly a little nervous. "I hope everything goes smoothly." Shui Zhongqi remained relatively calm, only replying, "Just do your best." On the other side, the 5 members of the Zhixiaqiwa team huddled together, discussing who to send for the first match. "Captain, how about we go? The first match will probably just be a test between them. They won't send out their strongest players." A teammate volunteered. Mu Yongshou hesitated. He glanced at the team next door out of the corner of his eye. "All right, you two go." For some reason, although they appeared to be the stronger team, he felt uneasy. He hoped he was just overthinking things. Chapter 129. The 10-minute intermission passed quickly. Both sides sent their players for the first match to the stage. When the audience saw that the masked squad had sent Su Jintang and Jiangxi for the first match, they were all puzzled. The masked squad is going all out in the first match? Dry Rice Man and Cold-Blooded Killer are the masked squad's top fighters. This is their first time participating in a 2v2 match, right? Exciting? This is going to be a good show, ha ha ha. On the judges' panel, Jing Hongyi sat up straight, his gaze fixed on Su Jintang. His gaze followed her as she walked onto the stage. Su Jintang and Jiangxi stood side by side. The 2 members of the Purple Cloud Pond Flower team opposite them had serious expressions on their faces. Su Mo from the Purple Cloud Pond Flower team, mental strength level 5. Jiangxi stepped forward simultaneously. Cold-Blooded Assassin from the masked squad, mental strength level 4. The 2 shook hands politely, and returned to their original positions. It was the turn of the second member from each team to introduce themselves. Jiang Baimu from the Purple Cloud Pond Flower team, mental strength level 4 peak. The satellite camera focused on Su Jintang. She crossed her arms in front of her, stepped forward, and extended one hand, gesturing. Ganfarin from the masked squad, mental strength level 4. Jiang Baimu quickly shook her hand, then suddenly froze, realizing what was happening. How did Ganfarin's mental strength level become level 4? Something's not right. I remember in the semifinals, Ganfarin's mental strength level was still at the peak of level 3, right? She broke through so quickly. Damn, the entire masked squad is truly freakish now. 2 16-year-olds at level 4, how terrifying. Ha ha ha, this duel is going to be even more exciting. Jing Hongyi on the judges' panel raised an eyebrow. They actually reached the 4th rank. Jiang Wenjue pursed his lips, his gaze deepening. If this masked squad is also a secret team trained by the 5 major military academies, then the Military Academy League 3 years from now will probably unleash another bloodbath. Deputy Director Wang, sitting beside him, rested his hands on the armrests of his chair, a smile appearing on his face. This masked squad is no simpleton. I hereby declare the first 2v2 duel of this year's Superpower Competition Championship open. Li Xiong raised the microphone and issued the command. The previously noisy discussions immediately ceased. The entire arena fell silent. On the stage, the four facing each other quickly made their move. A thick layer of ice rapidly spread throughout the arena, and the surrounding air temperature dropped accordingly. Su Jintang immediately lunged at Jiang Baimu. 3 storms of ice blades rapidly formed and swept towards the two opponents. Several gusts of air immediately billowed across the arena, whipping Jiang Shi's hair into the wind. Jiang Shi deftly raised her rocket launcher and fired at the opposing team. Several rockets shot out in succession. Su Mo's superpower was an electric shield. As the rockets approached, she quickly raised her shield. Crackling sounds of electricity filled the air as it rapidly formed a defensive wave of electricity. All the rockets were blocked, exploding in midair with a deafening roar. Thick smoke rose, obscuring half the arena. The audience had to crane their necks and shift their bodies to find other angles to continue watching. A moment later, Su Jintang burst out of the smoke, her arms outstretched to the sides, and 3 icy snow lotuses quickly formed before her. A thick, icy fog descended, further obscuring the already smoky arena. The 2 members of the Purple Cloud Pool Flower team were completely bewildered. Before the match, they had studied the Dry Rice Man's data, but they hadn't anticipated that he could advance to the 4th tier at this time. Therefore, they were entirely unfamiliar with the newly appeared supernatural effect. This icy fog has some strange effect. Let's make sure we don't get separated, Jiang Baimu whispered to Su Mo beside him. Su Mo's gaze became cautious, and she raised her lightning shield to defend her surroundings. The fog grew even thicker, obscuring everything in a white blur. Su Jintang stopped and activated her domain's detection effect. A detailed image of the entire arena immediately appeared in her mind, revealing the positions of Su Mo and Jiang Baimu. 9 o'clock, they're both over there. Su Jintang shared the information with Jiang Shi without looking away. Understood. Jiang Shi simply replied, then immediately shouldered the super-powered rocket launcher and launched a bombardment attack on the opposite side. Rocket launcher combination attack. Crimson flames rapidly gathered at the muzzle of the cannon, and were fired in just 2 seconds. Su Mo and Jiang Baimu's vision was obscured by the icy mist, and the two dared not move rashly, cautiously walking around back to back. What's that sound? Jiang Baimu stopped alertly. Su Mo stopped as well, realizing something. Oh no, it's the Ruthless Killer's bombardment attack. The moment the words left her lips, the two quickly separated and ran in different directions. The sound of cannonballs flying through the air came from behind. Su Mo had only taken 2 steps when the super-powered rocket launcher's cannon was already in front of her, too fast for her to dodge, and she could only grit her teeth and raise her lightning shield to defend herself. Mental energy rapidly gathered on the shield, and the light emanating from the electric lightning shield became blinding. A sharp buzzing sound reverberated throughout the arena. Many spectators immediately covered their ears. That sound gives me goosebumps. The 3 judges remained seated firmly. Although the arena was completely obscured by the icy mist, the 3 were clearly unaffected, their eyes fixed intently on the situation. Did this ruthless assassin create her own skill combination? Deputy Director Wang asked, his tone tinged with surprise. Jiang Wenjue nodded. Yes, probably. Reaching the 4th level at this age is already incredibly genius. To be able to create her own combination techniques, her talent can only be described as terrifying. Jing Hongyi stroked his chin, his smile growing increasingly satisfied. Not bad. The sounds of fighting and impact echoed continuously on the arena. Su Jintang's attack speed was so fast it created afterimages. Because of the domain's detection effect, none of her attacks missed. Even with Su Mo's lightning-fast dodges, she was still inevitably hit in several places. On the other side, Jiang Baimu frowned, quickly leaping into the air with his arms outstretched. A flash of silver light appeared, and he vanished into thin air, reappearing behind Su Jintang the next second. Su Jintang narrowed her eyes slightly. They had also studied Jiang Baimu's ability. It was a special ability called spatial teleportation. By distorting and shortening the range of space, the ability user could achieve rapid teleportation. As Jiang Baimu circled behind Su Jintang, he swiftly attacked, attempting to pin her to the ground. Sensing the danger from behind, Su Jintang coldly cursed, "You're courting death." As soon as she finished speaking, she swiftly bent down, her arm reaching behind her. Jiang Baimu, who had been about to strangle her, missed his target. At that moment, Su Jintang's arm grabbed him. Caught off guard, Jiang Baimu's waist was grabbed by Su Jintang. Panic flashed in his eyes, and he hurriedly retreated, trying to break free. Only then did he realize how terrifying Su Jintang's physical strength was. His body felt as if it were welded shut, and he couldn't break free no matter what he did. Spatial flash. Jiang Baimu frantically mobilized his mental energy, activating his spatial ability. A flash of silver light, and Jiang Baimu vanished from his spot. Su Jintang raised her eyes, calmly scanning behind her, then raised her arm, her fingertips lightly touching the air. Thick layers of ice instantly spread from her fingertips outwards. Jiang Baimu's ability instantly teleported him 100 meters away. He landed, one hand bracing himself on the arena. Thick layers of ice surged in like a tidal wave, each layer higher than the last, freezing cold and billowing towards them. Jiang Baimu, barely able to catch his breath, activated his supernatural ability again, flashing to the next safe zone. Just 2 seconds later, the ice surged in again. Damn it! Jiang Baimu, frustrated by the chase, cursed, but had no choice but to dodge again. Meanwhile, Jiang Shi and Sumo's fight was also intense. The ice layer next door continued to spread, reaching all the way to the side. Sumo jumped away in frustration, but no sooner had she dodged the ice than Jiang Shi's attack came hurtling towards her from next door. Sumo, get out of the way! Jiang Baimu's voice suddenly rang out from the air. Sumo froze, and in that moment of surprise, Jiang Baimu, who had flashed directly overhead, began to plummet downwards. Sumo quickly dodged to the side, but the ice beneath her feet was too slippery. In her haste, she slipped and stumbled. Damn it! Sumo exclaimed instinctively, spreading her arms to try and maintain her balance. Just then, a barrage of sharp icicles shot out from beside her. She quickly pulled her arms back, dodging the icicle attack. This time, she completely lost her balance and fell directly onto the ice. Jiang Shi, who was charging over with a rocket launcher, was also stunned, not expecting her to slip. However, she certainly wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. Without hesitation, Jiang Shi stopped, raised the rocket launcher, and fired directly at Sumo. Whoosh whoosh. Several rockets were launched at Sumo simultaneously. Jiang Baimu, block it for me. Sumo panicked, quickly bracing herself to get up. Su Jintang, who had somehow rushed over, delivered a flying kick, directly shoving Jiang Baimu aside. Jiang Baimu's body flew out like a cannonball. Jiang Shi's bombardment followed. A flicker of panic crossed Sumo's eyes, the flash of the cannonball reflected in her pupils. Li Xiang, who had been guarding the area near the arena, quickly intervened, blocking the attack and announcing, Sumo of the Purple Cloud Pond Flower team is eliminated. The duel continues. Damn, are all the members of the Purple Cloud Pond Flower team this fragile? I thought they could last a little longer. It seems Sumo and Jiang Baimu are still somewhat wary of this ice mist, not daring to make a significant move, acting a bit hesitant. But what exactly is the use of this ice mist from Ganfamin? Is it poisonous? Or does it have some other special effect? The three judges on the panel were also discussing this. Having seen through the truth, Jing Hongyi shook his head with a smile. This round, those two kids from the Purple Cloud Pond Flower team were overthinking things. The Dry Rice Man's ice mist had absolutely no special effect, yet those two were still wary. Deputy Director Wang chuckled. I guess they were also quite wary of the masked squad's 5 members. Jiang Wenju's expression suddenly improved. Even the Purple Cloud Pond Flower team lost so badly, he felt somewhat at peace with himself. Chapter 130. Upon hearing that Sumo was eliminated, a flicker of panic flashed in Jiang Baimu's eyes. Even the two of them combined couldn't defeat their opponent. Now that he was alone, his chances were even slimmer. Jiang Baimu gritted his teeth, activated his ability again, and quickly shrank into space. Su Jintang, having missed her target, immediately stopped. She turned her head, looking around. Jiang Shi, carrying a rocket launcher, also observed the vicinity. The troublesome aspect of Jiang Baimu's ability lay in this. His spatial teleportation-like special ability allowed him to traverse between spaces. Even if he couldn't win, he could still run away, or keep toying with his opponent. Half a second later, Jiang Baimu appeared out of thin air at the edge of the other side of the arena. Sensing his presence, Su Jintang immediately turned and rushed towards him. Activating her ice attribute ability, the cold ice surface rapidly spread with her movements. At the same time, Jiang Shi also hoisted a rocket launcher and fired in their direction. Jiang Baimu, seeing the two attacks coming, turned pale with fright and ran. With a few quick swift movements, Jiang Baimu circled the arena. Su Jintang also chased after him for a while. Having failed to catch him, she stopped and stretched her wrists. Chasing like this wasn't sustainable. She needed to think of something. Jiang Shi approached, rocket launcher in hand. What do we do? Su Jintang pursed her lips, pondering for a moment. Buy me some time, I deal with him. Okay. Without hesitation, Jiang Shi immediately picked up the rocket launcher and began bombarding the surrounding area. Boom! Explosions echoed throughout the arena. Jiang Baimu dared not take the hits head-on. He could only dodge and weave through the air, his figure constantly appearing around the arena. Eliminated, Su Mo stood below the stage, a hint of regret flashing across her face. I was careless. Mu Yongsho walked over and gently patted her shoulder. Don't blame yourself, we still have a chance. The masked squad's most feared members were the Dry Eater and the Cold-Blooded Killer. Both had been in the first round, so they posed little threat afterward. Su Mo pursed her lips and lowered her head. Jiang Baimu's breathing became rapid after dodging several times. He rested his hands on his knees, staring at Jiang Shi opposite him. Jiang Shi's superpowered rocket launcher allowed her to pursue Jiang Baimu without moving, effectively keeping him in place. But Jiang Baimu's constant dodging was rapidly depleting his strength. It hadn't been long before he was almost out of breath. Jiang Shi didn't give him a chance to catch his breath, quickly picking up the rocket launcher again and firing. Several more booms followed, and thick smoke spread across the arena. Although Jiang Baimu dodged quickly, the barrage of shells was too dense, and he was still hit several times. His body was blasted several meters away by the impact of the shells. Jiang Baimu managed to stop himself with tremendous force. He clutched the wound on his arm, gritted his teeth, and his expression turned serious. Continuing to hide like this wouldn't work, there were two people on the other side. He had to find a way to launch a sneak attack. Thinking of this, Jiang Baimu's gaze immediately fell on Su Jintang, who had been preparing a powerful attack from behind. At this moment, Su Jintang was concentrating on mobilizing his mental energy. Jiang Baimu lowered his head, a dark glint flashing in his eyes. The next second, a flash of silver light appeared, and he swiftly leaped into the spatial rift, beginning his journey. Jiang Shi, carrying a rocket launcher, surveyed his surroundings, searching for Jiang Baimu. This time, Jiang Baimu took longer to move, appearing suddenly behind Su Jintang 3 seconds later. By the time Jiang Shi noticed him, he was already hidden behind Su Jintang. Jiang Shi hesitated for 2 seconds, holding the rocket launcher. If she fired directly, she would definitely hit Su Jintang. After thinking for a moment, she had no choice but to stop and run towards the other side. Su Jintang sensed the danger from behind. Her gaze lowered, a cold glint flashing in her eyes, and the killing intent that had been brewing quickly spread throughout the area. Jiang Baimu rushed behind Su Jintang and took out his magical artifact, the Wood Spirit Dagger. A blue light flashed on the dagger's blade, and an extremely strong power fluctuation brewed on the dagger. At this moment, a thick layer of ice rapidly spread from Su Jintang's feet outwards. Jiang Baimu had just raised the dagger when his feet were instantly frozen. He leaned forward with his upper body first, but his feet didn't follow, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. Su Jintang quickly regained her senses, supporting herself with both hands and instantly activating her supernatural ability assimilation state. A sky full of icy mist descended. This time, the mist was much denser than before, and not only did ice lotuses appear, but an even larger ice blade storm swept in as well. This move was a self-created combination technique she had researched before the match. Similar to Jiang Shi's, it directly combined the effects of other skills to unleash even more terrifying damage. As Jiang Baimu broke free of the ice and regained his footing, the combination of ice lotuses and ice blade storms flew towards him. His eyes immediately filled with panic, having initially planned a sneak attack. He hesitated for only half a second before immediately activating his supernatural ability, attempting to escape the scene through spatial teleportation. As the silver light flashed, Jiang Baimu's figure vanished. He deliberately lingered a little longer in the spatial rift before returning to the arena. But the moment he reappeared, the combined attack of Ice Lotus and Ice Blade Storm came from the opposite side. Spatial teleportation has a cooldown period. He couldn't use it again immediately. Now, there was nowhere to hide. Li Xiang, who had been observing the situation, immediately jumped off the arena, shielding Jiang Baimu, and using his supernatural ability to withstand the attack. The impact of the force created a gust of wind, ruffling the hem of Li Xiang's suit jacket. Jiang Baimu looked up at Li Xiang's back, realizing they had lost the match. In this 2v2 duel, the masked squad wins, Li Xiang announced, brushing the dust off his suit jacket. The audience in the stands immediately erupted in cheers. Masked squad! Masked squad! The unified chants echoed throughout the arena. Su Jintang slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, his body relaxing and his back straightening. Jiang Shi walked over from the opposite side, her rocket launcher already put away. The two stood side by side, waving to the surrounding stands in thanks. Jiang Baimu sighed dejectedly, turning and walking off the stage. Are you alright? Su Imo walked up, her gaze falling on his injured arm. Jiang Baimu shook his head. It's nothing serious. Just a pity I didn't get a winning start in the first match. Mu Yongsho walked up with him, patting his shoulder. Don't think too much about it. It's indeed difficult to win against those two. The last move the dry rice man used was probably somewhat similar to the combination technique used by the ruthless killer. On the arena just now, Jiang Baimu was surrounded by ice lotuses and ice blade storms from all directions, leaving him nowhere to hide. Losing the match was to be expected. At this moment, the on-site medic arrived and began treating Jiang Baimu's injuries. Mu Yongsho and the two remaining team members, who hadn't yet entered the arena, stood in a row, their gazes all falling on the sidelines. The atmosphere on the masked squad side was very harmonious and lively. Well done. Song Tianqi's voice carried a hint of pride. Shui Zhongqi approached Su Jintang. Captain, what about the next match? Su Jintang waved to him, and Yan Yuding. The two immediately moved closer, and Song Tianqi cleared his throat, bending down to join Su Jintang. What's up? What's up? Wait a minute, you guys. Su Jintang lowered his voice. The scene of the masked squad huddled together was captured by a satellite camera and simultaneously broadcast to the live stream. Ah! The masked squad won. One more win, and they truly set a new tournament record. Wait, judging by their expression, the masked squad is probably plotting some terrible idea again, ha ha. Although they won the first round, only hot air balloon strength is decent in the second round. Against Mu Yongsho and his two teammates, they have absolutely no chance of winning. On the judges' panel, Jing Hongyi's smile grew even more benevolent. Not bad. But I'm quite curious how the masked squad will handle the second 3v3 match. Jiang Wenjue speculated expressionlessly for the masked squad to win the second round, unless hot air balloon's 3-member strength can instantly double. Deputy Director Wang smiled. Don't say that. What if the masked squad has a countermeasure? The 10-minute intermission countdown began. In the stands, Yu Wanyao and Jing Yuanzheng were discussing the previous round. This masked squad, their strength is indeed a bit abnormal. Jing Yuanzheng shook his head with a smile. Yu Wanyao leaned back in her chair, her expression much calmer than his. Normal. After all, when they were sparring partners for Su Jintang's 5, they were constantly getting thrashed. You seem to know a lot about the masked squad? Jing Yuanzheng suddenly looked over. Yu Wanyao immediately shifted her posture, avoiding his gaze. They're all right. A hint of doubt appeared between Jing Yuanzheng's brows. He always felt that whenever the masked squad was mentioned, Aya was avoiding him. In the stands next to them, Zhuang Silin, who had been on edge the whole time, let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness we won. She had been worried ever since she saw Su Jintang and Jiang Shi go up together in the first match. Because with that arrangement, Song Tianqi and his team had almost no chance of winning the second match. These two little monsters, they're both incredibly fierce when they fight, Miao Mingji murmured, stroking her chin. She knew, of course, how terrifying Su Jintang and Jiang Shi's talent was. But witnessing their self-created combination techniques firsthand must have been even more shocking. Zhuang Silin chuckled along. Luckily, they're both students from our military academy, so we don't have to worry about them getting crushed in the military academy league again. That's true, Miao Mingji sighed softly. I hope they can grow up smoothly. The 10-minute intermission quickly ended. Please welcome the members of the second 3v3 match to the stage, Li Xiang announced, holding the microphone. The remaining members from both sides walked onto the stage. Song Tianqi strode confidently to the center of the stage. He stood tall, hands on his hips, and began his self-introduction. Masked Squad Hot Air Balloon, Mental Strength Level 3. Mu Yongsho smiled and stepped forward, extending his hand. Purple Cloud Pond Flower Team Mu Yongsho, Mental Strength Level 5 Peak. Ha ha ha, damn it. Level 5 Peak and Level 3, that's almost 3 levels apart. How are they going to fight? They're doomed. The Masked Squad has no chance of winning this second match. So, the Masked Squad scheduled their strongest players for the first match? Were they planning to go all out in the final 5v5 team battle?